Grasping Evil Chapter 1122 to Chapter 1144. After a year, Ning Fan, who had finished healing his wounds, finally contacted Taiyuan Du personally and reported the details of the battle that day. At the same time, Ning Fan also received news from Taiyuan Ferry. Today, not only the 11th water route which he was in had been completely conquered, the 2nd, 5th and 7th water routes had also been completely conquered. The 1st, 4th, 8th, 10th, and 12th waterways had also reached their final stages. It would take at least a few months, and at most a year or two at most to recover all of them. Only the 3rd, 6th, and 9th water paths, which were connected to the west, north, and south heaven domains, were in a stalemate with the foreign races. The battle over there was beginning to reach its climax. It was said that even some of the deputy alliance chiefs had been sent to the front lines of the 3rd, 6th, and 9th water paths. Ning Fan took the initiative to request to leave the 11th path and join the battle in the 13th, 6th and 9th paths where the situation was more intense. Unfortunately, his request was rejected by Emperor Song. Although the battles in the 3rd, 6th, and 9th paths are intense, the enemy doesn't have many immortal emperors. As long as we spend more time, we'll be able to conquer them. Brother, don't forget that reclaiming the water pass is only the first step of our plan. The reason for the chaos of the foreign clans was that there was a problem with the seal of the Celestial Emperor at the bottom of the river. Once all the water forts are reclaimed, it will be time for me to take action. At that time I will have no choice but to take the risk and head to the bottom of the river, to the heart of the outsiders, and complete the magnificent feat of repairing the Celestial Emperor's seal. This matter is extremely dangerous. I wonder what little brother has thought about it. Are you willing to participate in this operation? Naturally, he had to participate. Very quickly, Ning Fan gave Emperor Tsong an affirmative answer, making him and the others overjoyed. A man's name is like a tree's shadow. After confirming that Ning Fan was going to join them, everyone's confidence rose by a lot. He could only blame the fact that there were too many people in the Eastern Heaven that he cared about. For this reason alone, no matter how dangerous the operation to repair the immortal sovereign's seal was, he would not reject it. He no longer needed to continue considering this matter. When he thought about how he would have to repair the immortal sovereign realm's seal in another 10 years or so, he was no longer in a hurry to go to other waterways to fight against the foreign races. Continuing to improve his strength and increase the success rate of this operation was the most important thing. A few days later, Ning Fan disguised himself as a fish and dived to the bottom of the realm river. This time, he didn't dive into the water with great fanfare. Instead, he moved stealthily, even deceiving the cultivators in the pass. Since Ning Fan had transformed into a Mount Tai fish to seize the sea-steadying divine needle and killed the dragon horse crown prince while ignoring the magnetic force of the realm river, all the members of the foreign races were shocked by his actions. They did not expect that Ning Fan, who was a cultivator of the Eastern Heaven, would have such capabilities. He could move freely at the bottom of the river and even disguise himself as a member of a foreign race, making it hard for others to recognize him. For a moment, all the major clans of the 11 paths acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They were afraid that Ning Fan would disguise himself and sneak into the bottom of the river to assassinate the experts of their clans. All the major aquatic clans were on high alert. As soon as Ning Fan entered the water, he noticed this. First of all, there were more outsiders patrolling the bottom of the river. Secondly, when Ning Fan disguised himself as a strange catfish who had returned to his ancestry and wanted to sneak into the strange catfish clan to steal the heavy wood, he was actually forbidden from entering the city by the experts of the clan. The reason was that he looked unfamiliar. During special times, all unfamiliar faces were not allowed to enter the clan grounds. Then, Ning Fan disguised himself as the ice-eye fish, the sea emperor carp and the fire-wing carp. However, those clans were the same as the strange catfish clan. They did not give him a chance to sneak in at all. Obviously, the actual situation of entering the water this time was different from the last time. He could not use the same trick as the last time. Disguising himself as a member of a foreign clan, returning to his ancestry, committing a crime on purpose, controlling the enemy with an illusion technique and locking him in the underground mineral vein. These were the tricks that Ning Fan used last time. Ghostface went invisible, the fate-severing sword isolated the heavenly secrets and directly sneaked into the enemy's territory. Then, he used an illusion technique to control the clan leader and found a random excuse to open the underground mineral vein to sneak in. These were the tricks that Ning Fan used this time. One had to admit that the fate-severing sword was very useful. When used together with Ghost Face, none of the sensing formations of the various clans could detect Ning Fan's intrusion. Because he was moving in stealth this time, Ning Fan did not need to specifically choose the clans of fish to invade. As long as it was a force below the Immortal Emperor realm, he would visit all of them. Ning Fan did not steal from the clans of the Immortal Emperor realm. It was because he discovered that the Een Heavy Wood mineral vein of the Immortal Emperor realm clans was actually vastly different from the mineral vein of the Immortal Venerables and Immortal Kings clans. For some reason, the Celestial Emperor's Een Sunken Wood mine was connected to the Celestial Emperor's seal in the East Jia River. If Ning Fan touches the Een Heavy Wood of an Immortal Emperor force, it would probably cause damage to the Immortal Sovereign's seal. Ning Fan had already made up his mind to participate in the operation to repair the Immortal Sovereign's seal. How would he be willing to take the initiative to destroy the seal? The collapse of a 1,000-mile dike can be caused by an ant hole. If the restoration of the Immortal Sovereign's seal failed because of his greed for the 800 million Een Heavy Wood from the Immortal Emperor clan, he would not be able to redeem himself even if he died 10,000 times. After weighing the pros and cons, he gave up on the idea of stealing the Immortal Emperor's gloomy heavy wood and focused on stealing the Immortal Lords and Immortal Kings clans. One day later, Ning Fan retraced his steps and snuck back to the Strange Catfish clan. 3 days later, he secretly left the Strange Catfish clan, bringing with him more than 1 million gene of Een Heavy Wood and hundreds of pure wood dragons that were condensed from the wood chi of the underground world. On the 4th day, Ning Fan visited the Isai clan and obtained 94 gene of 800 million Een Heavy Wood. On the 7th day, Ning Fan visited the Sea Emperor Carp clan. On the 11th day, Ning Fan visited the Sea Emperor Carp clan, unlike the last time, because the Immemorial Lightning Cauldron and the Flame Lightning Fire that were of the highest grade were occupied by the 16-heart pill. Ning Fan was not in a hurry to start concocting the pill. Instead, he kept the items in his hands first. In the blink of an eye, 10 months had passed. Ning Fan had robbed more than 100 Immortal Venerables and Immortal Kings forces in the entire 11 water paths. Apart from those Immortal Emperor's clans, the remaining 800 million Een Heavy Wood had all gone into Ning Fan's hands. When mortals described their wealth, they would often say that they were as wealthy as a country. Ning Fan felt that he could not say that he was as wealthy as a country. It would be more accurate to say that he was as wealthy as the Eastern Heavens or even the 4 heavens. After robbing the 11 water paths, he obtained a total of 240,000 gene of 800 million Een Heavy Wood. If he uses all of them to concoct the immeasurable pill, it might be enough for all the thought-breaking old monsters in the 4 heavens to break through to the Immortal Venerable realm. After all, a mere 500 immeasurable pills would be enough for an ordinary peak thought-breaking realm expert to break through to the Immortal Venerable realm. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was different. His divine spirit-crippled body was too domineering. In the past, he had used tens of thousands of immeasurable pills to allow his cultivation base to break through to the Immortal Venerable realm. Moreover, the effect of the immeasurable pill would be reduced by half every time the cultivator advanced to the next level of the Eternal Ancient Realm. It was somewhat similar to the cultivation of the first step of the Void Fragmentation realm. The consumption of immeasurable pills would be greatly increased. In that case, even though Ning Fan had a lot of 800 million Een Heavy Wood in his hands, he was not sure to what level his cultivation base would rise to after devouring all of them. Greed was the nature of human beings. Ning Fan was no exception either. Since these 800 million Een Heavy Wood were the resources of his enemies, he did not mind being greedy for a little more. How could it be enough to only rob the 11 water paths? Coincidentally, during the 10 months that Ning Fan was robbing, the 12 water paths which were closer to the 11th water path had been completely recovered. Ning Fan made up his mind and directly swam to the 12th water path and began to steal the Een Heavy Wood of the 12 water paths. The amount of Een Heavy Wood in the 12th water path was not as much as the 11th water path. In less than 9 months, Ning Fan had already robbed all the Immortal Venerables and Immortal King realm forces of the 12 water paths without anyone noticing. Coincidentally, during these 9 months, the 10th water path had also been completely recovered. The first water path had also been completely recovered. Thus, Ning Fan went to the 10th water path without hesitation and began to steal as much as he could. By the time he finished robbing the 10th water path, other than the 3rd, 6th and 9th water paths, he had already completely recovered all the other water paths. Logically speaking, after Ning Fan finished robbing the 10th water path, he should go to the 9th water path along the way. However, the situation in the 9th water path was a little special. With his boundless rain sense, Ning Fan sensed the presence of quasi-saints in this water path. Moreover, it was not just one but two, considering that the 9th water path was connected to the southern heaven, its geographical location was especially important. It was not strange for there to be two quasi-saints of foreign races to guard it. Since there were quasi-saints guarding this place, Ning Fan did not act recklessly in the 9th water path. He realized that the mineral veins in the 9th water path were being sensed by the two quasi-saints. As long as someone opens the underground mineral veins without permission, the two quasi-saints would certainly approach them and interrogate them. As such, Ning Fan had no choice but to let go of the 9th water path. He crossed the region and went to the 8th water path to steal as much as he could. After he finished robbing the 8th water path, he went to the 7th water path. When he reached the 6th water path, he realized that there were 6 to 7 quasi-saints there. He became even more cautious. The 6th water path was connected to the northern heaven. The number of quasi-saints in the water path leading to the northern heaven far exceeded the number of quasi-saints in the water path leading to the southern heaven. Rumor had it that the situation in the northern heaven was the most dangerous. Now, it seemed like the rumor was not false. Ning Fan bypassed the 6th water path and stole all the quasi-saints in the 5th and 4th water paths. Then, he bypassed the 3rd water path which was guarded by a quasi-saint and went to the 2nd and 1st water paths. When Ning Fan returned to the Lingyun Pass after robbing the entire eastern border river, it had already been 11 years since he dived into the border river for the second time. The total amount of 800 million yin heavy wood in the profound yin world had reached a terrifying 220,000 yin. This amount of yin heavy wood was enough to make all the quasi-saints in the 4 heavens move out to rob him. Ning Fan knew the severity of the matter. He would never let anyone know about this matter. He was not a saint. He would not share these 800 million yin heavy wood with the cultivators of the eastern heaven. It was because he knew that no matter how righteous the eastern heaven's cultivators were, they still had their own selfish motives. As the ancients said, friends can go through thick and thin together, but they cannot share riches and honor together. As the saying goes, great kindness is also great enmity. The great war was imminent. If he shares a large amount of 800 million yin heavy wood with the other cultivators of the eastern heaven, what he would gain would not be gratitude but the greed and schemes of countless people. The alliance of the border river which was originally united against the outsiders might even fall apart because of the temptation of a large amount of 800 million yin heavy wood. Even if it was the two divine void emperors or old devil Bai, which one of them did not need immeasurable pills in their cultivation process? To those existences, a small amount of immeasurable pills might not be enough to attract their attention. However, a large amount of immeasurable pills would be enough to pave their path to the quasi-saint realm. Who knows what they would do if they find out about this matter? 11 years have passed. Those few incense flame slaves seem to have almost finished concocting my 16-heart pill. In that case, I can free up the immemorial lightning cauldron and the flame lightning fire to concoct the immeasurable pill. There's one more thing which is very troublesome. Even though I have a large amount of 800 million yin heavy wood with me, it's not enough to concoct the immeasurable pill. I still need other medicinal ingredients. When he thought of this, Ning Fan suddenly felt a headache. This is really a happy worry. Where am I going to get the same amount of other medicinal ingredients? The eastern heavens certainly can't plunder so many medicinal ingredients. It probably won't even be enough to make up for the small change. As expected, I can only rely on the ancient country trading formation. Ning Fan got in touch with the old man from the heaven-piercing sect through the ancient country trading formation. Unfortunately, the other party could not fulfill his request this time. Sigh. It's difficult. It's too difficult. The amount of medicinal ingredients that fellow Taoist needs is too huge. Each of them actually needs a few 100,000 jin. The warehouse of my sect doesn't have so much stock at all. It's hard to even make up for the small change. You should know that all the stock had been bought by a large sect from a certain true world in one go. Besides, even if there are enough medicinal ingredients, the price of such a large amount of medicinal ingredients will not be lower than 10,000 gold. To be honest with fellow Taoist, my position in the sect isn't considered high. My authority is rather limited. I've already given up my face to help fellow Taoist pay a few hundred gold on credit. If it's a transaction of more than 10,000 gold, forgive me for not being able to. The old man's tone was very honest. He really did not have the ability to help Ning Fan write an IOU of 10,000 gold. After hearing his words, Ning Fan also felt deeply helpless. He sighed and did not force the old man to do such a thing which was obviously beyond his ability. Speaking of which, this matter was really too ridiculous. When other people concoct the immeasurable pill, they would lack the hardest to find 800 million yin heavy wood. Ning Fan, on the other hand, did not lack yin heavy wood. Instead, he lacked various kinds of cheap materials. The old man was originally sighing. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said happily, "By the way, I have a piece of information here. Perhaps it can help fellow Taoist." Fellow Taoist, do you still remember the second method of using our sex trading formation? Ning Fan pondered for a moment and answered, "Of course I do." On one hand, the ancient country trading formation allows one to directly purchase goods from the heaven-reaching sect. On the other hand, it also allows one to conduct private transactions with the cultivators from the outside world. However, I remember that fellow Taoist once mentioned that if cultivators conduct private transactions, they will face a huge risk because they are avoiding the power of the ancient country scale. About 1/3 of the transactions will fail due to the turbulence of time and space, resulting in a loss of both goods and money. The old man said, "That's right. It is indeed very risky for cultivators to conduct private transactions. However, it seems like this is the only way to help fellow Taoist gather the materials for concocting the pill. From what I see, fellow Taoist is buying these medicinal materials to concoct the immeasurable pill, am I right? Moreover, the amount of each of the medicinal materials that fellow Taoist is collecting is extremely huge. However, you are not collecting the most precious 800 million yin heavy wood. I reckon that fellow Taoist must have a large amount of 800 million yin heavy wood in your hands, am I right?" Ning Fan said, "That's right." The old man said, "Forgive me for asking, but how much 800 million yin heavy wood does fellow Taoist have? If it is more than 100,000 jin, I have a business that will definitely make a profit. I am willing to provide it to fellow Taoist. It can solve your urgent problem." Ning Fan said, "Oh? I would like to hear the details." The old man said, "It's like this. In a certain high-grade illusionary world, a senior incipient saint posted a request for goods to our sect. She needs at least 100,000 jin of 800 million yin heavy wood." After hearing what the old man said, Ning Fan smiled bitterly and said, "I don't plan to sell the 800 million yin heavy wood in my hands." He planned to keep them for himself to improve his cultivation base. Why would he sell them for money? Is he stupid? The old man said, "That's not true. It's not an ordinary sale. Since the senior incipient saint is willing to barter with me, she seems to have a large amount of finished immeasurable pills in her hands. It turns out that she is going to use them to exchange for the 800 million yin heavy wood." Ning Fan's eyes lit up. "Barter with me? If I directly exchange the yin heavy wood for her finished immeasurable pills, not only can I save myself the trouble of collecting other medicinal materials, but I can also save a lot of time in pill concoction. This is a good deal. However, I don't know what is the ratio of the other party. With Ning Fan's pill concoction technique, 1 jin of 800 million yin heavy wood could probably produce 2 immeasurable pills. Of course, if he accumulates experience through a large amount of concoction, there should be room for his success rate to increase and he could produce 3 pills for 1 jin of wood. Considering the risks of the transaction, the cost of the other medicinal materials and the time needed for pill concoction, as long as the price offered by the other party reaches 2 pills for 1 jin of wood, he would be willing to carry out this transaction. If the ratio is lower than this, he would have to consider it carefully. The old man said, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. Since I said that this transaction will definitely be profitable, the ratio will certainly satisfy fellow Taoist. The other party is willing to exchange 4 immeasurable pills for 1 jin of yin heavy wood. For every 50,000 gene of heavy wood that fellow Taoist offers, that senior is willing to increase the ratio by one more pill. In other words, if Ming Fan is carrying out a transaction of 220,000 gene of heavy wood, the ratio would be 1 to 5. This ratio was much higher than what he expected in his heart. Even if he loses a third of the immeasurable pills that he would get in the end, the ratio would still be more than 1 to 3. It was just too worth it, the old man continued, that senior has another purpose for purchasing 800 million pieces of heavy wood. That's why he's willing to use the immeasurable pills that he doesn't need for this transaction. If fellow Taoist is interested in this transaction, I can tell you the contact method of that senior and help fellow Taoist contact that senior. She will then activate the ancient country's transaction formation and wait for fellow Taoist to contact her. Thank you again. A few days later, Ming Fan contacted the old man from the heaven-reaching cult through the ancient country's transaction formation. He learned that the senior had already taken some time out and was currently waiting for Ming Fan to contact him through the formation. Hence, Ming Fan switched to another ancient country's transaction formation that specialized in private transactions. He entered the address of that senior and the ancient country's address into the formation. The myriad worlds in the heavens were just an imaginary number. The number of worlds in this world was originally endless and it was hard to see the edge of it. If Ming Fan did not know the other party's address, the difficulty of completing the structure of the ancient country's transaction formation would be no less than searching for a speck of dust in the entire eastern heaven. Knowing the address was much easier. Ming Fan was unwilling to reveal his address in the illusionary world. However, the other party did not seem to have such concerns. The address that was marked was Little Mountain World. Behind it was a long string of coordinates. According to the old man from the heaven-reaching cult, the Little Mountain World seemed to be a high-grade illusionary world that could nurture saints. Judging from this, the illusionary world that Ming Fan was staying in was definitely not a high-grade illusionary world. After all, it could not give birth to a saint. Ding 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 *. It was the sound of the ancient country's transaction formation connecting the two parties. Before Ming Fan could say anything, a gentle and pleasant female voice came from the other end of the ancient country's transaction formation. Hello. The other party greeted him politely. A woman? Ming Fan was stunned. He only knew that the person who wanted to trade with him was a senior at the incipient saint realm. He did not know that it was a woman. Is there anything wrong with a woman? The woman in front of him seemed to be a little displeased. However, even if she was displeased, she still behaved politely. She was neither anxious nor annoyed. It seemed like she was not really angry. Ming Fan knew that he was being rude and apologized. I'm sorry. He did not explain much. After all, it was just a transaction of fate. After the transaction, they would probably part ways. Ming Fan did not have the intention to have a deep conversation with that female saint. The other party also did not seem to want to talk to him in case they were involved in some karma. Ming Fan's understanding of her was limited to the name of her plane and the VIP code name she used in the heaven-reaching sect. Ming Fan was a bronze-level VIP of the heaven-reaching sect. The code name he used during the transaction was Fox of Slaughter. As for the other party, she was a silver-level VIP with the codename Miss Ling. When she found out that Ming Fan actually had 220,000 gene of 800 million heavy wood, Miss Ling was obviously a little excited. Fellow Taoist, can you transfer all of your heavy wood to me? I'm willing to give you 55 low-grade immeasurable pills for each gene of wood. 55 pills? Ming Fan was surprised. Initially, he thought that it would be considered a success if the transaction could reach a ratio of 1 to 50. He did not expect that the other party would directly offer such a high ratio. What? Does fellow Taoist think that this ratio is too low? I don't know about the situation in your plane. However, in my plane, this price is already a few times higher than the market price. If it wasn't because I urgently need this item, it would be impossible for me to offer such a high price. Ming Fan could vaguely feel that Miss Ling, who was in another plane, seemed to be frowning at this moment. She explained with a bitter smile. No, this ratio is not low. It is exactly because the ratio is a little high that I am surprised. Let's trade at this ratio. Send me some wood first. I want to test the quality of the wood. The other party said again. I see. Ning Fan nodded and used the ancient country trading formation to send 10 sets of wood consecutively to the little mountain world. Each set was one gene. Fellow Taoist is really interesting. I only need to test one set of wood, but you actually sent me 9 sets of wood. I suppose this is your first time making a private transaction with someone, right? Are you testing the probability of the goods being devoured by the spatial turbulence? Miss Ling smiled. She was a saint who was as shrewd as the ocean. She could naturally tell what Ning Fan was thinking. Ning Fan did not deny it. He smiled and admitted Miss Ling's guess. Inwardly, he was a little moved by the result of the test. 9 sets? Out of 10 sets of wood, 9 of them were actually successfully transferred. The success rate is really high. It actually reached 90%. According to the heaven-reaching sect, if ordinary people do not use the ancient country scale to trade goods, 1/3 of the goods would usually be devoured by the spatial turbulence. Ning Fan did not know whether his teleportation success rate was close to 90% or it was due to luck. It would be fine if it was just a coincidence. However, if the success rate of a private transaction was really affected by luck, then he had a bold idea and wanted to try it out. Most of the 10,000 ancient immortal venerables only had 1 or 2 colors of immortal luck. Ning Fan, on the other hand, already had 5 colors of immortal luck. Among those who were at the same level as him, he was definitely in existence with heaven-defying luck. Of course, because he had killed quite a number of immortal emperors recently, his luck was actually even more heaven-defying. Oh? The quality of the goods was quite good. Since that was the case, the transaction could begin. 220,000 kilograms of goods is a little too much. How about this, we'll trade in batches. For every 500 kilograms of wood that fellow Taoist sends me, I'll send you 55,000 immeasurable pills. As for the issue of receiving goods, he would follow the customs of the ancient countries. If the goods fellow Taoist sends out are swallowed by the spatial turbulence, you will have to bear the losses yourself and restock the goods. In other words, the amount of wood that fellow Taoist can send to me in the end will definitely not be more than 220,000 kilograms. I will only pay for the goods in this area. Similarly, if fellow Taoist does not receive the pills that I send out, I will have to restock them. Ning Fan had already asked the sky-reaching sect about these customs. He did not have any objections to these terms. Moreover, if the ancient country's transaction formation was successful, it would emit a formation light to alert the formation master. With this advantage, he did not have to worry about the other party hiding the goods after receiving them. However, before he truly transacted with Miss Ling, Ning Fan still had some things he wanted to confirm. Thus, he was not in a hurry to start the transaction. Instead, he took out some useless items from his storage pouch and sent them to Miss Ling through the ancient country's transaction formation. The first step was medicinal pills. 10 bottles were sent out and 8 bottles arrived at Little Mountain Jia. 10 postnatal talismans were sent out and 9 arrived at Little Mountain Jia. 10 million-year-old spirit herbs were sent out and 8 arrived at Little Mountain Jia. 10 stones that were picked up from the ground at Lingyun Pass were sent out and 9 arrived at Little Mountain Jia. 10 grasses that were randomly plucked from the ground were sent out and 8 arrived at Little Mountain Jia. 10 drops of river water from the Jia River, 10 tattered storage pouches. When Miss Ling received Ning Fan's junk one after another, she could not help but feel speechless even with her cultivation and self-restraint of the 6 epochs reincarnation realm. Is this fellow Taoist Slaughter Fox playing with the ancient country's transaction formation, or is this fellow Taoist Slaughter Fox still testing the probability of the appearance of the spatial turbulence? However, it would cost a large amount of heavenly Tao gold and silver every time he sent the goods to other planes without going through the ancient country scale. Moreover, he would need to pay some commission to the sky-reaching sect for the goods to be directly received by the formation. It could be said that even if Ning Fan's goods were junk, he would still need to spend a lot of money for each teleportation. Miss Ling did not know how long Ning Fan was going to carry out the test. She had great self-restraint and would not act like a bad person. She interrupted Ning Fan's test and patiently waited for the test to end so that he could start the transaction. In the end, Ning Fan spent nearly 100 gold coins to send hundreds of junk to Little Mountain Jia and sorted out some data. A large amount of statistical data showed that his success rate of sending goods was indeed higher than ordinary people. it could actually stabilize at around 80%. Among people with the same luck, his cultivation base was the lowest. However, among people with the same cultivation base, his luck far surpassed them. This point was indeed helpful for him to carry out private transactions in ancient countries. When others carry out private transactions in different worlds, the failure rate was as high as 1/3. However, his failure rate was only around 20%. If his luck increases a little more compared to the original foundation, the failure rate should be able to be lowered. As he thought of this, Ning Fan smiled faintly and made up his mind. Suddenly, he released the seal on his body and completely released the luck that he had been suppressing for a long time. In the past, during the Emperor conferring ceremony, Ning Fan had integrated the heaven-defying ability, Big Dipper Reversal, into the cross-shaped halo. From then on, even if he did not actively use Big Dipper Reversal, he could still devour the enemy's luck when he kills someone with the cross-shaped halo. In the Dark Race, Ning Fan had killed an immortal emperor of the Dark Race. On the Realm River, he had killed a large number of immortal emperors of the foreign races. Any one of those immortal emperors had the peerless luck of a 7th-colored immortal emperor. Every time Ning Fan killed an immortal emperor, the cross-shaped halo would automatically devour the opponent's luck and return the huge amount of luck to Ning Fan's body. From the 5-colored immortal emperor to the 6-colored immortal emperor, he would need to devour around 10 6-colored cultivators. From the 6-colored immortal emperor to the 7-colored immortal emperor, he would need to devour around 10 7-colored cultivators. The number of immortal emperors that Ning Fan had killed had already exceeded this number. At this moment, he released all the luck that he had accumulated for a long time and integrated it into his umbrella of luck. The level of his luck immediately began to skyrocket. After 100 breaths, the level of Ning Fan's luck broke through from the 5-colored immortal emperor to the 6-colored immortal emperor. Another 100 breaths later, Ning Fan's umbrella of luck had turned into the 7-colored immortal emperor. There was even a trace of the 8th color. Basically, only immortal emperors were qualified to have 7-colored luck. Only the quasi-sages in the 4 heavens could cultivate a sliver of the 8th color after the 7-colored true qi. To put it bluntly, the current level of Ning Fan's luck had already surpassed the 7th generation Sha Di and was on par with the quasi-saints of the 4 heavens. Such a level of luck had actually appeared on an immortal venerate of 10,000 ancient times. It was imaginable how much luck this immortal venerate had. After his luck broke through, Ning Fan spent tens of gold coins to conduct the second round of teleportation test. The result shocked him. In total, he had teleported more than 200 pieces of junk. Only 3 of them were devoured while the rest of them successfully reached the Little Mountain World. His teleportation success rate was actually close to 99%. It was a success rate that ordinary people could not imagine. Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Now, he could conduct the transaction with Miss Ling. Eventually, out of the 220,000 gene of wood that Ning Fan sent out, only 3,000 gene of them failed. The rest of them all reached the Little Mountain World. Even though Miss Ling had the experience of the 6 epochs reincarnation, she was still shocked by Ning Fan's heaven-defying luck. A success rate that was close to 99%. How enviable. After receiving the goods, he needed to pay. According to the actual number of goods he received, Miss Ling needed to pay Ning Fan a total of 1.2 million low-grade immeasurable pills. Her luck was just above average among the incipient Saint Realm experts of the same level as her. Thus, the success rate of the transaction in the ancient country could only be stabilized at around 75%. Compared to all the other transaction participants, it was already considered a good success rate. However, if it is compared to Ning Fan's success rate, it would be somewhat unsightly. After more than 400,000 pills were devoured by the spatial turbulence, Miss Ling finally finished giving out the pills and ended the transaction with Ning Fan. With her personality, she would never talk nonsense with a stranger. However, this time, before the transaction ended, she asked Ning Fan a question out of curiosity. You aren't an incipient Saint Realm expert, are you? As soon as the words left her mouth, Miss Ling felt that it was inappropriate and she felt a little embarrassed. Inquiring about the other party's cultivation base and background was the biggest taboo in the transaction of an ancient country. The reason why the transaction of an ancient country could be trusted by the myriad of worlds was because of its confidentiality and reliability. I'm sorry. I misspoke. Just as Miss Ling was about to apologize to Ning Fan, she heard a hearty laughter coming from the other side. It was a very young laughter. It did not seem to have the vicissitudes of life left behind by the death of Samsara. As expected, this fox of slaughter is not a saint, right? That's right. I'm not a saint. If it's not a transaction of an ancient country but a face-to-face exchange, I'm afraid I would have to call Miss Ling senior. However, it's a pity that the world plane I'm in is too far away from the little mountain world. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to meet you face-to-face in this lifetime and call you senior. He actually answered this question seriously. Miss Ling was stunned. Then, she pursed her lips and chuckled. She said that they would meet again if fate wills it. Then, she turned off the ancient country's transaction formation and ended the communication with Ning Fan. She did not look down on Ning Fan just because he was not a saint. She just admired Ning Fan a lot. Even though he was not a saint, he could still get his hands on such a large amount of 800 million yen heavy wood. Besides, his luck was also unparalleled among those at the same level as him. Even if he was not a saint now, there was a high chance that he would advance to the third step in the future. However, the myriad of worlds in the heavens were so vast. Even a saint might not be able to meet each other. The two of them probably would not meet each other again. Thus, Miss Ling did not keep this transaction in her mind. In the profounding world, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with joy. He looked at the immeasurable pills that were piled up like a mountain in front of him. 500 immeasurable pills were enough to make an ancient immortal venerable. He had 1,200,000 immeasurable pills with him. If he only creates immortal venerables in the eastern heaven, it would be enough for him to create more than 2,000 new immortal venerables. With such a large amount of pills, even if the degenerate divine spirit body devours most of the medicinal power of the pills, it would still be enough for his cultivation base to skyrocket. As for how strong his cultivation base would be, it would still depend on the pills he consumes in the future. Due to Ning Fan's amazing luck, the result of the transaction this time could be said to be perfect. Not long after the transaction ended, Ning Fan received another piece of good news. He had successfully concocted the 16-heart pill. When Ning Fan entered the incense flame realm, what he saw were 6 pill refinement masters who no longer looked like human beings. They offered the 16-heart pill to Ning Fan as if they were presenting a treasure. In order to ensure the success rate of concocting the 16-heart pill, the 6 of them did not hesitate to destroy their own Tao of pill and fuse their medicine souls into the pills. The price they paid could not be said to be small. Among them, 4 of them had destroyed their own medicine souls and their cultivation base had fallen to the 9th revolution of the gold grade forever. As for the other 2, their medicine souls were also greatly damaged. The foundation of their medicine souls was severely injured and they could no longer make any progress in their medicine souls for the rest of their lives. These 6 people were the disciples of the immortal emperors of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. They used to be Ning Fan's enemies. Ning Fan would never sympathize with his enemies. However, he had always kept his promises. Since these 6 people had helped him concoct the 16-heart pill, he would return them their freedom. When he goes to the Supreme Pill Sacred Region again in the future, he would naturally let these 6 people go. After getting Ning Fan's promise, the 6 of them were overjoyed. They felt that their efforts in the past 10+ years were not in vain. Thus, they naturally thanked Ning Fan profusely. Ning Fan kept the immemorial lightning cauldron and the flame lightning fire. Then, he returned to the profounding world to prepare for his future cultivation. With the endurance of his crippled divine spirit body, Ning Fan could use the most domineering method to forcefully refine the heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures when he refines them. It would take him very little time. Other people might need tens of thousands of years to refine these pills, but he was confident that he could complete it within a few decades. The only thing he needed to consider was how to distribute the limitless pills and the 16-heart pill. The cultivation base of the 16-heart pill did not increase a fixed amount of magic power. The effects of consuming the pill would be different depending on the cultivation realm of the cultivator. There were 2 ways to consume the 16-heart pill. The first way was for the ancient devil cultivator who had the lowest cultivation base to consume the pill, allowing his cultivation base to directly rise to the 4th heavenly layer of ancestral reversion. The second way was for the divine, demon or devil cultivator to consume the pill after breaking through to the fourth tribulation immortal king realm and continue to break through to the fifth tribulation immortal king realm. Ning Fan originally planned to weigh the pros and cons of the two methods carefully. However, when he discovered a certain matter, he rejected both plans. He realized that Jieshue's cultivation base, which he could not find a way to improve, was actually responding to the 16-heart pill. This pill seemed to be able to improve Jieshue's cultivation base. The cultivation bases of the ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils can all be improved through the limitless pill. Jieshue's cultivation base is the only one that I can't find a way to improve. In the past, Jieshue was my strength while the cultivation bases of the gods, demons, and devils were my weakness. Today, the cultivation bases of the four elements have achieved a balance. However, this balance cannot last forever. If Jieshue's cultivation base remains stagnant, it will become the weakness of my cultivation base in the future. It wasn't easy for me to find an item that can improve Jieshue's cultivation base. If I use it to improve the cultivation bases of the gods, demons, and devils, it will be too wasteful. However, there is one thing that I am very concerned about. Why is the 16-heart pill the only one among all the heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures that can improve Jieshue's cultivation base? If I can understand the key to this, I might be able to find a way to continue cultivating Jieshue's cultivation base. For a moment, Ning Fan fell into deep thought. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. To ordinary ancient cultivators, 10 years was a very short period of time. Even 100,000 years would not be enough to improve their cultivation base by much unless they experienced a great opportunity. Ning Fan, however, was different. In these 10 years, he had refined all the medicinal power of the 16-heart pill and his cultivation base had improved tremendously. A tribulation spirit of a royal family was comparable to a sage. A 3-star true blood realm was comparable to an ancient immortal venerable. 10 years ago, Ning Fan's Jieshue's cultivation base was at the 3-star true blood realm. 10 years later, his Jieshue's cultivation base had been breaking through continuously and finally reached the 4-star true blood realm. A 4-star true blood grand firmament tribulation spirit was roughly equivalent to an existence that was above average among 4th tribulation immortal kings. It could be said that from the moment Ning Fan broke through to the 4-star true blood realm, he could no longer be considered as an ancient immortal venerable. Instead, he had truly entered the immortal king realm, even though the density of his magic power in the past had already surpassed many 4th tribulation immortal kings. He could only be considered as possessing the true immortal king realm at this moment. Is this the power of a 4-star true blood realm? Feeling the tribulation sense that kept gushing out of his body, Ning Fan was extremely satisfied. After stabilizing himself for a while, he threw himself into the second round of cultivation. He began to consume the measureless pill. First was the ancient devil's cultivation. After consuming more than 20,000 infinity pills, the ancient devil's cultivation naturally broke through to the first ancestral awakening realm. With 500 tribulation energy, one could become a newly advanced immortal venerable. 1,000 tribulation magic power could make one a first tribulation immortal venerable. Only with 2,000 tribulation magic power could one break through to the second tribulation immortal venerable realm. Every time the primordial realm advanced a level, it required double the amount of immeasurable pills to increase the same amount of magic power as before. As such, Ning Fan consumed another 80,000 immeasurable pills before his ancient devil cultivation base broke through to the second heavenly layer of ancestral returning realm. After consuming another 160,000 elixirs, the ancient gods and ancient demons broke through to the second eternal tribulation. After that, Ning Fan began to use all his strength to break through the bottleneck of the immortal king realm. To him, he would need about 320,000 immeasurable pills to break through to the third tribulation realm. Logically speaking, he only had 940,000 immeasurable pills left. It might be enough for 2 of his cultivation bases to break through to the third tribulation realm, but it would be a little difficult for him to break through to the third tribulation realm at the same time. However, due to an unexpected gain, the number of immeasurable pills that Ning Fan needed to break through to the third tribulation realm was greatly reduced. As a result, he actually managed to break through to the third tribulation realm at the same time. At this point, the cultivation bases of the divine, demon, and devil tribulations realms had all advanced to the immortal king realm. The divine, demon and devil tribulations realms each had the magic power of 3,000 tribulations. When added together, it would be 9,000 tribulations. In terms of the density of his magic power, Ming Fan could already be compared to a 9-tribulation immortal emperor with just his divine, demon and devil tribulations realms. Taking the tribulation blood's cultivation base into consideration, the total amount of his magic power was about 13,500 tribulations. What kind of concept was this level of magic power? One should know that the threshold of a quasi-saint realm's magic power was just 10,000 tribulations. The density of Ming Fan's magic power was already comparable to some first-level quasi-saints. Ming Fan's cultivation of 4 elements at the same time finally began to shine. Of course, at the level of a quasi-saint, the density of one's magic power was no longer the most important standard to measure one's strength. Abilities, magic treasures, the position of a quasi-saint and a series of other factors were the standard to measure whether a quasi-saint was strong or not. Ming Fan's current magic power was enough to ensure that he would have an absolute advantage when facing 9 tribulation immortal emperors and half-step quasi-saints during the Age of Dharma decline. However, if his opponent is a first-level quasi-saint, Ming Fan would still be no match for him. If he fights them one-on-one, he would probably lose 9 out of 10 battles. Even if he did not lose, he would at most end up in a draw. However, this was already enough to make Ming Fan happy. At least the current him already possessed the strength to threaten a quasi-saint. It could be said that he had been reborn. There were 2 other pieces of good news that made Ming Fan happy. Firstly, the problem of his crippled divine spirit body was officially solved. Secondly, his cultivation of the yin-yang Dao of wood had made great progress. Previously, because of the tyrannical nature of his crippled divine spirit body, a large amount of medicinal power would be forcibly taken away from him when he consumed the immeasurable pills to complete a certain evolution of his crippled divine spirit body. Under the nourishment of 1,200,000 immeasurable pills, the evolution of his crippled divine spirit body was finally completed. In the future, it would no longer affect Ming Fan's absorption of medicinal power. Due to the sudden change at the end of his cultivation, Ming Fan, who could only advance 2 types of cultivation bases to the Immortal King realm, instantly had enough pills. In the end, his 3rd type of cultivation base also advanced to the Immortal King realm. The evolution of his crippled divine spirit body did not make Ming Fan directly evolve into a postnatal divine spirit. Instead, while greatly increasing the strength of his spirit body, it gathered the divine power in his body and formed his unique, divine lattice. If Ming Fan wants to become a postnatal divine spirit, he would need to find a way to continuously strengthen his divine lattice. What is a divine lattice? If one must put it in a nutshell, a divine lattice is just like the sovereign immortal emperor's divine seat. No, this analogy is not accurate. Because in Ming Fan's point of view, all living beings in this world are actually imitating the cultivation of ancient divine spirits. First, there were divine spirits. Then, there were immortal spirits. After that, there were cultivators in the myriad of worlds in the heavens. Immortal spirits imitated divine spirits and nurtured their immortal lattice. As for their descendants, they imitated their immortal lattice and cultivated to the sovereign immortal realm. Ming Fan did not know about this at first. However, at the moment he condensed his divine lattice, many memories of divine spirits related to the divine lattice appeared in his mind. They were the blessings of the divine ancestors that every divine spirit who condensed their divine lattice would receive. Ming Fan had obtained a preliminary divine lattice. Currently, his divine lattice was completely blank. He needed to fill it with something in order to make it improve continuously. In that case, he must mention the cultivation of the wood yin-yang technique. To put it bluntly, the cultivation of the 27 yin-yang technique was to cultivate to the sovereign immortal realm step by step. Great Emperor Ancient Chaos did that, but Ming Fan did not. The biggest difference between him and Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was that he was a divine spirit and he possessed the most orthodox cultivation method in the world. Since he already had a divine lattice, why would he still cultivate to the sovereign immortal realm, which was a few levels lower than his divine lattice? In the past, when Ming Fan stole the yin heavy wood, he would capture the wood dragons that had been accumulated in the mines for countless years whenever he went to a mine. Just like that, while he harvested 220,000 jin of wood, he also harvested hundreds of thousands of wood dragons that were incomparably pure. After Ning Fan devoured all of the wood dragons, his Wooding Yang technique's cultivation base skyrocketed from the small accomplishment Sovereign Immortal Realm all the way to the mid-stage of the Sovereign Immortal Realm. Cultivators at the mid-stage of the Sovereign Immortal Realm could nurture the void of the Sovereign Immortal Realm. However, there was another problem. In order to condense the void of the Sovereign Immortal Realm, he would need to use some special methods. For example, the eye-opening technique, the Dao fruit of the Sovereign Immortal Realm, the Heartless technique and so on. At first, Ning Fan was still studying the method to truly cultivate the void of the Sovereign Immortal Realm and become a heaven-defying immortal king who possessed the Sovereign Immortal Realm. Soon, however, he realized that he was overthinking. Yes, the reason why divine spirits were useless was that they did not snatch the medicinal power of his pills. It was time for a change of taste. It actually devoured the void of the Sovereign Immortal Realm which Ning Fan had just condensed. Ning Fan was petrified on the spot. After devouring the embryonic form of the void of the Sovereign Immortal Realm, Ning Fan's divine lattice had evolved once again into the wood divine lattice. If it was in the prosperous era of ancient divine spirits, it wouldn't be a big deal for a cultivator to awaken his divine lattice. There were at least 8,000 divine spirits who awakened the same type of divine lattice. Among the divine spirits of the same divine lattice, the one with the strongest divine lattice would be blessed by the god ancestor and become the father god, or mother god, of that type of divine lattice. However, was this the era where divine spirits were flourishing? It was the era where all divine spirits had gone extinct. It was unknown how many divine spirits were still existing in this world. It was even harder to tell how many of them had cultivated the wood divine lattice. In the end, it was amazing. The moment Ning Fan obtained the wood divine lattice, the god ancestor blessed him, causing a lot of memories of the divine spirits to appear in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Those memories included the records of all the wood father god and wood mother god since the birth of the god ancestor and in the endless reincarnations. With great glory, Ning Fan became the 9122nd father god of wood. At the same time when he obtained this title, his body gained a divine spirit talent called palm wood. This was the second divine spirit talent that Ning Fan had. It did not sound domineering at all, but it contained the power to rule the world. At this moment, all the plants and living beings in the world became Ning Fan's servants. At this moment, Ning Fan was the father of all plants in the world. He could give life to all plants or take away their lives. Only when another divine spirit who possessed the wood divine lattice issued a divine challenge to Ning Fan and succeeded in the challenge could he take away Ning Fan's title. Otherwise, as long as Ning Fan did not die, all the plants in the world would have to obey his command. What did this mean? It meant that even if Taoist Musang had the cultivation base of a second-level quasi-saint realm expert, his wood master position would be destroyed by Ning Fan in an instant and his cultivation base would go down the drain. This was the height of wood that Taoist Musang could not achieve in his entire life. This was also a height that even Great Emperor Ancient Chaos could not reach. If it was the era of divine spirits, a divine spirit with a crippled body who was not even an innate divine spirit would definitely not have the right to become the god ancestor. A divine spirit that was destroyed by the era. The era created Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not know that the moment he obtained the title of god ancestor, the three great true worlds outside of the countless world planes were greatly shaken. In any case, no one in the illusionary world where he resided would notice this. As for the completion of the god ancestor's lattice, it meant that Ning Fan had finally ended his 40 years of cultivation. Yes, he had been in seclusion for more than 40 years. Including the 11 years he spent to steal the Een heavy wood, 50 years had passed since the battle that year. The situation in the Realm River had undergone tremendous changes during these 50 years. After walking out of the profound Een world and returning to the Lingyun Pass, the first thing Ning Fan did was to ask about the current situation in the Realm River. What surprised him was that the 3rd, 6th, and 9th water paths had yet to be fully recovered even after dozens of years had passed. All of them were stuck at the last main pass, unable to conquer it. It was no wonder that after so many years, Emperor Tsung and the others still did not summon him to repair the Immortal Sovereign's seal. It turned out that they had yet to achieve the prerequisite to repair the seal. Currently, each of the 3rd, 6th, and 9th water paths was guarded by no less than 10 immortal emperors of foreign races. In the past, in order to pursue and kill Ning Fan, the 10 paths of heaven had used up most of their immortal emperors' quotas. Dozens of years had passed, and the quota had been restored. Dozens of immortal emperors came out. However, the reason why these immortal emperors came out of the water was no longer to kill Ning Fan. Instead, they had a more important purpose to achieve. They needed to concentrate their forces in the 3rd, 6th, and 9th route to eliminate the Eastern Sky Alliance's forces. During the tens of years when Ning Fan was in seclusion, the Realm River Alliance army suffered heavy casualties. Around 60% of their cultivators died in the Realm River. Nearly half of the immortal venerables and immortal kings had perished. Even a few immortal thearchs had perished. The lightning immortal Dao companion had both died in battle. The great emperor was captured by the outsiders, and after he was killed, his corpse was refined into a puppet. Grand Emperor Shen Kong of Godly Void Pavilion was ambushed by an immortal emperor of a foreign race, and his cultivation level dropped to a 7 tribulation immortal emperor. Great Emperor Jin Yuan died in battle. Madame Gui Hua had betrayed him. Dongling immortal father had betrayed them. Great Emperor Iron Li died a miserable death. When his subordinates told Ning Fan about these grievous news, the joy he felt from his cultivation base improving was diluted. His heart was filled with a heavy feeling. Just when he was immersed in his cultivation, when he knew nothing about the outside world, so many figures were buried here. He could no longer see his lightning immortal Dao companion and great Emperor Ji Hua who fought side by side with him in the past. What made Ning Fan even angrier was that 2 more immortal emperors had betrayed the Eastern Sky Alliance army. Previously, it was great Emperor Mo He who betrayed the outsiders. Now, 2 more immortal emperors, Gui Hua and Dong Ling, had betrayed them. Did the 2 of them betray the alliance before the war? Or were they like Mo He who had long been involved with the outsiders? Ning Fan did not know. His heart was extremely heavy and he felt an indescribable sense of self-blame. If he did not go into seclusion, if he ignored Taiyuan Ferry's order and left the 11th route to reinforce the other routes, would Ji Hua and the others not have died? Would there be fewer people who sacrificed their lives to protect the Eastern Sky? I'm sorry. I've been in seclusion for quite a long time this time. I just found out about the situation in the border river. Ning Fan contacted Emperor Tsong. His tone was cold but Emperor Tsong could still hear the self-blame and guilt in Ning Fan's voice. Emperor Tsong was not at Taiyuan Ferry. The rapid deterioration of the situation made him unable to stay at the rear with peace of mind. Thus, he had no choice but to rush to the front line. After hearing Ning Fan's message, Emperor Tsong felt gratified. He coughed and said with a bitter smile, I really didn't expect that the #1 devil of the Eastern Sky who has always been indifferent to life and death would actually blame himself for the loss of some lives. However, what obligation do you have to blame yourself? You are just an immortal venerate and a deputy general. Up until now, you have already fulfilled your mission. You protected the 11th route and protected your subordinates. You have already done enough. There is no need for you to shoulder the rise and fall of the entire Eastern Sky on your own shoulders. I am the Alliance Lord. The one who should blame myself and take responsibility is me. We came to this alliance meeting to protect the Eastern Sky out of our own free will. We have long been prepared to die in battle. What you said is true. However, if it wasn't because of my incompetence, how could I not even notice that traitors have infiltrated the Alliance army one after another? First, there was Primordial Pill and Maha. Then, there was Ghost Flower and Dongling Hateful. Hateful. Cough cough cough. Perhaps because he was too angry, his injuries were affected. From the other end of the communication jade slip came the sound of Emperor Tsong coughing violently. When his breathing calmed down, Emperor Tsong let out a long sigh and said unwillingly, You have also heard about the situation in the border river. I did not expect that even Dong Ling was a traitor. He leaked our plan to the foreign races and even caused the death of fellow Daoist Tai Li. When they found out that recovering the water pass could actually help to repair the immortal sovereign's seal, those foreign races were shocked. On the same day, they increased the number of troops and guarded the water passes of the 3, 6, and 9 routes like an iron bucket. Therefore, until now, these 3 routes are still unable to recover the entire territory. In this way, we can't start the next phase of the plan. That's why I didn't inform you to come out of seclusion and let you stay in seclusion. Now that you have come out, I wonder what your plan is. I have stayed in the 10th route long enough. It's time to change places. The 3, 6, and 9 routes, which route needs support the most? You should go to the third route. I don't know what happened there recently. There are actually experts who mysteriously disappeared one after another. Half a month ago, even fellow Taoist Lai Jun was taken away by a ray of red light. Since his life plate hasn't shattered, he shouldn't be dead yet. He must be trapped somewhere by the foreign races. Since he hates the foreign races to the core, I don't think he will betray them. I have a lot of contacts with him and I know his personality very well. His disappearance really worries me. I don't want to see another fellow Taoist immortal emperor die. Alright. I will go to the third route to investigate this matter. If I have the chance, I will recover the main pass of the third route as well. Ning Fan secretly made up his mind. According to the information, there were currently a total of 9 immortal emperors of the foreign races guarding the White Tiger Pass. To the Eastern Heavens emperors of the third route, 9 immortal emperors of the foreign races were enough to make them unable to fight back. To Ning Fan, with his strength that had skyrocketed, even if he did not use the world bottle, he would not have to fight a difficult battle like last time when facing such a large number of immortal emperors. If Emperor Tsang and the others couldn't recover all the water passes, it would be the same to let him complete this task. The third waterway, White Tiger Pass. This was the final barrier of the third waterway. The towering pass was built with white jade from the ancient immortal world. It was like an ancient white tiger that had been sleeping for millions of years, sleeping soundly on the surface of the water. Above and below the pass, countless experts of the foreign races were gathering their armies. It seemed like they were about to set off. On the city wall, 9 strange beasts with the cultivation of immortal emperor realm and more than 100 immortal venerables and immortal kings were plotting something. Words like battle king, crossing tribulation and sneak attack were mentioned from time to time. Is the information reliable? Is that troublesome battle king Luo Ho really going to cross the crucial 9-5 Great Tribulation above the eastern boundary river? Could it be that this group of cunning eastern sky ants is setting up a trap? Could it be that they want to lure our main force out of the White Tiger Pass and then take the opportunity to sneak attack this pass? For dozens of years, they have used many schemes to seize this pass, a great sovereign of the foreign races said hesitantly. It's absolutely true. 10 years ago, that battle king Luo Ho was struck by my divine heavenly tribulation egg. Not only did the big and small heavenly tribulations appear one after another, but even the 9-5 Great Tribulation that he had painstakingly suppressed was also drawn out by me. This time, he really can't suppress the 9-5 Great Tribulation anymore. Hee, daring to cross such a great tribulation above the boundary river is simply courting death. This is a heaven-sent opportunity, we can't miss it. Another great sovereign of the foreign races sneered. We just took advantage of the time when the blood god went out to look for food and schemed against that old man Lai Jun. If we can kill that Luo Ho bastard this time, it will be a great contribution. The great divine priest will certainly reward us. There's no need to discuss further. This is a great opportunity. It's time to kill all the eastern sky ants in one fell swoop. Let's go. Following the command of the half-step quasi-saint immortal sovereign of the foreign races army surged out of the White Tiger Pass like tidewater and rushed towards the Azure Sky Pass. The third waterway, Azure Sky Pass. This was the second last impregnable pass on the third waterway. The reason why it was named Azure Sky Pass was because the formation of this pass could absorb the water chi of heaven and earth, causing the sky above the pass to be filled with azure clouds all year round. The rainy season was the most common weather in Azure Sky Pass. However, in recent days, the cumulonimbus clouds in the sky above the Azure Sky Fortress had suddenly disappeared, replaced by thousands of thick tribulation clouds. From time to time, the silhouettes of golden dragons would appear, dancing in the clouds. At this moment, the entire Azure Sky Pass was solemn. Even the person in charge of the Azure Sky Pass, Emperor Eightscapes, looked worried. Among the 12 waterways of the East Boundary River, only the 3rd, 6th, and 9th waterways had yet to be conquered. Among these 3 waterways, the 6th waterway was the most heavily guarded, followed by the 9th waterway, and the 3rd waterway was slightly better. But it was only slightly better. After the series of unforeseen events in the Eastern Boundary River, the situation here was no longer optimistic. The third path was originally guarded by two Eighth Tribulation immortal emperors, Ba Jing and Tai Li. However, because a traitor like Dong Ling Immortal Wing had appeared in the third path, Great Emperor Tai Li was ambushed by several foreign race immortal emperors and died without a complete corpse. Since then, the third path was only left with one Eighth Tribulation immortal emperor, Emperor Eightscapes. Fortunately, he still had Emperor Lai Jun, Battle King Luo Ho and the three sons of Jian Yu under his command. At that time, the situation of the third path was not beyond redemption. However, half a month ago, when Emperor Lai Jun went out for a routine patrol, he suddenly disappeared and his whereabouts were still unknown. After that, Battle King Luo Ho was also in trouble. He was actually schemed against by the foreign race and triggered the 9-5 Great Tribulation. When the bad news came one after another, Emperor Eightscapes could not help but feel anxious even with his calm state of mind. In a stone chamber in Azure Sky Pass, Battle King Luo Ho was as thin as a stick. His chi was declining and his face was filled with pain. He was trying his best to suppress the arrival of the 9-5 Great Tribulation. The 9-5 Great Tribulation was the tribulation of becoming an emperor. In the past, Battle King Luo Ho was injured by Sun Luo and fell into a deep slumber for tens of millions of years. After he woke up, Battle King Luo Ho's cultivation base skyrocketed and he already had the qualifications to become an emperor. However, because the failure rate of becoming an emperor was extremely high, Luo Ho had never been fully prepared. Thus, he did not really trigger the 9-5 Great Tribulation. He just temporarily suppressed it and hoped that he could break through after he was fully prepared. The tribulation of becoming an emperor was extremely dangerous. If he succeeded, he would advance to the next level. If he failed, he would die. There was no third possibility. Because this was a tribulation that concerned his life, anyone who wanted to break through to the immortal emperor realm would be extremely cautious. Luo Ho was no exception. According to his estimation, he needed to prepare for at least hundreds of thousands of years before he had the confidence to successfully transcend the tribulation. However, the foreign race's immortal emperor was too despicable. They took advantage of his weakness and used something called the Heavenly Tribulation Divine Egg to directly trigger the 9-5 Great Tribulation that he had been suppressing. To Luo Ho, who was not fully prepared, this was definitely a bolt from the blue. At this moment, the hundreds and thousands of tribulation clouds in the sky above Azure Sky Pass were the evidence that his 9-5 Great Tribulation was about to descend. Thinking about how the foreign race used such a vicious scheme to harm Luo Ho, the 8 heavenly emperors and the other immortal emperors of the third path were furious. However, they did not plan to express their anger in front of Luo Ho. They were afraid that it would affect Luo Ho's confidence in transcending the tribulation. Therefore, the immortal emperors could only suppress the anger in their hearts. They forced a smile and comforted Luo Ho. Fellow Taoist Luo, you only need to focus on transcending the tribulation. You don't need to worry about anything else. We will take care of everything outside. We will definitely create a perfect environment for you to transcend the tribulation. We will not let anyone disturb you. Luo Ho was very grateful to the 8 heavenly emperors and the others for comforting him. However, he still smiled bitterly and sighed. Fellow Taoist 8 heavenly emperors, fellow Taoist swordsmen, you don't need to hide it from me. How can my 9-5 Great Tribulation be undisturbed? Those foreign race spent so much effort to trigger my 9-5 Great Tribulation. They are determined to kill me. How can they let me transcend the tribulation peacefully? If I am not wrong, the moment my 9-5 Great Tribulation descends will be the moment the foreign race invades Azure Sky Pass. They will definitely come and disturb me. The 8 heavenly emperors firmly said, with this old man here, how can we allow those evil creatures to disturb fellow Taoists' tribulation? This old man will definitely stop this matter no matter what. 8 Scenic Emperor said solemnly. The 8 heavenly emperors resolutely said, in the previous bloody battle, we 3 brothers owe you our lives. This time, even if we have to stake our lives, we will definitely drive away those foreign races and protect you. Luo Ho sighed. He still wanted to say something, but the 8 heavenly emperors and the others turned into rays of light and flew out of the stone room. As time passed, the heavenly tribulation red clouds above Azure Sky Pass became more and more numerous. Black astral winds whistled, and wherever they passed, the void trembled. A scorching aura spread out from the red clouds. That was the heat emitted by the sudden combustion of the golden dragon image in the red clouds. It was unknown how many of those burning dragon phantoms were, but they all emitted a supreme emperor's might. That wasn't a pressure that ordinary cultivators could withstand. Countless eastern sky cultivators inside Azure Sky Pass were suffocated by that supreme emperor's might. This was a rarely encountered great emperor tribulation. To be able to observe this tribulation should be the fortune of every cultivator who wasn't an immortal emperor. However, none of the eastern sky cultivators felt happy because of this matter. Everyone was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Everyone knew that the foreign races would most likely launch a large-scale attack at some point in time. Lord Battle King, will he really die in the 9-5 tribulation? With our strength, will we be able to protect Lord Battle King? If something happens to the Battle King, our third waterway's strongest force will be one less. Countless eastern sky cultivators revealed worried expressions and discussed spiritedly. The 8 heavenly emperors, the Sword Mountain's 3 sons, and the other immortal emperors also revealed worried expressions. They stood on top of the city wall and looked at the tribulation clouds that covered the sky. Boom, a burning phantom dragon suddenly turned into a golden thunderbolt as thick as an adult's arm and fell from the sky. In the instant that the golden thunderbolt fell, hundreds and thousands of golden thunderbolts were born and fiercely struck down towards Azure Sky Pass. The 9-5 tribulation requires a total of 45 days of tribulation thunderbolts. The tribulation thunderbolts are stronger than the previous day. If all of them are passed, they can cut the Dao Mountain, gather the Emperor Qi, and truly become an emperor. The structure of the formation of each big pass of the boundary river is very special. This is a formation specially used to defend against the foreign races. The defense against other things is extremely low, but against the heavenly tribulation, there is no defense at all. The 8 heavenly emperors and the other side again and again. If the formation of Azure Sky Pass didn't have such a special characteristic, perhaps they could rely on the formation to help Luo Ho resist the heavenly tribulation. Sure enough, after hundreds and thousands of golden thunderbolts fell on the formation light, they actually directly penetrated through the layers of formation light of Azure Sky Pass and locked onto the stone room where Luo Ho was located. Luo Ho didn't dare to be negligent. He waved his big hand, and the battle intent between the heaven and earth suddenly turned into countless big battle fire characters, colliding with the golden thunderbolts. Boom boom boom, the golden thunderbolts and the big battle fire characters collided fiercely. However, because it was only the first day of tribulation thunderbolts, its power was still weak. Therefore, none of the tribulation thunderbolts could break through Luo Ho's defense. Once the aura of the 8 heavenly sovereigns got too close to Luo Ho, who was in the center of the tribulation, the power of the heavenly tribulation would increase by several times. As a last resort, they could only stand very far away and couldn't help Luo Ho transcend the tribulation. The tribulation thunderbolt struck continuously, not giving Luo Ho any chance to breathe. On the second day, the power of the golden thunderbolt suddenly increased sharply. It was almost twice the power of the tribulation thunderbolts on the first day. On the third day, the power of the tribulation thunderbolts increased by 3 times. On the fourth day, it increased by 4 times. On the 5th day, on the 11th day, on the 19th day, on the 22nd day, Battle King Luo Ho was indeed a peerless genius. An ordinary immortal king might feel that the tribulation thunderbolts were difficult to resist on the 5th day, but Luo Ho persisted until the 22nd day before he felt that it was a little difficult. This was also because of the heavenly tribulation divine egg causing mischief in his body. If it weren't for the injury caused by the divine egg, Luo Ho might have to wait for a few more days before he felt that crossing the tribulation was strenuous. The warfire characters he used to protect his body were smashed by the tribulation thunderbolts one after another. As a last resort, the Battle King took out a congenital magic treasure and used it together with the warfire characters to resist the tribulation thunderbolts. This wasn't his own congenital magic treasure. It was the 8 heavenly sovereigns' life origin magic treasure, but it was lent to him. The selfish eastern sky cultivators couldn't lend their life origin magic treasures to outsiders to cross the tribulation. Perhaps it was because of the affection they had for each other on the battlefield, but the 8 heavenly sovereigns couldn't bear to see Luo Ho perish. Clenching his teeth, he lent his life origin magic treasure to Luo Ho. This action might destroy his life origin magic treasure. However, he couldn't care too much about it. On the 23rd day, on the 26th day, on the 28th day, the tribulation thunderbolts were getting stronger by the day. Even if he used a congenital magic treasure to block the tribulation, Battle King Luo Ho still felt that it was strenuous. Without any other choice, he used the second congenital magic treasure. It was a sword, the natal sword of the Sword King of Shu Mountain, one of the three sons of Swordyu, the divine sword of Shu Nan. The three sons of Sword Mountain were all sword cultivators. As long as the sword existed, they lived. If the sword died, they would die. It was impossible for them to lend their natal treasured swords to outsiders. However, they still lent their natal treasured swords to their comrades. With the protection of two Khanate Dharma treasures, Luo Ho managed to hold on. The 29th day. The 32nd day. The 35th day. The strained Luo Ho used his third innate magical treasure, Sword Monarch Yellow Mountain's Yellow Cloud Divine Sword. Controlling three Khanate treasures at the same time was Luo Ho's limit. Therefore, he did not borrow the Huashan Godly Sword from Huashan Sword Sovereign. This was his limit in controlling treasures. He had barely survived the heavenly tribulation. On the 39th day, Luo Ho was careless and missed a bolt of golden tribulation lightning. The golden lightning struck the stone room and caused a huge explosion. Within the smoke and dust, Luo Ho's entire body was covered in blood. He walked out from the rubble, forcefully swallowing the sweet blood in his throat as he continued to control his magic treasures to resist the heavenly tribulation. Just one bolt of the heavenly tribulation had actually injured his physical body, which was stronger than many immortal emperors. This tribulation lightning was so terrifying, he was beginning to tire. His magic power was beginning to run out. More and more tribulation lightning began to pass through his defenses and strike his body. He roared loudly and transformed into his sorcerer god true body. Using his true body and his magic treasures, he forcibly resisted the tribulation lightning that filled the sky. The 40th day. The 41st day. The 42nd day. Injuries began to appear on Luo Ho's sorcerer god true body. His flesh and blood were split open by the golden tribulation lightning, and his vitality was rapidly flowing away under the attack of the heavenly tribulation. No one dared to interfere with Luo Ho's heavenly tribulation to help him. Doing so would only make Luo Ho's heavenly tribulation even more terrifying and even more impossible to cross. The crowd of Eastern Sky cultivators could only silently watch Luo Ho cross the heavenly tribulation, silently praying that Luo Ho could successfully cross the heavenly tribulation. The 43rd day. The 44th day. Luo Ho's 9-5 Great Tribulation was already nearing its end. The power of the heavenly tribulation suddenly became extremely berserk. It was actually 100 times more than the original. Under the attack of the heavenly tribulation, Luo Ho's injuries were on the verge of death, and his breathing was weak. He had prepared too little for this 9-5 tribulation. It was very likely that he would not be able to last until the 45th day. This was the result of crossing the 9-5 tribulation without any preparation. Luo Ho's chances of successfully crossing the heavenly tribulation were already very slim. But those strange races still didn't intend to let him off. These past few years, the strange races experts had suffered many losses at the hands of Battle King Luo Ho. Today was the perfect opportunity for them to properly repay Luo Ho. You seem to be crossing the heavenly tribulation with great difficulty. Do you want us to give you a hand? Amidst the sound of thunder that filled the sky, there was suddenly a mocking voice that tore apart the heaven and earth and transmitted into the ears of every Eastern Sky cultivator. The complexions of all the Eastern Sky cultivators changed. Under their nervous gazes, the silhouettes of countless giant beasts appeared in the distance of Azure Sky Pass and unceasingly approached. Thunder Amplification Technique. In the distance, it was unknown which strange race expert had launched a divine ability. The power of the tribulation lightning in the sky above Azure Sky Pass suddenly increased by a lot. Damn it. Those strange races want to strengthen the power of the heavenly tribulation and strangle fellow Taoist Luo Ho on the 44th day. We must stop them. The complexions of the 8 scenery emperors and the others changed dramatically. They wanted to stop the operation of the thunder amplification technique, but because they were participating in the heavenly tribulation, it made the heavenly tribulation even more powerful than before. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Even if they wanted to help Luo Ho, they couldn't interfere. Those strange race immortal emperors were getting closer and closer to Azure Sky Pass. Suddenly, it was unknown which strange race expert launched a divine ability towards the tribulation clouds in the sky. Calamity nurturing technique. The power of the tribulation lightning had increased by a lot. Sea sky thunder nurturing technique. The power of the tribulation was still increasing. Great freedom devil god thunder. The power of the tribulation had been artificially increased to an undefeatable level. Muffled groans came from Luo Ho's mouth, and his eyes were filled with unimaginable anger. Even if no one interfered, he didn't have the confidence to endure all the tribulation lightning for the 45th day. At this moment, with the strange races causing trouble, he would definitely die on the 44th day, unwilling. If these strange races had killed him on the battlefield, he would have been wholeheartedly convinced. However, they unexpectedly used this kind of despicable method to plot against him. He was unwilling. Fellow Taoist Luo, be careful. It's the Tao extinguishing thunder infant. Those bastards actually took out this thing. All of a sudden, the expressions of the 8 scenery emperors and the others changed drastically because a golden lightning infant was suddenly born in the deepest part of the tribulation clouds. It was an incomparably gigantic infant with dragon horns, a dragon tail and dragon scales. Its eyes did not have the scara and its smile was frightening. It was a lightning infant that was born from the purest power of the 9-5 tribulation lightning. It was a strange phenomenon of tribulation lightning that would only appear when a cultivator who was not accepted by heaven and earth became an emperor. Battle King Luo Ho was not Ning Fan. He was not rejected by heaven and earth. His 9-5 tribulation would not have such a ferocious phenomenon. However, those strange races inherited their inheritance from the Ziwei immortal domain. They had all kinds of mysterious methods that could greatly increase the power of their enemies' heavenly tribulations. The power of Battle King Luo Ho's 9-5 tribulation had been artificially increased. When it was increased to a certain extent, it even produced the legendary Tao Destruction Lightning Infant. Not only the 8 scenery emperors and the others were shocked, but even the immortal emperors of the strange races who did this were also a little surprised. It was also their first time seeing the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant. They did not expect that after using dozens of secret techniques that could harm the heavenly tribulations, they would actually produce such a terrifying thing. This is great. It was no longer comparable to them who continued to interfere with Luo Ho's tribulation. According to the legends, a Tao Destruction Lightning Infant had the power to instantly destroy 10 immortal emperors. Next, this Tao Destruction Lightning Infant would only need a single attack to completely kill Luo Ho. If the aftermath of the attack spreads, it might even engulf the entire Azure Sky Fortress, causing countless casualties among the Eastern Heavens cultivators. Ha ha ha. It's actually a Tao Destruction Lightning Infant. This is something that even I, a half-step quasi-sage realm cultivator, do not dare to face head-on. That Luo Ho bastard will definitely die. It seems like we are going to make a contribution again. The third group will lose another Eastern Heaven Immortal Emperor. Great Divine Priest will definitely reward us. Asterisk rumble asterisk the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant sat under the tribulation cloud. Its chubby little hand grabbed downwards and a golden sea of lightning instantly drowned the entire Azure Sky Fortress. Under the leadership of the 8 scenery emperors and the others, countless Eastern Heaven cultivators tried their best to resist the descent of the Sea of Lightning. Unfortunately, they were powerless to stop it. At this moment, Ning Fan, who was hiding at the side and secretly guarding Luo Ho, tore open the void and revealed himself. He held up a small sapling in the air and ordered, "Wondrous tree of 7 treasures. With the power that I bestow upon you, wipe out all the lightning in this place." Asterisk swish 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 asterisk the 8 scenery emperors, the 3 sons of Sword Mountain, Luo Ho, and countless Eastern Heaven cultivators could not resist the Tao Destruction Lightning Ocean even after joining hands. However, after the tree of 7 treasures brushed against it hundreds and thousands of times, it exploded with a loud bang. The broken lightning power scattered in all directions and vanished in the air. Ning Fan, who was dressed in white robes, appeared in everyone's line of sight. He stood in midair and looked down at the experts of the foreign races as if they were ants. There was no disdain in his eyes. However, when the experts of the foreign races looked into his eyes, they all felt a sense of inferiority that came from nowhere. That kind of despicableness was not just because of the difference in their cultivation levels. It was also because of the difference in species. It was not the difference between a god and a human, Instead, it was the Father God who was more noble than ordinary gods who was looking down on all living beings. His gaze shifted to Luo Ho. However, he smiled peacefully just like in the past. Brother Luo, don't worry. With me here, no one can disturb your heavenly tribulation. Not good. It's the white-robed Yama. The moment they saw Ning Fan's appearance, countless experts of the foreign races were so shocked that their faces turned pale. Their imposing aura collapsed. This devil actually came. Moreover, he actually blocked the Dao destruction attack that even a half-step quasi-saint realm expert would find hard to resist. How is this possible? Even a half-step quasi-saint realm expert could not do this. Are they dreaming? Wait, when did the white-robed Yama advance to the immortal king realm? It has only been a few years. Why did this young man's cultivation base undergo such a tremendous change? In theory, a few decades was definitely not enough for an immortal venerable to cultivate to the immortal king realm. Unless one used some kind of inheritance method that damaged one's foundation, or borrowed some kind of time-lapsing artifact, they would not be able to do so. Could it be that the white-robed king of hell had actually used such a tiger and wolf method to forcefully raise his cultivation? No, that's not right. It was not the Enlightenment technique. It wasn't a time treasure either. That legend was actually true. The legend of the 16-heart pill was true. This boy has a trace of dragon horse aura on him. Are you kidding me? This child actually managed to refine the 16 dragon horse crown princes into 16 heart pills in just a few decades? That's a legendary pill. Does it really exist? How dare he? Doesn't he know that the Dragon Horse clan is the Blood God's exclusive property? How dare he eat Lord Blood God's food? Aren't you afraid of being cursed by the Blood God? I never thought that the 16 heart pill could really allow a cultivator to become a celestial king. This is too scary. This white-robed Yama was already extremely powerful when he was still a celestial sovereign. Now that he has become a celestial king with the help of the 16 heart pill, won't he be even more difficult to deal with? Don't be afraid. He acted on his own and interfered with the heavenly tribulation. His aura has already been locked on by the heavenly tribulation, so there's no need for us to act. Let's see how he'll be killed by the Dao Annihilation Thunder Nascent. Even though Ning Fan was alone, he had caused countless experts of the foreign races to exclaim in shock and chaos. His presence was too strong, so strong that no one dared to ignore his existence. On the other hand, the entire Azure Sky Pass was filled with thunderous cheers because of Ning Fan's sudden appearance. To the foreign races, Ning Fan might be the most troublesome enemy. However, to the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven, he was the most reliable helper. Brother Ning, it's fortunate that you came in time. Otherwise, I would have already died under the heavenly tribulation. Luoho's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He looked at Ning Fan, who was high up in the sky. His heart was filled with gratitude and shame at the same time. At the same time, he was astonished by how fast Ning Fan's cultivation base improved. He owed Ning Fan his life. Until today, he still had not found a suitable opportunity to repay Ning Fan. Instead, he was saved by Ning Fan again. He could not help but feel deeply ashamed. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, he would certainly die in the 9-5 Great Tribulation this time. It seemed like he owed Ning Fan another life. It's just a small matter. Brother Luo, you don't have to worry about it. If you didn't fall into the trap of the foreign races, you wouldn't have been killed by the 9-5 Tribulation without my help. Ning Fan comforted her. Then, his eyes turned towards the Dao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul and his expression turned solemn. Fellow Daoist Ning, be careful. The infant sitting on the tribulation cloud was the legendary Dao Annihilation Thunder Nascent that could kill immortal emperors with a wave of its hand. Although you blocked the first round of the nascent soul's tribulation, you've also interfered with the heavenly tribulation, causing its power to skyrocket. The next attack of the Dao Annihilation Lightning Nascent will definitely not be easily blocked by you again. Quickly descend into the pass. We will join forces to block the second round of attacks from this nascent soul. The 8 scenery emperors and the others were pleasantly surprised by Ning Fan's arrival. At the same time, they reminded Ning Fan, worried that something might happen to him in the upcoming lightning tribulation. Ning Fan, however, shook his head gently and rejected their kind intentions. He said calmly. It doesn't matter. This Tao extermination lightning nascent soul is still within my ability. I alone am enough to destroy it. Don't make a move, lest you get heavily injured. What an arrogant tone. He actually wanted to fight the legendary Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul alone. However, the 8 scenery emperors and the others were not narrow-minded people. They knew that Ning Fan did not want them to intervene because it was for their own good. The Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul was just too terrifying. Legend has it that there were once 10 immortal emperors who coveted the enormous lightning power of the Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul. They joined forces to attack it, but in the end, 6 of them died and 4 of them were injured. They were worried about Ning Fan's safety and were willing to fight alongside him to fight against the Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul. Of course, it would be better if Ning Fan had a way to deal with this nascent soul himself and they did not need to do anything. They did not have the competence to protect themselves in the fight against the Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul. Even though they did not think that Ning Fan, who was at the immortal king realm, could kill the legendary Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul. Perhaps Ning Fan had a way to restrain the Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul. That was why he was so confident. Rumble the Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul attacked again. More golden lightning seas were summoned by its chubby little hand. With monstrous anger, it aimed at Ning Fan and struck him. How could it not be angry? One should know that every time a Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul like him appeared, even a quasi-saint realm expert would have to be wary of it. They would not dare to go against the will of the heavenly tribulation. However, this young man was really bold. He actually dared to stop his tribulation with a mere immortal king realm cultivation base. This was the first crime. This young man even carried an aura that was not tolerated by heaven and earth. It made him feel displeased and unbearable killing intent. This was the second crime. This young man should be killed without mercy. The Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul's expression was filled with disdain. It firmly believed that the reason why Ning Fan could block its first round of attack was because it did not use its full strength. However, it decided to use 50% of its strength for the second round of attack. This amount of strength was enough to kill an 8 tribulation immortal emperor in a single blow. It was certainly more than enough to kill an immortal king realm expert. The sea of lightning blasted towards Ning Fan, turning into countless illusions of the ancient immortal watchtowers. It was as if the entire ancient heaven and earth was crashing towards Ning Fan with a mighty force that could instantly kill an 8 tribulation immortal emperor. Everyone was shocked by the second round of attack of the Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul. Even the half-step quasi-sage realm experts of the foreign races were secretly shocked. They did not have the competence to block this attack by themselves. Ning Fan, however, remained expressionless. He calmly controlled the Tree of 7 Wonders and sent out hundreds and thousands of attacks towards the sky. Logically speaking, this Tree of 7 Wonders had yet to advance to the innate grade. Even if it was a special type of magic treasure, it could only display the power of a low-grade innate grade magic treasure at most. However, for some unknown reason, the power of this wood element magic treasure actually rose to another level when it was in Ning Fan's hands. Every time it was used, its power was not any weaker than a mid-grade innate magic treasure. All the spectators were shocked. They could not understand how Ning Fan obtained another mid-grade innate magic treasure. This young man really has too many treasures, doesn't he? Under everyone's astonished gazes, the second round of attack of the Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul was destroyed by Ning Fan's Tree of 7 Wonders without any mercy. Moreover, at the moment when he destroyed the second round of attack of the Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul, Ning Fan pointed a finger at the sky. A massive lightning diagram appeared between heaven and earth and swept towards the Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul, trying to take it away. This lightning diagram was none other than the Tai Su lightning diagram. The Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul was so angry that it bared its teeth. It could tell that Ning Fan's lightning diagram had the ability to counter lightning. However, there was a limit to it. It was not enough to restrain it at all. Ning Fan actually used such a despicable method to deal with it. He was simply looking down on its dignity. The Tao annihilation lightning nascent soul became even more enraged. He suddenly pointed his chubby little hand at the tip of his finger. All the lightning power of heaven and earth gathered at the tip of his finger. With a single finger, he crushed the Tai Su lightning diagram. However, even though the Taisu lightning diagram was broken, it was not destroyed because of it. Among the broken pieces of the lightning diagram, there were traces of the Tao law of wood that were connected to each other, as if they were sewn together by a needle and thread. Then, as soon as Ning Fan activated his Tao law of wood, the broken lightning diagram was instantly repaired. The vitality of the plants in heaven and earth, on the other hand, strangely decreased a little. It was nowhere to be found, as if it was sucked away by Ning Fan in an instant. Gua gua. The Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul was stunned. It could not figure out why its full-force attack could not destroy the seemingly weak Taisu lightning diagram. Of course, Ning Fan would not explain the reason to the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul. Seeing that the Taisu lightning diagram failed to hit its target, Ning Fan smiled faintly and praised the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul. It's indeed a legendary item. It doesn't seem possible for me to capture you directly with just a small Tao of this lightning diagram. As soon as his words fell, countless experts of the Eastern Heaven and foreign races inside and outside the Azure Sky Pass sucked in a cold breath. They were dumbfounded by Ning Fan's arrogance. Ning Fan actually wanted to capture the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul. The cultivators of the Eastern Heaven did not say much. They had always been very confident in Ning Fan. On the other hand, the members of the foreign races had already mocked Ning Fan for overestimating himself. Does this white-robed Yama think that he's a quasi-saint? He actually wants to capture the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul. What a joke. Even a quasi-saint might not be able to do it. Besides, even if he can do it, no quasi-saint would be foolish enough to take the risk of offending the heavenly prestige and capture the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul. Since the Dharma ending period, the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent souls have not been replenished by the power of the third step plane. Thus, their numbers could not increase. There are only a few of them left. In the entire heavenly Tao of the Eastern Heaven, there are only 3 or 4 Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent souls left. This young man is too greedy. He actually wants to capture one of them. He will definitely suffer the consequences and die in the hands of the lightning nascent soul. Rumble amidst the mocking laughter of the experts of the foreign races, the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul waved its lightning over and over again, shattering the Taisu lightning diagram again and again. However, it still could not truly destroy the diagram. No matter how many times it was shattered, the Taisu lightning diagram could repair itself and return to its original state. Gradually, some of the experts of the foreign races noticed the strangeness of the Taisu lightning diagram and were shocked. The power that Ning Fan used to repair the Taisu lightning diagram was actually the extremely pure power of the wood palm position. It was not the half-baked palm position but the true palm position. Why can an immortal King Realm Master control the void palm position? Could it be that this young man has already attained the void palm position? He actually succeeded in controlling the void palm position with his immortal King Realm cultivation base. This is absolutely impossible. The members of the foreign races gasped. This is the complete wood palm position. It's completely different from the half-step palm position of the Alliance Master. Wood is the source of life force. Cultivators who possess the complete wood palm position will have unimaginably terrifying recovery speed, be it their divine abilities or physical body. No wonder fellow Taoist Ming's lightning diagram could be repaired again and again. The 8 scenery god emperors and the others also exclaimed in surprise. Ning Fan did not bother to pay attention to the exclamations of the people around him. His eyes were only focused on the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul. Seeing that the Taisu lightning diagram could not do anything to the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul, Ning Fan suddenly activated the cross-shaped halos. Like an arrow that has just left the bow, he directly flew towards the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul. As soon as they met, he threw out tens of ancient Devil Mountain breaking strikes. The Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul was feeling gloomy when it realized that it could not completely destroy the Taisu lightning diagram. When it saw Ning Fan rushing towards it, it immediately snorted disdainfully. It did not bother to block Ning Fan's ancient Devil Mountain breaking strikes at all. Rumble with Ning Fan's current cultivation base, the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strikes that he performed with all his might was extremely powerful. Even if it was just the beginning, it was enough to kill a 5 tribulation immortal king with a single punch. Tens of such heavy punches landed on the gigantic body of the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul. However, it only produced layers of lightning sparks. It could not hurt the origin of the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul at all. Even with Ning Fan's personality, he could not help but feel a little surprised. It's indeed a legendary item. It actually has such a strong defense. While Ning Fan was feeling surprised, he suddenly saw the eyes of the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul shoot out 2 rays of divine light. The 2 rays of divine light were condensed from lightning power at the Tao source realm. For some reason, they carried a trace of primal chaos chi. When the attack landed, it easily penetrated Ning Fan's divine spirit body, leaving 2 hideous bloody holes on his chest and abdomen. There was also a trace of lightning that carried primal chaos chi that invaded his body through the wounds, wreaking havoc and destroying it. Primal chaos lightning, huh? It does have some tricks up its sleeves. Unfortunately, the primal chaos chi is too little. It is far from enough to injure me severely. Repair. Ning Fan silently circulated the power of the Wood Sovereign realm. Countless tree roots suddenly emerged from the 2 bloody holes on his chest and abdomen. They intertwined with each other and filled up his wounds. Those roots then turned into his flesh and skin, allowing his flesh to regenerate at an extremely fast speed. In just the blink of an eye, the injuries that Ning Fan suffered from the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul were completely healed. With the power of the Wood Sovereign realm and other healing methods, Ning Fan was able to heal them in one go. Among them, Ning Fan used the power of the Wood Sovereign realm. At the bottom of the realm river, the life force of countless aquatic plants was extracted by Ning Fan without anyone noticing. Gua gua. The Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul became even more puzzled. It could not understand why Ning Fan was still not hurt even a little after using the primal chaos lightning. Ning Fan was clearly just a little immortal king. Why did he have such strange abilities? Rumble rumble Ning Fan threw out another series of ancient devil mountain breaking strikes. The force of his punches became stronger and faster, like a violent storm. In just 10 breaths, he had already hit 3,000 consecutive strikes. This was the first time he was able to unleash 3,000 consecutive strikes without activating his ancient true body or the god-vanquishing shield. One had to know that the rebounding force of the 3,000 ancient demons breaking the mountain strike was extremely terrifying. If it was before, he wouldn't have been able to do this and would have been killed by his own fist. But things were different now. After the refinement of tens of millions of immeasurable pills, both his physical body and magic power had undergone a tremendous change. In addition to the recovery power of the wood palm seed, even if he did not activate his eternal true body, he could still display the 3,000 ancient devil's mountain breaking strike without sustaining any injuries. If he activated his primordial true body, he would have the confidence to try even 4, 5, or even 6,000 ancient devil mountain crushing strikes. Puff, it was the sound of the Tao Annihilation Thunder nascent soul coughing blood. He coughed out a mouthful of lightning blood with a sizzling sound. He was sent flying away by Ning Fan's 3,000 ancient devil's mountain breaking strike. His expression changed drastically. He was astonished, he was shaken. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why this puny little immortal king in front of him could be so powerful with each punch. The formless fist force was like a connected mountain range. After 3,000 consecutive strikes, it was actually enough to injure his origin. This was the first time in his life that he had been injured by a mere celestial king. This young man is too heaven-defying. Gua gua gua. Who are you? Gua 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 gua. Do you want to go against heaven? Gua 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 gua. Quickly step back and I will spare your life. No one could understand what the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant was saying. Only Ning Fan could understand it. However, he was disdainful to give the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant any response. Going against heaven, is it very scary? The moment he stepped into the divine spirit Tao, heaven and earth could no longer tolerate him, alright? He could no longer turn back. Using the power of the wood palm seed, Ning Fan healed the wounds caused by the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant. He had no choice but to admit that this Tao Destruction Lightning Infant was rather impressive. Even the 3,000 ancient devil's mountain crushing strike could not destroy it. Thus, he had no choice but to use all of his abilities and transform into his eternal true body. A golden flame giant that looked down upon the world appeared between heaven and earth. The 3,000 ancient devils mountain crushing strike was Ning Fan's current limit without using his true body. However, if he uses his true body, this number of consecutive strikes was far from his limit. Chi*. When the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant saw Ning Fan's chi skyrocketing, it was shocked. Divine light shot out from its eyes again and it attacked Ning Fan with the primal chaos lightning. This time, however, its primal chaos lightning infant could no longer break through Ning Fan's physical defense. The evolution of his crippled divine spirit body and the birth of his divine spark had greatly improved Ning Fan's defense. With his eternal true body activated, even a first-level quasi-saint would find it difficult to injure Ning Fan. The attack of the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant could not even break through the golden flames on the surface of Ning Fan's body. Boom. Ning Fan continued to use his previous fist force to strike down his fist light like a rainstorm. The rain of golden flames could destroy heaven and earth, causing the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant to flee in all directions. How would the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant dare to take the 3,000 ancient devil mountain crushing strike head-on? It had no choice but to run and evade. However, the entire heaven and earth had been sealed by Ning Fan's fist light. It was easier said than done to evade all of them. Even if it tried to evade, it could only avoid most of the fist light and would still be hit by a small portion of them. What terrified the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant even more was that Ning Fan's combo was still rising. Is the 3,000 combo not his limit yet? The 4,000 combo, the 5,000 combo, the 6,000 combo, Ning Fan still had yet to reach the limit of his eternal true body. However, the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant could no longer withstand Ning Fan's 6,000 combo of fist light. Finally, it let out a miserable shriek. Its origin was severely damaged and its gigantic body was destroyed by Ning Fan. As long as his will was not destroyed, he would not die even if his body was destroyed. He forcefully turned his gigantic body into billions of broken lightning spirits and scattered in all directions. As long as one of his lightning spirits could escape back to the heavenly Tao, he could be reborn under the nourishment of the heavenly Tao. However, how could Ning Fan give the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant the chance to escape? It took him a lot of effort to destroy this troublesome lightning infant. How could he not collect some spoils of war? This Tao Destruction Lightning Infant was much stronger than the ancestral lightning sparrow that he captured in the past. If he uses it as the second spirit of the Tai Su lightning diagram, it would definitely increase the power of the diagram greatly. The Tao Destruction Lightning Infant could only be found by luck. It would be such a pity if he did not capture it. Freeze, Ning Fan pointed at the sky. The billions of broken lightning spirits in the sky were all stopped by his finger. None of them could escape. Capture. Amidst the fearful croaking sounds, Ning Fan unleashed the full power of the Tai Su lightning diagram. It turned into a gigantic cloud that blotted out the sky and devoured all the broken lightning spirits. After devouring all of the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant's clones, Ning Fan was not done yet. He even devoured all the tribulation lightning power of the 9-5 tribulation clouds into the Tai Su lightning diagram, causing the tribulation clouds to collapse in large areas. The 9-5 tribulation was a heavenly tribulation as well as a form of fortune. Even though the cultivators who become emperors have a slim chance of surviving this tribulation, they could also gain a lot of insights during the process of resisting the tribulation lightning, which would be beneficial to their future cultivation in the emperor realm. That was why Ning Fan did not show himself at the first moment, as it would affect Luo Ho's comprehension of the tribulation. It was only until Luo Ho's heavenly tribulation was disrupted by someone that he showed up and helped him to prevent him from dying tragically under the heavenly tribulation. In the sky, hundreds and thousands of tribulation clouds collapsed one after another. As if he was annoyed by the slow speed of the tribulation clouds' collapse, Ning Fan blew another mouthful of air. It turned into a peerless astral wind and blew away even more tribulation clouds. In the end, the heavenly tribulation subsided. From the time he showed up to the time when the heavenly tribulation subsided, it did not even take the time for an incense stick to burn. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant and the 9-5 Great Tribulation that everyone revered were all eliminated by him alone. For a moment, the entire place fell into dead silence. Only the peerless astral wind that Ning Fan casually blew out was still sweeping across heaven and earth. All the members of the foreign races who mocked Ning Fan's arrogance just now had their faces slapped. None of them expected that the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant, which even a quasi-Saint Realm expert was afraid of, was actually captured by Ning Fan so easily. Madman. He is definitely a madman. Let's not talk about whether the other quasi-saints have the ability to do so. Doesn't this young man know that by capturing the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant, he will become a thorn in the side of the last day's heavenly Dao and will no longer be tolerated by heaven and earth? Brother Luo, the 9-5 lightning tribulation has passed. However, as far as I know, it seems like you still need to go into seclusion for another 45 days after the tribulation to comprehend the opportunity of the Dao Execution Mountain. Only then can you truly become an emperor. Brother Luo, quickly comprehend the mysteries of the Dao Execution Mountain. Just leave these foreign races to us. Fellow Daoist Ba Jing and the Three Sword Sovereigns, are you willing to join hands with Ning Fan and eliminate all the foreign races outside the pass? Haha. Of course we want to. Without fellow Daoist Ning, we definitely wouldn't dare to take the initiative to attack these foreign races. But now, we are very willing to help fellow Daoist Ning and teach these foreign races a bloody lesson. Not daring to be careless, the 4 immortal emperors responded to Ning Fan's invitation one after another. As a matter of fact, Ning Fan's current cultivation base had skyrocketed. Even if he has to fight against 9 of them alone, he was confident that he could defeat all of them. It was not difficult to defeat them. What was difficult was to kill all of the enemy's immortal emperors without letting any of them escape. If the immortal emperors wholeheartedly run away, it would be troublesome for Ning Fan to chase after them one by one. Since he had 4 immortal emperors as his helpers, why wouldn't he use them? With these 4 immortal emperors standing guard at the side, it would not be easy for the foreign race's immortal emperors to escape. Even though the Eastern Heaven immortal emperors were weak, they were not completely useless. Ning Fan's giant golden flame body took the lead and charged into the army of foreign races. Each time he used the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike, tens of thousands of experts of the foreign races would be blasted into a rain of blood. 3/6 Tribulation immortal emperors from the Jade Shell clan, the Crab Soldier clan and the Rocky Reef clan surrounded Ning Fan, trying to stop him from slaughtering the foreign races. Ning Fan unleashed his full magic power. He threw out 3 punches of the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike that had achieved 6,000 combo attacks. With just a single blow, he destroyed the physical bodies of the 3 immortal emperors. Then, he used the divine refining cauldron to capture the demon souls of the 3 immortal emperors and refine them to death. He killed 3 of the 3 immortal emperors in just a single blow. This could no longer be considered as a battle against immortal emperors. It was completely a one-sided massacre. The other immortal emperors who wanted to attack Ning Fan immediately broke out in cold sweat. It was as if they were nailed to the ground. None of them dared to attack Ning Fan anymore. As immortal emperors, they could not help but tremble, they were terrified. The scene of Ning Fan killing the 3 immortal emperors with just a raise of his hand was too terrifying. It made them shiver. How can he kill immortal emperors like slaughtering dogs? This is impossible. He isn't an ancient immortal king. We, the immortal emperors of the Realm River, aren't trash either. Devil. He's a devil. We are no match for him. Even a quasi-Saint Realm expert would not be able to withstand his 6,000 consecutive attacks. That kind of ability only requires 7 to 8 punches to deplete all of our magic power. Why can he throw a few thousand punches without losing any magic power? Is his magic power really limitless? Is it the same as Lord Blood God? With him around, it's impossible for us to take over the Azure Sky Pass. Run. Run. If we run any slower, we will be killed by the white-robed Yama. Quickly retreat to the White Tiger Pass. All of a sudden, the morale of all the high-level experts of the foreign races collapsed. Countless of them scrambled to escape. Even immortal emperors were no match for Ning Fan. Any of the foreign races who had a little bit of spiritual intelligence was scared out of their wits by Ning Fan. How could they have the courage to continue fighting? Only those low-grade foreign races who had low spiritual intelligence and were indifferent to life and death could continue to attack Ning Fan without fear of death. However, the attacking speed of these low-grade foreign races was too slow. No matter how many of their attacks were, they could not hit Ning Fan at all. Since they could not keep up with Ning Fan's speed, their attacks were useless. Ning Fan's consecutive attacks continued to rise, reaching 7,000 and then 8,000. The 8,000 Ancient Devil's mountain-breaking strike was about to reach the limit of Ning Fan's eternal true body. The power of the Ancient Devil's mountain-breaking strike was not any weaker than the full-powered attack of a first-level quasi-saint. More and more low-grade foreign races were slaughtered by Ning Fan. Fresh blood dyed the surface of the river red. Another unlucky immortal emperor had his physical body destroyed and his demon soul refined to death. Ning Fan's aura force was too strong. It was so strong that even the half-step quasi-saint realm expert with the highest cultivation base in this place could not help but break out in cold sweat when facing Ning Fan, who was in a killing frenzy. Is this the magic power and aura force that a mere immortal king could possess? Why did he feel that Ning Fan's magic power and chi were much stronger than many first-level quasi-saints? This young man actually suppressed him to the point that he could not breathe with just the chi of his magic power. One should know that he was a half-step quasi-saint realm expert. How could his magic power be weaker than an immortal king's? This was just too ridiculous. Facing Ning Fan, who was charging at him in a menacing manner, this half-step quasi-saint realm expert instinctively wanted to avoid him. However, he remembered the great reward that the great divine priest had promised him and the Ziwei must-kill order. As long as I kill this young man, I will be able to obtain the opportunity to become a quasi-saint realm expert. Even though he had been a half-step quasi-saint realm expert for many years, he still could not take that final step with his own strength. If I can kill Ning Fan, his breathing suddenly began to quicken. His heart was filled with greed. He felt an unprecedented excitement and thrill. He wanted to kill Ning Fan and pave his path to the quasi-saint realm with Ning Fan's blood and bones. I'm going all out. Myriad star formation, open. As soon as he uttered a word, 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, rays of starlight spread out from his body, engulfing the entire azure sky fortress. His immortal name was Xianxia. He was a half-step quasi-saint realm expert of the Myriad Star clan. The Myriad Star clan was not good at fights of magical power. His combat strength could only be considered average among the other half-step quasi-saints. However, he had a bloodline inherited ability that was highly praised by the myriad clans in the World River. It was the Myriad Star formation. It was a supreme immortal technique that the progenitor of the Myriad Star clan had comprehended from immortal sovereign Ziwei. After the progenitor's death, this technique was not passed down on the surface. However, it was still passed down in the depths of the bloodline of every member of the Myriad Star clan. It was just that very few of them could truly awaken this immortal technique. As for him, Xianxia, he was one of the few lucky ones who was fortunate enough to awaken the Myriad Star formation. By using meteorites as stars, it could illuminate the void. By using immemorial stars, it could illuminate samsara. By using living beings as stars, it could illuminate Ziwei. Myriad stars returned to purple. The immortal sovereign's finger, Xianxia's eyes became filled with madness. Under the illumination of his starlight, the physical bodies of countless low-grade foreign races exploded. Their life force entered his starlight, dyeing it purplish red. Those immortal venerables and immortal kings who wanted to escape were attracted by his star power. Their eyes immediately became blank. Each of them was like a marionette, moving in a daze in the orbit of his star power. Their life force kept entering the star power. Other than Xianxia, there were 4 other immortal emperors from the other clans. All of them were scared out of their wits by Ning Fan. Initially, these immortal emperors also had the intention to retreat. However, when Xianxia activated the Myriad Star formation, their eyes also became blank. Being guided by the star power, each of them was like a walking corpse, flying in a daze around the orbit of the star power that Xianxia drew. The scenery of heaven and earth changed completely at this moment. What entered Ning Fan's eyes was no longer the azure sky pass nor the realm river. The sky disappeared, the pass disappeared, the river disappeared, and the countless foreign races disappeared. The 8 scenery emperors who were hunting the low-grade foreign races behind him also disappeared. There was only one scenery left in his eyes. What entered his eyes were countless large planets moving along the orbit of the immortal domain. An ancient starry sky map of the immortal domain appeared in front of him. It gave off an incomparably dangerous chi as if a supreme being was looking at him through this ancient starry sky map. Ha ha ha. What bullshit t white-robed Yama? Didn't you still fall into my myriad star formation? No matter how high your cultivation base is, it will all go to waste once you enter this formation. You're dead for sure. Just wait for me to derive the immortal sovereign's finger and destroy your endless samsara. In the starry sky, Xianxia's arrogant laughter reverberated continuously. Each time his laughter echoed, there would be boundless immortal power vibrating. Countless scenes of samsara that were related to Ning Fan were faintly discernible in the starry sky. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, it was as if an ancient, cold finger that carried supreme majesty, disdain, and coldness had opened his samsara. Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was in extreme pain. Countless broken images of his reincarnation flickered in and out of existence in the star formation. There were also countless noisy devil noises coming from all directions of the star formation. Each of them was like a clap of thunder, exploding in Ning Fan's ears. Ning Fan felt his ears buzzing nonstop. In just a few breaths, his eardrums were already injured by the devil sounds. Fresh blood flowed out from his ears. Once I defy the purple myrtle Tao, I will be killed by 10,000 stars after my star is destroyed. Unite the northern wilderness for thousands of years. Unite the northern wilderness for thousands of years. The devil voice that reverberated in Ning Fan's ears only consisted of these few sentences. However, because the person who uttered those words seemed to possess a supreme cultivation base, the devil voice was much more terrifying than the attacks of most quasi-saints. It easily injured Ning Fan, whose voice was that. It actually gave Ning Fan an unparalleled aura of the fourth step. Once I defy the purple myrtle Tao, I will be killed by 10,000 stars after my star is destroyed. Unite the northern wilderness for thousands of years. Unite the northern wilderness for thousands of years. Puff, that voice grew louder and louder. It was as if a fourth-step immortal sovereign was traversing through endless time and space to directly suppress Ning Fan. When the pressure reached its limit, Ning Fan spurted out a mouthful of blood. In the end, he was still injured. That injury couldn't be healed even with the power of the Wood Realm Master. However, this mouthful of blood and these injuries had stimulated his ferocious nature. Ning Fan attached great importance to Xianxia, who was able to injure him. He thought to himself, this man is indeed worthy of being a half-step quasi-sage realm expert. He is indeed not on the same level as the 4-6 tribulation immortal emperors whom I have killed. He could not afford to be careless when facing this person. Currently, my strength is not comparable to a quasi-sage. I'm roughly equivalent to a peak existence of a half-step quasi-sage. For some reason, this person's divine power could activate a trace of a fourth-step expert's celestial power. Although it was only a trace, it was more than enough to attack a second-step cultivator. Today's battle is a proof. Sure enough, a half-step quasi-sage is not someone I can defeat unscathed. Your fourth-step celestial force is powerful, but you don't know that I also have such power. Ning Fan sneered. He was laughing because the myriad star array contained fourth-step immortal power. Could it be more than the god-exterminating shield? Roar, Ning Fan let out a devil roar. The power of the god-exterminating shield that had fused with his eternal true body was fully activated at this moment. This was not a battle between Ning Fan and a fourth-step existence. Ning Fan was not qualified to do so. This was the battle between the god-exterminating shield and a fourth-step immortal emperor as a heaven-opening treasure. He could even guess the source of the fourth-step immortal force in this myriad star formation. The enemy had only activated a tiny bit of immortal emperor Ziwei's immortal power. What he possessed was 1/6 of the complete god-destroyer shield. In terms of quantity, he was far superior to his opponent. As a result, Ning Fan's devil roar actually overpowered the devil voice of a fourth-step immortal sovereign in the myriad star formation. Impossible. This child's demonic voice actually overshadowed Empress Purple Myrtle's demonic voice. Xianxia was extremely shocked, and he hardened his heart and pushed the myriad star formation to its limits. In the middle of the star array, the purple star myrtle suddenly exploded one after another. The chaotic star power swept across the sky, condensing into a finger shadow that covered the sky. That was the finger of an immortal sovereign that Xianxia had deduced by deducing the star power. Of course, its power was not as strong as the true finger of an immortal king. However, it was definitely infinitely close to the attack of a quasi-saint realm expert. It was enough to kill a weak immortal emperor with a single strike. The finger of an immortal sovereign, huh? You have the finger of immortal Emperor Ziwei, but I have the god-exterminating protection. Ning Fan suddenly put his palms together. Golden flames immediately flew out from his body, turning into a gigantic golden flame shield that connected the sky and blocked the finger of the immortal sovereign. When the finger of the immortal sovereign pressed down on the golden flame shield, it only left a few cracks on it. It did not shatter the golden flame shield. Ning Fan had blocked the finger of the immortal sovereign. Impossible. This is already my strongest attack. I sacrificed the lives of countless of my companions to activate it. How is it possible for you to block it so easily? Wan Xingzi's mood instantly fell to the bottom. He could not believe the scene in front of him. Ning Fan did not care about Wan Xingzi's feelings. He admitted that Wan Xingzi was very strong. However, compared to him, he was still much weaker. If Wan Xingzi could perform a few more divinations on this level of the immortal sovereign's finger, he might really be able to harm him. Unfortunately, Wan Xingzi did not seem to have the remaining strength to prepare a second finger attack. If he only has the power to attack once, it was not worth mentioning at all. Collapse. Ning Fan threw out the ancient Devil Mountain breaking punch one after another. The starry world in front of him was shattered by him. The scene changed and returned to the real world. Seeing that Ning Fan had completely destroyed the myriad star formation, Wan Xingzi's fear towards Ning Fan rose to an unprecedented level. How would he still dare to fight Ning Fan? He turned around and fled. As for the other experts of the foreign races, all of them were implicated and killed by Wan Xingzi. The myriad star formation was a technique that harmed one's enemies but also oneself. In order to provide energy for the myriad star formation, countless experts of the foreign races had their life force sucked away by the star power. Currently, other than him, there were only 4 other immortal emperors of the foreign races who were still alive. However, all of them did not have much combat power left and were extremely weak. It was as if their strength had been drained by the myriad star formation. I'll leave these weak immortal emperors to fellow Taoists. I'll go after that half-step quasi-saint from the myriad star clan. Wan Xingzi fled too fast. Ning Fan did not have the time to care about the other enemies. Yun Yan locked onto the direction where Wan Xingzi fled and chased after him. As a half-step quasi-saint, Wan Xingzi's speed was naturally not slow. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was even faster. In just 10 breaths' time, he caught up with Wan Xingzi. This young man is just an immortal king realm cultivator, but his speed is actually faster than mine. Wan Xingzi was shocked. How would he still dare to flee on the surface of the water? His massive body dived into the river, trying to use the undercurrent to escape into the deep waters. Ning Fan sneered and chased after him to the bottom of the river in a flash. Once the foreign races enter the water, their speed would be greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, they were still not as fast as him. In another 10 breaths' time, Ning Fan caught up with Wan Xingzi for the second time in a remote area under the water. Wan Xingzi was both shocked and enraged. What an arrogant young man. How dare you chase me to the bottom of the river? If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. After letting out a faint smile, Wan Xingzi spread out his spirit sense, which turned into countless message-transmitting flying swords. They flew in all directions, trying to seek help from the third group of immortal emperors and quasi-saints. How could Ning Fan give Wan Xingzi the chance to ask for help? His spirit sense turned into a waterfall and swept away all the message-transmitting flying swords. Humph. Even if you destroy my message-transmitting flying swords, the ripples from our battle is still enough to shock everyone. Forget it. I won't run anymore. Once I enter the water, my strength will increase by 30%. It won't be difficult for me to fight you for 2 hours. It's more than enough for me to wait for reinforcements. Wan Xingzi suddenly stopped moving forward. He let out a cold harumph and turned around abruptly. Then, he spat out countless star arrows at Ning Fan. Ning Fan was already prepared. He ignored Wan Xingzi and destroyed all the star arrows with just a few casual punches. Then, he approached Wan Xingzi and used the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike, sending Wan Xingzi flying backward with a muffled groan. He was slightly injured. Since the number of consecutive attacks had just started, even though the power of such punches could injure Wan Xingzi, it was not enough to seriously injure him. As a half-step quasi-saint realm expert, Wan Xingzi's skin and flesh were quite thick. However, the destructive power of the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike still frightened Xianxia. It was his first time facing the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike head-on. In the past, he had only seen his companions being killed by the strike. It was nowhere as direct as experiencing it firsthand. According to what Xianxia knew, the higher the number of consecutive attacks of Ning Fan's ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike, the more powerful it would be. Ning Fan had just started with a few punches and he was already slightly injured. What would happen if the number of consecutive attacks kept increasing? However, as a half-step quasi-Saint Realm expert, he was not someone to be trifled with. Even though the myriad star formation was broken, he still had other trump cards which allowed him to fight Ning Fan for a while and wait for reinforcements. Myriad Star Immortality Technique. Xianxia's body suddenly shone with dazzling starlight. Countless illusory Z-wave stars shone in the water. There were actually more than 1 million of them. Under the treatment of the starlight, Xianxia's minor injuries were instantly healed. Starlight Healing Technique, Ning Fan's eyes became slightly solemn. Xianxia's star technique had actually reached the level of 1 million stars. He really should not be underestimated. Relying on the power of his star technique, Xianxia was not afraid of the damage from the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike. He swung his demon claws at Ning Fan's punches, clashing head-on with Ning Fan's fists. Ning Fan's consecutive attacks kept increasing. Each of his punches was fiercer than the previous one. However, Xianxia's star technique was not weak either. Even the 3,000 consecutive attacks of the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike could not kill Xianxia with a single punch. It could only slightly injure him. After 4,000 consecutive attacks, Xianxia began to struggle and his injuries gradually worsened. After 5,000 consecutive attacks, Xianxia began to cough out blood frequently. After 6,000 consecutive attacks, Xianxia even coughed out his golden sovereign blood. His physical body was about to explode from Ning Fan's attacks. From the start to the 6,000 consecutive attacks, he did not even use 100 breaths of time. Xianxia was shocked and speechless. At first, he thought that it would not be a problem for him to last a few hours against Ning Fan after his strength had greatly increased after entering the water. However, the cruel reality told him that he did not even last 100 breaths of time against Ning Fan and his physical body was already about to explode. This young man is just an immortal King Realm cultivator. How could he be so strong? Even though he was not as strong as a true quasi-Saint Realm expert, there were already not many first-grade half-step quasi-Saint Realm experts who could be a match for him. Life Substitution Technique. Xianxia's demon eyes flashed with a hint of pain. He had used his last life-saving technique. He knew that if he did not use this technique, it would be impossible for him to last until the reinforcements arrived. He would certainly die in Ning Fan's hands. As soon as he used this technique, Xianxia's physical body suddenly exploded into countless rays of starlight and disappeared. He actually ran away? Ning Fan was surprised. The magnetic force at the bottom of the water was too strong. The rain sense could not spread too far. He took out the treasure-searching compass to search for Xianxia's whereabouts. As a result, he found out that after Xianxia self-detonated once, he actually managed to travel a distance of several hundred days in an instant. Even if Ning Fan chased after him at full speed, he would still need a few days to catch up to him. It was no longer practical for him to chase after Xianxia in the third path, which had a quasi-Saint Realm expert. Life Substitution Technique. What a strange life-saving technique. Sure enough, a half-step quasi-Saint Realm expert is not that easy to kill. Compared to those ordinary immortal emperors whom he killed, they were on a completely different level. The treasure-searching compass sensed that there were tens of powerful light specks nearby. All of them were rushing towards this place. Ning Fan did not plan to stay at the bottom of the water for long. He quickly returned to the surface. Even though Xianxia managed to escape in this battle, it would not be easy for him to get out of the water again because he had returned to the bottom of the water from the surface. Ning Fan threw Xianxia to the back of his mind and hurried back to the Azure Sky Fortress. At this moment, the 8 scenic emperors and the 3 sons of the Sword Mountain were engaged in a bitter battle with 4 weakened immortal emperors of the foreign races. That's right. It was a bitter battle. Both sides had the same number of enemies. Even though the enemy's cultivation base was slightly higher, they were in a weakened state. In reality, the Eastern Heaven Immortal Emperors should have the upper hand. However, even though they had the upper hand, they were still caught in a bitter battle. They could not take down the 4 emperors of the foreign races while Ning Fan was away. It was enough to show how huge the gap between the Eastern Heaven Immortal Emperors and the foreign races Immortal Emperors was. Fellow Daoist Ming, you're back. Quickly help us take down these 4 emperors. The 8 scenic emperors and the others were overjoyed. Damn it. Why did the white-robed Yama return so quickly? Not good. Quickly dive into the water. The immortal emperors of the foreign races cursed their bad luck. Who would have thought that Ning Fan would return so quickly after chasing after Wan Xingzi? The 4 immortal emperors of the foreign races were filled with fear. Initially, they planned to bully the Eastern Heaven Immortal Emperors before Ning Fan returned. Now that Ning Fan had returned, they no longer had the mood to bully the Eastern Heaven Immortal Emperors. Immediately, they wanted to dive into the water to escape. 1/6 tribulation, 2/7 tribulation and 1/8 tribulation. How could Ning Fan let these foreign races escape? It was difficult to kill a half-step quasi-Saint Realm expert. How could he let these ordinary immortal emperors go? He raised his finger and used the heaven sealing technique. However, he realized that he could not stop the 4 emperors. He thought that they were probably wearing the East pacifying talisman that was given by the great divine priest of the foreign races. Haha. We have the East pacifying talisman. Your Eastern Heaven ancestral technique won't be able to stop us. The 4 immortal emperors of the foreign races burst into laughter. Before their laughter died away, they were caught by a huge net that covered the sky. Ning Fan scooped them up from the water as if he was catching fish. What kind of net is this? The 4 immortal emperors of the foreign races wanted to break free from Ning Fan's huge net. However, when they realized that they could not break free, how could they still laugh? If they were not mistaken, this net was actually a huge restraining net condensed by the power of the Wood Palm Realm. If it is used for recovery, the Wood Palm Realm could be used to recover magic power and heal injuries. If it is used for combat, the Wood Palm Realm would be the best supporting Dao Law to trap and restrain the enemy. So, it can't trap these immortal emperors without the heaven sealing technique. Sorry, now that Ning Fan is the Wood Father God, he has more means to trap his enemies. The true power of the Wood Palm Realm was something that even 9 tribulation immortal emperors would be afraid of. Even if these 4 immortal emperors were in their peak condition, it would still be difficult for them to break free from the Wood Palm Realm. Now that they were in a weakened state, it was even more impossible for them to break free within a short period of time. I'll take your life while you're down. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He summoned the 7 treasures wondrous tree and struck it at the 4 immortal emperors who were trapped. The 4 immortal emperors were trapped in the net and had no way to escape. They could only brace themselves to resist the attacks of the 7 treasures wondrous tree. At this moment, the power of the 7 treasures wondrous tree had directly risen to another level in the hands of Ning Fan, the Wood Father God. Every time it struck the 4 immortal emperors, it was like a mid-grade innate magic treasure. Not long after that, the physical body of the 6th tribulation immortal emperor was destroyed and his demon soul was captured and destroyed. Another 100 breaths later, the other 2 7 tribulation immortal emperors were also killed by Ning Fan in the same way. Another 200 breaths later, the last 8 tribulation immortal emperor also sacrificed himself gloriously. The 8 scenery emperors and the others felt their scalps go numb. Those were immortal emperors whom they had fought hard against, but they were all killed by Ning Fan in just a few moves. Did he have to be so relaxed? Ning Fan was indeed worthy of being the 8th generation killing emperor who was known as a monster. He was not someone ordinary people like them could be compared to. Perhaps only the outstanding immortal kings in the ancient times could be a match for the current Ning Fan. It's all thanks to fellow Daoist Ning's help that my Azure Sky Fortress is able to survive. We will never forget your great kindness. After the 8 scenery emperors and the others calmed themselves down, they cupped their fists at Ning Fan and expressed their gratitude. Ning Fan accepted their gratitude calmly. At this moment, being humble would only make him look hypocritical. He would even be suspected of deliberately showing off his achievements. By the way, did you manage to capture that half-step quasi-saint of the Myriad Star clan? The 8 scenery emperors asked a question that many cultivators guarding the fortress were concerned about. I couldn't capture him. He managed to escape. Ning Fan sighed, feeling deeply regretful. It was not that he did not try his best, but it was really not easy to kill a half-step quasi-saint. Besides, Wan Xingzi's life-saving means were too heaven-defying. Star lost life substitution technique, Ning Fan was doubtful. Even if he immobilized Wan Xingzi, trapped him or even killed him on the spot, he would still be able to preserve his life with this secret technique. Cultivators in the cultivation declining period were not worth mentioning. However, the abilities used by these immortal emperors of foreign races were all supreme immortal techniques inherited from the Ziwei immortal domain. Thus, they should not be underestimated. Besides, what kind of existences were half-step quasi-saints? They were existences at the same level as Zongyu, Afro, the Dead Emperor and Light Buddha. As long as they were related to the word holy, they could no longer be treated lightly. How could they be killed so easily? It was true that Ning Fan had the strength to defeat a half-step quasi-saint, but he did not have the strength to capture a half-step quasi-saint alive. Capturing Afro alive that day was just a beautiful accident. It was impossible for such accidents to happen again and again. It's indeed a pity that I couldn't capture him in one go. However, fellow Daoist Ning, you don't have to worry about it too much. After all, the opponent is a half-step quasi-saint. Being able to defeat him and make him flee at the sight of you is enough to prove your capabilities. Besides, fellow Daoist has killed a total of 8 immortal emperors in this battle. It's really an eye-opener for us. After this battle, I'm afraid the third path can be conquered in one go. 8 of the immortal emperors of the foreign races are dead and one of them has fled. There are no more immortal emperors of the foreign races on the surface of the third path. At this moment, there are only a group of low-grade immortal emperors guarding the White Tiger Pass. It's the best time for fellow Daoists to seize the pass. As for me, I will stay here to protect fellow Daoist Luo Ho. With me around, I will certainly not let anyone interrupt fellow Daoist Luo from comprehending the mysteries of the Dao Mountain. Alright. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist to protect me while I assemble the army and send troops to the White Tiger Pass. We will take back the third waterway in one go. The 8 scenery emperors and the others were both happy and ashamed at the same time. They were happy because they finally had a chance to take back the third waterway which they had been fighting hard for dozens of years. They were ashamed because Ning Fan had just arrived and he easily accomplished something that they could not do for dozens of years. Now, all the cultivators in the Alliance army said that Ning Fan was the strongest expert in the Alliance army of the Border River. Their words were not false. Ning Fan stayed in the Azure Sky Pass. There were no more immortal emperors of the foreign races in the next pass, the White Tiger Pass. Thus, it did not matter much whether he participated in the battle or not. Even though the Eastern Heaven Immortal Emperor was weaker than the immortal emperors of the foreign races who were at the same level as him, it was still very easy for him to deal with the foreign races who were below the Immortal Emperor realm. If an immortal emperor still had a hard time dealing with low-grade immortal emperors, he would really have lived his life in vain. It was not difficult for Ning Fan to win the battle. However, he still suffered some injuries. Wan Xingzi was still a formidable figure. Being able to injure Ning Fan and escape with great difficulty, he was worthy of his half-step quasi-sage realm cultivation base. This man is just a half-step quasi-sage realm cultivator. If he's a real first-level quasi-sage realm cultivator, I would be the one who should run. My cultivation base has already attained the immortal king realm in all 4 elements. The next step is to become an immortal emperor. In order to become an immortal emperor, I must pass the 9 great tribulations. To me, the Battle King's tribulation is quite meaningful to me. Ning Fan patiently stayed in the Azure Sky Pass to protect Luo Ho. While he was observing Luo Ho's breakthrough to the Immortal Emperor realm, his own comprehension towards the Immortal Emperor realm was also increasing bit by bit. 6 days later, the 8 scenery emperors and the others recovered the White Tiger Pass and sent the news to the Azure Sky Pass. 45 days later, Luo Ho finished his comprehension and successfully severed the Dao Mountain. He officially advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm from the Immortal King realm and became a 6th Tribulation Immortal Emperor. Luo Ho, who was just an Immortal King, could already fight evenly against a 7 Tribulation Immortal Emperor. His aura force was not any weaker than that of an experienced 8 Tribulation Immortal Emperor like the 8 Scenery Emperors. The current Luo Ho could definitely be considered as the main force of the Alliance army. Ha ha ha. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Ning's protection that I can safely advance to the immortal Emperor realm. Brother Ning, oh Brother Ning, I really don't know how to thank you. It's a pity that I'm not a woman. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to marry you. Luo Ho was in a good mood after successfully advancing to the immortal Emperor realm. He was deeply touched by Ning Fan's help. Of course, he would not thank Ning Fan again. He had already regarded Ning Fan as a friend who had gone through life and death with him. There was no need for him to be courteous when talking to Ning Fan. Now that the knot in his heart had been untied, he began to joke with Ning Fan calmly. Even if you're a woman, I still don't want you. Ning Fan said helplessly. He had painstakingly helped his good friend transcend his tribulation, but his good friend actually did not behave properly. They were indeed a group of bad friends. However, he did not dislike such bad friends because he knew that if he was in danger during his tribulation, his good friend would certainly help him regardless of the cost. If you don't want me, do you want wine? I can consider wine. Just take it as a congratulation for your success in advancing to the immortal Emperor realm. Cheers. Cheers. It was nighttime. Luo Ho was extremely drunk. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was half drunk and half sober. He flew out of the Azure Sky Fortress under the cover of the night. The moment he left the fortress, he got rid of the smell of alcohol in his body. The third water route had been completely taken back. Luo Ho had also successfully transcended his 9-5 Great Tribulation. However, Ning Fan still had an unfinished business in the third path. He still had to investigate the mysterious disappearance of Great Emperor Lai Jun. In order to protect Luo Ho, Ning Fan had no choice but to delay until today to investigate this matter. He was very curious about how Great Emperor Lai Jun, a dignified 7th Tribulation expert, disappeared in the third path without anyone noticing. According to the intelligence, Great Emperor Lai Jun went missing during his routine patrol. Since that's the case, I'll just investigate along the route he patrolled that day. As soon as he thought of this, Ning Fan suddenly had a feeling of sudden inspiration. Immediately, he was shocked. This time, sudden inspiration was a premonition of danger. There seemed to be something on the route Great Emperor Lai Jun patrolled that day that gave him a huge sense of danger. One had to know that his current self could even face a first-level quasi-saint without being defeated. He even had the strength to escape from a second-level quasi-saint. Then, what level of danger was it that could actually make him have a sudden inspiration? Ning Fan's expression turned grim as he flew along the route he patrolled. No matter how dangerous the path ahead was, he must find out the reason behind Great Emperor Lai Jun's disappearance. This matter was entrusted to him by Emperor Tsong. He still had a good impression of Emperor Tsong. After all, Emperor Tsong had always taken good care of him. The night was boundless. The water of the Realm River was rippling and the night breeze was slightly cold. Ning Fan controlled the treasure-searching compass while flying close to the surface of the water. He followed the patrolling route of Great Emperor Lai Jun that day and moved further away from the Azure Sky Pass. Ning Fan had planted a trace of Lai Jun's chi into the treasure-searching compass. Using it as an index, the compass could vaguely sense the whereabouts of Great Emperor Lai Jun. It was a very weak sense. It could only sense that Lai Jun was currently somewhere in the Realm River, but it could not sense his exact location for the time being. After flying for an unknown period of time, the compass suddenly pointed at the bottom of the river. Ning Fan remained silent for a moment. In the end, he decided to dive into the third path to find out what was going on. Of course, he would not dive in openly. He stood on the surface of the water and suddenly held his breath. At this moment, Ning Fan's chi suddenly changed. He no longer felt like a living person but a tree. He then transformed into the ghost face that he had not used for a long time and dived into the bottom of the water. The immortal sovereign seal on the surface of the water actually did not sense anything. The immortal sovereign seal had determined that Ning Fan was an ordinary plant. Thus, it did not sense anything. In that case, the low-grade foreign race members who were patrolling in the water did not notice that Ning Fan had gone into the water. The sense is starting to get stronger. It seems like Lai Jun is nearby. Ning Fan had no choice but to dive down to the bottom of the water. Just as he dived, he discovered a problem. He had been diving for more than 2 hours but he still could not reach the bottom of the river. The river here is so deep. If it was any other place, he would only need to dive for 1 hour at most to reach the bottom of the water. The deeper the water, the more intense the sense of the treasure-searching compass became. The feeling of uneasiness in Ming Fan's heart also increased bit by bit. It was a premonition of danger. There must be something dangerous down there. Since it could make Lai Jun disappear without anyone noticing, I must not let my guard down. Ming Fan dived for another 4 hours, but he still could not see the bottom of the water. At this depth, there were no longer any low-grade foreign race members who were patrolling the area. There was no light at the bottom of the dark water. There were also no corals that could emit light in the surroundings. Ming Fan's eyes were covered with green light. Even though there was no light in the surroundings, his heavenly being eye could still see the scenery around him clearly. Fish bones, a lot of huge fish bones. Ming Fan discovered that there were countless gigantic fish bones floating in the water. There were also traces of gigantic creatures gnawing on the bones. After diving for several more hours, the number of fish bones began to decrease until they could no longer be seen. A fishy smell began to enter his nose. In order to steal the gloomy heavy wood, I've traveled almost the entire eastern boundary river, but I've never been to such a deep place. This place is like a bottomless pit in the Realm River. I have already dived for close to half a day, and I still can't feel the bottom of the water. Ming Fan raised his guard and continued to dive deeper. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. 6 days passed, and he finally reached the bottom of the water. The water pressure at such a depth was already so heavy that even his divine spirit body found it hard to endure. Ming Fan's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the gigantic creature that occupied the bottomless pit of the Realm River. If the treasure-searching compass didn't sense wrongly, Lai Jun Di was currently in the stomach of this giant creature. It was a gigantic cuttlefish that emitted faint red light from its body. Currently, its eyes were open and it was snoring loudly like thunder. The body of this cuttlefish was too huge. Just its eyeball alone was as huge as an emperor-grade cultivation planet. If it stretches its body, it could cover the entire starry sky of an emperor-grade starfield. Its skin was too thick. It was so thick that even mid-grade innate magic treasures might not be able to break through its skin. Its blood and chi were just too vast. Ming Fan only knew that Black Rope's blood and chi could already be considered as one of the top experts in the era of Dharma decline. However, the blood and chi of this cuttlefish was actually several thousand times stronger than Black Rope. If the difficulty of killing a single Black Rope was comparable to killing several thousand immortal emperors, then the difficulty of killing this cuttlefish was comparable to killing several thousand Black Ropes. Ming Fan could not sense the specific cultivation level of this cuttlefish, but he could make a rough estimate. This cuttlefish should not have attained the 3rd step yet. The fluctuation of its chi was also relatively large. It seemed like this cuttlefish was in a weakened state due to some unknown reason. When its chi was at its weakest, it only possessed the cultivation level of the 6 tribulations eternal era. When its chi was at its strongest, it seemed to be even stronger than Mo and the strange eyeball that Ming Fan had seen before. When he sensed this, Ming Fan's expression could not help but change. He thought to himself, could this cuttlefish actually be an ancient great cultivator at its peak? The faint red light that the cuttlefish gave off made Ming Fan's heart turn cold. There's no mistaking it. This red light was clearly the extremely pure power of tribulation sense. The identity of this cuttlefish was actually a grand firmament tribulation spirit, an ancient great cultivator, a grand firmament tribulation spirit with a blood and chi that was several thousand times stronger than Black Rope's. Ming Fan was rather doubtful that there was any living creature in the era of Dharma decline that could be a match for this cuttlefish. Why is there such a terrifying existence sleeping at the bottom of the 3rd path? Is this cuttlefish also a member of the foreign race's army? If that's the case, Ming Fan's expression turned extremely unpleasant. If everything was as he had guessed, the situation would be troublesome. Is there anyone in the entire Eastern Heaven who could be a match for this cuttlefish? Even if all the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven were to attack together, they probably would not be able to kill this cuttlefish. No wonder he had a sudden impulse. No wonder he felt a sense of danger. Fortunately, this cuttlefish was currently sleeping and did not notice his approach. Otherwise, Ming Fan did not have the confidence to escape from this cuttlefish. This is, the blood god is even darker. This is, the blood god is even darker. The ability to communicate with all living beings allowed Ming Fan to listen to the voice of the surrounding river water. The river water was telling Ning Fan the identity of this cuttlefish. This is, the blood god is even darker, blood god. Ning Fan was not unfamiliar with this title. In the beginning, in order to steal the heavy wood, he disguised himself as a fish and sneaked into the foreign races. Thus, he often heard this name. According to what he knew, the foreign races in the eastern Jia River worshipped a god and called him the blood god. The blood god was the belief of the foreign races in the eastern Jia River. This kind of belief was even higher than the worship they had for the great divine priest. In the past, Ning Fan only thought that the so-called blood god was an existence of religious belief and it was not a real existence. However, at this moment, his thoughts changed. This cuttlefish that was as large as the starry sky in front of him was probably the Lord Blood God that the foreign races in the eastern Jia River worshipped. The blood god is even darker. Gungwu must be the name of this cuttlefish. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with struggle. He had clearly detected that Emperor Jun was inside the cuttlefish's abdomen. However, he did not have the ability to break open the cuttlefish's abdomen and rescue Emperor Jun. He did not know how to report this matter to Emperor Tsong. He also did not know if there was really someone who could defeat this giant cuttlefish and rescue Emperor Jun in this Dharma-ending era. No. Perhaps there is someone who can match this cuttlefish. If it is an outstanding expert among the great ancient emperors, he would certainly be able to do it. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. If Great Emperor Ancient Chaos is here, he would certainly have a way to deal with this cuttlefish and rescue Emperor Jun, but where is Great Emperor Ancient Chaos? Ning Fan felt a headache again. According to the information he obtained, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos had come to the eastern Jia River after leaving the Divine Tomb. However, Ning Fan did not find Great Emperor Ancient Chaos even after searching the entire eastern Jia River. Obviously, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was no longer in the eastern Jia River. He had already left and no one knew where he went. It was impossible to ask Great Emperor Ancient Chaos for help in rescuing Emperor Jun. Just as Ning Fan was pondering, a sudden change occurred. Somehow, the giant cuttlefish woke up all of a sudden. Its giant eyes were filled with vigor and it locked onto Ning Fan's direction with ferocious flames. Shilululululu? Is there food coming to my door? It's actually talking to itself. Ning Fan's expression changed. Just as he was about to execute a method to escape from this place, the giant cuttlefish revealed an extremely adorable expression at the next moment. It withdrew all of its killing intent and let out a strange, lazy laugh. Lulu 1111. Lulu 11, Lucisi Lulu, Lulu hoo hoo hoo. Hee hee. It's not food. It's a companion of the tribulation spirit. Looks like I haven't woken up yet and I'm still dreaming about my hometown. Forget it. I'll go back to sleep. The ferocious flames in the giant cuttlefish's eyes dimmed. It turned its body and fell asleep again. Due to its massive size, just a simple flip of its body was enough to trigger the most terrifying tsunami in this uninhabited deep water area. The strong water current nearly sent Ning Fan flying. The cuttlefish had indeed seen Ning Fan. However, it ignored him. It was because it recognized the scent of Ning Fan's tight song Tribulation Spirit. With its limited spiritual intelligence, it thought that it was definitely daydreaming when it saw other tribulation spirits of the Grand Firmament realm. Therefore, it did not pay much attention to this matter and treated Ning Fan's arrival as a dream. Ning Fan used all of his strength to barely withstand the impact of the ocean current and stabilized his body. He remained silent and stared at the giant cuttlefish, falling into deep thought. If it were someone else, they certainly would not know what the cuttlefish was talking about. However, he could understand it. As expected, this cuttlefish was a tribulation spirit of the Grand Firmament realm. Moreover, it did not seem to be very smart. It was prone to getting muddle-headed and could not even differentiate between reality and dreams when it is sleeping. Looking at the giant cuttlefish's mouth that was talking in its sleep, Ning Fan suddenly had a bold idea. He certainly could not defeat this cuttlefish in a fight. However, what if he sneaks into the cuttlefish's stomach? As an ancient grand cultivation realm being, this cuttlefish's senses were naturally extremely sharp. It could even sense Ning Fan's presence when he got close to it. It would open its sleepy eyes and see through Ning Fan's invisibility. If Ning Fan invades its body, there was no guarantee that it would not wake up completely. In a fit of rage, it would directly digest Ning Fan. Sneaking into the cuttlefish's stomach to save Ning Fan seemed to be very dangerous. However, it seemed like he could only do it secretly. Ning Fan certainly could not defeat this cuttlefish in a head-on fight. Ning Fan did not have much of a relationship with Emperor Lai Jun. However, since they were both cultivators of the Eastern Heaven, it would be somewhat unreasonable for him to not save Emperor Lai Jun. The life and death of a stranger could not move his heart. However, it was different for his comrades who were bathed in blood and fought alongside him. The oath of the Realm River meeting was still ringing in his ears. As long as Emperor Lai Jun wholeheartedly protects the Eastern Heaven, he would be Ning Fan's brother. It was impossible for Ning Fan to not save him. After a long time, Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He finally made a decision. He no longer concealed himself. After all, the cuttlefish could still see him even if he concealed himself. Why bother? He suppressed his cultivation base and used the chi of the Grand Firmament Realm Tribulation Spirit as the main source. His entire body was covered in red light. Dressed in white robes and emitting a faint red light, Ning Fan approached the cuttlefish bit by bit. Perhaps it was because Ning Fan's tribulation spirit chi gave the cuttlefish a sense of intimacy. Even though it could vaguely sense that Ning Fan was getting closer to it, it did not open its eyes again. It also did not put up any guard to stop Ning Fan from getting closer. Upon seeing this, Ning Fan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He now had more confidence in sneaking into the cuttlefish's body. The danger of this move was even a few times greater than him challenging all the immortal emperors and quasi-saints in the Eastern Realm River alone. As long as he takes a wrong step, what awaits him would be being killed by this cuttlefish. However, that was his nature. As long as he made up his mind on something, he would not hesitate to do it no matter how dangerous it is. He's getting closer. He's getting closer. It would not be difficult for the cuttlefish to swallow tens of cultivation planets in a single gulp. Relying on his identity as the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit, Ning Fan swam all the way to the cuttlefish's mouth without causing any resistance. Seeing this, Ning Fan's confidence grew by a lot. He took a deep breath and felt as if he had entered the cuttlefish's black hole. This cuttlefish's body was too huge. Ning Fan had clearly just entered its body, but it felt like he had entered a vast and desolate starry sky. No, it was not accurate to say that it was desolate. Ning Fan discovered all kinds of strange things inside the cuttlefish's body. First of all, Ning Fan discovered that there were countless leech-like parasites growing inside the cuttlefish's body. They were not ordinary leeches. Instead, they were existences as large as mountains. Those leeches sustained their lives by sucking the cuttlefish's vast blood chi. There were more than millions of them. Any one of them had a cultivation base comparable to a true immortal realm cultivator. Some of the stronger ones could even fight against an immortal Emperor realm cultivator. This made Ning Fan fearful. However, he had already encountered more than 40 immortal Emperor realm leeches along the way. If all of them attack him at the same time, he could only protect himself with all his might. Fortunately, the leeches here did not attack Ning Fan. They did not sleep together with their host. Instead, each of them stared at Ning Fan with eyes that were as large as copper bells. They did not know whether Ning Fan was another food for their host. They only knew that the chi of the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit on Ning Fan's body was very similar to their host's. The cuttlefish's strength made them unable to resist. Even when facing Ning Fan, who was a Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit, they did not dare to act presumptuously or attack him. In other words, Ning Fan was the only one who could make them fear him. If it's some other food, Ning Fan remained unscathed along the way and entered deeper into the cuttlefish's abdomen. Over there, Ning Fan saw all kinds of strange things being swallowed by the cuttlefish. There were giant sunken ships, the remains of ancient cultivators, an abandoned city whose architectural style was obviously not the style of the Four Heavens, and a cultivation planet that had been abandoned for an unknown number of years. This cuttlefish really eats everything. Ning Fan was deeply speechless. The deeper he went into the abdomen, the stronger the stench of decay in the surroundings. He did not know how long he had been moving forward. Suddenly, a ray of blood light soared into the sky. According to the treasure-searching compass, Lai Jun was in that direction. Ning Fan raised his guard and entered the range of the blood-red light. At the moment he entered the area, countless blood-red tentacles suddenly attacked him from all directions. Each of the tentacles carried the full power of a 9 Tribulation Immortal Emperor's attack. However, After sensing the chi of a tribulation spirit on Ming Fan's body, those tentacles suddenly calmed down. They no longer attacked Ming Fan and allowed him to move forward. Ming Fan heaved a sigh of relief. If these tentacles do not stop attacking him, he would have no choice but to counterattack with all his strength in order to not be tied up by them. The identity of the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit was unexpectedly useful in this place. In other words, he could enter the cuttlefish's abdomen unscathed. Other food would not have such good luck. Ming Fan's eyes scanned the surroundings. In the depths of this blood light, there were no less than 10 billion tentacles. Most of the tentacles were entangled with something: spiritual herbs, magic treasures, cultivators, experts of the foreign races. These tentacles were the digestive organs of this cuttlefish. They could digest all the food that the cuttlefish swallows. Speaking of which, isn't this cuttlefish the Lord Blood God that the foreign races worship? Why does it even eat the foreign races? Speaking of which, there seems to be a lot of good stuff in the cuttlefish's abdomen. There are rare spiritual herbs, emperor-grade pills, and even innate magic treasures. I wonder where it swallowed all of them from. Ming Fan did not go to steal the treasures in the cuttlefish's abdomen. He did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. After all, it was already a huge risk to save Lai Jun alone. With the help of the treasure-searching compass, Ming Fan quickly found Lai Jun's location. Lai Jun's entire body was entangled by the tentacles. He could not move at all and was unconscious. When he was unconscious, he was still talking in his sleep with fear in his eyes. Don't eat me. Don't, save me. Save me. I don't want to be eaten. I don't want to be eaten. The fear contained in those words was not an act. Lai Jun seemed to have been traumatized by being eaten by the cuttlefish. Ming Fan tried to pull Lai Jun's body out of the entanglement of the tentacles. It was obvious that the tentacles were unwilling to let go of Lai Jun, who was a delicious food. Ming Fan did have a way to cut off the tentacles and save Lai Jun. However, doing so would inevitably cause him pain, and there was a possibility that the cuttlefish would wake up. After trying 100 times, Ming Fan still could not pull Lai Jun's physical body out of the tentacles. Without any other choice, Ming Fan could only give up on Lai Jun's physical body. He made a bloody hole on his dantian and directly pulled out his primordial spirit. The small face of Lai Jun's primordial spirit looked weak. Ming Fan's destructive actions and the tentacles that had been feeding on him for many days had definitely brought him quite a lot of damage. Even his Tao Cultivation Foundation had been damaged. Amidst the pain, the small face of Lai Jun's primordial spirit slowly opened its sleepy eyes. As soon as it saw Ming Fan, it revealed a silly smile and its eyes were blank. Who are you? Are you here to save me? He he he. I'm saved. He he he. I'm saved. There was not a single word of gratitude. There was not the slightest bit of calmness. He did not have the demeanor of an immortal emperor. Because he was overly afraid of the cuttlefish, Lai Jun was actually scared silly. What kind of terrifying experience must he have gone through to be able to stun an immortal emperor? Ming Fan did not know whether he should despise Lai Jun or pity him. He still remembered the day when Lai Jun came to the meeting at the border river. He was in high spirits as if he was eager to start an all-out war against the foreign races. Today, however, he was scared out of his wits by the foreign races and became a fool. Ming Fan sighed and ignored Lai Jun's silly words. He activated his illusion technique to make him fall asleep again. Then, he kept his primordial spirit and quietly left the cuttlefish's stomach. After another 6 to 7 days, Ming Fan swam back to the surface of the water. Only when he saw the layers of immortal sovereign's seals on the surface of the water did he feel somewhat relieved. As long as immortal sovereign Zido's seals were still on the surface of the border river, that terrifying cuttlefish would not be able to chase him out of the water and cause no harm to the living beings in the water. The immortal sovereign's seals would never allow such a supreme existence to come to the surface of the water. Looking at the layers of seals, Ming Fan fell into silence. On the day when Lai Jun went missing while patrolling, he must have dived into the water for some reason and got caught by that cuttlefish. Thinking about how many living beings in the natural world had ways to attract their prey, Ming Fan inwardly guessed that the cunning cuttlefish might have used some methods to attract Lai Jun into the water in order to find food. Forget it. Ming Fan was actually not really concerned about how the cuttlefish attracted its prey. What he was more worried about now was how to deal with Lai Jun, who was scared silly. If the cultivators of the alliance find out that there was a terrifying cuttlefish that could scare Lai Jun silly at the bottom of the third path, their morale would probably be greatly affected. Should I make Lai Jun's matter public? Forget it. Why should I worry about this? It's better to let Emperor Tsong and the other higher-ups of the alliance worry about this matter. I just need to focus on killing the enemies. To think that such a terrifying creature is actually hiding at the bottom of the border river. No matter what, I must not let the immortal sovereign's seals be destroyed. No matter what, I must repair the immortal sovereign's seals. Once this giant cuttlefish escapes from the border river, what awaits the cultivators of the eastern heaven would be a catastrophe. The news of the third waterway being pacified quickly spread throughout the entire eastern Jia River. As far as the eastern sky cultivators were concerned, this news naturally greatly boosted their morale. As for the outsiders, this was bad news. At this moment, within the Vermilion Bird Pass of the Ninth Waterway, a group of immortal emperors of the outsiders had gathered together. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces as they discussed this matter. Many of the immortal emperors of the foreign races were shocked by Ning Fan's strength. The third water path that the other cultivators of the eastern heaven could not reclaim even after several tens of years was already done by Ning Fan just after he arrived here. The white-robed king of hell, humph. What a powerful white-robed king of hell. He had killed 8 immortal emperors and chased away a half-step quasi-sage. Now that the Boundary River quasi-sage had not appeared, who could stop him? This is troublesome. The white-robed king of hell is unstoppable. After taking over the third route, his next target is likely to be our 9th route. If that's the case, how will the plan work? Difficult, difficult, difficult. With the Immortal Emperor's seal, the quasi-sage seniors of the 9th path can't come out of the water to help us guard the pass. Currently, in the Vermilion Bird Pass, there was only fellow Daoist Wan Sheng, a half-step quasi-sage, and 13 immortal emperors. The overall strength of the Vermilion Bird Pass wasn't much stronger than the White Tiger Pass. What's more troublesome is that fellow Daoist Wan Sheng is currently in seclusion and has yet to come out. If that white-robed king of hell comes, we won't be a match for him. Fellow Daoist Wan Sheng is actually still in seclusion. The fire is already burning his eyebrows, yet he can still sit still. The remnants of Zido's clan have clearly been annihilated, so why is it still able to give birth to such a heaven-defying expert of the younger generation? He's simply not inferior to an ancient immortal king. The heavens are blind. Why wasn't this child born in my purple myrtle lineage? The heavens are unfair. Humph. What's the point of saying all this nonsense now? We should quickly think of a countermeasure. If the white-robed king of hell comes here, we definitely won't be a match for him. Since fellow Daoist Wanxing is not here, I will step out of my place and help fellow Daoist Wanxing make a decision. In my opinion, we should ask the great divine priest for help and have the 6th path send a half-step saint to help us guard the pass. We'll definitely be able to suppress him if we have 2 half-saints with us. AI, the current situation is unfavorable. How can the 6th route send reinforcements? Although we have a lot of troops there are only 3 half-step quasi-sages guarding that place. I heard that the 6th path suffered a defeat a few days ago, and one of its 3 half-saints was heavily injured by the Clear Sky White Jade building. The army had no choice but to temporarily retreat to the Black Tortoise Pass and defend the pass with their lives. The white-robed king of hell must not be underestimated, but the Clear Sky White Jade building was not an ordinary person either. Even if we ask for reinforcements, I'm afraid that the 6th route won't be able to send a half-saint to support us. Damn it. How hateful. If it weren't for the restriction of the Boundary River's seal, we wouldn't have to worry about the lack of support from half-saints and quasi-saints. We wouldn't have to fear a mere white-robed king of hell. Whatever. If that white-robed king of hell really dares to come to the 9th path, this old man will be the first to fight him. No matter what, we can't tarnish the reputation of Ziwei. The group of immortal sovereigns of the foreign races kept cursing and swearing. Their words were filled with endless fear towards Ning Fan. Sitting below the foreign race emperors were 3 Eastern Heaven immortal emperors, Madame Gui Hua, Dong Ling immortal Wang, and Emperor Mo He. These 3 immortal emperors had betrayed the alliance and joined the foreign races. Now, they were under the orders of the great divine priest of the foreign races to assist in the defense of the Vermilion Bird Pass. In name, they were supposed to assist in the defense, but in reality, they were just slaves of the foreign races. In such a meeting, the three of them could only listen. They had no right to interrupt. At this moment, the expressions of the three emperors were ugly. Their expressions were filled with unconcealable fear. What they feared was that Ning Fan might come to attack the ninth path. If Ning Fan really comes to the ninth path, wouldn't they, the traitors of the Eastern Heaven, be in danger? Perhaps they would end up like Emperor Primordial Pill, bearing the brunt of the attack and being killed by Ning Fan. Fellow Daoist Emohi, what should we do now? I heard that Ning Fan can kill 8 immortal sovereigns with just a raise of his hand and chase away a half-saint in 100 breaths. He is no longer the weak ant he was in the past. Killing us is as easy as flipping his palm. If he comes to the ninth path, he certainly won't let us go. Are we going to stay in the Vermilion Bird Pass with these foreign races and wait for our deaths? Dong Ling Immortal Wing secretly transmitted his voice to Emperor Mo He and Madame Gue Hua. Dong Ling Immortal Wing was a 7 Tribulation Immortal Emperor while Maha was just a 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor. However, when Dong Ling spoke to Emperor Mo He, his tone carried a hint of respect, as if he was trying to please Maha. Sigh. After we betrayed the foreign races, the great divine priest planted a death seal on us. If we escape from the Vermilion Bird Pass, the death seal will definitely take effect. The death seal. Death seal. Traitors must die. We can only go all the way and defend the Vermilion Bird Pass with these foreign races. Emperor Mo, he said perfunctorily. Fellow Daoist Maha, please don't use such perfunctory words to brush us off. According to what we know, you are the same as fellow Daoist Primordial Pill. Both of you are in contact with the Dark Race and the Devil Conferral Summit. A mere death seal shouldn't be a problem for fellow Daoist. If it wasn't for fellow Daoist tempting me to betray the foreign races, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing no matter how courageous I am. Now that a great calamity is upon us, fellow Daoist, you have to be responsible for me. Madame Gue Hua looked at Emperor Mo He with a charming smile. Hee hee. The death seal really isn't a problem for me. Fine. Seeing that you've served me well, I'll help you. If that Ning brat really attacks the ninth path, I'll bring the 2 of you to Northern Heaven. Maha stared at Madame Gue Hua's delicate body. His smile became a little frivolous as if he had thought of something. Dong Ling Immortal Wang and Madame Gue Hua were stunned. Then, they asked with deep meaning. Northern Heaven? Could it be that the main forces of the Dark Race and the Devil Conferral Summit are in Northern Heaven? Hee hee. The heavenly secrets must not be revealed. All right. If fellow Daoist can break the death seal, I'll follow you to Northern Heaven after that brat attacks the ninth path. In the future, I'll follow fellow Daoist's lead and I won't regret it. Haha. Very good. Very good. Shoo. Be quiet. That myriad Saint Dragon King seems to be coming out of seclusion. Hee hee. What a huge commotion. As expected of a half-step sage. Maha and the others who were plotting something suddenly stopped smiling. Their conversation was disrupted by a deafening dragon roar. As soon as they heard the dragon roar, all the experts of the foreign races were overjoyed. They knew that myriad Saint Dragon King who had been in seclusion for a long time had finally come out. Congratulations, fellow Daoist myriad saint. Judging from your aura, it seems like you've gained a lot from your seclusion. Ha ha ha. I've indeed gained a lot. During this seclusion, I've cultivated the 10 heads technique of Saint Rebel to the 8th level. Myriad Saint Dragon King laughed heartily. He seemed to be in a good mood. As soon as myriad Saint Dragon King said that, all the immortal emperors of the foreign races were shocked. You've actually cultivated it to the 8th level. In that case, doesn't it mean that no one below the 2nd level quasi-sage realm can kill you? Even if fellow Daoist hasn't truly broken through to the quasi-sage realm, you're invincible against anyone below the quasi-sage realm with just your 8 heads technique. With fellow Daoist here, that white-robed Yama is nothing. Fellow Daoist myriad saint, please take down that white-robed Yama. Let that brat know the power of my Z-Way immortal cultivation. Dragon King Wanxing's brows twitched. He was puzzled. Who was the white-robed king of hell, he had never heard of this name before. He went into seclusion before Ning Fan became famous. Naturally, he did not know that the so-called white-robed Yama was referring to Ning Fan. Seeing that Dragon King Wanxing did not know who Ning Fan was, one of the experts of the foreign races immediately explained Ning Fan's ferocious reputation and battle achievements to him. As soon as Dragon King Wanxing heard that Ning Fan was able to kill immortal emperors as if he was slaughtering dogs despite having a cultivation base at the Immortal King realm, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, Myriad Saint Dragon King was also a prideful person. Besides, he had cultivated the 8th head of the 10 heads technique. Thus, he was not afraid of Ning Fan. He was confident that he was invincible below the quasi-sage realm. Even a second-step quasi-sage would find it hard to kill him. A mere Ning Fan was not worth mentioning. What bullshit asterisk T white-robed Yama King. It's fine if this kid doesn't come to the 9th path, but if he dares to, then I'll turn him into the dead Yama King. On the other side, the morale of the variant humans was greatly boosted by the appearance of Dragon King Wanxing. Right at this moment, a pitch-black demonic cavity suddenly appeared in the sky above Vermilion Bird Pass without any warning. Demonic cavity? An ancient devil at the peak devil conferral realm? Is he an enemy or a friend? All the immortal emperors of the foreign races including Dragon King Wanxing were shocked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Only some ancient devils that had inherited their lineage from the ancient times knew how to use the demonic cavity. Now that a demonic cavity had appeared, a powerful devil would certainly descend. They must be careful. Heavenly Emperor Mohi, however, seemed to know who the newcomer was. As soon as he saw the demonic cavity, he was overjoyed. He said to Myriad Saint Dragon King, "Everyone, don't worry. This person is not an enemy. He is the reinforcement that I have invited from the northern heaven." Oh? Reinforcement? All the experts of the foreign races were overjoyed when they heard that the newcomer was their reinforcement. They could only blame Ning Fan for being too famous. Even if Myriad Saint Dragon King had comprehended the 8 heads technique, their hearts were still beating rapidly. They did not have full confidence that they could defeat Ning Fan. However, if they have an ancient devil who had comprehended the demonic cavity as their reinforcement, the situation would undoubtedly become more advantageous. If they did not sense wrongly, the newcomer seemed to be a half-saint ancient devil. In that case, the Vermilion Bird Pass would have 2 half-saints guarding it. No matter how strong Ning Fan was, could he defeat 2 half-saints at the same time? The Vermilion Bird Pass was safe. I am Xianxia. My elder brother is Daoist Baizu. A burly ancient devil walked out of the demonic cavity and arrived at the Vermilion Bird Pass. He then said to the experts of the Vermilion Bird Pass proudly, "What? The famous Daoist Xianxia? The junior brother of Daoist Baizu, a half-saint? He was a powerful devil-sealing puppet in ancient times. He had once killed a true half-saint realm expert." As soon as they heard the devil's name, all the experts of the foreign races were shocked. Even the prideful Myriad Saint Dragon King was a little reserved in front of this devil. They could only blame the fact that the newcomer's reputation was too great. He was an old devil who was famous in ancient times. He was not someone that a cultivator in the cultivation decline like him could compare to. Myriad Saint Dragon King secretly calculated in his mind. Even though he had mastered the 8 heads technique, his chances of winning against fellow Daoist Xianhui's green wave fire poison was still less than 30%. This person is very strong. But this is also good, with this person here, I don't have to worry about that white-robed Yama anymore. Oh right, what's that white-robed Yama's name again? Ning. I forgot. The 8 heads technique really does damage a cultivator's memory. But forget it. I don't care what that white-robed Yama's name is. He's not worthy of my attention. This young man will never be able to shake the Vermilion Bird Pass. Ning Fan did not know that his people had already caused a wave of panic among the foreign races on the 9th path even before they arrived at the 9th path. He also did not know why the Devil Conferral Summit even sent an ancient devil half-step saint to assist the defense of the 9th path in order to deal with him, the white-robed Yama who had risen to fame. After settling the matter regarding Emperor Lai Jun, Ning Fan bid farewell to Luo Ho and the others and left the 3rd path. After much consideration, Ning Fan handed Emperor Lai Jun the primordial spirit of Emperor Lai Jun. he was not a babysitter. He did not have time to take care of such a cowardly immortal emperor. Luo Ho and the others would take care of the follow-up matters regarding the third path. He did not need to worry about it, and he was also too lazy to interfere. As soon as he finished dealing with the matters in the third path, he quickly left the third path and rushed to the ninth path. The waterways that he had yet to recover were only the sixth waterway that connected to the northern heaven and the ninth waterway that connected to the southern heaven. Among them, the sixth waterway had more immortal emperors while the ninth waterway had fewer mortal emperors. Adhering to the principle of doing things easy first and difficult later, Ning Fan decided to set recovering the ninth waterway as his next goal. The ninth waterway was the second last pass, the Myriad Saints Pass. The reason why this pass was called the Myriad Saints Pass was to commemorate a heroic deed. Countless years ago, when an Eastern Heaven immortal emperor was guarding this pass, he was attacked by Dragon King Myriad Saint. Dragon King Myriad Saint was a famous old monster of the ninth waterway. He was very strong, and that Eastern Heaven immortal emperor was no match for him. However, that Eastern Heaven immortal emperor still decided to defend the pass with his life. In the end, he sacrificed himself to protect the other cultivators who were guarding the pass. Even though the famous Dragon King Myriad Saint killed that Eastern Heaven immortal emperor, one of his dragon horns was cut off by that immortal emperor. The wound was filled with resentment, and the broken horn could not be regrown until now. It was said that the reason why the formation of the Myriad Saints Pass was so powerful was because it had integrated the power of Myriad Saints' broken horn. Currently, the Divine Void Emperor and the other Eastern Heaven immortal emperors were guarding the Myriad Saints Pass. When Ning Fan arrived at the Myriad Saints Pass, he was surprised to find that the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor, who had always been polite to him on the surface, actually came out of their pass with great enthusiasm just to welcome him. The Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor even took out countless rare and precious spiritual fruits and spiritual wine and held a grand banquet just to welcome Ning Fan. In the cultivation world, strength was the only thing that mattered. When Ning Fan was just a puny life immortal realm cultivator and a true immortal realm cultivator, the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor did not put him in their eyes at all. They even humiliated themselves by bullying the weak and made things difficult for Ning Fan. Later on, with the protection of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos, the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor became much more polite to Ning Fan. However, the source of their politeness was only because they respected the Ancient Chaos. Later on, because Ning Fan was on good terms with Xianxia, he obtained the full support of the Godly Void Pavilion. As the pillar of the Godly Void Pavilion and the disciple of Xianxia, the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor became even more polite to Ning Fan. However, that kind of politeness still did not come from the bottom of their hearts. It was only until Ning Fan became the Sha Emperor and performed the magnificent feat of killing an immortal emperor during the Emperor Conferring Ceremony that the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor genuinely regarded him as their peer for the first time. After that, Ning Fan went to the Dark Races alone and retreated unscathed. Ning Fan took part in the meeting of the Realm River and sent his troops to 11 different routes. He killed the immortal emperors of the foreign races time and time again. Recently, Ning Fan actually defeated a half-step saint and killed 8 immortal emperors all by himself. The Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor were unwilling to admit it, but they had no choice but to admit that the current Ning Fan's strength had far exceeded theirs. They could only look up to him in admiration. Today, even if the two emperors came out together to welcome Ning Fan alone, they no longer felt humiliated. Instead, they felt that this was how it should be. Ning Fan had the strength to make them treat him with respect. During the banquet, everyone toasted each other. Ning Fan was not a narrow-minded person. Since the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor took the initiative to express their goodwill to him, he would not let them lose face. No matter what kind of grudges they had with each other in the past, they only had one identity at the moment. They were brothers who guarded the Realm River together. They were comrades. In the face of righteousness, small grudges were not worth mentioning. Of course, with what happened in the past, it was impossible for Ning Fan to sincerely befriend the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor. Compared to feigning civility with the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor, he preferred to drink and chat merrily with LV Feng and Yun Lei. LV Feng and Yun Lei were both guest elders of the Divine Void Pavilion. Naturally, they would accompany the Divine Void Emperor and guard the ninth path. With the two of them drinking with Ning Fan did not feel that the banquet was boring at all. LV Feng and Yun Lei were his friends when he was still insignificant. Their sincerity towards each other was incomparable to the others. Of course, compared to drinking, Ning Fan was more concerned about the situation of the ninth path. At the bottom of the third path, he met the blood god of the foreign races. That cuttlefish which was as large as the starry sky weighed heavily on his heart. It was also because he had witnessed how terrifying that cuttlefish was that Ning Fan did not dare to underestimate the foreign races. He did not think that he was already invincible in the world. In order to reclaim the ninth path, he still needed to gather some information first. When Ning Fan asked about the situation of the ninth path, the experts of the Eastern Heaven at the scene naturally told him everything they knew. Great Emperor Shen Kong, whose cultivation base had fallen to the seventh tribulation realm, seemed to be trying to please Ning Fan. While toasting Ning Fan, he took the initiative to introduce the situation of the ninth path to him. This made many experts at the scene secretly despise Great Emperor Shen Kong's shamelessness. The things that Ning Fan had done before he became famous had already spread across the Eastern Heaven. Everyone knew that Great Emperor Shen Kong had bullied Ning Fan in the past. Now, he actually had the nerve to lower himself to please Ning Fan. Doesn't he feel ashamed? Hee. As the saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years and west for 30 years. Don't bully a young man because he is poor. Since younger brother Ning has asked about it, I will tell you about the situation of the ninth path. In the Vermilion Bird Pass, the main pass of the ninth path, the foreign races have stationed 10 million troops. Among them, there are 9 immortal emperors, 1 half-saint and 3 traitors of the Eastern Heaven. Younger brother Ning, you must know about the 3 traitors. They are Mo He, Gue Hua and Dong Ling. Among the 9 immortal emperors of the foreign races, 5 of them are at the 6th tribulation, 2 at the 7th tribulation and 2 at the 8th tribulation. The only half-saint of the foreign races is actually related to this myriad saint's pass. He is none other than the myriad Saint Dragon King mentioned in the story. This person's abilities are very strong. Ordinary half-saints can't compare to him, especially his 7 heads technique, which is evil and terrifying. Legend has it that once he transforms into 7 heads, even a first-level quasi-saint would not have the confidence to destroy all of his heads. Besides, his heads seem to have a curse effect which can cause damage to the enemies who attack his heads. Whether that 7 heads technique is really that evil or not, I'm not sure. Because we have been fighting in the ninth path for tens of years, but no one has ever seen the myriad Saint Dragon King transform into 7 heads. Everyone felt even more disdainful towards Great Emperor Shen Kong. They thought to themselves that Great Emperor Shen Kong was really thick-skinned. He kept calling Ning Fan younger brother Ning. Was he not afraid that calling Ning Fan this way would shorten his lifespan? However, Ning Fan was not concerned about these minor details. He was more concerned about the myriad Saint Dragon King and the 7 heads technique that Great Emperor Shen Kong mentioned. From the looks of it, this myriad Saint Dragon King seems to be harder to deal with than that one Xianxia. By the way, I have been guarding the ninth path for tens of years. I once found an ancient cultivator's dwelling by chance. It seems to be left behind by the Eastern Heaven ancient emperor in the past. Fellow Taoist, are you interested? Seeing that Ning Fan was unmoved by his flattery, Great Emperor Shen Kong suddenly changed the topic and asked with a smile. Ning Fan was not interested in the so-called ancient immortal emperor's abode. The helpless thing was that Emperor Shen Kong, who had the title of Deputy Alliance Leader, kept on inviting him and dragging him to the ancient emperor cave abode to take a look. The Void Space Emperor and the others who attended the banquet were equally excited. They invited Ning Fan to explore the abode and claimed that there were many secret treasures and divine pills sealed in the abode. After Ning Fan goes there, they could give him some of them. This made Ning Fan very curious. Why were the immortal emperors at the banquet so enthusiastic and unanimously invited him to the abode to divide the treasures? Could this be a scheme with ulterior motives? Would these immortal emperors join hands to kill him after leading him to the abode? This conspiracy theory flashed in Ning Fan's mind. Immediately, he extinguished it and shook his head with a smile. He had experienced too many schemes in these years. Therefore, whenever he encounters something, he would always think the worst of others. However, the Realm River was in chaos now. These Eastern Heaven immortal emperors would not betray the Eastern Heaven at the same time to plot against him. Therefore, the possibility of this conspiracy theory was not high. He was just overthinking it. The motive of these Eastern Heaven immortal emperors was very simple. They probably just wanted to take the treasures in other people's abode to please him. Or perhaps, there were some treasures in the abode which Emperor Xianxia and the others could not access with their current strength. Thus, they wanted to borrow his strength to a certain extent. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Ning Fan casually accepted the invitation of Emperor Xianxia and the others. However, he did not explicitly promise them which day they would go to the abode. Ning Fan was more concerned about the situation of the battle in the ninth path. He did not want to pay attention to the abode for the time being. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The weather in the Realm River was clear and refreshing. On this day, the 4 immortal emperors, the Void Space Sovereign, the Shin Space Sovereign, the Qi Camel Sovereign and the Minghe Child, suddenly visited him at the same time and invited him to take a look at the ancient sovereign's cave dwelling. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. Why are these people so interested in that abode? Seeing that he really could not brush them off, he nodded and accompanied the 4 emperors. The abode mentioned by the 4 emperors was not too far away from the Myriad Saints Pass. It was less than half a day's journey by water. The cave mansion was located at the back of the Myriad Saints Pass, within the protection of the Array Formation, and its location was very safe. There was no danger of being ambushed by the outsiders. The cave was located in an independent space. Due to the passage of time, a thin crack in space had appeared not long ago, and the monarchs happened to find it. This was an extremely ancient cavern space that had existed for an unknown number of years. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within it was already somewhat decayed. However, the strange thing was that the might of the formation within the abode actually still retained 20% to 30%, and it hadn't been completely obliterated by the passage of time. It was rather miraculous. In the beginning, Ning Fan was not interested in this ancient sovereign's dwelling. However, after witnessing the uniqueness of this dwelling, his interest was finally piqued. The landscape of the cave abode was a boundless glacier. On top of the glacier, there were 8 enormous icebergs that towered into the clouds. They were like 8 giant guards that stood upright. On every ice mountain, an ancient emperor had once opened a cave abode. This place was indeed an ancient sovereign's dwelling space. However, it didn't belong to a single ancient emperor. Instead, it belonged to 8 ancient emperors. According to the research done by Divine Space Emperor and the others, these 8 immortal emperors should be people from the same era as the Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor. The 8 of them were fellow disciples of the same sect. They were called the 8 Sons of Water sect by their contemporaries. There seemed to be many ancient books of the Eastern Sky that mentioned these 8 immortal emperors. As for where this title came from, no one knew. According to the records of the ancient books, the most glorious achievement of these 8 immortal emperors was that they once defeated the Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor, who was a peerless genius using the water elemental divine ability. Being able to defeat an outstanding genius like the Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor was enough for them to be proud even if they relied on numbers. The 8 Sons of Water sect were quite capable. Unfortunately, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't resist the passage of time. In the end, the 8 immortal emperors still fell in the long river of time. Only 8 cave abodes were left behind, witnessing the vicissitudes of the world. Each of the icebergs was covered with a large number of formations that possessed unfathomable power. As the owners of the 8 icebergs were different, the colors of the formations were also different. The 8 different colors of the icebergs reflected each other's brilliance in this place, making it look rather magnificent. Among the 8 icebergs, the formations of 5 of them had already been broken by Divine Space Emperor, and the others and their treasures were all taken. Unfortunately, there were still 3 that were beyond the capabilities of Divine Space Emperor and the others. Even until today, they still could not break through the formations. Instead, they had suffered a lot because of the formations. As such, these people began to have their own thoughts. After all, they couldn't take away the treasures of the last 3 icebergs. Thus, they might as well offer them to Ning Fan. Of course, if there were any treasures that Ning Fan did not fancy, they wouldn't mind sharing them with him. Ning Fan ate the meat while they drank the soup. It wasn't a bad idea either. younger brother Ning has an outstanding reputation. We have admired him for a long time. However, we didn't have a way to befriend him. With younger brother Ning's capabilities, I believe it'll be as easy as flipping your hand to break the formations of the last 3 abodes. As long as younger brother Ning breaks the formations, the treasures of the last 3 icebergs will belong to younger brother Ning if they are useful to him. If it's the things that are useless to younger brother Ning. Hee. You, the white-robed king of hell, are exceedingly strong and you have a huge business. Of course, you'll have high standards. I'm sure there are many things that you won't fancy. You should at least let us get some of the soup, right? Divine Space Emperor and the others put on an extremely generous expression, as if bringing Ning Fan to this place was a great bargain for him. This made Ning Fan extremely speechless. He finally understood why these people were so eager to invite him to this place to have a look. It turns out that they want him to do something for them and then follow behind him to get some benefits. Divine Space Emperor and the others led the way and brought Ning Fan to an iceberg that was emitting black chi. Among the last 3 icebergs, this one had the weakest formations. It belonged to the 3rd son of the 8 disciples of returning water sect. As soon as Ning Fan and the others approached this iceberg, countless black icicles appeared out of nowhere and attacked Ning Fan and the others. Even though those icicles had been around for a long time, they still retained some of their power, which was enough to injure a weak immortal emperor. Even though Divine Space Emperor and the others had already experienced the power of these icicles, they were still a little flustered by them. The Void Space Emperor, Divine Space Emperor and the Red Camel Emperor were still fine, as all of them were experts of the 7th or 8th tribulation. Ming He Tongzi, on the other hand, was at a disadvantage. He was just a 6th tribulation expert. Even though he was prepared, he was still careless and one of the icicles broke through his defensive ability and pierced his left shoulder. Ming He Tongzi was greatly shocked. He immediately pulled out the black icicles without any hesitation. Even though he moved quickly, a large amount of black pus and blood still flowed out of his wound. It was extremely rancid. Ming He Tongzi's face also turned pale because of the attack of a mere icicle. He actually suffered quite a serious injury. Even though the power of the formation of the ancient immortal emperors was greatly reduced, it could still easily injure immortal Emperor Doomsday. Is this the difference between the people of today and the people of the past? Everyone, please step back. I'll deal with these icicles. Ning Fan sighed and said to Ming He Tongzi and the others. What he said was indeed out of good intentions. Even though these few immortal emperors wanted to use him to break the formation, he did not want them to suffer too much damage. If these people were injured, the strength of the alliance of the Border River Alliance would decrease. For the sake of the overall situation, he did not mind taking all the dangers in this place for these people. Unfortunately, his good intentions sounded a little harsh to the other party's ears. Little brother Ning, you have underestimated us too much. Little brother, your strength is unparalleled, but we aren't weak either. Why would we be afraid of these black icicles? Don't mention the word step back again. Fellow Taoist, Ming He's injury is just an accident. On the contrary, fellow Taoist should be more careful. These black icicles are extremely powerful. They are one of the ultimate techniques of the 8 disciples of Water sect. As long as dozens of icicles attack at the same time, even a 7th or 8th tribulation immortal emperor would find it hard to resist. Our chances of success will be higher if we work together. Fellow Taoist, you mustn't underestimate the enemy. Divine Space Emperor and the others frowned. They felt that Ning Fan was looking down on them too much. He actually asked them to step back. Even though the purpose of this trip was to please Ning Fan, which one of them was not a prideful being? Who would be willing to be looked down upon by Ning Fan? Ning Fan frowned. Seeing that the 4 emperors were insistent, he no longer tried to persuade them. Facing the incoming countless icicles, he could only raise his tree of 7 treasures high up and brush it for thousands of times. All of a sudden, hundreds and thousands of black icicles were easily destroyed by the light of the 7 treasures tree. The process was too easy. Divine Space Emperor and the others widened their eyes. They were tongue-tied and could not close their mouths for a long time. Just a moment ago, they were blaming Ning Fan for looking down on them. Moreover, an attack of tens of icicles was enough to make a 7th or 8th tribulation immortal emperor find it hard to resist. However, at the next moment, Ning Fan told them with reality that these icicles were insignificant to him. He could destroy thousands of icicles with just a raise of his hand. All of a sudden, the pride of Divine Space Emperor and the others shattered. All of them felt a strong sense of defeat and helplessness. They knew that there was a gap between them and Ning Fan. However, they did not expect that the gap would be so huge. It was like a heavenly moat that could not be crossed between them. It seems like younger brother Ning can also easily break the formations of this place by himself. There is indeed no need for us to take action. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The Void Space Emperor said bitterly as if he had aged a few million years in an instant. Divine Space Emperor and the others also looked like frosted eggplants. They could not muster up the slightest bit of momentum in front of Ning Fan. Seeing that he had defeated the proud and arrogant four emperors of the eastern sky with just a casual attack, Ning Fan sighed even more. He did not want to hurt the self-esteem of the four emperors too much. He forced a smile and comforted the four emperors. Only then did the four emperors regain their composure a little. However, the remaining formations were all broken by Ning Fan alone. The formations of the Black Ice Mountain had a total of 19 layers. The first layer was the attack of the black icicles. Ning Fan broke it in just a few moves. The second layer was the attack of the water poison. Ning Fan possessed the power of yin yang poison. Thus, he was not afraid of this poison at all. On the other hand, Divine Space Emperor and the others were suffering under the attack of the water poison. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's help, some of them would have lost their lives. The third layer of the formation summoned a water giant with a 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor Realm Cultivation base. However, it was easily killed by Ning Fan's 7 Treasures Wondrous Tree. Divine Space Emperor and the others were so shocked that they felt a chill run down their spines. They looked at Ning Fan as if they were looking at a ghost or a god. The fourth layer of the formation summoned a sky-covering giant wave that drowned the entire glacier. The force of the wave was so strong that it almost made the four emperors lose their balance. Their magic power was in a mess. Ning Fan, on the other hand, casually took out an unknown black iron needle. With just a point of the needle, all of the waves evaporated instantly, the 5th layer of the formation, the 6th layer of the formation, the 7th layer of the formation, Divine Space Emperor and the others gradually became numb. The formations that were extremely dangerous in their eyes were all broken by Ning Fan in just a few moves. Ning Fan's endless means were enough to deal with all kinds of situations. It dazzled them and eventually, they were convinced. If it was said that they felt shocked when they first saw Ning Fan's true strength, after seeing it for a long time, they became used to it and felt that it was supposed to be like this. Quietly, Divine Space Emperor and the others changed the way they addressed him. They no longer called him younger brother Ning but brother Ning. When facing Ning Fan, they no longer dared to be arrogant and rely on their seniority. Regarding this trip, they also did not dare to harbor the thought of fishing in troubled waters. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all 19 layers of the Black Ice Mountain were broken by Ning Fan. Ning Fan entered the cave dwelling of the Black Ice Mountain and ransacked it. He found more than 10 bottles of pills, including 2 9 Revolutions Emperor pills. Unfortunately, more than half of their medicinal power had been lost. He also found 3 magic treasures. All of them were half-damaged innate magic treasures. He also found a jade slip which recorded a water elemental offensive ability called the River Burial Technique. After so many years, these pills and magic treasures actually did not completely lose their spiritual power. This surprised Ning Fan. This was considered extremely rare among the ancient cultivators' remains that he had seen. The 8 disciples of the water sect seemed to be very good at preserving things. The half-damaged innate magic treasures could be used to refine divine liquid. Even though more than half of the medicinal power of the pills had been lost, they were still edible. Of course, these pills were not very useful to Ning Fan. Ning Fan had seen the river burial technique. It was not a powerful ability. Its destructive power was not even 1/10 of the power of the River of Oblivion. Even if he learns it, it would just be an additional ability that he could integrate with the cross-shaped halo. Ning Fan decided to keep the magic treasures for his own use and give the pills to the others to share. However, none of them wanted Ning Fan's pills. It was not because these pills were not good. It was because they were unwilling and did not dare to take advantage of Ning Fan anymore. Seeing that the four emperors insisted on not accepting the pills, Ning Fan did not force them. He just made 4 copies of the jade slips and gave one to each of them. After that, he ignored the 4 of them and walked around the cave dwelling alone for the second time, trying to see if he had missed anything. Suddenly, he was surprised and stopped in front of a strange ice sculpture. It was a strange sculpture that was carved from profound ice. It was placed in the deepest part of the cave dwelling. He had no idea what it was used for. When he searched the cave for the first time, Ning Fan's attention was focused on the magic treasures, pills and jade slips. Thus, he did not notice this strange sculpture. When he searched the cave for the second time, he finally noticed it. Moreover, he noticed that there seemed to be a pile of weathered grass ashes in front of the sculpture. Ning Fan squatted down and carefully observed the ashes. He found out that they were actually the remains of a praying mat after it was weathered. The sculpture was not finished. It only had the beginning. He could barely tell that it was the sculpture of a woman because her long hair reached her waist. Unfortunately, her face and body were not carved properly. However, there were still traces of incense power remaining on the sculpture. It was obvious that the owner of the cave had once kowtowed to it seriously. Even though the sculpture of the woman's body was not finished, judging from the general shape of the sculpture, the owner was not going to carve a pair of legs on her lower body but a fish tail. A woman with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish, Aphrodite's voice suddenly appeared in Ning Fan's mind. He thought to himself, could it be that this sculpture is going to carve a mermaid? Then, here comes the question. Why did the owner of this cave, the third of the 8 disciples of the water sect, want to carve such a statue of a mermaid, and why did the owner want to kowtow to her? Seeing that Ning Fan was actually staring at the strange sculpture, Divine Space Emperor and the others asked with surprise. Is there something wrong with this sculpture? Could it be that fellow Taoist has discovered something from this sculpture? No, I haven't. I just feel that it's a little strange for a perfectly good cave to have such an unfinished sculpture of a woman. Ning Fan answered. What's so strange about it? All of the 5 cave dwellings that we have broken into previously had a similar sculpture of a woman whose face and body couldn't be seen clearly. This woman is probably the master of the 8 disciples of the water sect. That's why they could sincerely kowtow to her. Are there similar sculptures in the other cave dwellings as well? Ning Fan shook his head and suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. Then, he turned around and walked out of the cave. The moment he walked out of the cave, he seemed to feel that the sculpture of the woman without any facial features smiled at him from behind. It was a bone-chilling smile. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the sculpture with a frown. Is there really something wrong with this sculpture? Divine Space Emperor asked. He checked the sculpture repeatedly, but of course, he could not find any problems. Be careful. I feel that there's something wrong with this place. Ning Fan transmitted his voice to him. Ning Fan vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this place, but he could not tell what it was. Hearing Ning Fan's words, Divine Space Emperor and the others felt chills down their spines. They checked the cave dwelling again and again. In the end, they exchanged glances with each other and smiled, thinking that Ning Fan was thinking too much. With their tens of millions of years of experience, they really couldn't see anything wrong with this place. Moreover, in their hearts, Ning Fan's strength was beyond their imagination. He was comparable to an ancient immortal king. Even if there was something wrong with this place, they firmly believed that Ning Fan would be able to resolve all problems. In the end, the 4 emperors did not take Ning Fan's words to heart. Since Brother Ning has already broken the array formation of this Black Ice Mountain's immortal cave, why don't you break the array formation of the other 2 ice mountains in one go? Those 2 caves belong to the eldest and second of the water sect's 8 disciples. Third brother's cave abode already had a lot of gains, so the other 2 abodes would definitely have even greater gains. Forget about this statue, it will definitely be fine. Shall we quickly head to the next ice mountain? The Shen Space Emperor and the rest urged. The river burial technique that Ning Fan looked down upon was treated as a treasure by them. They only hoped that they could obtain more benefits from the other 2 icebergs. That was why they urged Ning Fan to quickly break the formations of the other icebergs. Ning Fan turned around. His eyes flickered with green light as he stared at the ice sculpture and carefully examined it. Unfortunately, no matter how he probed, he could not find anything unusual about the ice sculpture. In the end, he could only suppress the discomfort in his heart and leave the cave, following Emperor Xianxia and the others to the next ice mountain. After the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, Ning Fan broke the formation of the other purple ice mountain and collected all the treasures inside. At the same time, Ning Fan discovered another ice sculpture of a lady that only had the head of the sculpture carved on it. The fewer icebergs with intact formations, the more uncomfortable Ning Fan felt. He did not know where these feelings of discomfort came from. Subconsciously, he was reluctant to destroy the formation of the last ice mountain. His instincts told him that it was inappropriate to do so. However, in order to obtain more treasures, Divine Space Emperor and the others forcefully dragged him to attack the last ice mountain. The last ice mountain was a blood-red ice mountain. It belonged to the eldest of the Gui Shui sect's 8 disciples. After the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, this blood-red ice mountain was also destroyed by Ning Fan. When the last iceberg was broken, the entire world of glaciers began to shake slightly. Ning Fan's discomfort grew stronger. He did not immediately enter the last cave dwelling to search for treasures. He was extremely concerned about the swaying of the glacier world and advised Shen Kongdi and the rest, "My uneasiness is not unfounded. There's definitely something here that we don't know about. Don't rush into the cave dwelling to search for treasures. Give me some time and let me find the source of the uneasiness in this place." Haha, it seems that Brother Ning has experienced a lot of life and death crises in the Boundary River over the years. That's why you're so cautious in everything. Brother Ning can rest assured, this place is just an abandoned immortal cave, where would there be any danger? Your uneasiness is just an illusion. This last cave belongs to the eldest of the Gui Shui sect's 8 disciples, so the treasures inside must be more abundant than the other caves. Since the formation has been broken, let's quickly enter the cave and search for treasures. There's nothing to worry about. That's right, that's right. If you don't take what the heavens have given you, you will be punished instead. Since we've entered the treasure mountain, how can we not take it? The Shen Space Emperor and the rest did not think much of it. They smiled as they entered the cave and began to search for treasures. Not long after, the sound of everyone's laughter could be heard from within the cave. Haha. Everyone, look at what I've found. There's actually an incomplete 10 transformation ancestral pill here. Ancient Grand Cultivator level divine skill. This is an ancient Grand Cultivator level divine skill. Eh? What's sealed in this rusty box? Why can't it be opened? What kind of iron box is this? Even the innate magical treasures can't open it. It's so strange. Hiss. There are 8 perfectly preserved innate magical treasures here. Don't bother about the iron box. Come and take a look. What? 8 perfectly preserved innate magical treasures. Is fellow Taoist Minghe joking? Hiss, it's real. Eh? The positions of these 8 innate magical treasures seem a little strange. Forget it. Let's take these innate magical treasures first. Who cares if the positions are strange or not? Haha, we're rich. We actually obtained so many innate magical treasures. We're rich. We're really rich this time. No one had expected that the last cave dwelling would have such a great harvest. They had picked up 8 innate magical treasures in one go. Almost without any hesitation, God Emperor Shen Kong and the others immediately kept the 8 innate magical treasures. Ning Fan was still observing the strangeness of this place outside the cave dwelling. As soon as he heard that there were 8 innate magical treasures in the cave dwelling, he immediately shuddered. All the vague uneasiness in his heart seemed to have found the source. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan directly rushed into the cave dwelling and advised God Emperor Shen Kong and the others. Everyone, wait. Don't touch those innate magical treasures first. As soon as he entered the cave dwelling, Ning Fan saw a strange scene. In the deepest part of the cave dwelling, there was also a statue of a lady that only had a rough outline carved on it. Around the statue, there was an extremely powerful seal and 8 innate magical treasures were placed in different directions, firmly sealing the statue of the lady. As soon as Ning Fan saw the layout of the seal inside the cave dwelling, he seemed to have confirmed something. His expression changed. However, what surprised him was that even though he had already spoken out to stop the four emperors from taking the innate magical treasures in this place, the four emperors acted as if they did not hear him at all. They actually destroyed the seals around the statue and forcefully took away the 8 innate magical treasures. Not good. Ming Fan thought to himself. This is bad. This group of idiotic teammates has really done something stupid this time. They shouldn't have touched the innate magical treasures in this place. Can't they tell that there's something wrong with these innate magical treasures? At this moment, Ming Fan completely figured out where the uneasiness came from. He figured out what was going on with the 8 icebergs standing tall in this place. He figured out why there were 8 innate magical treasures in this cave dwelling and a statue being sealed inside. He understood everything now. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. There are so many innate magical treasures here. We're rich. We're rich. The eyes of Shin Space Emperor and the others were dull and their faces were filled with greed. They were deeply immersed in the joy of obtaining the 8 innate magical treasures and could not extricate themselves from it. Holding the innate magical treasures in their hands, they kept repeating the same sentence as if they were possessed. Ming Fan let out a long sigh. Only now did he notice that the expressions of Shin Space Emperor and the others were extremely abnormal. It was as if they had been bewitched by some kind of power. There was actually a trace of extremely obscure and powerful bewitching power in the surrounding air. It must have been this bewitching power that bewitched them, causing them to break the seals and take away the innate magical treasures without permission. If it wasn't because these people were also his comrades who were guarding the eastern heaven, Ming Fan really wanted to scold them for being unable to accomplish anything but capable of ruining things. At once, he shouted angrily. Wake up! Ming Fan used 13,500 tribulation worth of magic power to shout. The might of his shout was comparable to the roar of a first-level quasi-saint. It directly dispersed the bewitching power in the surroundings. Shin Space Emperor and the others shuddered. As if they had just woken up from a dream, their expressions changed. Hiss! That was close. We seem to have been bewitched by some kind of power. As soon as we entered the abode, we couldn't help but want to take away the innate magical treasures that are sealed in this place. There is indeed something wrong with this place. Who is it? Who is bewitching us and trying to break the seals here? Damn it! Since there is a seal here, there must be something that is sealed here. After we break the seals, we better not let any evil things out. I hope we didn't make a huge mistake. The faces of the 4 emperors were filled with anger and shame. They were not fools. If they were in a clear-headed state and saw a strange statue being sealed by 8 innate magical treasures, how would they dare to touch it? Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. What responded to Shin Space Emperor and the others was an extremely eerie and horrifying high-pitched laughter of a woman. It spread from the bottom of the boundless glacier all the way to the top of the glacier. That voice carried an unimaginable aura force. It was actually uttered by a first-level quasi-saint. Quickly put the 8 innate magical treasures back to their original positions. Ming Fan's expression changed and he gave an order that left no room for refusal. Shin Space Emperor and the others were all extremely intelligent people. Previously, they were just bewitched by the woman. That was why they recklessly kept the 8 innate magical treasures. Now that they heard Ming Fan's words, they immediately put the magic treasures back to their original positions and tried to reseal the strange statue of the woman. However, it was already too late. At this moment, the entire world of glaciers began to shake. At first, the shaking was very subtle. However, as time passed by, the shaking became more and more violent. In just the time of 10 breaths, the shaking of the world had actually intensified to the point where even immortal emperors found it hard to stand still. The expressions of Shin Space Emperor and the other 3 emperors turned darker than the last. At this moment, the spatial power of this world of glaciers was extremely chaotic and violent. It was as if the entire heaven and earth was rotating at high speed. The 4 emperors had to use all of their magic power in order to barely stand still while the world was rotating. Moreover, because the heaven and earth were rotating too violently, the rays of light between heaven and earth refracted into strange rainbow bridges. When the number of those rainbows increased to a certain extent, a massive 7-colored power suddenly shot out from the rainbows, turning the 8 ice mountains into dust. Then, it split the entire land of glaciers into 2 halves. revealing the endless ice abyss that was sealed under the glaciers. Ning Fan and the others barely escaped from the cave on the ice mountain. They did not turn into dust along with the cave. At the moment when they escaped from the collapse of the ice mountain, the white shadow of an ancient woman also floated out from the bottom of the endless ice abyss. She was singing an ancient song in an eerie manner. Her long hair fluttered in the chilly wind while her fishtail swayed in the storm. The water immortal lake where the mermaids live. Ever since the immortal sovereign crossed the lake, the people of the world no longer recognize the true immortal Confucian. Spiritual pills were thrown into the lake. The lake water was as clear as water. The mermaids treasured it so much that they stored it in the bright moon pot. The mermaids drank the full moon at night. The moonlight turned into pearls in their eyes. They held a lotus leaf in their hands. The pearls on the plate could not even be compared to mercury. The people of the world have no immortal intent. Their hearts are rippling. Cooking dragons and cannons every day. How can they sprinkle their hearts and warm their bodies, sprinkle their hearts and warm their bodies? They must drink the bright moon pearl of the mermaids. The water immortals have already left on the carps. Throughout the night, the lotus blossoms with red tears. The song was filled with endless charm. As soon as the song began, even though Shen Kong and the others were already prepared for it, they were still bewitched. Their eyes were filled with confusion and they fainted one after another on the glacial continent where the tectonic plates were broken. Ning Fan was the only one who was not affected by the song. His expression was as calm as still water. He no longer cared about Shen Kong and the others who were holding him back. In a flash, he flew into the sky and stood in midair, staring coldly at the ancient woman who was floating in midair. It was a mermaid with a sickly pale complexion. Her fishtail was covered with white scales that glistened with silver light. Her body was emitting the massive chi of a first-level quasi-saint. Even though she had been sealed by the 8 disciples of the water sect for countless years, her chi was still extremely strong. It did not diminish at all and it gave Ning Fan a strong aura. This woman was an expert at the same level as Xiang Bozi. She should not be underestimated, that woman was indescribably beautiful. For some unknown reason, she looked extremely similar to Aphrodite. Even her chi was almost the same. If Ning Fan did not know that Aphrodite was currently imprisoned in the profounding world, he would almost think that this woman was Aphrodite. The woman's beautiful eyes were filled with indescribable coldness. When she saw that Ning Fan was not affected by her siren song, her brows immediately sank. However, when she saw Ning Fan's appearance, she felt a little doubtful for some reason. After remaining silent for a moment, she asked. "Junior, have I seen you somewhere before?" Ning Fan frowned. He did not know why she would ask such a question. He then answered. "It should be our first time meeting." "First time meeting, huh? It's really an illusion. I've never seen you before." The woman shook her head and suppressed the doubt in her heart. Since Ning Fan was not someone she knew, there was no need for her to show any mercy. Immediately, her killing intent was like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens. She sneered. "Humph. You're really impressive. You're just an immortal king realm cultivator, but you're actually able to block my siren song. It seems like you're not on the same level as those useless immortal emperors." "Senior, who are you?" Ning Fan was not afraid of the woman's immense killing intent and asked indifferently. "Who am I? I'm a pitiful person. A pitiful person who is trapped in a dream and can't wake up. At first, I thought that I would be suppressed by the 8 sons of the water sect in my dream for the rest of my life. Who would have thought that there would be a group of fools who accidentally barged into this sealed glacier and broke the 5 sealing formations of the ice mountains in succession? Those fools did not know about the seals of this place. They actually wanted to break all the seals here in order to obtain the treasures. However, they didn't know that their actions might release me. Unfortunately, they were too weak. 3 of the ice mountains formations were beyond their abilities. They couldn't break them even after spending tens of years. You're not bad though. You actually broke the remaining 3 ice mountains formations as soon as you appeared and released me. Hee hee. From this point of view, you're my great benefactor who saved me from the seals. It would be inexcusable if I don't give you some rewards. What kind of rewards do you want to give me, senior?" Ning Fan became extremely vigilant. He did not think that the other party really wanted to give him any rewards. It was because the other party's killing intent had already locked onto him without concealing it. Hee. Of course, it's to grant you death. You don't know, but the thing that I love to do the most in my life is to repay kindness with enmity and repay kindness with enmity. The female quasi-saint let out a shrill laugh. Her laughter sounded like a ferocious ghost coming for Ning Fan's life. All of a sudden, her body exploded, turning into a large amount of bubbles and dissipating. Almost at the same time when she turned into bubbles, Ning Fan's vision darkened. A fish-tailed lady appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The lady's movement technique was too fast. Before Ning Fan could react, she had already appeared in front of him. Her palm lightly landed on Ning Fan's chest. Although it seemed weak, it carried the immense power of a quasi-saint's attack. All of a sudden, Ning Fan felt as if he had been hit by hundreds or thousands of cultivation planets. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away by the lady's attack. When he finally stabilized his body, he was already severely injured. Who told this lady to sneak attack so quickly? He didn't even have the time to activate his eternal true body. If he did, he probably wouldn't be injured. However, even though I was sneakily attacked by this lady, she won't have a good time either. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. A hint of calculation flashed across his eyes. Seeing that her full-force attack actually failed to kill a mere immortal king of Dream Realm, the lady was extremely surprised. After that, her killing intent skyrocketed and she laughed even more happily. Interesting. This is really interesting. It's good that I can't kill you with a single attack. If I can kill you in a single attack, I won't be able to play with you anymore. ***, what's going on? Just as the lady was about to attack Ning Fan again, her beautiful face suddenly changed and she coughed out a mouthful of black blood. She was actually poisoned without her knowing. Impossible. I just gave you a palm attack. How could you plant such a strong poison into my body during such a short period of physical contact? What kind of poison is this? It actually has a trace of the power of the third step? This isn't a poison that a mere immortal king can possess. Who are you to the great sage Flame Toad? Ning Fan sneered. He activated his eternal true body and a cross-shaped halo at the same time. A golden flame giant that was surrounded by halos suddenly appeared in front of the lady. He did not answer the lady's question because he also did not know who the great sage Flame Toad that the lady mentioned was. Considering that he obtained the saint poison from an immortal emperor of the Fire Toad clan in the past, Ning Fan inwardly guessed that the so-called Great Sage Flame Toad was probably the ancestor of that immortal emperor of the Fire Toad clan. He was the true owner of that drop of saint poison. Hiss? The incipient saint ring? No. That's not right. This cross-shaped black halo isn't the incipient saint ring. The lady's eyesight was extremely sharp. She could vaguely see that Ning Fan's cross-shaped halo had some kind of connection with the incipient saint ring of the third step. All of a sudden, her fear towards Ning Fan rose to an unprecedented level. She no longer looked down on him just because he was an immortal king. She sneered. So what if you're the descendant of the great sage Flame Toad? Since we met in the dream realm, what's the harm in killing you? It just so happens to be the opportunity for me to break the dream realm. Karma shot. The lady temporarily suppressed the saint poison in her body. She no longer dared to engage in close combat with Ning Fan. She displayed her ability and summoned a golden bow. Without saying a word, she shot 3 arrows at Ning Fan. 1 arrow to the top of the spirit, 1 arrow to the heart, 1 arrow to the dantian. Ning Fan was extremely familiar with this scene. That day, Afro also shot at him in the same way. What made Ning Fan feel slightly strange was that the lady's expression when she shot the arrows was very similar to Afro's. In the past, Afro was just a half-step quasi-saint. Thus, the 3 arrows she shot did not bring Ning Fan any life-threatening danger. However, the 3 arrows in front of him were different. They were shot by a true first-step quasi-saint with their full strength. Thus, they were not to be underestimated. Explode. Ning Fan did not plan to give the lady the chance to shoot the 3 arrows. He formed a hand seal and a trace of extremely obscure chaotic world multicolored light suddenly erupted from the lady's body. It was unexpected. When Ning Fan was struck by the lady's palm just now, not only did he seize the opportunity to plant the saint poison in her body, he also mixed a trace of the chaotic world purple light's bewitching power into the poison. The saint poison was just a cover. Ning Fan did not expect to kill this first-step quasi-saint with just a trace of the saint poison. He just wanted to use the saint poison to attract her attention. As expected, the lady's attention was attracted by the saint poison and she neglected the chaotic world purple light that had sneaked into her body. It was the brand new chaotic world purple light that Ning Fan condensed after combining the bewitching techniques of the two peerless figures, the ancient chaos great emperor and Shi Zihua. It was what Ning Fan relied on to capture Afro in a single move. Now, it had become his biggest reliance to deal with the first-step quasi-saint in front of him. If this first-step quasi-saint was a man, Ning Fan would have to fight a hard battle and he would most likely be defeated in the end. Fortunately, the enemy was a lady. She gave Ning Fan the chance to use his bewitching technique. As a trace of chaotic world purple light exploded in the lady's body, the chaotic power of the purple light instantly turned into a large bewitching technique net, trapping the lady who was caught off guard. So what if you're a first-step quasi-saint? In terms of the density of your magic power, Ning Fan was already comparable to a first-step quasi-saint, being trapped in the large bewitching technique net that Ning Fan cast with all his magic power. Even if the female quasi-saint had a profound cultivation base, all of her magic power was sealed by Ning Fan in an instant, turning her into a pitiful fish trapped in the net. Both of her hands struggled in the net while her tail kept kicking. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not escape from the bewitching technique net that Ning Fan had set up. Just a moment ago, the lady was still wearing an arrogant expression. At the next moment, her aura force weakened and she said softly to Ning Fan, "Let me out." Her tone was 70% angry and 30% shy. She was angry because she, a dignified quasi-saint, actually became a fish in the net of a mere mortal king because of a moment of carelessness. She was embarrassed because she had a similar nightmare before. In the dream, she was repeatedly trapped by a white-robed man whose face could not be seen clearly. Then, she licked and humiliated him wantonly. In the end, her tears were snatched away by him. Quasi-saint? So what if you're a quasi-saint? If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to become a fish in my net. You're the second mermaid that I've caught. I don't care if you're a quasi-saint or not. From today onwards, you will be my vessel to produce the tears of the mermaid. Ning Fan sneered. Since this lady wanted to kill him, he naturally would not show any mercy to her. Humph. So what if I've caught you? Falling into your hands is just another nightmare. I, Afro, will never beg for mercy from you. Afro? You said your name is Afro? Ning Fan frowned. He vaguely had a strange feeling. Why is the mermaid that I've caught this time also called Afro? Not only does she look similar to Afro, but she also has the same name. Is this a coincidence or is there another reason? All of a sudden, Ning Fan's interest in investigating the mermaid that was sealed in the glacier of this place was aroused. His subconscious told him that this mermaid really seemed to have some kind of connection with Afro. It was a connection that he was still far from understanding at the moment. Divine Space Emperor and the others were hit by the quasi-sage lady's siren song. Now, they had fainted on the glacier and could not wake up for a long time. Ning Fan did not immediately wake up these useless teammates. His eyes were filled with curiosity as he studied the quasi-sage lady in front of him. His eyes flashed with green light, trying to see through the mysteries of this lady with his heavenly vision. This lady whom he suspected to be Afro seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist that he could not see through. The lady was trapped in the net. She was clearly within his reach, but Ning Fan somehow felt a lingering sense of distance when he faced her. It was as if the actual distance between him and this lady was not just a single step or even thousands of mountains and rivers. Instead, they were separated by different space-time and endless samsara. Afro. This lady is also called Afro. The world of cultivation was extremely vast. It was not strange to have one or two cultivators with the same name. However, if their appearance, chi, and behavior were almost the same, it could not be regarded as a coincidence. His intuition told him that this lady must have some kind of connection with Afro whom he had captured previously. However, he did not have the ability to fully understand this connection now. Afro was a little annoyed by Ning Fan's scorching gaze. She swayed her fishtail, trying to break free from Ning Fan's purple mist net. However, it was just a waste of her strength. As the power of the chaotic world purple mist's bewitching technique continued to invade her body, she gradually felt weak and numb all over. She gritted her teeth angrily and shouted. "How dare you use bewitching technique on me? Despicable. Are you really the disciple of the great sage Fire Toad? Don't you know that the great sage Fire Toad strictly forbids his disciples from practicing such unorthodox methods?" Ning Fan shook his head and said. "I'm not the disciple of the great sage Fire Toad." "Humph. Don't try to deny it. You obviously have the inherited poison that the great sage Fire Toad bestowed upon his disciples. Why do you have to deceive me? Are you afraid that I will report the fact that you practice bewitching technique to the Divine Toad sect and to your ancestor, the great sage Fire Toad? Leave the dreamland? Divine Toad sect?" Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. He had no idea what the Divine Toad sect was. Seeing that Ning Fan's bewilderment did not seem to be an act, it was the lady's turn to be doubtful this time. "Are you really not the disciple of the great sage Fire Toad?" Judging from his tone, she finally believed him a little. "No, the sage's legacy poison that you mentioned is a spoil of war that I obtained after killing an unlucky immortal emperor of the Fire Toad clan." "Hee, this is really interesting. You actually dared to steal something from the Divine Toad sect. Although true death does not exist in the Dream Realm trial, you still snatched the Divine Toad sect's disciples' inherited poison. The Flame Toad Great Sage has always been protective of his own people. Once you leave the Dreamland trial, the Divine Toad sect will definitely not let you off. Unless you have the protection of a Nirvana saint, there will be no place for you to hide in the Four Wastelands." The Quasi-Saint Realm lady sneered. She was still angry that Ning Fan plotted against her. As soon as she heard that Ning Fan was going to be in trouble, she naturally felt delighted. Dreamland trial? The Divine Toad sect was chasing after him? Nirvana Sage's protection? The Four Wastelands of heaven and earth? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. The strange feeling in Ning Fan's heart became even stronger. He felt that when he was talking to this Quasi-Saint Realm lady, there was a strong sense of disharmony. However, he could not tell where that disharmony came from. You don't even know about the Four Wastelands of heaven and earth? It's impossible for any cultivator from the true world not to know about the Four Wastelands of heaven and earth. The Quasi-Saint Realm lady stared at Ning Fan as if she was looking at an idiot. Logically speaking, this lady was Ning Fan's captive. With Ning Fan's personality, he would not be bothered to talk nonsense with a captive. However, at this moment, the disharmony in Ning Fan's heart grew stronger and stronger. He wanted to find the source of that feeling. Thus, he answered her patiently. "I'm not a cultivator from the true world. I'm a cultivator from the illusory dream realm." Illusory dream realm? What's the illusory dream realm? The Quasi-Saint Realm lady became even more confused. You don't know about the illusory dream realm? Ning Fan was surprised. I've never heard of it. Then, do you know about the three great true worlds? What three great true worlds? Isn't there only one true world? There are 4 great continents in the true world. As a merman, you must be a member of the Merman clan. The Merman clan should be one of the clans of the last descendants of Ziwei, right? Ning Fan asked tentatively. What do you mean by the last descendants of Ziwei? What nonsense are you spouting? My Ziwei immortal region is still alive and well. It has never been destroyed. How dare you spout nonsense like that? The Quasi-Saint Realm seemed to have been insulted by Ning Fan. Thus, she flew into a rage. I suppose you must have been trapped under this glacier for too many years. You actually don't know that the Ziwei immortal region has already been destroyed more than 1 billion years ago. Ning Fan said. What nonsense. I've just been trapped in the dream trial for several 100 million years. If converted to real time, it's just a few hundred breaths. Right now, my great Ziwei immortal region is clearly occupying half of the North Continent and holding the dream trial that happens once every 10 years. As for my true body in the North Continent, it can still send me news from the outside world. How dare you spout nonsense and say that my great Ziwei immortal region has been destroyed? Humph. As expected, you're just like the 8 disciples of the water sect. You really know which continent and which sector from. How dare you slander the Ziwei immortal region in front of me? If the great sage Ziwei finds out about this, he certainly won't let you off easily. The great sage Ziwei? Who's that? Ignorant and ill-informed. You don't even know about the great sage Ziwei. He's the ancestor of my Ziwei immortal region. A dignified Nirvana saint. Nirvana saint? Ancestor? Shouldn't the ancestor of your Ziwei immortal cultivators be the fourth step immortal sovereign Ziwei? How could he be the Nirvana saint? Are you joking with me? There has never been a fourth step immortal sovereign in my Ziwei immortal region. Moreover, I don't know why the great sage Ziwei always weeps when the fourth step is mentioned. Can you tell me about the history of the four great continents of your true world? Ning Fan seemed to have guessed something and said to the lady. Humph. Who do you think you are to me? Why should I listen to you? The lady said disdainfully. You're my captive now. If you don't listen to my orders, don't blame me for punishing you. Humph. A mere punishment was nothing to be afraid of. At most, I'll just have another nightmare. I'm not afraid. The lady said proudly. That arrogant expression was exactly the same as the other Afro who had just been captured by Ning Fan. She had an unyielding and resolute expression. They're really alike. The two Aphrodite were clearly carved from the same mold. Ning Fan already had a lot of experience in dealing with the other Afro. He wondered if his experience and methods would be useful on the Afro in front of him. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve, trying to bring the lady into the profounding world. However, he realized that the profounding world could not contain her. When the lady saw that Ning Fan wanted to use the world treasure to contain her, she immediately sneered and said mockingly. Don't waste your effort. Your world treasure can't contain me. Even if you want to bring me out of this world of glaciers, you won't be able to do it. This is also the reason why the 8 disciples of Water sect had no choice but to imprison me here. They can't bring me out of this world of glaciers. You can't bring me out of this place? Ning Fan's eyes shot out green rays that pierced through heaven and earth. It was his first time observing this world of glaciers so seriously. Gradually, he seemed to have understood something which confirmed the speculation in his heart. If that's the case, I won't change the location. I'll punish you right here. Ning Fan pressed the lady who was trapped by the fishing net of bewitching technique against the ice wall. Then, he used his large hand to remove the shell that was covering her chest. Why you? What are you trying to do to me? The lady instantly lost control of her embarrassment. She realized what Ning Fan wanted to do to her. She was 70% angry but also 30% unwilling to accept it. It was extremely illogical. You don't mean what you say. Ning Fan inwardly despised the hypocrisy of this lady. Through the thin fishing net of bewitching technique, he sucked on her voluptuous breasts. Damn it. It's you. It's you. I remember it now. Ah, it's so comfortable. The lady leaned against the ice wall, raised her neck and let out an unbearable moan. She allowed Ning Fan to do whatever he wanted but she did not show much resistance. At this moment, countless blurry images of her dreams gradually became clearer in her mind. She had countless nightmares in which she was pressed down and violated by others countless times. She also lost the mermaid's tears countless times. She did not know where those nightmares came from. She only remembered that the intruders were all men in white robes whose faces could not be seen clearly. Now that those nightmares became clearer, she finally remembered that all the intruders in her dreams looked exactly the same as the man in front of her. No wonder. No wonder she did not feel any hatred towards him even though he had captured her. Instead, she felt that it was only natural. So she had already had countless intimate contact with this man in her dreams. So it's you. Damn it. Damn it. Ah. Be gentle. You're biting me. No. No. I know I'm wrong. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Stop licking me. The lady's face was flushed and she finally begged for mercy. Her countless nightmares told her that if she did not beg for mercy, Ning Fan would definitely make her collapse and shed her precious lover's tears. Seeing that she had given in, Ning Fan did not want to humiliate her too much. He loosened his mouth and put the shell back on her chest. The lady panted softly while secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Deep in her heart, there seemed to be a shadow of being humiliated by Ning Fan, which made her a little more afraid of him. When Ning Fan asked her about the history of the true world she came from, she naturally told him everything she knew. Of course, she would rather die than tell him any damaging information about the Ziwei immortal domain. Her persistence was just like the other Aflo. She was stubborn and adorable. The true world I came from originated from Patriarch Hongjun's Tao teachings. At that time, there was no true world in heaven and earth. The world was just a primordial world. As the quasi-saint realm lady continued to speak, Ning Fan finally understood where the sense of distance and disharmony that he felt earlier came from. Ever since Ning Fan started cultivating the Tao, he had come into contact with the three great true worlds and countless illusory dream worlds. However, the world that this lady had come into contact with was only one true world, which was divided into 4 continents. In the cultivation world that Ning Fan had come into contact with, immortal sovereign Zido had eliminated 2 immortal sovereigns, Ziwei and Beidou, all by himself. In the cultivation world that this lady had come into contact with, immortal sovereign Ziwei did not exist at all. The strongest expert in Ziwei was just a nirvana saint who belonged to the middle level of the 3 great saint realms, incipient, nirvana and desolate. If it was Ning Fan who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, he would certainly think that the lady in front of him was a lunatic who was spouting nonsense. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was no longer the rookie cultivator he was in the past. He believed that this lady was not lying. There was another reason why their understanding of the world was different from each other. Ning Fan did not know much about the history of the true world. However, he still knew the general trend of history. First, there were divine spirits. Then, there were immortal spirits. After that, there were immortal cultivators of the true world. This was the general history of the development of the true world. However, in the world that the lady lived in, it was a world of primordial chaos in the beginning. Then, Hongjun preached the Tao. After that, the primordial chaos was split open. After that, it was the era of shamans and demons. After that, it was the era of shamans and shamans. This lady came from another cultivation world. In that cultivation world, there was no immortal sovereign Ziwei, immortal sovereign Beidou and immortal sovereign Zido. In that world, there were also supreme 4th step immortal sovereigns who were fighting for the great Tao. However, there was no dark side world like the illusory dream world in that world. The existence of that world was like a parallel space that was parallel to the world that Ning Fan lived in. In the past, Sovereign 2 had instilled a lot of knowledge about the samsara of parallel time and space to Ning Fan when he could not understand it. Now, Ning Fan understood it a little bit. He no longer listened to the historical changes of the world that the lady lived in. Instead, he fell into deep thought and became slightly absent-minded. The lady was talking about the exciting Great War of the Primordial Era. She was really fascinated by this period of history. Initially, she thought that Ning Fan would also like to listen to it. However, when she saw that Ning Fan was absent-minded and was not interested in this period of history at all, she immediately felt a little annoyed. How could she not be angry? It was Ning Fan who asked her to talk about the history of the origin world. She did it obediently, but Ning Fan did not listen properly. How dare he be absent-minded? Humph. If you don't listen carefully, I won't talk about it anymore. Eh? This is impossible. This is the submission of the plants. How did you do this? The lady wanted to complain a little more, but she was suddenly attracted by the strange scene in front of her. The glacier in this place was originally barren due to the extreme cold. However, as Ning Fan waved his sleeve, clusters of cattail grasses that were as tall as a human's waist grew out of nowhere on the surface of the ice. Creating plants from nothing was the application of the Tao of wood. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Tao law but the power of the sovereign realm. As soon as those cattail grasses appeared, they immediately knelt on the ground as if they were kowtowing to Ning Fan. It was not because of his divine ability but because they were submitting to him from the bottom of their hearts. This made the lady's heart skip a beat. She did not expect that Ning Fan, who was just an immortal king realm cultivator, could actually use the sovereign realm of wood to such a level. Rumor has it that in the same era, only one of the sovereign realm sovereigns who cultivated to the same sovereign realm could become the supreme sovereign of that sovereign realm. Only such an existence could make all living beings in the sovereign realm submit to him from the bottom of their hearts. Could it be that Ning Fan had already reached the pinnacle of the sovereign realm of wood with just a mere immortal king realm cultivation base? This is impossible. Ning Fan did not care about the lady's astonishment. He would also not explain his supreme identity as the father of wood to her. At this moment, he was immersed in a mysterious enlightenment. This enlightenment actually made the power of samsara in his body gradually increase. From the words of the lady, Ning Fan saw a brand new appearance of samsara. He finally understood what the parallel universe that Sovereign 2 mentioned in the past was all about. He remembered that Sovereign 2 had mentioned the concept of the connection point of samsara. You asked me what the connection point of samsara is? Of course, it refers to the place where many samsara are connected to. What? You still don't understand? This is such a headache. How am I supposed to explain it to you? I'm not good at teaching people with words. Samsara is a very mysterious thing. It doesn't just have one layer. Instead, it has layers upon layers. Each layer of samsara is like a parallel universe. Everyone who goes out from that parallel universe can have countless past and also countless future. You can understand the connection point of samsara as the boundaries of different parallel universes. Your past might not necessarily be what you have experienced in this life. Your future might not necessarily be what you have encountered in this life. Do you understand now? The connection point of samsara. That's right. This world of glaciers was obviously a connection point of samsara that the 8 disciples of the water sect had accidentally discovered. This world of glaciers was connected to another samsara. In that parallel samsara, there was also an Aphrodite who was undergoing the dream trials that happened once every 10 years in the Z-Way immortal domain. If I'm not mistaken, this quasi-saint Aphrodite should be the half-saint Aphrodite whom I caught previously in another parallel samsara. There could be countless parallel samsara. The same person could go through countless samsara. Because these samsara were parallel, they would never meet each other. However, there were also exceptions. That exception was the connection point of samsara. It could actually connect parallel samsara. This quasi-saint Aphrodite could not be brought out of this world of glaciers. She could not be kept into the space of the world treasure because she did not belong to this samsara. Thus, her freedom was sealed by the samsara of this world. Do you know about samsara? At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were clear as if they contained the myriad Tao of the heavens. The quasi-saint Aphrodite was stunned and shook her head. Is samsara something that I'm qualified to know? She who was at the quasi-saint realm had just touched a trace of perfection. She was still very far away from comprehending samsara and becoming a sage. This is the samsara that I am in. Ning Fan casually plucked a handful of cattail grass and weaved it into a grass ring. Then, he showed it to Aphrodite. She did not understand what Ning Fan was doing. She could not understand why a grass ring was a samsara. She remained silent and waited for Ning Fan to explain. However, Ning Fan did not explain to her. Instead, he plucked another handful of cattail grass and weaved a second grass ring. This is the samsara that you are in. Aphrodite became even more confused. As a quasi-saint, she certainly had a basic understanding of the word samsara. However, Ning Fan's words were too mysterious. It was so mysterious that she could not understand a single word. Ning Fan still did not explain. Suddenly, he piled the 2 grass rings on the ground and asked, "Do you understand now?" Aphrodite shook her head. The confusion in her eyes deepened. She stared at the 2 grass rings on the ground. There seemed to be a voice in her mind that kept asking questions. Why are these 2 grass rings parallel to each other? How can these 2 grass rings exist in parallel? It's impossible for there to be 2 of them in the same world. You don't understand. Then, can you understand now? Ning Fan plucked another cattail grass and tied one end of it to a grass ring. With that, this cattail grass became the only connecting point of the 2 parallel grass rings. Ning Fan pointed at the cattail grass that connected the 2 parallel grass rings and said to Aphrodite, "I don't know what the dream trial that you are talking about is. However, if I'm not mistaken, you might have accidentally taken the wrong path and entered the connection point of the parallel samsara. That's why you were suppressed by the 8 disciples of the water sect. Parallel samsara? Connection point." Aphrodite was enlightened. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. At this moment, she seemed to have figured out many questions. The place that she was currently in was not some dream trial. The people that she met here were also completely different from the people in her previous samsara. No wonder. No wonder she always felt a sense of discomfort towards this world of glaciers. It turns out that this is the reason she had accidentally entered into another cycle of reincarnation. Samsara. What is samsara? Parallel? How can it be parallel? Ning Fan plucked more cattail grass and weaved more grass rings. Then, he placed them vertically on the ground. The grass rings piled up into a small tower. As it grew taller, it gradually reached the height of a human. However, the confusion in Ning Fan's eyes grew. He no longer piled up the grass rings. Instead, he drew a straight line on the ground. In Aphrodite's eyes, this straight line was just a line. However, in Ning Fan's eyes, every point on this straight line was a grass ring. All of them were parallel samsara. The parallel samsara naturally formed a straight line when they were stacked on top of each other. However, Ning Fan also knew that there was no such thing as a straight line in samsara. No matter how straight the line was, it would eventually return to the starting point and form a circle. Ning Fan drew the straight line very long. Then, he covered his eyes with the remaining samsara power that he had. His eyes were no longer glowing with green light. Instead, they were covered by a layer of purplish-golden samsara power. When this samsara power covered his eyes, the space-time that Ning Fan saw began to distort. The straight line was no longer a straight line. After the straight line on the ground was distorted, it eventually connected with each other, forming an impenetrable circle. However, this circle, this connection and the distortion of space-time could only be seen by Ning Fan. Aphrodite could not. When countless parallel space-time are stacked together, it will form a brand new big circle. And this circle was the true reincarnation. Be it the samsara that I am in or the samsara that quasi-Saint Aphrodite is in, they are actually just a part of the complete samsara. If the grass rings that I weaved in the beginning are regarded as the first ring of the heavenly Tao, then when the first ring of the heavenly Tao that exists in parallel are stacked together, they can form a bigger and vaster samsara circle. This is the second ring of the heavenly Tao. If the second ring of the heavenly Tao is also stacked in the same way, the third ring of the heavenly Tao can be stacked together. If the third ring of the heavenly Tao is also stacked in parallel like this, the existence of the world is countless small circles stacked together to form a big circle. However, when the big circle reaches its limit, it is highly possible that it will return to the initial small circle. In the countless parallel samsara, there are countless Aphrodites. Are there also countless Ning Fans like me and me? Who am I? In the countless parallel samsara, there can be countless Ning Fans. If I meet the other Ning Fans, I can only use Ning Fan to differentiate between us. It will not be able to differentiate us. That is why I am Ning Fan but also not Ning Fan. But if I am not Ning Fan, who am I? The moment Ning Fan asked this question, the aura around him suddenly changed. At this moment, he began to be unable to distinguish who he was. However, at this moment, the veins of the world were incomparably clear in his eyes. This question was not about his name but his true self. The moment he asked this question, Ning Fan gained the qualifications to cultivate his true self corpse, cultivate his good corpse and cultivate his evil corpse. He gained the qualifications to attain the saint realm through the corpse severing technique. Of course, Ning Fan who asked this question did not realize this himself, let alone know about the corpse severing technique. He might not know about it but it did not mean that quasi-Saint Aphrodite did not know about it. In the parallel samsara that she was in, there were many saints and immortal sovereigns. She was even fortunate enough to witness a great cultivator attaining the saint realm through the corpse severing technique. She did not understand Ning Fan but she sensed a trace of the chi of his true self corpse from his body. What did he do? He's just an immortal king but his body actually nurtured a trace of the karma seed of his true self corpse. This is impossible. How can there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? Even those great cultivators, great demons, and great devils who can comprehend the karma seed of the three corpses are rare existences. Otherwise, why would so many supreme existences die in front of the door of the third step? Why would so many people give up on the corpse severing technique and settle for the next best thing, seeking the path of becoming a saint through virtue. How did he nurture the karma seed of his true self? He just weaved some grass rings, said some strange words and drew a straight line. Aphrodite could not calm down. She vaguely realized that there was a precious opportunity to comprehend the corpse-severing technique right in front of her, but she could not comprehend it. She stared at the straight line that Ning Fan drew on the ground, trying to figure out what it was. Unfortunately, this straight line would always be a straight line in her eyes. Only those who had just come into contact with the profound mysteries of samsara could distort time and space and connect the two ends. She was destined not to be as heaven-defying as Ning Fan, who could easily cultivate the karma seed of his true self. Who am I? Ning Fan seemed to be trapped in this question, unable to extricate himself. It was as if there were countless devil voices questioning him. However, the more he understood about samsara, the more he could not find an answer. Am I Ning Fan? No. I'm not Ning Fan. Ning Fan has a lot of things. As for me, how can I be the only one? No matter how hard Aphrodite looked at the straight line, she could not find any clues. When she saw Ning Fan muttering "Who am I?" as if he was possessed by the devil, she was instantly shocked. Not good. This young man is just an immortal king. How is he qualified to cultivate the karma seed of his true self? He has rashly touched the corpse-severing technique and went berserk. Should I save him or not? Should I? Aphrodite was caught in a dilemma. All of a sudden, her mind was filled with countless nightmares of touching Ning Fan's skin. Those nightmares were very far away, so far that they seemed to be something that happened in another samsara. On the other hand, those nightmares were very close to her. It was as if the medicinal power of the pills that Ning Fan gave her had yet to dissolve. She remembered that in one of the nightmares, she collapsed from exhaustion due to shedding the tears of a mermaid and nearly dropped her cultivation base. From then on, Ning Fan would feed her pills with concern every time he asked for the tears of a mermaid to strengthen her foundation and nourish her primordial spirit. Her mind was still struggling, but her body had already reacted in advance. When you know who you are not you. When you don't know who you are you. Aphrodite suddenly opened her mouth to remind him. Even she herself was surprised when she spoke. She actually cared so much about Ning Fan's safety. Aphrodite did not know the profound meaning behind her words. She only knew that there was once a great cultivator in the Ziwei immortal region that she was from who went berserk like Ning Fan when he cultivated the karma seed of his true self. He kept asking himself, who am I, in a deranged manner. At that time, the Ziwei immortal king had said something like that to awaken that great cultivator. Ning Fan had fallen into a state of berserk. His spirit sense was muddled, and the last bit of clarity in his mind told him that the current situation was extremely dangerous. As expected, samsara was not something that he could comprehend easily. It seemed like he had suffered a backlash because he tried to comprehend samsara in a random manner. Ning Fan sensed that the samsara power in his body had flowed into his primordial spirit for some unknown reason. Inside his primordial spirit, it formed a strange purplish golden seed. Ning Fan did not know that this seed was the karma seed of his true self that countless great cultivators yearned for. However, he could vaguely tell that the reason why he was going berserk was largely related to this strange seed. He thought to himself that if he continues to go berserk, his life would certainly be in danger. Thus, he might as well destroy this strange seed. In this way, he could probably wake up from the berserk state. Just as he was about to use his remaining consciousness to destroy this seed, Aphrodite's words suddenly reached his ears. When you know who you are not you. When you don't know who you are you. All of a sudden, Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. The heart devil that was raging in his body suddenly showed signs of calming down. Yes. Be it Ning Fan or my countless parallel samsara, they are not born from my will. I don't know who the creator is, but I might as well call the person who drew this endless circle of samsara, the creator. The creator created a butterfly. This kind of creation is where the creator's will lies. However, it is not my will. The reason why I am Ning Fan is not because the creator wanted to create a Ning Fan, but because I want to be Ning Fan. My existence has nothing to do with my body, my name, my cultivation base and my Tao attainments. Where my will is, I am who I am. Because there are countless of me in the endless samsara, I am not Ning Fan. Because my will is unique, I am still Ning Fan. Even though the parallel samsara could create countless Ning Fan with similar appearance and chi, there would only be one who had the same will. I am me. Why do I need to ask myself? Ning Fan exhaled a mouthful of turbid chi and completely suppressed his heart devil. After overcoming this chi deviation, the mysterious seed in his body seemed to have become more stable. It firmly rooted itself in his primordial spirit, using the power of his primordial spirit as its nutrients to grow. At the same time, it nourished the samsara power in his body, causing it to grow at an extremely slow and stable speed. It can actually increase the samsara power. This unknown seed is really incredible. He had almost destroyed the seed just now. Ning Fan looked at Quasi-Saint Aphrodite, who was trapped in the fishing net, with a complicated expression and sighed. If it wasn't for this lady's advice, he certainly wouldn't be able to break free from the heart devil so easily. No matter what, he had to destroy this mysterious seed in his body. Today, he relied on this lady to protect this mysterious seed. Because of this, he also owed her a favor. When he thought about how she repaid him with kindness even though he was extremely thick-skinned, he also felt a little ashamed at this moment. Thank you. He displayed his ability and actually removed the bewitching net that was trapping her. Aphrodite was also stunned. She did not expect that Ning Fan would be so grateful that he would let her go after she casually gave him some advice. As the bewitching net was removed, Aphrodite's magic power recovered bit by bit. Her massive quasi-saint realm chi rushed out once again, shaking heaven and earth. With a wave of her magic power, Aphrodite subconsciously wanted to get rid of Ning Fan to avenge herself. However, when she recalled that Ning Fan was actually the person whom she had fantasized about countless times and remembered the kindness of Ning Fan who had set her free, no matter how cruel and merciless she was, she could not bear to attack Ning Fan at this moment. Her heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. Why did you let me go? She actually scolded Ning Fan instead. Ning Fan was speechless and replied, Isn't it better to let you go? Or do you prefer me to lock you up and ravage you? Pooh. Shameless. Aphrodite's face turned red. She was not a masochist. How could she possibly like being locked up and ravaged by Ning Fan? However, she also had to admit that she was a little attached to the various kinds of pleasure she experienced in her dreams. She did not expect to find out that the person she was fantasizing about was actually someone else after having those nightmares for so many years. This kind of feeling was too shameful. When she recalled that Ning Fan was still nibbling on her breast just now, she felt even more embarrassed. She looked at the world of glaciers around her and changed the topic. I didn't expect this place to actually be the connection point of parallel samsara. Does this mean that we are not people from the same samsara? It turns out that this place isn't a trial of dreams. No wonder the 8 disciples of Water sect were so shocked when I accidentally entered this place in the past and directly suppressed me. They probably thought that I was an invader from the outer world. After suppressing me, they even used the Kowtow Inquisition technique to gather incense and deduce my origin by worshipping my statue. Kowtow Inquisition technique? Ning Fan was stunned. In the mortal world, there were some temples that gathered incense and drew lots for fortune-telling through worshipping. He did not expect that the cultivation world could also use incense in this way. It was really magical. Unfortunately, this kind of divine technique seemed to have been lost in the cultivation world a long time ago. The current Doomsday Immortal Emperor also did not pay much attention to things like incense. I have been imprisoned by the 8 disciples of Water sect for hundreds of millions of years. Even though I only participated in the trial of dreams for a few hundred breaths, I'm afraid it has already greatly affected my score. Sigh. I have to go back. I have to return to my samsara. Aphrodite let out a sigh. Hundreds of millions of years in the dream was equivalent to hundreds of breaths in reality. However, she had experienced the pain of being suppressed for hundreds of millions of years. Even though her cultivation base did not improve, her Tao heart was a few times stronger than before. I accidentally entered this world of glaciers when I lost my way in the past. The entrance has already disappeared. This time, I can use a secret technique to go back, but I won't be able to find the entrance anymore in the future. Goodbye, Meng Lang. Meng Lang, Ning Fan shuddered. Instinctively, he felt that this form of address was extremely vulgar. He thought that if Aphrodite returns to the other world and calls him this way forever, it would be too unpleasant to hear. After thinking for a while, Ning Fan decided to tell her his name. He was Ning Fan. The one and only Ning Fan. My name is Ning Fan. Ning Fan, huh? Alright. I'll remember it. Goodbye, Meng Lang. Aphrodite turned around with a smile and stared at Ning Fan deeply. In the end, she made a hand seal and displayed some kind of secret technique, planning to leave this world of glaciers. Wait. I have someone here that I want you to meet. Ning Fan suddenly thought of something. He really wanted to know what would happen if Aphrodite from two different worlds met. Perhaps it would bring danger to the two ladies, or perhaps it would bring them different opportunities. If there is danger, he would certainly do his best to protect the two ladies, considering Aphrodite's warning. If there is an opportunity, he might be able to use this opportunity to slightly repay the quasi-saint Aphrodite's kindness. Who do you want me to meet? The quasi-saint Aphrodite was surprised. You will know when you see him. Ning Fan took a deep breath. After a long time, he finally released the quasi-saint Aphrodite from the profounding world. As for the quasi-saint Aphrodite, Ning Fan did not trust her as much. Even though he released her, he still tied her up with a rope of bewitching technique. At first, the quasi-saint Aphrodite was a little interested in Ning Fan and was not interested in meeting other people. However, when the quasi-saint Aphrodite saw another Aphrodite, her beautiful eyes instantly widened. She was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Of course, the quasi-saint Aphrodite was also stunned by the scene in front of her. There was no need for further explanation. The two ladies only needed to stand face to face and they would be able to sense the flow of each other's blood, just like themselves. At this moment, the memories of the two ladies overlapped and their cultivation base merged. The quasi-saint Aphrodite's cultivation base instantly gained the cultivation base of the quasi-saint Aphrodite. At the same time, the various memories of the quasi-saint Aphrodite were also added. The quasi-saint Aphrodite's cultivation base skyrocketed, almost breaking through to the quasi-saint realm in a single breath. If it wasn't for her lack of comprehension, she would certainly become a quasi-saint in a single step. At this moment, the two ladies who originally had different paths of reincarnation seemed to have become one because of the overlapping of their reincarnations. It was as if two pieces of broken fragments that were in different reincarnations had found each other and formed a slightly bigger fragment. So this is the situation when two people from different spaces meet. It seems like the benefits are great. In this way, it is enough to repay this lady's kindness. Ning Fan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no danger when the two individuals from different spaces met each other. In the next moment, he gained another layer of understanding and speculation. Could it be that after the third step, the cultivators would meet each other in a different parallel space? If that's the case, could it be that he had given her a chance to advance to the third step by letting the two different Aphrodites meet each other? I am Aphrodite. The quasi-saint Aphrodite said to the other Aphrodite with a smile. I am also Aphrodite. The other party also revealed a smile as if she had understood something. You are me. You are me too. He is Meng Lang. Yes, he is Meng Lang. At this moment, the two ladies' eyes fell on Ning Fan at the same time. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Ning Fan felt a headache. Meng Lang is such a vulgar title. Is he going to be called by Aphrodite for the rest of his life, whether it is the different space or the simultaneous void? You go back to the other side. Leave the original self to me. After all, Meng Lang is in this reincarnation cycle. The quasi-saint Aphrodite suddenly ordered the other Aphrodite. Although the quasi-saint Aphrodite's cultivation base was higher, she was extremely obedient to the quasi-saint Aphrodite's orders. The two of them did not know what they had done. All of a sudden, they had a sense of priority. Then, the quasi-saint Aphrodite executed a secret technique and returned to the different space and time she was in. As for the quasi-saint Aphrodite, she sensed the additional karma seed of self in her body in disbelief. She had actually comprehended the karma seed of self. However, she knew that she could not be like Ning Fan, who could draw a straight line to form the karma seed. The reason why she could cultivate the karma seed was because of a heaven-defying opportunity, the opportunity of meeting her in another space and time. This was the encounter that countless saints longed for. She had actually obtained such a fortuitous encounter before she became a saint. Meng Lang, how long are you going to tie me up? Call me Ning Fan. Ning Fan looked at the quasi-saint Aphrodite meaningfully. This woman's expression when she looked at him was actually the same as the quasi-saint Aphrodite. Both of them carried a hint of complicated emotions. It was truly a rare thing. The quasi-saint Aphrodite was originally his captive. However, for the sake of the other Aphrodite, he still nodded his head and untied all the ropes that were tied on her body. Alright, I'll call you Ning Fan. Ning Fan, you have given me the hope of becoming a saint. I, Aphrodite, will definitely repay your kindness. From today onwards, I will no longer be your enemy. All the grudges in the past will be written off. However, it is also impossible for me to help you deal with the other companions of Ziwei. You and I are enemies after all. I have to return to my clan. You want to return to the 11th path? I don't know which path I will return to. The 11th path isn't where the foundation of my mermaid race lies. However, if the great divine priest knows that I have escaped from danger, he will probably summon me back to the 6th path. After all, Lord Blood God's sacrificial offering has already been completed. In short, you don't have to worry. Even if I return to my clan, I will not help them deal with you. I, Aphrodite, will never attack my benefactor. If I violate this oath, there will be an arrow like this. Aphrodite casually took out a golden arrow and broke it into two. She kept one end of the arrow and passed the other end of the arrowhead to Ning Fan's hand. Similarly, if you have any difficulties, as long as you don't harm the interests of the Ziwei immortal cultivators, bring this arrowhead to me. I can help you complete a task. You have done me a great favor. If I have the aptitude to become a saint, the great divine priest might show mercy to my mermaid race. This favor is very heavy and I will definitely repay it. Meng Lang, no, Ning Fan, goodbye. As soon as she finished speaking, even this half-saint Aphrodite also flew out of the world of glaciers and left. Ning Fan still trusted Aphrodite very much. She was a woman who valued her integrity more than her life. She never betrayed her clan even after being tortured by him. Now that she had made an oath, she naturally would not betray him. Unfortunately, once she was released, he would no longer be able to collect the mermaid's tears in the future. If he wants to cultivate the heavenly Goyu quickly, he would need to find another method. Forget it. Anyway, after this incident, he could no longer torture Aphrodite ruthlessly anymore. It's fine if she is released. It was impossible for him to imprison and torture his benefactor. After all, this woman had given him some advice before. She could be considered as his benefactor. Rumble the entire world of glaciers suddenly trembled. It seemed like the world plane was on the verge of collapse due to the destruction of the 8 ice mountains. Seeing that one of the rare connection points of reincarnation in this world was about to be destroyed, Ning Fan felt that it was a pity, but he was powerless to stop the collapse of the world plane. Thus, he could only give up. When the world plane collapsed, Ning Fan only managed to bring away the unconscious Shen Kongdi and the others. Not long after they left the world of glaciers, the space of the entire world collapsed. This connection point of reincarnation would never exist again. Ning Fan sighed regretfully and woke up Shen Kongdi and the others. As soon as they woke up, they nervously asked Ning Fan about what happened after they fell unconscious. Ning Fan's anger rose when he saw this group of idiotic teammates. If the one who was sealed was not a female quasi-saint but a male quasi-saint, or if he was not a first-level quasi-saint but a second-level or third-level quasi-saint, Ning Fan would very likely lose his life in this world of glaciers today. In order to search for treasures, these people asked him to break the formation without even knowing the details of this world of glaciers. They almost got him into trouble. In that case, it was naturally impossible for Ning Fan to distribute the 8 innate magic treasures that he had obtained to them. When Shen Kongdi and the others asked him about it, he only said that the magic treasures had been snatched away by the female quasi-saint. When they asked where the female quasi-saint had gone to, he said that she had run away. As for everything that happened between her and quasi-saint Aphrodite, he did not mention a word about it. As soon as they heard that the innate magic treasures were snatched away by the female quasi-saint, Shen Kongdi and the others felt that it was a pity. However, at the same time, they felt that it was very normal. The enemy was a quasi-saint after all. It was already very commendable for Ning Fan to be able to save them. How would he have the ability to keep the magic treasures? Perhaps it was because Ning Fan had given up the magic treasures that the female quasi-saint did not chase after them relentlessly. Fellow Taoist Ning, thank you for saving our lives. We will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Shin Kongdi and the others were naturally grateful to Ning Fan for escaping death. Then, when they thought of how terrifying the siren's song was, they broke out in cold sweat. Seeing that these incompetent teammates at least knew how to repay his kindness, Ning Fan's mood became slightly better. As for their repayment, he did not care about it at all. Even though the innate magic treasures are gone, there should be other treasures that were not snatched away by that female quasi-saint, right? I remember that there was a half-completed 10 transformations ancestral pill in the last cave dwelling. I remember that there was also a strange iron box. It was tightly sealed and I couldn't open it no matter how hard I tried. That iron box seemed to have a trace of Void Lord Water's Qi. I wonder what is sealed inside it. May I ask Brother Ning if you can keep that treasure? Shin Kongdi and the others asked expectantly. Iron box? Void Lord Water, Ning Fan was surprised. Before he woke up Shin Kongdi and the others, he did see the Void Emperor holding onto an iron box tightly. That iron box was taken away by him. Now, it was hidden in the profounding world. He did not carefully sense the iron box. Thus, he naturally did not know that the iron box contained a trace of Void Lord Water's power. Could it be that there were some treasures in those cave dwellings that were valuable to him? For example, this iron box with an unknown origin, is there such an iron box? I just thought that it was just an ordinary iron box. That was why that quasi-saint took it away from me. However, I did not risk my life to get it back. Instead, I seized the opportunity to escape with my fellow Taoists. Ning Fan said in an act. Where's the pill? That half-completed ancestral pill. It was also taken away. Damn it. That quasi-saint has gone too far. Ning Fan did not feel any guilt for deceiving these incompetent teammates. He also did not feel guilty for taking their treasures for himself. When Shin Kongdi and the others heard that their treasures were taken away by the enemy, they immediately cursed. Of course, they were cursing their enemies. They were very grateful to Ning Fan who was their savior. Even though none of them were righteous people, as immortal emperors, how could they not know the harm of owing someone karma? Their intention to repay Ning Fan's kindness was sincere. All of them were thinking about how to repay Ning Fan's karma in the future. Ning Fan, on the other hand, did not care about this little bit of karma. Since everything here had been settled, he just wanted to return to the Myriad Saints Pass as soon as possible. He wanted to see what mysteries were hidden inside the so-called Void Lord Water's iron box and what kind of treasures he could obtain. Speaking of which, that half-completed 10 transformations ancestral pill seemed to have some tricks up its sleeves. 10 billion rain divine clone, an ancient life-saving divine ability obtained from the last glacial cave abode. It was the technique that made the Water Sect's 8 disciples famous. When facing certain death, this technique could allow one to split into billions of clones and escape. The deeper one's comprehension of the water element, the harder it would be to kill the clones created by this technique. 10 lions 10 elephants pill, a semi-finished 10 transformation ancestral pill. It seems to be a pill that strengthens the physical body, but its effects are unknown. Rusty iron box, a strange iron box that ordinary low-grade innate magic treasures can't break. It seems to have the aura of the water palm master. Connate magic treasures, 8 in perfect condition, 2 half destroyed. As soon as he returned to the Myriad Saints Pass, he went into seclusion to study the loot he got from this trip. He'd obtained quite a lot of spoils from this trip, and he'd obtained 8 intact low-grade natural world magic treasures. To ordinary immortal emperors, 8 innate magic treasures were enough to drive them crazy. However, to Ning Fan, these innate magic treasures were only fit to be used to refine divine liquid regardless of whether they were in good condition or not. From the abode of the eldest of the 8 disciples of the Water Sect, Ning Fan also obtained a scroll of a divine ability called 10 billion rain spirit clone. When he was in the Glacial Immortals Cave, Ning Fan did not look at this jade slip in detail because he felt that he did not lack any divine abilities. Even if this was a scroll of an ancient grand cultivation realm divine ability, it would most likely be useless to him. However, after taking a closer look, he discovered that 10 billion rains avatar wasn't as useless as he had imagined. If this technique was successfully cultivated, one could shatter one's body into billions of avatars at the moment of certain death. At that time, as long as one of the avatars managed to escape, one's life would be saved. It was extremely practical. Many of the enemies Ning Fan had fought before knew similar abilities to escape for their lives. Ning Fan had never cultivated this kind of ability before. Now that he had obtained this technique, he could make up for one of his shortcomings. This was the shortcoming of escaping techniques. Considering that there were heaven-defying monsters like the blood god Gung Wu in the eastern boundary river, Ning Fan did not mind learning more life-saving techniques to deal with the possible dangers. The 10 Lions 10 Elephants pill was the semi-finished product of the 10 Transformations ancestral pill that Ning Fan obtained from the glacial immortal cave. Using his innate ability that allowed him to communicate with all living things, Ning Fan directly talked to the pill and asked for its name. Unfortunately, the spiritual intelligence of the pill was too low. Ning Fan was unable to ask about its specific medicinal effects. He could only roughly guess that it was a type of pill that could strengthen one's physical body. Strengthening the physical body? Ning Fan shook his head. His physical body was already extremely strong. Because the foundation of his physical body was too high, even if he consumed this pill, the effects would not be too obvious. After all, this was just a semi-finished pill. If it was the real 10 Transformations ancestral pill, Ning Fan might have a higher expectation. At this moment, what he was looking forward to more was the mysterious rusty iron box. It was an iron box that emitted the chi of a water realm master. Ning Fan had no idea what was inside the iron box. He was very curious about what exactly was sealed inside the iron box. Why was it able to emit the chi of the water immortal realm? Besides, the iron box was extremely sturdy. Even ordinary innate magical treasures could not break it. This made Ning Fan even more certain that this iron box was extraordinary. Just what kind of characters were the 8 children of the water sect? They were unrivaled elites who had once worked together to defeat the East Sky Ancestor Emperor. Since the Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor was able to unify the Eastern Sky in that ancient era, he had to be a great cultivator from ancient times. Since the water sect's 8 disciples were able to defeat such an existence, they naturally couldn't be ordinary people. The Immortal Realm Master. It was not impossible for outstanding individuals like the 8 disciples of the water sect to cultivate the water immortal realm. Otherwise, how could they defeat the Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor? Perhaps what is sealed inside this iron box is the inheritance of the water immortal realm of the 8 disciples of the water sect. What's more, there might be a Tao fruit of the water immortal realm directly sealed inside. When he thought of this possibility, Ning Fan could not help but feel a little excited even with his temperament. He had already cultivated the wood immortal realm and used it to cultivate the wood godhead. Then, he became the father god of wood. If there was really a Tao fruit of the water immortal realm in this iron box, he had great confidence that he could cultivate another water immortal realm and the water immortal realm. If he was lucky, he could even become the father god of water in this era that was lacking in divine beings and rule over all water cultivators. Becoming the father god of wood brought Ning Fan a lot of benefits. Not to mention the super strong recovery effect, the fact that it could increase the power of his wood element magic treasures by a level out of thin air already made Ning Fan very excited. If he could become the father god of water, putting everything else aside, just the power of the bottle of water drowning the world in the future would no longer be at the mid-grade innate realm. It would probably rise to the next level and reach the high-grade innate realm. That level of power could probably even drown a quasi-saint realm expert. Will there be a Tao fruit of the water immortal realm in this iron box? Ning Fan activated the 7 treasures wondrous tree with anticipation and carefully broke the seal on the iron box. With a cracking sound, the iron box was opened. What entered Ning Fan's eyes was not a Tao fruit of the water immortal realm but a fingernail-sized pebble. Isn't it a Tao fruit of the water immortal realm? Sure enough, a Tao fruit of the water immortal realm can only be found by luck. How could it be so easy to pick it up? The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Ning Fan shook his head. With the firmness of his Tao heart, he instantly suppressed his disappointment. With a calm expression, he carefully examined the inconspicuous pebble in the iron box. Even if it was not a Tao fruit of the water immortal realm, it was probably not an ordinary pebble since the 8 disciples of the water sect kept it so carefully. It was a black and gray pebble. It was a stone that Ning Fan had never seen before in the age of Dharma decay. When he touched it, he could feel a massive amount of water elemental power from the pebble. This pebble naturally contained a trace of Tao fruit of the water immortal realm. It was indeed extraordinary. If it is added into a Tao tool magic treasure, it would probably greatly increase the water elemental attack power of the magic treasure. What kind of pebble are you? Ning Fan asked the pebble. Buzhou Mountain Ridge, Buzhou Mountain Ridge, Buzhou Mountain Ridge. The pebble tossed and turned but could only answer with this sentence. Buzhou Mountain Ridge, I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. Ning Fan frowned and tried his best to recall the origin of this name. Even though cultivators had a photographic memory, it was also because of this that the amount of information stored in their minds was too large. Even though they could remember some unintentional information, it would take them a lot of effort to recall it. Not long after that, Ning Fan recalled where he had heard this name before. In the past, in order to forge the ocean-defying sword, Old Wu had given Ning Fan a yellowed ancient book which recorded the blueprints of many Tao tools with ancient diagrams. Barbarian Weapon Mountain Sea Axe. This axe can be ranked as one of the 66th grade weapons of the Holy Sect. However, it lacks the ancient country wind crystal, the earth material, the Buzhou Mountain Ridge and the earth giant's tooth. I've spent my entire life trying to forge it. It's a pity. Yes. Yes. The Buzhou Mountain Ridge is a supreme immortal material that can be used to forge a 66th grade Tao tool with ancient diagrams. One should know that the original grade of the ocean-defying sword was just a 98th grade Tao tool with ancient diagrams. Even though Ning Fan had used a lot of the eternal everlasting rain to forge the ocean-defying sword he forged was only equivalent to an 89th grade Tao tool with ancient diagrams. Wouldn't an immortal material that can be used to forge a 66th grade Tao tool with ancient diagrams be even more precious than the eternal everlasting rain? Currently, Ning Fan only needed a small piece of the Buzhou Mountain Ridge. He did not have enough materials. Of course, he would not forge some mountain sea axe that was a 66th grade barbarian weapon. What he wanted to do was to forge this precious Buzhou Mountain Ridge into the ocean-defying sword. The current ocean-defying sword was already extremely powerful after being embedded with the Heaven Gajad. If he fuses a piece of the Buzhou Mountain Ridge into it, its power would certainly be even more terrifying. The only problem was that fusing the Buzhou Mountain Ridge into the ocean-defying sword had completely deviated from the blueprints of the sword. Without the guidance of the blueprints, it was not an easy task for Ning Fan to perfectly forge the Buzhou Mountain Ridge into the ocean-defying sword with his own forging techniques. However, speaking of which, the blueprints of Tao tools with ancient diagrams were all created by the predecessors. Since the predecessors could create Tao tools with ancient diagrams without relying on blueprints, why couldn't Ning Fan use his own talents to find a way to add other immortal materials into the ocean-defying sword? He immediately got to work. In the next few months, Ning Fan spent all his time studying this matter. In the beginning, the process of adding the Buzhou Mountain Ridge into the ocean-defying sword did not go smoothly. This was because even though the Buzhou Mountain Ridge possessed the power of the water sovereign, it was still a mountain after all. As for the main material of the ocean-defying sword, the eternal inextinguishable rain, it was the sea. How could it be so easy to merge a mountain and a sea into one? Later on, however, Ning Fan suddenly recalled the scenes when he became the barbarian god. He recalled the mountains and seas in the eyes of the barbarians. As for the barbarians, they cultivated by imitating the ancient divine beings. Hence, when Ning Fan creatively fused a trace of divine power into the ocean-defying sword, the power of the mountains and seas between the eternal inextinguishable rain and the Buzhou Mountain Ridge achieved a balance. A brand new ocean-defying sword was forged by Ning Fan. It was still a beautiful sword with a dark blue body that flowed like water. However, what was different was that there were some mountain and sea lines on the surface of the sword that was like waves. The ocean-defying sword was originally an incomparably beautiful sword. Now that it was embedded with more than 1,000 pieces of Heaven Gajad and the mountain and sea lines, it became even more beautiful. Ning Fan was not a fan of appearances. It was not important whether the ocean-defying sword was beautiful or not. He was more concerned about the power of this sword. After fusing with the Buzhou Mountain Ridge, the power of this sword was already equivalent to an ancient map Tao weapon of the 80th grade. When its power skyrocketed, it was not any weaker than a real mid-grade innate magic treasure. Moreover, its power could be considered as above average among mid-grade innate magic treasures. One had to know that Dao weapons could grow together with their masters. Currently, Ning Fan was only at the Immortal King realm, but he could already make this sword display the power of a mid-grade innate magic treasure. In the future, when Ning Fan's cultivation base becomes higher, it would not be impossible for this sword to reach the high-grade innate magic treasure. Unknowingly, the ocean-defying sword had already become Ning Fan's most important attack method. However, there was also a problem. That was, after fusing with the Buzhou mountain ridge, the ocean-defying sword somehow became heavier. This greatly exceeded Ning Fan's expectation because the Buzhou mountain ridge that was fused with the ocean-defying sword was not a heavy material. According to the thinking of mortals, the mass of a material should be conserved. After fusing with the Buzhou mountain ridge, the ocean-defying sword should still be 7 stars in weight. However, the reality was that the weight of the ocean-defying sword had more than doubled, reaching the terrifying weight of 18 stars. This did not conform to common sense at all. However, cultivation itself was something that went against common sense. The theories of mortals were not applicable. The weight of 18 cultivation planets. With such a heavy flying sword, it would be even more difficult to control it with spirit sense. Wielding the sword and slashing it would also consume a lot of strength. If Ning Fan could swing the ocean-defying sword that was 7 stars in weight for more than 1,000 times with his own strength, he could only swing the 18-star sword 50 to 60 times before his strength would be exhausted. This gave Ning Fan a headache. The sea-calming divine needle was so heavy that it was hard to use it, while the ocean-defying sword had increased in weight, increasing the difficulty of using it. Improving the strength of his physical body was an urgent matter now. Unfortunately, how could it be that easy to improve the strength of one's physical body? Ning Fan shook his head. It was a good thing that the ocean-defying sword's power and weight had increased tremendously. He should not be dissatisfied with it. As such, after Ning Fan finished forging the ocean-defying sword, he began to refine innate magic treasures and cultivate the 10 billion rain spirit clone. As for the 10 lions and 10 elephants pill, Ning Fan threw it to a corner and did not pay much attention to it. After a few more months, Ning Fan successfully cultivated the 10 billion rain spirit clone. Only then did he consume the 10 lions and 10 elephants pill with the thought that it was better than nothing. He really did not have high expectations for this pill. However, reality played a joke on him. The Dao fruit of the water sovereign realm that he was looking forward to did not appear. The 10 lions and 10 elephants pill that he neglected gave him an unexpected surprise. After consuming this pill, Ning Fan's physical defense did not improve, but his strength skyrocketed, more than doubling. This greatly surprised Ning Fan. One should know that his current physical body was already stronger than most of the immortal emperors. With such a strong foundation, it could actually double his strength. This 10 lions and 10 elephants pill was a little incredible. It was clearly just a half-completed pill. How could it be so heaven-defying? If it was so heaven-defying, why didn't the 8 disciples of the water sect eat it in the past? Instead, they sealed it and kept it. Ning Fan could not figure it out. Of course, he did not know that this 10 lions and 10 elephants pill was not something that belonged to the illusory world. Instead, it was a pill that had drifted to the illusory world from the true world. Even though it was just a half-completed pill, that pill refinement master had used the lives of 10 half-sage Saint Realm lion demons and 10 half-sage Saint Realm elephant demons to concoct this pill. The reason why it was only a half-completed pill was not because that pill refinement master was not capable enough. Instead, it was because the true 10 lions and 10 elephants pill could not be concocted using half-Saint Realm materials. Instead, it needed half-Saint Realm materials. Even though that pill refinement master had superb pill concoction techniques, he was just a first-level half-saint. Naturally, he did not have the ability to hunt 20 half-saints to concoct the pill. Thus, this pill could only be a half-completed pill. However, it still had an extremely heaven-defying medicinal effect. The 8 disciples of the water sect obtained this pill by chance and were shocked by it. It was not that they did not want to eat it, but they did not dare to. This pill could greatly increase the strength of a cultivator's physical body. However, the process of increasing one's strength was extremely dangerous. If one's physical body was not strong enough, not only would they not be able to obtain any benefits from the pill, but their bodies would also directly explode due to the medicinal effect. It was extremely dangerous. Even though the 8 disciples of the water sect possessed great abilities, they were not experts in body refinement. Their physical bodies were not as strong as Ning Fan's. Thus, they naturally did not dare to consume this pill. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was different. Not only did he have a strong physical body, but his recovery rate was also very high. Thus, he did not feel much danger when he consumed this pill. However, he could not understand why the 8 disciples of the water sect did not consume this pill. In short, this pill allowed Ning Fan's strength to skyrocket. It was a good thing. After his strength had doubled, Ning Fan was pleased to find that he could use the sea-calming divine needle with ease. Besides, it was no longer difficult to wield the ocean-defying sword that had increased in weight to 18 stars. Everything was developing in a good direction. In his spare time, Ning Fan wanted to continue cultivating the Xianxia heavenly hook jade. Unfortunately, without Aphrodite's tears, his cultivation progress was extremely slow. He could not help but miss the days when Aphrodite was by his side. Of course, this kind of nostalgia had nothing to do with love. What Ning Fan missed was the large amount of tears of the mermaid. Unfortunately, this lady has given me some guidance. Even if she is still here, I can't go against my principles to bully her and seize the tears of the mermaid. Speaking of which, what exactly is the mysterious seed that was nurtured in my primordial spirit that day? With this seed in my body, the samsara power in my body is increasing day by day. It has actually reached the point where I can condense a ring. Ning Fan activated the samsara power in his body and a purplish golden ring appeared on his fingertip. The sun of samsara in his body would slowly grow along with his daily cultivation. Currently, the amount of samsara power he had was only the size of a ring. According to Ning Fan's estimation, if he cultivates for another few thousand years, his samsara power would probably be enough to condense a halo the size of a bracelet. If he cultivates for a few 100,000 years, he would probably be able to condense a halo the size of a headband. According to the current growth rate, he might even be able to condense a gigantic halo the size of the sacred beginning halo after cultivating for a few 100 million years. Of course, he was too lazy to wait for a few 100 million years to cultivate a mere sacred beginning halo. Too many things could be done in a few 100 million years. Even though the mysterious seed could increase his samsara power, the speed of its growth was really too slow for Ning Fan. This was really better than nothing. Ding 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 before Ning Fan entered the profounding world for his seclusion, the sound-transmitting jade talisman given to him by Divine Space Emperor and the others suddenly emitted a faint sound. Ning Fan frowned slightly. He knew that it was Divine Space Emperor and the others who were outside contacting him. Before he went into seclusion, he had told the others not to disturb him. Since the other party took the initiative to contact him, something must have happened in the Myriad Saints Pass. It seems like there's some important military news. Ning Fan stopped his seclusion and sent out a series of hand seals towards the sound-transmitting jade talisman. Divine Space Emperor's anxious voice immediately came from the jade talisman, confirming Ning Fan's guess. This is bad. This is bad. Brother Ning, don't go into seclusion anymore. A great disaster is upon you. The foreign races have actually sent 2 half-step saints to attack my Myriad Saints Pass. One of them is the famous Myriad Saint Dragon King of the 9th Path while the other one is a real ancient devil. There are actually 2 half-step saints here and one of them is an ancient devil. Could it be the ancient devil that reappeared along with the Devil Conferral Summit? After hearing his words, Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. Without any hesitation, he immediately flew out of the profounding world. Outside the Myriad Saints Pass, towering waves towered to the sky. Among the wolves, millions of non-humankind beasts had been attacking the defensive formation of the 10,000 Saints Pass fearlessly. As soon as the foreign race experts in front were killed by the formation light, the foreign race experts in the back quickly took their place. These low-level foreign tribes were natural warriors, they had no fear of death in their hearts. The blood of the dead dyed the Myriad Saints Pass river red, but none of the low-level foreign tribes retreated. There were also 12 immortal emperors occupying different directions of the Myriad Saints Pass, working together to cast the crepe myrtle divine art to assist in breaking the array. Of these 12 immortal emperors, 9 were from the 9th Path, while the other 3 were the Eastern Sky's traitorous emperors. It was still daytime, but under the joint effort of the 12 emperors, the entire Eminent Saints Pass was shrouded in an abnormal darkness. In the night sky, countless myrtle stars formed by magical power hung high in the sky. As the 12 emperors joined hands to cast the spell, the great stars of Ziwei turned into a purple meteor shower that smashed down toward the 10,000 Saints Pass. The falling stars were like the end of the world. This was an ancient formation-breaking technique passed down from the Ziwei celestial domain. It could gather the energy of many celestial emperors to form a meteor shower to shatter the formation, and it was extremely formidable. Although the myriad Saints Pass array was powerful, under the combined attack of the 12 immortal emperors, countless cracks soon appeared on it. Crack, 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 those cracks were like a spider web, constantly increasing. Finally, there was a place where the array formation was completely broken, revealing a gap that was several zhang wide. Perhaps not long ago, the third waterway was successfully recovered by the Eastern Sky Cultivators, which stimulated these strange race powerhouses. The invasion of the foreign races this time was more ferocious than any of the previous ones, and they were willing to disregard everything. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a hole had been opened in the 10,000 Saints Pass Grand Array. Not good. The array formation had actually cracked. Quickly fill up the gap. Don't let the outsiders get inside the formation. Some Eastern Sky Cultivators were greatly alarmed, and immediately separated several dozen people to block the gap and restore the array formation. After sacrificing more than 10 lives, the Eastern Sky Cultivators were barely able to kill the several strange race beasts that had rushed into the array light, blocking the gap in the array formation. However, not long after, 2 more spell formations were breached by the outsiders. The Eastern Sky Cultivators hurriedly repaired the array, exterminating the strange race giant beasts that rushed inside the array. In less than 100 breaths of time, there were already several hundred Eastern Sky Cultivators that had fallen. What was even worse was that a foreign race's heavenly emperor took the opportunity to rush inside the array formation before the Eastern Sky Cultivators could repair a gap. Alone, he killed his way into the 10,000 Saints Pass. Roar! It was a half-human, half-insect outsider immortal emperor. His upper body was human, and his lower body was that of a water reptile. He came from the 9th Pass water demon race, and his cultivation base was at the eternal 6 tribulations. Before the Eminent Saints Pass Grand Array was completely breached, recklessly rushing inside the Grand Array was a very dangerous thing to do. However, this celestial emperor of the Aquatic Serpent clan wasn't afraid of this little bit of risk, because he simply didn't put the Eastern Sky Cultivators in his eyes. Among the cultivators guarding the pass, there didn't seem to be the rumored white-robed king of hell. Thus, why did he need to be careful? He could directly rush inside and start a massacre. Wouldn't that be even more delightful? After the celestial emperor of the Aquatic Serpent clan entered the pass, he immediately started a massacre, and immediately a large number of Eastern Sky Cultivators were killed by him. Seeing this foreign race celestial emperor actually daring enough to directly rush into the array formation, among the Eastern Sky Cultivators, Ming He Boy, who also had an eternal 6 tribulations cultivation base, flashed and blocked in front of the celestial emperor of the Aquatic Serpent clan. He turned his hand and threw out a handful of rotten silver sand, attacking the celestial emperor. That rotten silver sand emitted a pre-celestial aura, and it seemed to be a low-grade pre-celestial magic weapon. Once it was thrown out, it immediately turned into a burst of silver demon wind that swept toward the celestial emperor of the Aquatic Serpent clan. The Water Serpent clan celestial emperor was killing to his heart's content. Relying on his strength, he simply didn't care about Ming He Boy's attack and was directly hit by that silver demon wind. That silver demon wind was actually quite fierce. Once it hit the celestial emperor of the Aquatic Serpent clan, it immediately froze him, turning him into a giant ice man. Seeing that he had subdued the enemy celestial emperor with one move, Ming He Boy was quite proud. He thought that the opponent was only SOSO, daring to directly rush into the enemy's formation with just this little ability. But in the next moment, Ming He Boy couldn't laugh anymore. He saw that on the giant ice, there were suddenly dense cracks. The celestial emperor of the Aquatic Serpent clan had actually broken the giant ice and escaped from the ice completely by relying on his physical strength. Ming He Boy was shocked, and he once again threw out the rotten silver sand, which turned into a silver demon wind that swept toward the enemy. The celestial emperor of the Aquatic Serpent clan snorted disdainfully, and 2 purple rays shot out from his eyes. With a sweep of the purple rays, Minghe Boy's silver demon wind suddenly vanished like smoke in thin air. The magic weapon returned to its original form of the rotten silver sand, and it fell from the sky, its power greatly reduced. No matter how Minghe Boy urged it, the rotten silver sand was unexpectedly unable to be used in a short period of time. This is the lost treasure divine light from the ancient times. You actually cultivated a trace of it. Minghe Boy's expression changed greatly. The opponent had this kind of ability, and his rotten silver sand couldn't be used. Humph. Although you're an eastern sky ant, your eyesight isn't bad, but it's a pity that your ability is a bit weak. The celestial emperor of the aquatic serpent clan sneered, and with his strong physical body, he brazenly rammed toward Minghe Boy. Minghe Boy's innate magic treasure was knocked down by the opponent's divine power, and he lost almost 90% of his strength. How could he be a match for the opponent? In less than 100 rounds, he was seriously injured by the celestial emperor of the aquatic serpent clan. Fellow Taoist Minghe, let me help you. Seeing that Minghe Boy was in a disadvantageous situation, the 7th Tribulation Celestial Emperor of the Red Camel Emperor immediately turned into a blood-colored light and rushed to help. But halfway, the blood-colored light was intercepted by another alien race Celestial Emperor. Another alien race Celestial Emperor rushed into the array and invaded the interior of the 10,000 Saints Pass. This was a 7th Tribulation Celestial Emperor of the Sand Soul clan. There wasn't a trace of flesh on his body, and his body was completely made of crystal sand, like a human-shaped sand monster. Scarlet Divine Spear. Seeing another alien race Celestial Emperor invading the 10,000 Saints Pass, the Red Camel Emperor didn't dare to hold back. He immediately took out his innate magic treasure, the Scarlet Divine Spear. The blood-colored spear radiance covered 1,000 miles, and the spear pierced toward the Celestial Emperor of the Sand Soul clan. The Celestial Emperor of the Sand Soul clan only sneered at the incoming spear. He didn't dodge and let the spear penetrate his body. Humph. You didn't dodge and took my spear head-on. What a fool. The Red Camel Emperor sneered. His Scarlet Divine Spear was an evil magic treasure. Its attack power wasn't as strong as a low-grade innate magic treasure, but it was attached to a precious spirit iron called the Blood Curse. It was very dangerous to be stabbed by the Scarlet Divine Spear. As long as the enemy's blood was drunk by the Scarlet Divine Spear, they would be cursed by the spear, and half of their cultivation would be sealed. At the same time, the Red Camel Emperor could vaguely sense that the Celestial Emperor of the Sand Soul clan was slightly stronger than him. He might not be a match for this person in a head-on battle. But if the opponent was hit by the Scarlet Divine Spear Blood Curse, and half of his cultivation would be sealed, then it would be a different story. Your cultivation is sealed, so you're no longer a match for me. Die. The Red Camel Emperor waved his spear and stabbed at the Celestial Emperor of the Sand Soul clan again. The Celestial Emperor of the Sand Soul clan had a look of disdain on his face. His cultivation wasn't sealed by the Scarlet Divine Spear at all, because there was no such thing as blood in his body structure, so it was impossible for him to be cursed by the Scarlet Divine Spear. You have some ability, but it's not enough. Sand Chaos Monk True Body. This time, the Celestial Emperor of the Sand Soul clan didn't take the spear attack head-on. Instead, he transformed into his primordial true body and became a sand monk that was hundreds of feet tall. 108 sand beads flew out, and with just one strike, the Red Camel Emperor was blown away while coughing out blood. His face turned pale with fright. This guy's primordial true body is so powerful. Only an 8 Tribulation Celestial Emperor can take it down. After a few more rounds, the Red Camel Emperor was already covered in wounds and was covered in blood. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone help Minghe Boy. Fellow Taoist Sukong, fellow Taoist Shinkong, quickly help me. The Red Camel Emperor had no choice but to call for help. Unfortunately, when he called for help, he discovered that the two great emperors, Sukong and Shinkong, were in a more dangerous situation than him. The two of them were actually surrounded by several foreign race great emperors. At this moment, more foreign race immortal emperors directly entered the 10,000 Saints Pass. Even the three traitors, Maha, Dongling, and Ghost Flower, also entered the 10,000 Saints Pass and joined the team that besieged the two great emperors. The two great emperors of the Divine Void were considered experts in the eastern sky, But facing the siege of several times their number of immortal emperors, how could they be a match for the other side? They couldn't even protect themselves. It was a pity that there were only 4 immortal emperors in the 9th road of the 10,000 Saints Pass. Once the 4 immortal emperors were stalled by the enemy, the rest of the Eastern Sky cultivators immediately suffered. More and more Eastern Sky cultivators were torn to pieces by the foreign race powerhouses that poured into the 10,000 Saints Pass. Even immortal kings and immortal venerables like Lu Feng and Yun Lei were surrounded by a large number of foreign race immortal kings and immortal venerables. In the distance, the 2 half-step saints, Myriad Saint Dragon King and Daoist Xianxia, were guarding outside the 10,000 Saints Pass. They did not even bother to take action. Weak. Too weak. The military strength of the Eastern Sky cultivators in the 10,000 Saints Pass was too weak. There was no need for them to take action at all. Originally, they thought that Ning Fan had already rushed to the 9th road of the 10,000 Saints Pass. That was why they had planned for a long time and prepared many backup plans before attacking the 10,000 Saints Pass. However, it seemed like Ning Fan was not here at all. In that case, the many methods that they had prepared seemed to be useless. Humph. I paid a huge price to open the devil cavity and directly descend to the eastern heaven from the northern heaven. I came here for that little Ning Fan. Unexpectedly, he is not here. How disappointing. Daoist Xianxia said with dissatisfaction. Hee. That little Yan Luo probably knew that our army had sent out 2 half-step saints at once. That's why he secretly escaped. What a cunning kid. Myriad Saint Dragon King said with a smile. Humph. He can't escape. The immemorial lightning cauldron in his possession is something that my devil conferral summit wants. After this matter is over, I will go to other places to track his whereabouts. I must get that item back. Daoist Xianxia said fiercely. The immemorial lightning cauldron, huh? Speaking of which, this kid also has the ocean-stabilizing divine pillar and the fate-severing sword of the great divine priest of the eastern border river. What a pity. What a pity. If he doesn't run away, it won't be difficult for me to capture him if I join forces with you. The great merit that was already in my hands has flown away just like that. Myriad Saint Dragon King felt that it was a pity. Join forces? Is there a need for that? I alone am enough to kill that kid. Daoist Xianxia said in a conceited manner. Myriad Saint Dragon King shook his head. The ancient devil half-step saint in front of him was good in every aspect. However, he was too arrogant, which made it hard for others to get close to him. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. Even though he was just a half-step saint, he was still a famous figure in the ancient times. While Myriad Saint Dragon King was recalling Daoist Xianxia's achievements in the ancient times, something strange happened. The battlefield of the Myriad Saints Pass, which was originally filled with deafening battle cries, suddenly became strangely quiet. Millions of experts of the foreign races suddenly felt their hair stand on end. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The immortal emperors of the foreign races who were attacking the eastern sky stopped their attacks. Each of their expressions changed greatly when they saw a figure suddenly appearing in the battlefield. It was a white-robed young man. He did not release his baleful chi nor did he release his aura force. Just by tearing open the space of the profounding world and returning to the battlefield of the Myriad Saints Pass, he made all the enemies feel an immense pressure. Ning Fan had returned. As soon as he received God Emperor Xinspace's call, he immediately rushed to the outside world. He thought that the foreign races would be held back by the formation when they launched a large-scale attack. However, he did not expect that a large number of them had already forced their way into the formation. Brother Ning. You've come out from your seclusion. That's great. You're here. We will definitely be able to defend the Myriad Saints Pass. As soon as God Emperor Xinspace and the others saw Ning Fan, they were overjoyed as if they had found their backbone. White-robed Yama. Why is he here? Isn't he not in the Myriad Saints Pass? He wasn't here just now. Why did he suddenly appear out of nowhere? Those immortal venerables and immortal kings of the foreign races gasped when they saw Ning Fan. Ning Fan's notoriety was too great. They could not help but be afraid of him. the immortal venerables and immortal kings of the foreign races who were attacking LV Feng, Yun Lei, and the others immediately retreated from the range of the myriad saints' pass formation like a receding tide. They returned to their own formation as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The immortal emperors who were attacking the eastern sky also wanted to flee. They wanted to escape from the formation of the myriad saints' pass immediately. They dared to attack the Void Emperor and the others while resisting the formation, but they did not dare to attack Ning Fan while being suppressed by the formation. Unfortunately, it was a little too late for them to escape from the formation now. In a flash, Ning Fan caught up to that immortal emperor of the Water Demon clan. He summoned the sea-defying sword and slashed at him. A moment ago, this immortal emperor of the Water Demon clan was still acting high and mighty, beating up Ming He Boy until he did not know which way was north. At the next moment, he was so frightened by Ning Fan that he ran away immediately. He did not even have the courage to face Ning Fan. He secretly cursed his bad luck. Why did Ning Fan only chase after him when so many immortal emperors had rushed into the formation of the Myriad Saints Pass? There is no justice in this world, seeing how the sea-defying sword slashed down in an incomparably stunning manner, engulfing heaven and earth with its water-blue sword light. How would this immortal emperor of the Water Demon clan dare to take Ning Fan's attack head-on? Without any hesitation, he used the treasure-falling divine light in an attempt to break the power of Ning Fan's Dao weapon and save his life. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the grade of the sea-defying sword. His treasure-falling divine light had only scratched the surface. It could only fall on some weaker low-grade innate magic treasures. It could not fall on the sea-defying sword at all. In the end, this sword slashed down unstoppably. The immortal emperor of the Water Demon clan felt as if he had been struck by 18 cultivation stars. His steel skin that was as hard as star iron could not stop the sword from cutting into his body at all. Moreover, the moment the sword pierced through his body, thousands of heaven-hooking jades exploded inside his body like thousands of suns. Boom! A dignified six-tribulation immortal emperor who could beat up Ming He Boy until he lost his bearings was actually blown up by Ning Fan's sword and his demon soul was taken away. Moreover, at the moment when he killed the enemy, Ning Fan's Dao-seizing void technique was activated on its own. He seized a trace of the cultivation method of the treasure-falling divine light from the blood and flesh essence of the immortal emperor of the Water Demon clan. This surprised Ning Fan slightly. He did not expect that he would get a spoil of war just after killing the first immortal emperor of a foreign race. Besides, these spoils seemed to be somewhat useful. Fellow Daoist Ning actually killed the opponent that I couldn't defeat after fighting so hard. Ming He Boy was stunned. In an instant, he almost lost himself. His emotions were indescribably complicated. The Void Space Emperor, Shen Space Emperor and the Red Camel Emperor were also stunned by this scene. All the immortal emperors of the foreign races were shocked by the unparalleled might of this sword. They fled even faster. Seizing the moment when Ning Fan killed the immortal emperor of the Water Demon clan, they all escaped from the formation of the Myriad Saints Pass. If their enemies were weak, they would dare to go against the formation and kill them. However, in front of Ning Fan, they did not dare to be so arrogant. They no longer dared to stay inside the formation. Only those low-grade immortal emperors who attacked the formation did not run away. Even though they were afraid of Ning Fan's heavy pressure, they still dashed towards him without fear of death. After that, they were all killed by Ning Fan. These low-grade immortal emperors could not harm Ning Fan at all. In just a few breaths, there was no longer a single enemy invading the formation of the Myriad Saints Pass. This is the white-robed Yama. He can actually kill an immortal emperor with a single sword. Even I can't do this. Myriad Saint Dragon King felt a chill run down his spine. The way he looked at Ning Fan was as if he was looking at a monster. Daoist Xianxia, on the other hand, burst into laughter. His battle intent was high. As an ancient devil, he was never afraid of fighting a strong enemy. Xianxia knew that he would also not be able to achieve Ning Fan's incomparably stunning sword attack without using his poison technique. If he still looked down on Ning Fan before this, all of his disdain towards Ning Fan had turned into respect at this moment. That's how it should be. Only by being this strong will it be interesting, only then will this young man be worthy of being hunted. Not good. The white-robed Yama is leaving the formation alone with his sword. He actually gave up the protection of the formation. He actually took the initiative to leave the range of the formation. Does he really want to fight against our army of millions of troops alone? Even though we have lost one of our immortal emperors, we still have 11 immortal emperors and 2 half-step saints. How arrogant. This white-robed Yama is really arrogant. Since he has walked out of the formation, let's quickly surround and kill him. All of a sudden, the members of the foreign races clamored. After Ning Fan casually refined the demon soul of the immortal sovereign of the Water Serpent clan with the divine refining cauldron, he directly chased after the other immortal emperors of the foreign races and exited the formation of the Myriad Saints Pass. The other cultivators of the Eastern Heaven did not dare to walk out of the formation recklessly in front of the army of foreign races. The reason why Ning Fan dared to do so was because he had the confidence to do so. He had annihilated more than 10 million troops of foreign races. Even though there were millions of troops of foreign races in front of him, he was not afraid of them. Even though there were many immortal emperors on the enemy's side, they were still not enough to make him fearful. Only the 2 half-step saints could make him take them seriously. But that was all. His magic power of 13,500 tribulations had surpassed all the half-step saints in the Dharma-ending era. Even though he was not a match for half-step saints, he was not afraid of mere half-step saints. Even if there was an ancient devil among the 2 half-step saints, as soon as the immortal emperors of the foreign races saw Ning Fan walking out of the formation, they immediately wanted to surround him. Ning Fan glanced around and suddenly saw an immortal emperor with wood element cultivation base among the immortal emperors of the foreign races. He seemed to be the leader of the encirclement. He immediately sneered and directly dashed towards that immortal emperor with wood element. That was an 8 tribulation immortal emperor. His strength was much stronger than the Void Emperor and the other 8 tribulations of the Eastern Heaven. However, as long as his opponent had the wood element cultivation base, he would definitely not be a match for him. Let's join forces and kill this monster with the falling stars. The immortal emperor of the Divine Algae clan who had the wood element cultivation base gritted his teeth and gave an order. His killing intent was fully unleashed. Ning Fan certainly gave him a heavy sense of pressure. However, in his opinion, if he is the center and the power of all the immortal emperors combined, he would be able to severely injure Ning Fan even if he could not kill him. When he thought of killing Ning Fan and obtaining the opportunity to receive the quasi-saint empowerment from the fallen great divine priest, the blood of the immortal emperor of the Divine Algae clan began to boil and he could not suppress his excitement. There will definitely be brave men in the face of great rewards. The 8th tribulation immortal emperor of the Divine Algae clan forcefully suppressed his fear towards Ning Fan. His eternal true body with 3 heads and 8 arms changed his hand seals. At this moment, the power of the other 10 immortal emperors followed the ancient formation power of the Crepe Myrtle star formation and gathered on his body. A massive aura force spread out from his body. At this moment, he no longer looked like an 8th tribulation immortal emperor but a half-step saint who was strengthened by the Crepe Myrtle star formation. This white-robed Yama can tell that I'm the key to this Crepe Myrtle star formation. That's why he wants to kill me first to break the formation. What he did was right and wrong at the same time. His method is right but he has underestimated me. Since I'm the key to this formation, I can control most of its power. It won't be easy for him to kill me. Fellow Taoists, increase the output of your magic power. I'm going to use the Supreme Crepe Myrtle Star technique to kill this bastard. The immortal emperor of the Divine Algae clan suddenly shouted. His voice sounded like the devil-breaking roar of an arhat subduing a devil or a bodhisattva's graceful Sanskrit chant to save people. As soon as he shouted, more Crepe Myrtle star formation fell from the sky like a meteor shower. However, they were no longer attacking the formation of the Myriad Saints Pass. Instead, they were heading towards Ning Fan. The power of the falling stars was not any weaker than a full-powered attack of a half-step quasi-saint realm expert. The meteor shower was like a formation, blocking the path between Ning Fan and the immortal emperor of the Divine Algae clan. If Ning Fan continues to move forward, he would certainly collide with the attack of the countless stars. Ning Fan, however, did not try to avoid the attack. Instead, he continued to rush towards the immortal emperor of the Divine Algae clan with the same momentum. Finally, on the way, it collided with the attack of the meteor shower of thousands of large stars. Rumble 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 an earth-shattering collision sound reverberated. Purple starlight instantly engulfed the entire battlefield of the Myriad Saints Pass. No one could open their eyes in the intense starlight. Even powerful beings like Taoist Xianxia and myriad Saint Dragon King covered their eyes, not daring to look at the starlight directly. Is he dead? This white-robed Yama was hit by so many stars head-on. He should be dead, right? The immortal emperor of the divine algae clan could not hide the excitement in his heart. If he really kills Ning Fan, the chance of receiving the quasi-saint's empowerment would really fall into his hands. With such a fierce attack, even if that white-robed Yama doesn't die, he will definitely be heavily injured. The various immortal emperors of the foreign races and the Eastern Sky traitorous emperor thought to themselves. After a long time, the dazzling crepe myrtle starlight dispersed. As the starlight faded, a scene that left all the outsiders disappointed appeared before everyone's eyes. Ning Fan is still alive. Not only did he not die, he did not even suffer a single injury. At the moment when Ning Fan collided with the myriad of large stars, he activated his eternal true body and the cross-shaped light ring. He wielded the ocean-defying sword and slashed out 100 times consecutively, shattering all of the large stars in Z-Way. Even though Ning Fan's strength had doubled after consuming the 10 lions and 10 elephants pill, who would want the upgraded sea-defying sword to be so heavy? As a matter of fact, it was not easy for him to slash out 100 swords consecutively in an instant. He had to admit that the power of the falling stars released by the 11 immortal emperors was indeed extraordinary. It actually forced him to slash out 100 swords consecutively. It was worthy of praise. Unfortunately, it was still not enough to take his life with just this. The moment Ning Fan destroyed the group of stars, his body flashed and appeared in front of the divine algae clan's immortal emperor. Without saying a word, he swung the ocean-defying sword at his head. Ning Fan knew very well that this person was the key to the formation. As long as he kills him, the enemy would not be able to use a tricky attack like the falling stars. Just a moment ago, the divine algae clan's immortal emperor was still obtaining a great merit. Then, he was stunned by Ning Fan, who suddenly got close to him. No one expected that Ning Fan could easily destroy all the large stars and even seize the opportunity to get close to the divine algae clan's immortal emperor. Because it was unexpected, no one could save him in time. The divine algae clan could only rely on the divine algae clan's immortal emperor to block this unpredictable sword attack. At this moment, the first round of the falling stars had just ended. The second round of attacks would take some time to brew. The aura force of the divine algae clan's half-step saint realm had already fallen back to the 8 tribulations realm. He did not know if he could block Ning Fan's attack with his current cultivation base. He only knew that if he could not, he would end up like the immortal emperor of the water serpent clan. Blood ignition. The bloodline of his ancestors was ignited by the divine algae clan. As the bloodline of his ancient true body was ignited, the shadow of an innate magic treasure appeared in each of its palms. They were not real innate magic treasures but illusions created by magic techniques. They could only launch one attack and they would disperse in one strike. These innate magic treasures were all low-grade grass magic treasures. There were water grass divine swords and divine wood small cauldrons among them. They were of different types and each of them had unpredictable power. It was a life-saving technique that the divine algae clan's progenitor left behind for his descendants. It could only be activated by igniting his bloodline. It must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. In the face of certain death, the divine algae clan's immortal emperor activated this ability. The 8 illusory innate magic treasures in his hands were all struck at Ning Fan's ghostly sword attack. In an instant, the water blue sword light collided with the green light of the 8 innate magic treasures. All the experts of the foreign races were stunned by the life-saving technique of the divine algae clan's immortal emperor. Everyone knew how destructive the power of the 8 innate magic treasures was when they attacked at the same time. No one thought that Ning Fan's sword attack could break through the 8 innate magic treasures. However, the scene that happened next was incomprehensible and unbelievable to them. As soon as those innate magic treasures collided with Ning Fan's ocean-defying sword light, they withered and shattered one after another. It was just too unbelievable. It looked like Ning Fan had directly drained all of the wood power of those 8 innate magic treasures. Then, the unstoppable water blue sword light no longer had any obstacles in its way. It struck the immortal emperor of the divine algae clan's ancient true body. The weight of 18 stars pressed against the sharp edge of the ocean-defying sword. It easily broke the armor of the divine algae clan's immortal emperor and penetrated his body. The moment the sword penetrated his body, the immortal emperor of the divine algae clan felt that his cultivation base was being suppressed by a tremendous power of the palm realm. He could not even escape with his demon soul. His demon soul was sealed inside his body by a tremendous power of the palm realm. Thousands of heavenly gajods exploded like thousands of suns. Bang with just a single sword attack, the true body of the divine algae clan's immortal emperor was shattered and his demon soul was captured. Ning Fan killing a 6 tribulation immortal emperor with a single sword attack was already very shocking. Now that he killed an 8 tribulation immortal emperor with a single sword attack, all the experts of the foreign races were speechless. Killing an 8 tribulation immortal emperor instantly? Is this something that a cultivator from the Dharma-ending era can do? Even a true quasi-saint realm expert would not be able to do this. An 8 tribulation immortal emperor was not an ant. Even if they were to face a quasi-saint realm expert, they would still be able to resist for a while. How could they be killed by a single sword attack? The Void Space Emperor, Divine Space Emperor and the Crimson Camel Emperor forgot to cheer for Ning Fan's stunning sword attack. Their situation was somewhat similar to Ming He Child. At this moment, they were shocked by Ning Fan's strength which far surpassed the Dharma-ending era and began to doubt themselves. After all, none of them were as powerful as the divine algae race's immortal emperor. Since Ning Fan could instantly kill an immortal emperor of the divine algae clan, he was no longer on the same level as them. With such strength, how would they dare to address him as fellow Taoist in the future? They could only address him as senior. Killing an 8 tribulations with one strike. This was impossible. This is impossible. The ones who were deeply affected by Ning Fan's sword strike were not only the Void Emperor and the others but also the great sovereigns of the foreign races. As immortal emperors, which one of them wasn't proud and arrogant? Which one of them didn't believe that they were standing at the peak of the age of chaos? The 8th tribulation was only 1 tribulation less than the 9th tribulation. It was almost the pinnacle existence among the immortal emperors. However, an immortal emperor who was a peak existence like him was actually killed by Ning Fan with a single sword strike. Is the immortal emperor realm really worthy of pride? Is it really worthy of pride? As immortal emperors, it had been many years since they felt the boundless great Tao. They were complacent and self-satisfied. They thought they were already standing at the peak of the Tao mountain. However, Ning Fan made them feel that the Tao mountain was unreachable and insurmountable. No, that's not right. The reason why this old monster Yen Luo could kill an 8 tribulation immortal emperor with a single sword strike was because he used a trick. He didn't really do it. He used the power of the sovereign realm. It's the sovereign realm. He's the real sovereign realm. He has the wood sovereign realm. He's the sovereign immortal king. I can't believe there's still a sovereign immortal king in the age of chaos. No wonder fellow Taoist divine algae was killed by this devil with a single sword strike. It's because of the sovereign realm's restraint. If it's another 8 tribulation immortal emperor, he probably wouldn't be in such a sorry state. This devil isn't invincible. He can't really fight a quasi-sage realm expert. However, his identity as a sovereign immortal king is already enough to shock the world. There are only a few sovereign immortal kings in the age of chaos and all of them are existences above the immortal emperor realm. This young man can actually become a sovereign immortal king as an immortal king. Gradually, someone revealed the fact that Ning Fan was a sovereign immortal king. Their voices became even more shocked. However, the content of their shock shifted from Ning Fan killing an 8 tribulation immortal emperor to his identity as a sovereign immortal king. The divine refining cauldron followed behind Ning Fan on its own as if it had a spirit of its own. It was waiting for Ning Fan to throw the newly captured demon soul of the divine algae emperor into it. Ning Fan could sense the divine refining cauldron's desire. He threw the demon soul of the divine algae emperor into it, allowing the cauldron to refine it to death and turn it into his 10,000 spirit blood. His gaze swept over the foreign tribe's army. They had clearly walked out of the Eminent Saints Pass protective array formation, had clearly stepped into the encirclement of the foreign tribe's army, but there was no trace of fear. Killing the divine wheat immortal emperor did not make him feel proud at all. After all, he had used a trick and killed too many immortal emperors. He was already numb to it. What surprised him was that even though he had been surrounded by the alien army and had even killed an 8th tribulation immortal emperor in an instant, the two half-sages of the alien race were still sitting calmly in the middle of the army and didn't join in the siege. This was illogical. Only 2 half-sages and 10 immortal emperors working together would have the highest chance of killing him. Why aren't the 2 half-saints attacking? Was he confident that he could destroy him with just the immortal emperors under him? Or was he too conceited to participate in the siege, or was he plotting something else? Ning Fan did not know why the 2 half-sages of the alien race were still sitting in the middle of the army. However, it should be a good thing for him. In that case, he could hunt down the enemy's immortal emperors with even more ease. Without the half-saints attacking him, the remaining 10 immortal emperors on the enemy side who had lost the key to the formation were completely useless. Kill. The few immortal emperors of the alien race suddenly mustered up their courage and joined hands to attack him. At the same time, there were also tens of immortal venerables and immortal kings attacking him. Ning Fan's true form wielded the ocean-defying sword and made several slashes. The few immortal emperors of the alien race were sent flying while coughing out blood. As for those immortal venerables and immortal kings, all of them died. Under the slashes, they turned into a rain of blood. He already had 13,500 tribulations worth of magic power. In the future, he would have even more magic power. He was no longer the same as before. When he was surrounded by immortal emperors, he had to use tricks to defeat them. He already had the strength to face the attacks of immortal emperors head-on. At this moment, he was a wolf while the enemy army was a flock of sheep. Kill. After the first wave of immortal emperors was repelled, the other immortal emperors joined hands to attack him. Among them, the traitorous immortal emperor Dongling was also among them. Ning Fan made a few slashes and repelled several immortal emperors of the alien race. He also killed tens of immortal venerables and immortal kings. At the same time, Dongling immortal emperor Dongling was forced to retreat. However, this time, Ning Fan did not stop after repelling Dongling immortal emperor Dongling. Instead, his figure flashed and he instantly caught up to him. Then, he delivered another slash at Dongling immortal emperor who was sent flying. Dongling immortal emperor Dongling's cultivation base was just at the 7th tribulation realm. How could he withstand Ning Fan's sword attack? Once again, he was sent flying by Ning Fan and his injuries became even more severe. Ning Fan flashed and chased after him again. He swung his sword for the 3rd time, the 4th time, the 5th time. When he reached the 7th slash, he finally killed Dongling immortal emperor. Dongling immortal emperor, on the other hand, had some life-saving abilities. He only died after blocking Ning Fan's 7 slashes. Even though it was not an instant kill and it was not as shocking as before, when this notorious traitor of the Eastern Heaven was killed, the entire Myriad Saints Pass was still filled with cheers. There were also some cultivators who cried tears of joy. These people who were crying were basically the disciples of Great Emperor Tyli who was ambushed and killed by the alien race because of Dongling's betrayal. Now that Ning Fan killed Dongling, it was no different from avenging their sect for them. Naturally, they were grateful to him. Dongling immortal emperor had betrayed the Eastern Heaven during the tens of years that Ning Fan was in seclusion. Ning Fan did not know why Dongling immortal emperor betrayed the Eastern Heaven and he was not concerned about the whole story. He only knew that Dongling immortal emperor was a traitor who had betrayed the oath that was made during the alliance meeting. It was enough for him to be attacked by all the experts. After using the ocean-defying sword excessively, Ning Fan's true body was slightly panting. He seemed to be rather exhausted. Seeing this, the few immortal emperors of the foreign races returned and attacked Ning Fan in an airtight manner. They did not intend to give Ning Fan any time to rest. Even though old devil Yan Luo's Dao weapon is powerful, it seems to be too heavy. He has already begun to pant. It's probably because he has exhausted too much of his strength. We can't give him any time to rest. This was the unanimous opinion of the immortal emperors of the alien race. Ning Fan was also aware that he had used a little too much strength in wielding the ocean-defying sword continuously. He kept the ocean-defying sword and no longer used it. Instead, he summoned the 7 treasures wondrous tree. With a few swishing sounds, he sent the few immortal emperors who were attacking him flying. Then, he opened his mouth and breathed out a bolt of flame lightning, burning a large number of the alien race into ashes. Ning Fan also summoned the Sun Moon Star Steel and the Fate-Severing Sword 3 times consecutively. killing everyone in his way and causing the army of the alien race to bleed like a river. Ning Fan did not have the sea-calming divine needle because it required more strength than the ocean-defying sword. However, in terms of destructive power, it was much stronger than the ocean-defying sword. Thus, he could keep it as a trump card, *sob *** master, little infant is wrong. Little infant has reflected on his mistakes. Let little infant join the battle as well. Let little infant make some contributions for master. Suddenly, a voice was transmitted to Ning Fan's mind through the spiritual connection. Ning Fan was surprised. It was really unbelievable that this thing would take the initiative to ask to join the battle. Ever since this thing was subdued by him, it had never taken the initiative to ask to join the battle. It had been refusing to cooperate with him without violence. No matter how he forced it, it refused to work for him. Did the sun rise from the west today? This thing is actually willing to fight for me. The thing that took the initiative to ask to join the battle was none other than the Dao extermination lightning infant that Ning Fan had subdued while helping Luo Ho block the tribulation in the past. Ning Fan had already experienced the power of this item on that day. If this item is used with the Tai Su lightning diagram and his innate mid-grade flame lightning flame, it would become a truly powerful killing weapon. Its destructive power was much more than the sea-calming divine needle. Are you really willing to submit to me? Ning Fan asked the Dao extermination lightning infant through the spiritual connection as if he was doubtful. Yes, master. Little infant has already been beaten by Big Sister Black Devil. Convinced. Big Sister Black Devil. You're right. In front of an existence like master, the heavenly Dao spirits of the Dao Hun clan are nothing. We don't have the right to be arrogant, and it's not shameful to be a slave. If Jiao Li, who is ranked 4th in the Dao Soul realm, can be a slave, then the ancestral lightning sparrow, who is ranked within the top 400, why can't I, the Dao extermination lightning infant, who is ranked 95th in the Dao Soul realm, become a slave? Little infant has thought it through. I don't want to be beaten anymore. I'm willing to be master's slave. Master, please control Big Sister Black Devil. Don't let her beat me anymore. I'm begging you, my good master. The Dao extermination lightning infant pleaded. Ning Fan smiled after hearing what it said. He finally understood that this Dao extermination lightning infant was afraid of being beaten by Black Devil. That was why it submitted to him. This time, Ning Fan did not bring any followers with him to the Border River meeting. However, Black Devil still strongly requested to follow him. Currently, Black Devil had found a place to stay in the Profoundine world with his quasi-emperor spiritual puppet, Xianxia. In his spare time, Black Devil would train Xianxia and the primogenitor lightning sparrow Gu every day, trying to train these two servants who were becoming more and more useless to him. Ning Fan let Black Devil do whatever he wants with regards to this matter. After all, be it the quasi-emperor spiritual puppet or the primogenitor lightning sparrow Gu, none of them were of any use to him anymore. It was good for them to be trained by Black Devil. If they could really achieve something from the training, it would be an unexpected gain. In the past, after Ning Fan captured the Dao extermination lightning infant, he planted a slave restriction on it and tried to persuade it in every possible way. However, this infant was quite stubborn and arrogant. Ning Fan had tried his best to persuade it, but it still refused to truly submit to him. With no other choice, Ning Fan decided to seal the Dao extermination lightning infant's cultivation base and put it in the Profoundine world for Black Devil to discipline. This Dao extermination lightning infant was also a member of the Dao Soul clan. However, the Dao extermination lightning infant clan that it belonged to could not be compared to the Nine Raccoon clan. As a member of the Nine Raccoon clan of the royal clan, Black Devil could summon the King's Bow to kill the other Dao Soul clan and seize the fate of his clan. To ordinary Dao Soul realm experts, he was a great threat. With her disciplining the Dao extermination lightning infant, it was only natural that she would be able to convince it. Since you've decided to submit to me, I'll give you a chance to perform. There seems to be something strange about today's battle. The two half-step sovereigns on the enemy's side did not make a move at all. I suspect that they have some tricks up their sleeves. If they really have some tricks up their sleeves, I will use your power. As long as you perform well, I will persuade Black Devil to be gentler in disciplining you in the future, and I won't beat you up anymore. Thank you, Master. the Dao extermination lightning infant was overjoyed upon hearing Ning Fan's words. It stopped talking and waited for Ning Fan to summon it at any time. On the battlefield, Ning Fan was still engaged in a one-sided slaughter as if there was no one around. The entire river surface was filled with floating corpses and blood. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, nearly 1 million members of the foreign races had been killed by him alone. His giant golden flame body was stained with the blood of the foreign races. He was like a peerless god of war who could hold the fort against 10,000 enemies by himself. As long as the half-step sovereigns did not show up, the immortal emperors present were not his match at all. The Sand Soul clan's immortal emperor, who had a strange body structure, was burned into glass by his monstrous lightning flames. An immortal emperor of the Flying Fish clan who had 6 wings tried to sneak an attack on Ning Fan. However, he was smashed into meat paste by Ning Fan's sun, moon, and star steel. An immortal emperor of the Octopus clan sprayed ink from his mouth to attack Ning Fan. However, his head was cut off by Ning Fan's fate-severing sword. Another immortal emperor of the Golden Scaled clan was smashed into a bloody pulp by Ning Fan's ancient devil-breaking mountain. They could not stop him. The army of millions of foreign races and tens of foreign immortal emperors could not stop Ning Fan alone. Ning Fan had become the fully deserving Yama king. In the army of the foreign races, he killed people like flies, but he did not show any hesitation or mercy. His baleful chi was so terrifying that it could suffocate ordinary immortal emperors. His strength made all the experts of the foreign races look at him with surprise. Countless experts of the foreign races begged Daoist Xianxia and Dragon King Wanxing to help. However, the 2 half-step sovereigns only told them that the time was not right and they could not take action. They simply did not show up to stop Ning Fan's rampage. Finally, all the immortal emperors on the side of the foreign races, except for Mo He and Gui Hua who betrayed them, were all killed by Ning Fan. Somehow, as the number of immortal emperors he killed continued to increase, Ning Fan finally had a strange feeling. It was as if there was something unexpected that made him feel uneasy. Seeing that the number of casualties on the battlefield had reached a certain number, Daoist Xianxia finally could not hold it in anymore. He said to Dragon King Wanxing, "Is it still not enough? This young man is just too strong. I can't hold it anymore. I want to fight him. Don't be anxious. It will be enough after another few 100,000 soldiers die." While Daoist Wanxing was comforting Daoist Xianxia, he glared at Mo He and Gui Hua who were standing beside him. The 2 of them had already retreated from the battlefield and were hiding beside him. On one hand, they were afraid of death. On the other hand, it was because the 2 of them still had some special use. "Fellow Daoist Gui Hua, how are your preparations?" Dragon King Wanxing sent a cold voice transmission to her. He had always looked down on the traitorous emperor of the Eastern Heaven. If it wasn't because this woman still had some value to him, he would not even bother to talk nonsense with her. "Lord Wanxing, don't worry. After a large amount of blood sacrifice, the satiety of the ghost flower of the netherworld has already reached 97%. After some more blood sacrifice, it will wake up. How confident are you that we can turn this little Yama king into an undying ghost soldier?" "30%, Madame Gui Hua said cautiously as if she was worried that Dragon King Wanxing would be dissatisfied because the probability was too low. 30%? That's too low. Fine. I'll give it a try. This man's techniques are extremely strange. If we can turn him into an undying ghost soldier and offer him to the great divine priest, you will be the one who has contributed the most. If you fail, you won't need to live anymore." Myriad Saint Dragon King snorted coldly. Madame Gui Hua's face instantly turned pale after hearing his words. In order to survive, she made up her mind to succeed no matter what. On the battlefield, Ning Fan was like a butterfly gliding through flowers. He dodged and leaped through the concentrated attacks of the foreign race's army. He came and went freely as if there was no one there. The immortal emperors who tried to besiege him were all killed by him. Even though there were still 2 to 3 million foreign experts attacking him, there were no immortal emperors participating in the attack. Thus, there was nothing to worry about. Immortal kings and immortal venerables of the foreign race who held high positions were killed by Ning Fan with just a raise of his hand. They did not even cause a ripple. He alone had crushed an army of millions of foreign races. The more dead foreign races there were in the surroundings, the more uneasy Ning Fan felt. At this moment, he was even more certain that Taoist Xianwei and myriad Saint Dragon King had some kind of backup plan. Gradually, a chilly wind began to blow between the water and the sky. The corpses floating on the water surface gradually changed. Dark red plant roots began to grow out of the corpses and flesh of the foreign experts one after another. The surface of those plant roots had small thorns that looked like thorns. As their number grew, they covered the entire surface of the battlefield. At first glance, it looked like a huge patch of dark red thorns had grown on the surface of the water. The thorns seemed to be able to use the flesh and blood of the dead as nutrients to grow rapidly. The thorns in front of Ning Fan's eyes grew more and more. There were also giant flowers blooming amidst the thorns. Those giant flowers were pale in color. That kind of abnormal whiteness was like the stiff skin of the dead. There was a strange fragrance coming from those giant flowers. Even with Ning Fan's strength, he felt dizzy and shocked when he accidentally smelled that fragrance. What kind of flowers are these? Ning Fan did not recognize those giant flowers. However, he could vaguely sense that there was a trace of Madame Gui Hua's qi in them. She must be the one who created these giant flowers. Ning Fan did not have a deep impression of Madame Gui Hua. He only remembered that when he had just arrived at the border river, this woman had once impatiently invited him for a spring breeze, but he had refused. He only knew that this woman had betrayed Eastern Sky. As for the whole story of her betrayal, he didn't know the details. Madame Gui Hua was just a seven-tribulation immortal emperor. Logically speaking, such an existence could not threaten Ning Fan. However, the strange giant flower that Madame Gui Hua conjured made Ning Fan feel a trace of threat when he thought of how Profound Tail and Wanxing allowed him to go on a killing spree and how this gigantic flower could use dead people as its nutrients. Ning Fan had a guess. It seemed like Xian Wei and Wanxing's trump card was these giant flowers. Seeing that the number of gigantic flowers was increasing, there was no way Ning Fan would let them continue to grow. He opened up a gap in the battlefield and breathed out a sea of flame lightning, trying to incinerate all the thorny flowers in front of him. Ever since he subdued the Tao extermination lightning nascent soul and turned it into the lightning spirit of his lightning diagram, the lightning power in his flame lightning flame had become even stronger, causing the destructive power of his flame lightning flame to be much stronger than before. It was much stronger than most of the mid-grade innate flames in the Age of Chaos ending. Ordinary plants wouldn't be able to withstand the flame thunder flame. However, these thorny flowers remained unscathed in the sea of flame as if they were not afraid of this level of flames and lightning at all. Even the mid-grade innate flame thunder flame can't hurt these flowers? Ning Fan was really surprised. He then took out the Seven Treasures wondrous tree and smashed the Sun Moon Star steel. He even used the power of his wood divine lattice, trying to directly absorb the vitality of these thorny flowers. However, the attacks of the mid-grade innate flame thunder flame could not cause any effective damage to these gigantic flowers at all. What was even more strange was that although these gigantic flowers looked like plants, they were not made of plants at all. The gigantic flowers and thorny roots were actually made of the flesh and blood of dead people. Since they were not plants, they were naturally not restricted by the wood divine lattice. This matter also surprised Ning Fan. Seeing that the number of gigantic flowers was increasing but he could not stop them, Ning Fan's eyes glowed with green light, trying to see through the details of these gigantic flowers. On the other side, Xian Wei and Wanxing sneered disdainfully when they saw Ning Fan being helpless against the ghost flowers of the netherworld. It's right that you are helpless. The famous ghost flowers of the netherworld were something that even quasi-saints would have to avoid. How could a puny Ning Fan possibly resist them? There are already hundreds of child flowers in the ghost flowers. It's about time for me to take action, right? Taoist Xian Wei said with a smile. The child flowers have already matured. The mother flower will appear soon. Let's attack together and eliminate this brat. Only then will the ghost flowers of the netherworld be able to absorb his power. Wanxing's eyes flashed with killing intent and said with a smile. Attack together? There's no need for that. I've already said that I want to eliminate this brat alone. Taoist Xian Wei said arrogantly. Even though he had already witnessed Ning Fan's strength, he still believed that he could easily eliminate Ning Fan. Wanxing frowned. He wanted to say something but hesitated. He knew Taoist Xian Wei's character. He always kept his word. This person did not want his help. If he helps him, it would only make him resent him. Ancient devils are really troublesome. They are all a bunch of battle maniacs whose brains are filled with muscles. Since that's the case, I will stay at the side and help fellow Daoist. Wanxing compromised. Very well. All of you ants, back off. I want to fight the white-robed Yama alone. The latter part of his words were directed at the remaining troops of the foreign races. After Daoist Xianwei gave the order, he let out a long roar. His body turned into layers of devil shadows and flew out, heading straight for Ning Fan. When the troops of the foreign races saw Daoist Xianwei personally taking action, they retreated according to his order, leaving the battlefield to Ning Fan and Xianwei. They obviously have two half-step saints, but they only sent one of them to fight me. Why is that? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. His giant body of golden flame stared coldly at Daoist Xianwei. He was used to seeing the schemes of cultivators. He did not believe that the other party would fight him fair and square when he had the upper hand. The other party had two half-step saints, but they only sent one of them to fight him. This was the first point of doubt. The other party had spent a lot of effort to summon countless strange giant flowers. However, those giant flowers only grew on their own and did not attack him at all. This was the second point of doubt. Sometimes, smart people would go to a dead end. Ning Fan was currently in such a situation. All of a sudden, Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. He could see the strong conceit and disdain in Daoist Xianwei's eyes. The other party might have a scheme by summoning the giant flowers. However, there was no scheme in sending only one half-step saint to fight him. It was just because he looked down on him. The ancient devil half-step saint in front of him was looking down on him from the start. Even though he had displayed a lot of strength earlier, it was still not worth mentioning in his eyes. I am Xianwei. Young man, I heard from my brother Baizu that you are also an ancient devil. Daoist Xianwei's face was filled with disdain and he burst into laughter. Since you are the descendant of ancient chaos, it's not surprising that you can cultivate to the level of an ancient devil in the age of Dharma ending. Unfortunately, you don't know that there are also nobles and lowly ones among the ancient devils. I was born in the ancient devil world of the true world. Be it my noble identity or the lost abilities of the ancient devils, none of them are comparable to a lowly ancient devil like you. In my opinion, an ancient devil of the age of Dharma ending like you is not even worth a fart. This old man can kill you with just one finger. If I use two fingers, I will admit defeat. Arrogance. How arrogant. Daoist Xianwei raised a finger and shook it at Ning Fan. His disdainful attitude was as if he was looking down at the lowliest ant. To the cultivators of other races, being arrogant and underestimating their enemy despite being a half-step saint was definitely an idiot. However, ancient devils were different. Ancient devils were born to be berserkers. The more arrogant they were, and the more they looked down on the world, the stronger their combat power would be. Dragon King Wanxing was definitely not joking when he said that the brains of ancient devils are all muscles. Only those ancient devils whose brains were filled with muscles would still choose to fight Ning Fan one-on-one even when they had the upper hand. Ning Fan frowned. However, he was not angered by Daoist Xianwei's disdainful words. What kind of mentality did he have? Even though he was an ancient devil and he was also arrogant, he would never show it on the surface. Instead, he would express it with his actions. His gigantic body of golden flame swayed slightly and disappeared from his original spot. He wanted to attack Daoist Xianwei with the ancient devil mountain breaking strike first. Seeing Ning Fan disappear, Daoist Xianwei laughed and disappeared as well. At the next moment, somewhere in the empty sky, the hollow space suddenly shattered. Two human figures fell from the sky. Daoist Xianwei fell out of the hollow space. His actions were relatively calm. He still maintained the posture of raising his index finger. However, that finger of his was slightly red and swollen, as if it was injured by a tremendous force. His facial expression was slightly unpleasant. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was in a slightly worse state. He was sent flying by Daoist Xianwei's finger during the first encounter. Daoist Xianwei was not boasting. Even though he only used a finger, the power of that finger was much stronger than the punch of many doomsday quasi-saints. This man's physical body is actually this terrifying. Is this the strength of an ancient devil who has lived since ancient times until today? Ning Fan was unwilling to admit it, but he had to. Even though he had consumed the 10 lions 10 elephants pill, he was still a few levels weaker than Daoist Xian Wei in terms of physical strength. He admitted the existence of such a difference in strength. However, it did not mean that he was willing to admit that he could not even defeat Daoist Xian Wei, who only used a finger. At this moment, he clearly had more options to choose from. He could use the ocean-defying sword, the 7 treasures wondrous tree, the sun-moon-star steel, the fate-severing sword, the flame-lightning fire, the sea-calming divine needle. However, he did not want to use any of them. His opponent was an ancient devil, and Ning Fan was also an ancient devil. The pride of an ancient devil would not allow Ning Fan to evade a direct challenge from an ancient devil. He must defeat his opponent with strength and fight back head-on. Only those who counter strength with strength are worthy of being called ancient devils. If the strength of one punch is weaker than the opponent's finger, then he will use the second punch, the third punch and the fourth punch. Ancient devil mountain breaking strike. Ning Fan's giant golden flame body whizzed out and threw another destructive punch at Daoist Xian Wei. Daoist Xian Wei had already experienced the power of Ning Fan's ancient devil mountain breaking strike. Even though the strength of his opponent's punch was completely weaker than his finger, the explosive damage from the ancient devil mountain breaking strike still made his finger bones hurt. His rationality told him that he should not continue to be arrogant in Ning Fan's second punch and only use a finger to fight Ning Fan. However, the pride of an ancient devil from an aristocratic family did not allow him to take back his previous words. Since he said that he would only use a single finger to fight Ning Fan, he could only use a single finger. If he uses the second finger, he would damage the reputation of an ancient devil from an aristocratic family. One should know that Ning Fan was just an immortal king ancient devil at the 3rd level of ancestral reversion, while he was a half-saint realm ancient devil at the great perfection level of ancestral reversion. With such a huge difference in cultivation level, it would be really embarrassing if he could not win against Ning Fan with a single finger. Lost ancient devil technique, Star Jade Finger. At this moment, the 9 devil stars in Daoist Xian Wei's right eye rotated rapidly, activating the lost ability of an ancient devil that was passed down from the true world. Then, he used the power of his finger to collide with Ning Fan's ancient devil mountain breaking strike. Boom! Ning Fan was sent flying by Daoist Xian Wei's finger once again. Daoist Xian Wei's finger bones also became even more swollen because of Ning Fan's second punch. Being able to send Ning Fan flying with a single finger, Daoist Xian Wei was definitely not someone the half-step saints from the Dharma ending era could compare to. Even though his cultivation base was only at the half-step saint realm, his strength was already not any weaker than Xiang Bozi, who was at the 1st level quasi-sacred realm. It was not strange at all for Ning Fan to be sent flying by Daoist Xian Wei's finger. If it was Dragon King Wanxing or Wan Xingzi, they would also be sent flying by Daoist Xian Wei's finger. Everyone was stunned by Daoist Xian Wei's strength. Be it the experts of the foreign races or the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven, it was actually their first time seeing Daoist Xian Wei in action. None of them expected that Ning Fan, who was unrivaled in the past, would be completely suppressed by Daoist Xian Wei's finger. An ancient devil who had lived since ancient times until today was just too strong. Could it be that none of the cultivators from the Dharma ending era could defeat an ancient cultivator without relying on the suppression of their cultivation level? Ancient devil mountain breaking strike. Ning Fan threw out more ancient devil iron fists. On the surface, he was sent flying by Daoist Xian Wei again and again, looking extremely miserable. However, in reality, he did not suffer many injuries from Daoist Xian Wei's attacks because he was relying on his divine spirit body that was growing stronger day by day. Occasionally, Ning Fan would be injured by the force of the finger. However, with his strong recovery ability, he could usually heal his injuries in an instant. No matter how miserable he looked, he was not injured at all. Even though Daoist Xian Wei had a high and mighty attitude, the injuries on his finger bones were getting more and more serious. Each of Ning Fan's ancient devil mountain breaking strike was getting heavier and heavier. In just tens of breaths' time, he had already exchanged 800 blows with Daoist Xian Wei. The 800 ancient devil mountain breaking strike had already begun to bare its fangs. However, with a cracking sound, Daoist Xian Wei's finger bones were actually broken by Ning Fan. This time, Ning Fan was not sent flying by Daoist Xian Wei's finger force. With a muffled groan, the person who was sent flying was Daoist Xian Wei. Hiss. Such a powerful senior Xianwei was actually sent flying by the white-robed Yama. The experts of the foreign races were shocked. The cultivators of the Eastern Heaven, on the other hand, felt extremely excited. Daoist Xianwei's expression was extremely unpleasant. Just now, he had said that he did not need to use his second finger to deal with Ning Fan. However, the cruel reality had given him a tight slap on his face. He could not help but admit that he had underestimated Ning Fan. Even though Ning Fan's strength was not as good as his ancient devil battle techniques were unimaginably brilliant, which made up for the difference in their strength. An ancient devil divine ability that I have never seen before. It's definitely at the lost grade. Damn it. Elder brother wanted to tell me about this young man's divine ability and I even rejected him. However, I didn't expect him to actually have this kind of mystical ancient devil divine ability. He can actually stack the force of his fists to form consecutive attacks. As an ancient devil of an aristocratic family, I have heard about most of the lost divine abilities of the ancient devils in this world. However, I have never heard of this technique before. It's highly likely because this technique was created in the last era and not an ancient ultimate technique. All of the divine abilities in this world have the concept of compatibility. If it's not created by oneself, no matter how suitable a divine ability is, it's impossible to achieve 100% compatibility. It's precisely because of this that cultivators of my generation need to continuously develop and create divine abilities that belong to us. The compatibility of this young man's fist technique has definitely reached the highest level of 100%. There's only one explanation for this. This technique was created by him. He actually created the lost divine ability of the ancient devil with the identity of an immortal king at the third level of ancestral reversion. Besides, this is an extremely powerful lost grade divine ability. My star jade finger is definitely not comparable to it. I also have a self-created divine ability. Lost ancient devil technique, mixed primordial divine void strike. Daoist Xuanwei's eyes darkened. He threw away his previous arrogant words of not using two fingers to the back of his mind. Then, he threw out an iron fist and faced Ning Fan's fist light with another lost divine ability of the ancient devil. When their fists collided, Daoist Xianwei had a slight upper hand. However, it did not mean that his self-created mixed primordial divine void strike was stronger than the ancient devil mountain breaking strike. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Even though he had an ancient devil power that far surpassed Ning Fan's, he could only gain a slight upper hand because his self-created technique was not as powerful as Ning Fan's. As the number of Ning Fan's consecutive attacks continued to rise, his advantage in strength was also slowly losing. 900 consecutive attacks. 1,000 consecutive attacks. 1,100 consecutive attacks. It was as if there were countless ocean waves stacked on top of each other. It was as if there were countless mountains with endless peaks and boundless soil. When the number of consecutive attacks reached 2,000, Daoist Xianwei clearly felt that he was already at a disadvantage. He was being pushed back by Ning Fan's fist force time and time again. When Ning Fan used the 3,000 ancient devil mountain breaking strike, Daoist Xianwei coughed out blood for the first time. Both of his fists were badly mutilated and he was sent flying. A strong sense of humiliation occupied Daoist Xuanwei's heart. His self-created ancient devil technique was completely defeated by Ning Fan's. I don't believe it. Even with the knowledge of my clan, I don't have a single technique that surpasses yours, the lost ancient devil technique. Eternal True Body, activate. At this moment, Daoist Xianwei did not hold back at all. He even activated his Eternal True Body. After activating his Eternal True Body, his aura force reached the level of a first-level quasi-saint realm expert. He was a giant with 10 tails. His body emitted an incomparably pure ancient devil chi. Just by standing there, he seemed to have become the sky and everything in the world. Ning Fan's expression changed. He did not expect that Daoist Xianwei could actually reach the level of a quasi-saint after activating his Eternal True Body. Even though it was just a small step from the half-saint realm to the quasi-saint realm, this small step represented a huge gap, a gap between heaven and earth. The crowd of foreign races was also shocked. Such a Daoist Xianwei gave them a sense of invincible pressure. Lost ancient devil technique, 10 steps open bow. The giant with 10 tails that Daoist Xianwei had transformed into instantly took 10 steps forward. The momentum of the 10 steps turned into a devil bow. Using his essence Qi as an arrow, he shot an arrow at Ning Fan. Ning Fan's golden flame true body was extremely strong. Even though he was sent flying by Daoist Xuanwei's arrow, his defense was not broken. Thus, he was not injured at all. Only his blood and qi were in turmoil because of the tremendous force of the arrow. 100 steps open bow. When Daoist Xianwei saw Ning Fan receive the arrow head-on without suffering any damage at all, his expression turned even uglier. He took 100 steps forward and shot another arrow. This arrow had nearly depleted 10% of his essence qi. The destructive power of this arrow was nearly twice as strong as the previous one. Ning Fan was sent flying again. The golden flames on the surface of his true body had been dispersed by the arrow light. He still can't break his defense. What kind of eternal true body does this young man cultivate? How can he possibly be this strong? Daoist Xuanwei's expression was as calm as still water. Countless devil shadows spread out from his body and he took 1,000 steps forward in an instant. 1,000 steps open bow. This was the strongest devil arrow that he could shoot. It was also the strongest attack that he could release in a fair and square battle. He needed to use more than half of his essence qi to shoot this arrow. The destructive power of this arrow was enough to severely injure most first-level quasi-saints. He did not believe that Ning Fan could withstand it. He would never believe it. *qi** The arrow light pierced through 1,000 li*, 500 m per li, tearing heaven and earth apart. In an instant, it penetrated Ning Fan's defense and penetrated a few inches deep into his eternal true body. The defensive power of Ning Fan's true body was increasing day by day. Even a first-level quasi-saint would have a hard time hurting him. However, this arrow was too powerful. It still penetrated his defense and penetrated a few inches deep into his body. The destructive arrow qi instantly tore Ning Fan's body apart. Ning Fan's body had exceeded the limit of withstanding the destructive power of this arrow. With a loud bang, his physical body exploded. Is he dead? Daoist Xianwei panted heavily and let out a disdainful snort. However, at the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He was a little exasperated. After Ning Fan's physical body exploded, it did not turn into a mist of blood and minced flesh that filled the sky. Instead, it turned into billions of raindrops. Each of the raindrops was the 10 billion rain spirit clone that Ning Fan cultivated. It was a life-saving divine ability. When Ning Fan cultivated this technique, he had never thought that he would be able to use it so soon. The billions of raindrops merged together and reformed Ning Fan's golden flame giant body. At this moment, the wound on Ning Fan's chest was bleeding profusely. It was difficult to stop the bleeding. It was caused by the remaining arrow qi. In the end, he was injured by Daoist Xuanwei's arrow. Fortunately, he was accompanied by rain every day. His 10 billion rain spirit clone was almost flawless. In the nick of time, he used this technique and his broken body neutralized most of the arrow qi. Thus, he was only slightly injured. This Daoist Xianwei in front of him was really a very powerful opponent. Life-killing technique, activate. Ning Fan's aura suddenly changed. Even though the ink mark of the cross-shaped halo contained the power of the life-killing technique, his aura would instantly change when Ning Fan himself activated the life-killing technique. His aura would then surpass all ancient devils. That was the aura that only the former master of the Devil Conferral Summit could possess. It was a pressure that only ancient devils could feel. This is the life-killing technique. Impossible. This technique had already disappeared from this world along with Mo Zhong. Why do you know this technique? Daoist Xuanwei's expression changed greatly. He no longer had the calmness and arrogance he had before. The life-killing technique could be said to be the restraining technique of all ancient devils. It could seize the essence qi of devils and devour their cultivation base. Ning Fan himself was already a tough opponent for him. If he uses this technique on top of that, it was highly likely that his essence qi would be devoured and he would be defeated by Ning Fan in the end. He did not have the confidence to win against Ning Fan if he uses a technique that was within the range of an ancient devil. In that case, he could only take an unconventional approach and use the green wave fire poison. This was not the technique of an ancient devil. On the contrary, it was the technique of the ancient devil's mortal enemy, the Buddha sect. This poison was extremely powerful when used against ordinary people. In ancient times, Taoist Xianwei had even used this poison to kill a quasi-saint realm expert. When used against an ancient devil, the power of this poison would be increased by 30%. This was a poison that was specially used by ancient Buddha cultivators to kill cultivators who disobeyed the Buddha sect. It was taken from the poisonous feathers of the green wave fire sparrow. Little Ning Fan, don't be so arrogant. Once I use this poison, you will die for sure. Taoist Xianwei performed a hand seal and the 10 poisonous tails on his back were immediately ignited with dark green flames. The flames were indescribably beautiful. However, they gave Ning Fan a sense of danger. The yin-yang poison transmitted a strong reaction to him from the flames. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems like this Taoist Xuanwei's tail contains a deadly poison. I wonder how his poison is compared to the great sage Fire Toad's inherited saint poison. It seems like the other party does not intend to continue the battle using the ancient devil body technique. If that's the case, I will no longer hold back and use all my trump cards. At this moment, the poisonous flames on the giant tail of Taoist Xuanwei's true body burned even more vigorously. After activating his ability, the poisonous flames spread all over his body, turning him into a green flaming man. Under the effects of the poisonous flames, the appearance and cultivation base of Taoist Xuanwei's eternal true body underwent a huge change. First of all, the appearance of his true body had gained many characteristics of a scorpion man. Initially, he was just a human-faced giant with 10 giant tails. Now, he had the appearance of a giant fire scorpion. Next was the change in his cultivation base. As the poisonous flames covered his body, Taoist Xuanwei's qi rose sharply again. Initially, he was just at the first level quasi-saint realm. Now, he was at least at the quasi-saint realm with 14 to 5,000 tribulation magic power. It's actually the second stage of the eternal true body. Dragon King Wanxing and the other experts of the foreign races were shocked. Ning Fan's eyes also turned solemn. As far as he knew, there were only a handful of people who could achieve the second stage of the eternal true body in the Dharma-ending era. However, to the ancient cultivators, there were quite a number of people who could do it. He did not expect Taoist Xianwei to be one of them. When Ning Fan faced Taoist Xianwei just now, even though his cultivation base was at a disadvantage, he actually had an advantage in magic power due to the uniqueness of the cultivation method he cultivated. The total amount of magic power of 13,500 tribulation magic power was much more than Xianwei. It was the main reason why he could fight evenly with Xianwei. However, at this moment, Xuanwei's total amount of magic power surpassed him for the first time, causing his slight advantage to disappear. He was afraid that he would really have to face a tough battle from now on. Perhaps Ning Fan's life-killing technique had evoked Taoist Xuanwei's fear towards this technique. Facing Ning Fan now, Taoist Xianwei did not dare to hold back at all. He truly used his full strength. Ancient Buddha's lost technique, Flame Force Rush. Taoist Xianwei, whose qi rose sharply, took a step forward. His entire body was engulfed in flames. He directly charged at Ning Fan like a burning meteorite. His speed was too fast. It was so fast that Ning Fan was already hit by him just as the flames on his body emerged. The destructive force spread across the area. The entire area was filled with the loud sound of the collision between the two experts. Boom! Ning Fan's true body had a strong defense. Even though Taoist Xuanwei's qi had increased tremendously, his attack still did not break his defense. However, it would be a mistake to assume that Taoist Xuanwei's collision attack was only at this level. The collision was just an aid. Taoist Xuanwei's real purpose was to weaken the golden flames on the surface of Ning Fan's body with tremendous force. Then, he would use the momentum of the collision to send the poisonous qi around his body directly into Ning Fan's body. Poisoning was the key. If Taoist Xianwei does not use this technique, it would take him a lot of effort to break Ning Fan's impenetrable true body defense and poison his internal organs. In other words, this flame force rush was actually a poison technique supplemented by collision. It could avoid the surface defense of the enemy and directly attack their internal organs. It was extremely rare. You want to use brute force to force poison into my body? It's a poison-releasing technique that I've never seen before. Ning Fan's eyes glowed with green light. He had seen through the essence of Taoist Xuanwei's ancient Buddha ability. While he was flying backwards, Ning Fan's unscathed body suddenly let out a muffled groan. He was injured out of nowhere. The injury did not come from Taoist Xuanwei's collision, but from being poisoned. When Taoist Xianwei rammed into Ning Fan, a large amount of the poisonous power of the green wave fire poison directly hit Ning Fan's vital parts. As soon as the violent green wave fire poison entered his body, it immediately destroyed Ning Fan's ancient devil bloodline. If the damage of the green wave fire poison to an ordinary person was 1, then the damage it would cause to an ancient devil would be 10 or even 100. Ning Fan's identity as an ancient devil was an advantageous factor in terms of his abilities. Now, however, it had turned into a disadvantageous factor, causing him to be in a passive position when facing the green wave fire poison. Fortunately, he possessed the power of yin-yang poison. Besides, he also used the fire toad saint poison in his body to fight poison with poison. Thus, he was able to temporarily suppress the green wave fire poison that had invaded his body. However, it was just a temporary suppression. It was not something that could be removed in a short period of time. In terms of quality, this green wave fire poison was far inferior to the inherited holy poison of the great sage fire toad. However, in terms of quantity and purity, it was far superior to the ancient holy poison that had less than 10% of its power that day. When both of them offset each other, the lethality of this poison was not any weaker than the drop of fire toad saint poison that day. Moreover, this poison would cause great damage to an ancient devil. Even though Ning Fan managed to suppress the poison power that had invaded his body, the pain and injuries that his body had to endure were still extremely intense. The burning pain in his internal organs was unbearable. That kind of pain was like the internal organs of an ordinary person being directly scorched by a red-hot iron. It was the proof that he was currently suffering from the fire poison. Even though he had tried his best to suppress the green wave fire poison and prevent the poison power from wreaking havoc in his body, he was still severely injured by Taoist Xuanwei's attack. Moreover, if the poison continues to worsen to a certain extent, he might still be poisoned to death by the green wave fire poison even if he had the poisonous yin-yang poison to protect his life. Ning Fan could not help but admit that Taoist Xianwei, who had unleashed his poison fire and transformed into his second stage, gave him an unprecedented amount of pressure. Fighting against this person was completely like fighting against an old monster on the same level as Xiang Bozi. My chances of winning are slim. The strength of an ancient half-step sage is indeed not something that the half-sage Age of Law Doomsday can compare with. Ning Fan's immortal King Realm cultivation base is still somewhat insufficient in front of such an existence. However, it was also impossible for him to admit defeat obediently. Humph. So it's just a false alarm. I was wondering how terrifying you would be after activating the life-killing technique. That was why I hurriedly used my strongest trump card. However, I didn't expect you to not have comprehended the essence of the life-killing technique at all. You are far from being able to condense the devil-killing samsara power that Lord Mo created. It was me who made a big fuss over a minor issue. As soon as I saw you activating the life-killing technique, I became overly suspicious. I don't need to use the green wave fire poison at all to deal with you. However, since I have already used it, I might as well kill you with the poison in one go. Flame Force Rush. Taoist Xianwei let out a disdainful snort and took another step forward. It seemed like he wanted to activate the Flame Force Rush again to send more poison power into Ning Fan's body. Unfortunately, as soon as Taoist Xuanwei's step landed on the ground, he spurted out a mouthful of poisonous blood without any warning before his body was sent flying. Under the influence of the poison power, the essence Qi in his body became chaotic. How would he have the extra strength to knock Ning Fan? He was already very lucky that he did not fall from the sky in a disheveled manner. It was true that he had sent Ning Fan flying with a single move just now. He had also injured Ning Fan with the fire poison. However, at the moment when he sent Ning Fan flying, Ning Fan had also secretly used the poison power of the fire toad saint poison and sent it into his body. The effects of force were mutual. Taoist Xianwei could borrow the force of impact to send the poison power into Ning Fan's body, while Ning Fan could also borrow the force of impact to send the poison power into Taoist Xuanwei's body. The defense of Taoist Xuanwei's physical body was also extraordinary. However, Ning Fan had imitated the method of releasing the poison power of the flame force rush and directly bypassed the surface defense of Daoist Xuanwei's body, sending the poison into his body. Impossible. You actually saw through the method of using the force of the flame force rush to release the poison. You even imitated it and used it against me. Daoist Xianwei found it hard to believe. At the same time, a sense of humiliation rose within him, causing his killing intent to soar. He was so angry that he laughed instead. The art of poison had always been something that he was proud of. He did not expect that he would be plotted against by a mere immortal King Realm cultivator using the art of poison. This is just too ridiculous. Unfortunately, the poison you used is just insignificant. It's not even worthy to carry my green wave fire poisoned shoes. I only need half a breath to remove the inferior poison from your body. There's one thing that you cultivators in the last cultivation era might not know. I have the legendary myriad poison primordial body. It's just a waste of effort for you to use poison on me. Daoist Xuanwei's face was filled with disdain. He activated his ability and activated the myriad poison primordial chi in his body, trying to forcefully remove the fire toad's poison from his body. When the crowd heard that Daoist Xianwei actually had the legendary myriad poison primordial body, all of their expressions changed. The myriad poison primordial body was an innate physique that was similar to the innate charming bones. People with this physique were born with astonishing poison resistance, making them suitable to cultivate poison. If they have gone through cultivation, they could even directly neutralize most of the poisons in the world with their physique. Thus, they were known as the nemesis of poison cultivators. The way the crowd looked at Daoist Xianwei became even more respectful. They inwardly thought that Daoist Xianwei was indeed an old monster whose name shook the ancient times. He even has such a rare physique. It's really incredible. None of them believed that Ning Fan could use his poison technique to counterattack and injure Daoist Xianwei. However, the truth was always out of everyone's expectations. Soon, everyone's gaze turned a little strange because of Taoist Xuanwei's next action of detoxifying the poison. Dissolve. It was the sound of Daoist Xianwei activating the detoxification ability of the myriad poison immemorial body to disintegrate the holy fire toad poison in his body. However, this poison could not be neutralized. Strange. Your poison does have some tricks up its sleeves. Half a breath might not be enough, but it can only take me 2 or 3 breaths at most. Cure it. 2 or 3 breaths passed. 20 to 30 breaths passed. However, Daoist Xianwei was still unable to remove the holy fire toad poison from his body. Instead, he was so tired that he was sweating profusely. Because he had overused the detoxification ability of the myriad poison's mixed element body, he had wasted a lot of his physical strength. Interesting. This old man only used 30% of the primal poison chi just now. This time, this old man will use 50%. He still couldn't open it. If it's 70%, he still couldn't open it. 90%, I can't open it. 100%, I can't untie it. 120% of primordial chi that surpasses the limit, he still couldn't open it. No matter how thick-skinned Daoist Xianwei was, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed at this moment. He was a dignified ancient half-saint who possessed the myriad poison primordial body. However, he actually could not neutralize the nameless poison of a doomsday immortal king. How could this be possible? What kind of broken poison is this? There were not many of them and their purity was not high either. Thus, the poison that it could cause him was very limited. However, the grade of this poison seemed to be quite high. It was actually entrenched in his body like maggots. It was even harder to remove than his green wave fire poison. It had already surpassed the detoxifying limit of his myriad poison primordial body. The myriad poison primordial body could only neutralize the poison of the second step. Could this nameless little poison actually be a poison of the third step? No. This is absolutely impossible. How can a mere doomsday immortal king be qualified to possess a poison of the third step? You bumped into me once. Now, it's my turn to bump into you. Devil Force Rush. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. In an instant, he imitated Daoist Xuanwei's flame force rush and created an ancient devil ability. His entire body glowed with poisonous light. Then, he turned into a ray of poisonous light and charged at Daoist Xianwei. Boom Daoist Xianwei, who was distracted in detoxifying the poison, did not expect that Ning Fan would dare to take the initiative to knock into him. As a result, he was sent flying backward. The blood and qi in his chest churned. Although his injuries were not that serious, it was very embarrassing. Moreover, more of the fire toad's poison force was injected into his body by Ning Fan. The remaining poison in his body became even more difficult to neutralize. What kind of perception does this young man have? He actually copied my lost ancient Buddha technique in such a short period of time and created a similar ancient devil ability. Daoist Xuanwei's expression changed drastically. It was not because Ning Fan's collision had caused him a lot of collision injuries and poison injuries. Instead, he was shocked by Ning Fan's heaven-defying perception. Of course, the grade of the devil force rush that Ning Fan created on the spur of the moment was far inferior to the original version of the flame force rush. It was impossible for it to be at the lost level. No matter how great Ning Fan's perception was, it was impossible for him to create a lost level ability in an instant. All he did was slightly imitate the poison-releasing technique of the flame force rush. By going against the ancient Buddha intent, he simplified it into an ancient devil poison-releasing technique that belonged to him. The simplified devil force rush was not a high-level poison-releasing technique. However, to Ning Fan at the moment, it was an extremely practical technique. By borrowing the force of the collision, he could penetrate the enemy's defense and directly penetrate the enemy's body. No matter how hard the enemy's tortoise shell is, it could still be poisoned. It was really practical. Moreover, because it was an ancient devil ability, Ning Fan could add the ancient devil destruction Dao that he had comprehended into it and integrate it with the profound meaning of critical strike. The effect of poison attacks was quite outstanding. The critical strike effect made up for the flaw of this technique, which was just created, and its low grade. If the poison effect of the flame force rush was 10 points, Daoist Xianwei, who was an ancient devil, would probably only be able to inflict 1 to 2 points of poison damage by forcefully using this lost ancient Buddha technique. Even though the green wave fire poison could cause additional damage to the ancient devil, Ning Fan would only suffer tens of poison damage at most after taking a hit from the flame force rush. Compared to the lost level flame force rush, the devil force rush that Ning Fan casually created might only be able to inflict 1 to 2 points of poison damage. However, if he uses the ancient devil destruction Dao to deal a critical strike, 1 to 2 points of poison damage could also be turned into 10 to 20 points of poison damage. Under the influence of various factors, Ning Fan and Daoist Xianwei could barely achieve a draw when using the violent poison technique. Boom Daoist Xianwei, who was caught off guard, was sent flying by Ning Fan once again. His expression was extremely unpleasant. The feeling of having one's ability stolen by the enemy was certainly not a good one. When it came to dealing with poison, the flame force rush was not the only technique he had. Seeing that Ning Fan was going to hit him again, Daoist Xianwei chanted a mantra and countless green fireballs flew out from his body, turning into millions of fire rain that rushed towards Ning Fan. Lost ancient Buddha technique, Buddhist saint light. It was obviously the ability of the million fire rain, but it was named after light. It was really strange. Ning Fan's body was extremely agile. Even though there were millions of fire rain in front of him, it was impossible for him to be hit by them. Thus, he managed to evade them one by one. He could tell that the fire rain contained the violent green wave fire poison. If he is directly hit by the fire rain, he would certainly be poisoned. The strange thing was that even though Ning Fan had clearly evaded all the fire rain attacks, his eyes still felt a stinging pain and 2 lines of black blood flowed down from them. The green wave fire poison in his body had become more severe. What's going on? I have clearly evaded all the fire rain. Why am I still poisoned? Could it be that the fire rain is not the only medium for the poison power of this technique to spread? Green light continuously flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Under the enlightenment of the heavenly Tao, he instantly figured out the details of this technique. So that's how it is. No wonder this technique is called Buddhist saint light. The medium to spread the poison of this technique is not the fire rain itself but light rays. It was very difficult to evade all the attacks of light. The reason why Ning Fan could see the fire rain that filled the sky was because he could see the fire light. However, those fire light rays were all poisonous. Seeing them meant that he was poisoned. Ning Fan could not help but admit that Daoist Xuanwei's poison technique was too miraculous. He used the collision technique to spread the poison and then used the light technique to spread the poison. Both of them were techniques that he had never heard of before. Buddhist Saint Light. Seeing that Ning Fan was poisoned, Daoist Xianwei smiled proudly and used the Buddhist Saint Light again. This time, even though Ning Fan managed to close his eyes in time, the poison in his body became more severe. He finally understood that not only could he avoid being poisoned by not looking at the fire light rays, he would also be poisoned as long as he is shown by the light rays. It was actually very easy for Ning Fan to avoid being shown by the light rays. When Daoist Xianwei used the Buddhist Saint Light on Ning Fan for the third time, Ning Fan immediately activated the power of the Dark Yin-Yang technique and used the Dark Illusion technique that he had not used for a long time, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to fall into darkness. Not a single ray of light could shine under the darkness that Ning Fan controlled. Those fire light rays that carried poisonous power were all extinguished in the world of darkness. Humph. Insignificant tricks. Compared to the experts of the dark races, your dark cultivation is a little too low. Daoist Xianwei let out a disdainful snort. He still had other poison techniques that could slowly poison Ning Fan to death. Insignificant tricks. Ancient Devil Technique, Black Devil Light. At this moment, Ning Fan secretly learned the technique of using light to spread poison and merged it into his Dark Illusion technique, causing the Dark Illusion technique that had yet to take shape to possess poison damage. At this moment, millions of devil flames suddenly burned in the boundless world of darkness. Those devil flames turned into a rain of fire and attacked Daoist Xianwei. They even emitted poisonous fire light which shone on Daoist Xuanwei's body. Now, it was Daoist Xuanwei's turn to be poisoned. Damn it. This young man has secretly learned another poison-releasing technique. Daoist Xuanwei's expression became even uglier. He tore apart the world of darkness and broke Ning Fan's Dark Illusion technique. Then, he used other ancient Buddhist poison techniques to attack Ning Fan. There was the technique of using fragrance to spread poison. There was the technique of using sound to spread poison. There was the technique of using the wind, thunder, rain and lightning of nature as the medium to spread poison. Besides, there were all kinds of strange poison techniques. Daoist Xianwei seemed to have opened a new door to poison techniques in front of Ning Fan. It made Ning Fan realize that there were actually so many strange techniques in playing with poison. It turned out that a true poison cultivator could poison the enemy with just a look and a Dao sense. The world of poison techniques that he had come into contact with in the past was too shallow. The poison cultivators of the Age of Chaos could not be compared to the ancient poison cultivators at all. Secretly learning. Secretly learning. Secretly learning. He was a rare second-level heavenly being realm cultivator in the Age of Chaos. It was impossible for him to completely learn the other party's divine art with just a glance. However, if it was just to secretly learn the myriad of strange poison-releasing techniques, then mix them together and create some low-level imitation poison techniques, he could still do it. They exchanged blows again and again with each other using poison techniques. The green wave fire poison in Ning Fan's body was getting heavier and his chi was getting weaker. Daoist Xianwei, on the other hand, was not having an easy time either. The fire toad saint poison in his body was also getting heavier and his chi was getting weaker and weaker. Daoist Xianwei nearly died from anger. He had exchanged hundreds of rounds of poison techniques with Ning Fan but he still failed to poison Ning Fan to death. Instead, both of them were severely injured. Moreover, Ning Fan had plagiarized a lot of the poison techniques of the ancient Buddhist sect. What a huge loss. This young man is just too detestable. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. Previously, Daoist Xianwei chose to fight Ning Fan alone because of his pride. He disdained to gang up on an ant like Ning Fan. Now, his embarrassment turned into anger. How could he still care about the glory of the ancient devil realm or the morality of the Jianghu? He just wanted to kill Ning Fan as soon as possible. Why would he care about others interfering? This young man is hard to kill. Fellow Daoist Wansheng, if you don't join forces with me now, when are you going to do it? After exchanging another poison technique with Ning Fan and returning empty-handed, Daoist Xianwei roared in anger. Dragon King Wansheng wore a strange expression. Just now, it was Daoist Xianwei who forbade him from interfering in the battle. Now, he was asking him to join the battle. What a difficult person to please. However, Daoist Xuanwei's strength was too high. Dragon King Wanxing did not dare to ignore Daoist Xuanwei's request. Besides, he also wanted to kill Ning Fan as soon as possible. One should know that the summoning of the ghost flower of the netherworld had a time limit. If he could not kill Ning Fan within the time limit, he would not be able to turn Ning Fan into an undying ghost soldier. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. I will help you. Dragon King Wanxing had the body of a half-human and half-dragon. Even though one of the two dragon horns on his head was broken, it did not hide his half-saint chi field. He floated over and joined the battle, giving off the demeanor of a powerful expert. Just as he was about to attack Ning Fan from the side, his vision suddenly darkened. He was pulled into Ning Fan's dark illusory world. Millions of flames rained down on his head and poisonous rays shone on his body. *Pucci** Dragon King Wanxing tore apart the darkness and escaped from the illusory world. However, he was severely injured by Ning Fan's poison power in just a single move. His expression changed drastically. He had only been watching from the side. He did not feel how dangerous the battle between Ning Fan and Xuanwei's poison technique was at all. Only when he personally joined the battle did he realize how terrifying the power of each of their attacks was. A half-saint realm expert like him was actually injured by Ning Fan in just a single move. The battle between their poison techniques was just too terrifying. He somewhat regretted joining the battle. What are you still standing there for? Help me hold this young man back. I want to kill him with the forbidden curse rank poison technique. Daoist Xianwei shouted with extreme dissatisfaction when he saw Dragon King Wanxing being severely injured by Ning Fan in just a single move. Forbidden curse rank poison technique. No. Divine abilities of that level are all capable of killing on a large scale. If you use it here, I'm afraid many experts of my clan will get involved. Dragon King Wanxing's expression changed when he heard Xuanwei's words. Humph. I don't care about that much. I must kill this young man no matter what. Daoist Xianwei said coldly, completely disregarding the lives and deaths of the foreign race's army. Lost technique and forbidden curse technique were the classifications of divine abilities in ancient times. There were strong and weak lost techniques. All of them required the bloodline of a special race to use. Those with lower cultivation requirements such as vein-opening realm cultivators could start cultivating them. However, they usually needed to possess a cultivation base that was at least 10,000 ancient times in order to truly unleash the power of the lost technique. It could be said that lost technique was a trump card specially made for the cultivators of a special race that lived in the ancient times. Some of the more powerful lost technique could even be the trump card of a third-step saint. The forbidden curse rank was even higher than the lost technique. The forbidden curse rank, which had the lowest threshold, required the cultivation base of an ancient great cultivator to fully unleash its power. Not all of the ancient great cultivator level divine abilities could be classified as a forbidden curse rank. First of all, the forbidden curse rank must be matched with the bloodline of a special race. Secondly, the forbidden curse rank was more complicated than the lost technique. It usually required a lot of incantations to increase its destructive power and killing range. The execution of the forbidden curse rank was very complicated, but its power was also quite impressive. Seeing that Daoist Xianwei was stubborn and insisted on using the forbidden curse rank to attack Ning Fan, Dragon King Myriad Saint had no choice but to bite the bullet and hold Ning Fan back to buy time for Daoist Xianwei to chant the incantations. Unfortunately, Dragon King Myriad Saint was not Daoist Xianwei. He could not hold Ning Fan back at all and could only be suppressed by Ning Fan. The Flame Toad Saint poison made him feel like dying. The wondrous 7 treasures tree brushed off his dragon scales one after another. The fate-severing sword left wounds on his body one after another. The sun, moon and star steel hit him time and time again until he coughed out blood. He was no match for Ning Fan at all. However, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and hold Ning Fan back. Dragon King Myriad Saint activated his eternal true body. His body shone with white light and turned into a 100 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, large 8-headed snake in front of everyone. 8 heads? Didn't they say that this Dragon King Myriad Saint cultivates the 7 heads technique? Ning Fan frowned. He felt that the information he received did not seem to be accurate. He took out the fate-severing sword. With just a single slash, he cut off 2 of Dragon King Myriad Saint's snake heads. However, the snake heads that were cut off by Dragon King Myriad Saint only needed a flash of white light before they grew back. All 8 of his heads were staring at Ning Fan mockingly, as if they were mocking Ning Fan for his mediocre attacks. Ning Fan attacked him again and again, severely injuring Dragon King Myriad Saint. However, no matter how heavily injured the Dragon King was, he would recover instantly with a flash of white light around his body. This was the 8 heads technique that Dragon King Myriad Saint had comprehended after going into seclusion. If he was still using the previous 7 heads technique, he would have most likely been killed by Ning Fan. Fortunately, the 8 heads technique was relatively resistant to attacks. Even though Ning Fan could hold him back, it was difficult for him to inflict any fatal damage on him. In the end, he managed to hold Ning Fan back by relying on the toughness of the 8 heads technique. Daoist Xianxia, on the other hand, took this opportunity to jump out of the battle and chant ancient incantations one after another. Feiyu, Provenance Sacred Face Sparrow, Chaotic Creature. Spiritual Mountain in the west, Bamboo Sea in the south, Golden Cloud in the north and Law Realm in the east. This poison rules the world and cannot be eliminated. Broken Wings, Refined Feathers, Void Spirit Shadow, Void Bones Like Mountains, Void Spirit Salvation. After that, he omitted 1,000 words. It was imaginable how much preparation time was needed to release a Forbidden Curse level ability. Most of the magic techniques and abilities required chanting incantations at the very beginning. However, if the user is skilled in using them, they would usually be able to break the incantations. Unfortunately, Forbidden Curse level abilities were an exception. It was not that such abilities could not be broken by chanting incantations. It was just that to cultivators who had yet to attain the 3rd step, it was just too difficult to break the incantations of this level. Therefore, to cultivators of the 2nd step, it was actually very impractical to use such a level of ability in a one-on-one battle. However, if there is a teammate who can delay the opponent and provide enough time for you to chant the incantations, the Forbidden Curse ability would become a peerless killing technique. As Daoist Xianxia chanted more and more incantations, a gigantic fire bird that was millions of li asterisk, 500 m per li, long appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Those who were knowledgeable recognized the appearance of the fire sparrow. It was one of the 10 great Buddhist birds worshipped by the last days Buddha, the green-waved Buddhist sparrow. This firebird was completely transformed from Taoist Xuanwei's pure poison power. The flames around it were not scorching, but they were filled with destructive poisonous gas. It was summoned using the Jade Wave fire poison as a medium. If this firebird really fell, millions of miles of water would be flattened and poisoned. Cultivators below the Immortal Emperor realm would basically be poisoned to death. Even Myriad Saint's Pass, which was protected by an array formation, could be razed to the ground with a single move. Even a defensive expert like Ning Fan could be severely injured or even killed by such an attack. Initially, Ning Fan wanted to get rid of Myriad Saint Dragon King in 2 to 3 moves and then stop Daoist Xianxia from chanting the incantation. Unfortunately, Dragon King Wanxing was too hard to deal with. He was hard to kill and hard to get rid of. Seeing that the gigantic firebird was becoming more and more solid, the incantation of the forbidden incantation was coming to an end. Ning Fan knew that he could not delay any longer. He must not let Daoist Xianxia finish chanting all the incantations. He must get rid of all the enemies in front of him before this incantation is released. There's no time left. With my current strength, I can't defeat Daoist Xianxia at all. At most, I can only fight him to a draw. That's already my limit. Besides, it's impossible for me to get rid of Myriad Saint Dragon King in a short period of time. If this forbidden incantation really lands on me, even if I can survive by luck, none of the Eastern Heaven cultivators behind me in the Myriad Saints Pass will survive. Also, those thorny gigantic flowers keep making me feel uneasy. Sure enough, I can only rely on external forces, Ning Fan sighed. Using the connection between their minds, he gave an order to the Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul which had been waiting for him for a long time. In the eyes of outsiders, it was already enough for him to be proud of himself for being able to fight Daoist Xianxia to a draw with his Immortal King Realm cultivation base. However, he was not satisfied with this achievement. If he wanted to guard the border river and the eastern sky, his strength alone was too insignificant. Just Daoist Xianwei alone was enough to make him exhausted. If an even stronger enemy appeared, what should he do? I can't be complacent just because of my recent achievements. I must calm myself down and continue to accumulate strength. Master, what are your orders? The Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul's respectful voice resounded in his mind. Kill that fiery bird for me. Can you do it? If this bird is completely formed, little Nascent Soul won't be able to do it. But now, this bird is only 60% formed. It won't be difficult to destroy it. The Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul's words were filled with strong confidence. She was the Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul who could kill 10 immortal emperors with a single strike. She was the Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul which would give even quasi-saints a headache. A mere fiery bird which had yet to form the forbidden spell was nothing to her, be it myriad Saint Dragon King or Daoist Xianwei, all of these existences were nothing in her eyes. She had made up her mind. She wanted to help Ning Fan and destroy all of his enemies. Only by doing so would Big Sister Black Devil stop beating her up. Rumble *. All of a sudden, thunder rumbled across heaven and earth. In the depths of the rumbling thunder, the lightning diagram opened up. A gigantic lightning nascent soul which sat at the center of the lightning diagram appeared in front of everyone while riding on the ancestral lightning sparrow. The lightning nascent soul raised its chubby little hand and pointed at the gigantic fiery sparrow in the sky. Immediately, a blood-red lightning pillar which carried a destructive chi struck the fiery bird which had yet to fully form, turning it into ashes. Then, he waved his chubby little hand and shot out 2 lightning pillars. One of them struck Dragon King Wansheng, causing him to be charred on the inside and tender on the outside, causing 7 of his 8 snake heads to be turned into mush on the spot. The other struck Daoist Xianwei, causing the poisonous flames on his body to flicker and extinguish, causing 5 of his 10 giant tails to break. Everyone was stunned by the domineering appearance of the Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul. Even Daoist Xianwei, who was arrogant and insufferably arrogant, just now turned pale and had the urge to curse. *CK his ancestors. Why would a Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul appear in this place? Which immortal emperor is facing his tribulation? How could he be so unlucky and attract this thing? Could it be that this is a trick played by the Eastern Heaven Immortal Emperor and the Myriad Saint Pass? But why is this Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul attacking us instead of attacking the Immortal Emperor who is facing his tribulation? Daoist Xianwei was so angry that he burst out cursing. He was an ancient devil and his words were crude. Everything he said before was just a facade. Now that he was shocked, he finally revealed his true nature. When Daoist Xianwei saw the Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant for the first time, he did not expect that it would be someone's captive. After all, he had just arrived at this place. He did not know that Ning Fan had captured a Tao-destroying lightning infant in the 3rd path. But Myriad Saint Dragon King knew, it wasn't just Dragon King Wansheng. Many of the foreign races had heard of this rumor as well. But most people didn't believe it. No one believed that Ning Fan could capture the legendary Tao Exterminating Lightning Infant. Moreover, no one could imagine that Ning Fan could actually subdue the arrogant lightning infant after capturing it and make it help him in battle. This was too absurd. Even a 3rd-step sage wouldn't be able to subdue the arrogant Tao Extermination Thunder Nascent Soul. Moreover, why was the Tao Annihilation Lightning Nascent riding an ancestral lightning sparrow? This combination was simply too strange. Unheard of. The forbidden curse has been broken. Follow me to kill the enemies. Ning Fan ordered the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent in a deep voice. Yes. Master. The Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul chuckled coldly. It looked at Xianwei and the other experts as if they were looking at its food. As the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul shot out a few more destructive lightning pillars, the expressions of Xianwei, Myriad Saint and the other experts changed drastically. They did not even care about the ghost flower of the netherworld that they had painstakingly summoned. After exchanging glances with each other, all of them ran for their lives. Ning Fan alone was already very difficult to deal with. If the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul joins the fray, Xianwei was very afraid that he would die here today. Even though the ghost flower of the netherworld was famous, Madame Ghost Flower who summoned it was too weak. She would not be of much use, since the situation was unfavorable, they could only retreat for the time being. Who asked the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul to be so infamous? A full-powered attack from it could even kill 10 immortal emperors in a single move. That kind of existence was like a natural disaster. It was not a good opponent. Master. That Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul is actually calling Ning Fan Master. This is too absurd. This is too absurd. Daoist Xianwei could not hide the shock on his face. He continuously dodged the attacks from the lightning pillars and ran far away in the blink of an eye. He did not run together with Myriad Saint Dragon King. Instead, they ran separately. He felt that even though Myriad Saint Dragon King was not a match for the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul, it would not be difficult for him to run away alone. He would certainly be able to run away, but he would inevitably suffer some serious injuries from the pursuit of the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul. He did not want to suffer serious injuries. The reason why he left Myriad Saint Dragon King behind was because he wanted to use him as a bait to attract the enemy's firepower and help him block the calamity. Because he had fled faster than Dragon King Wanxing was slower. As expected, the Tao Extermination Lightning Infant was still chasing after Dragon King Wanxing relentlessly. Most of the lightning pillars were aimed at Dragon King Wanxing, and not Wu Yu, who was further away. Sigh. Fellow Daoist Myriad Saint, do me a favor and help me take some of the attacks. After all, your 8 heads technique can take a beating and you're not afraid of getting hurt. Daoist Xianwei thought to himself with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, Ning Fan's figure appeared behind Daoist Xianwei. Without saying a word, Ning Fan struck him with his rod. That single strike almost used up all of Ning Fan's remaining strength. Ning Fan had been reserving his strength all along. He did not use the Sea Calming Divine Needle because he was waiting for this strike. Not good. I can't dodge it. The timing of Ning Fan's sneak attack was too ingenious. It was so ingenious that Daoist Xianwei only had his guard up against the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul. He did not have the time to dodge the attack at all. At the critical moment, he tilted his body slightly and managed to avoid getting his vital parts hit. The Sea Calming Divine Needle struck the left shoulder of Daoist Xianwei's true body. With just a single strike, Ning Fan shattered the shoulder bone of his true body into pieces. Moreover, the shattered bone could not be healed or restored within a short period of time. Puff Daoist Xianwei spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was struck down from the sky by Ning Fan's rod. However, he did not dare to continue fighting Ning Fan. He just glared at Ning Fan with resentment. Then, he held his limp left arm and dived into the bottom of the Realm River, escaping without a trace. Little brat, I'll remember you. Just you wait. Those were the words that Daoist Xianwei left behind before he left. Ning Fan wanted to chase after him to the bottom of the river. However, Daoist Xianwei actually opened his devil cavity halfway and vanished in an instant. Ning Fan did not know if he had escaped out of the Eastern Heaven or if he was still in the Eastern Heaven or in the Realm River. Ning Fan sighed inwardly. It was such a pity that he could not kill an existence like Xianwei. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. How could it be that easy to kill an existence like him? If he could kill this person so easily, a being like Xian Bozi would have lived his life in vain. However, even if Xianwei could run away, he could not escape Myriad Sage. Ning Fan did not care about the other members of the foreign races. His eyes were only fixed on Myriad Sage Dragon King. At this moment, the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul was riding on the ancestral Lightning Sparrow, chasing after the unlucky Myriad Sage Dragon King and beating him up. Myriad Sage Dragon King only had the strength to run away. He did not have the strength to fight back at all. Of course, Ning Fan could not let Myriad Sage Dragon King escape as well. If he does not kill one of them, wouldn't he gain nothing from this battle? Seal. This time, Ning Fan had learned his lesson. In order to prevent Myriad Sage Dragon King from escaping as well, Ning Fan activated the Force character and sealed heaven and earth. He first cut off Myriad Sage Dragon King's path of retreat before catching him like a turtle in a jar. Seeing that Daoist Xianwei had actually abandoned him and fled on his own, Myriad Sage Dragon King was so angry that he cursed loudly. He could not even defeat Ning Fan alone. Now that the Tao Destruction Lightning nascent soul had joined the fray, would he really die here? No, he still had the ghost flowers of the netherworld. Even though the cultivation base of Madame Gui Hua who summoned the flowers was too low, she could still use those flowers to protect her life. Fellow Taoist Gui Hua, quickly save me. For the first time in his life, the arrogant myriad sage dragon king spoke to an Eastern Heaven cultivator in such a polite manner. Moreover, that Eastern Heaven cultivator was a traitor that he had always looked down upon. Madame Gui Hua's pretty face turned pale. She could not let myriad sage dragon king die here. Otherwise, because of the restriction, she, a traitor of the Eastern Heaven, would die together with him. Since the rebellious emperors of the Eastern Heaven had all been planted with restrictive spells, Madame Gui Hua did not dare to escape alone. She had no choice but to stay here and assist myriad Saint Dragon King. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a drop of black blood, sprinkling it on the thorny flowers that were growing on the surface of the water. After using this drop of black blood, Madame Gui Hua's originally beautiful face instantly turned old and ugly. As for those thorny flowers, their ghost chi skyrocketed, making them incomparably terrifying. Ning Fan, who was working together with the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant to kill myriad Saint Dragon King and the other experts of the foreign races, frowned. He sensed the changes in the thorny flowers on the surface of the water. However, he did not put those giant flowers as his priority. Since Taoist Xianxia had escaped, what Ning Fan wanted to do the most right now was to kill myriad Saint Dragon King. Seeing that Madame Gui Hua had used her black blood, myriad Saint Dragon King heaved a sigh of relief. After using all his strength to block the joint attack from Ning Fan and the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant, he gave Ning Fan a strange smile. Little Yan Luo, you are indeed very strong. I am not your opponent, let alone your Tao Destruction Lightning Infant. However, if I want to escape from here, you won't be able to stop me. Haha. Now, it's time for the Night of 100 Ghosts. Ghost soldiers, appear. As soon as myriad Saint Dragon King's voice fell, the chilly wind between the sky and the water instantly became 10 times colder. At this moment, the thorny flowers on the surface of the water opened their bloody mouths out of nowhere, making them look like a man-eating flower. There were also ghosts that were spat out from the mouths of hundreds and thousands of thorny flowers. Their bodies were stained with disgusting mucus. This is... Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. Those ghosts that were spat out by the thorny flowers seemed a little familiar. There seemed to be the immortal kings and immortal venerables that he had killed before, the low-grade foreign races that he had massacred and the immortal emperors of the foreign races that he had killed. More and more ghosts flew out from the mouths of the thorny flowers and stared at Ning Fan blankly. However, as myriad Saint Dragon King gave an order, all of the ghosts showed killing intent towards Ning Fan and charged towards him in a frenzy. These experts of the foreign races should have been killed by me. Why are their souls still intact? The death of a human is like the extinguishing of a lamp, the death of an immortal is like the scattering of thoughts. It's fine for those foreign races with first-step cultivation as it's not difficult for their souls to not be extinguished after death. However, if a second-step expert were to perish, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens for their soul to be reborn. The Fuli spirit will has such a heaven-defying ability, and these thorny giant flowers actually have it as well. Bang! Bang! Ning Fan summoned the fate-severing sword, the steel of sun, moon and stars and the wondrous tree of 7 treasures at the same time. The ghosts that tried to approach him were shattered into pieces. However, after being smashed into pieces, those ghosts could actually be reborn again and again. It was impossible to kill them all. Putting aside low-grade ghosts, even if they could resurrect infinitely, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Ning Fan could kill hundreds or thousands of them with just a raise of his hand. But the higher-level ghosts were a little tricky. An immortal sovereign or immortal king with only 1 life was not much of a threat, but an immortal sovereign or immortal king with unlimited lives was even harder to deal with than some weaker immortal emperors. What troubled Ning Fan the most were those ghost immortal emperors who could resurrect infinitely. When these immortal emperors were still alive, none of them could withstand more than a few attacks from Ning Fan. However, after they turned into ghosts, not even mid-grade innate magic treasures could truly destroy their ghosts. It was really strange. When a group of immortal emperors no longer faced the threat of death, they would be able to attack their enemies without caring about their own injuries. The explosive destructive power would be extremely terrifying. Fortunately, Ning Fan's eternal true body had an extremely strong defense, and the cross-shaped light ring was also extremely heaven-defying. After these ghostly immortal emperors died, they didn't have the East pacifying talisman to counter the heaven-sealing art, so their intelligence became very low. Just as they were about to get within 1000 Xianxia 33 m per Xiang of Ning Fan, they were all frozen to death by the cross-shaped halos. Then, they were killed by Ning Fan again and again. They were reborn, destroyed, and reborn again. It was incomparably disgusting to kill them all. Even though Ning Fan was not afraid of these ghost immortal emperors, he was still held back by them after all. Thus, he did not have the strength to worry about myriad Saint Dragon King. The Tao Annihilation Lightning Infant was also held up by a few undying and indestructible ghost soul immortal emperors, and could no longer chase after myriad Saint Dragon King. Her lightning pillar, which had always been successful, was actually unable to kill these ghosts. This made her feel very frustrated. Even she felt troubled by these ghosts that could resurrect infinitely. At the same time, he felt that the man looked familiar. He seemed to have heard of him somewhere before. It must be a very old memory. Otherwise, she would have remembered it. Ha ha ha. Little Yan Luo, you're just SOSO. Are these half-completed undying ghost soldiers enough to give you a headache? You just stay here and fight these undying ghost soldiers. I'm going to leave now. Myriad Saint Dragon King smiled proudly. While Ning Fan was distracted, he began to tear apart the great force of heaven and earth, trying to escape from Ning Fan's blockade. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. How could he let Myriad Saint Dragon King escape? All of a sudden, he stopped the attacks of most of his magic treasures and only held the fate-severing sword in his hand. Then, he used a strange sword technique to cut thousands of low-grade ghosts that were approaching the range of the light ring into two. Myriad Saint Dragon King was filled with disdain. He did not even bother to turn his head around. He was certain that Ning Fan's attack was useless. The ghosts that were killed should be able to resurrect infinitely. How could an undying ghost soldier be eliminated with just a single attack? Their ability to resurrect infinitely was not just a joke. Even if these ghosts were just half-completed undying ghost soldiers and they were not complete, they were still not something that could be eliminated with such a simple method. Moreover, if it wasn't because these undying ghost soldiers were just half-completed undying ghost soldiers which had the fatal flaw of time limit, Myriad Saint Dragon King would definitely choose to stay here and besiege Ning Fan with his ghost army. Only the true undying ghost soldiers could be used forever. The half-completed undying ghost soldiers could only be summoned on the spot and could only be used for around an hour. What a pity. What a pity. It seems like the plan to attack the Myriad Saints Pass this time has failed. I won't have the chance to turn this heaven-defying immortal king into a true undying ghost soldier. With this brat's strength, the Grand Divine Priest will also be interested if he is turned into an undying ghost soldier. What a pity. Myriad Saint Dragon King sighed. Aha! All of a sudden, he seemed to hear the shrill screams of the ghosts behind him as if he was hallucinating. It's impossible. I must be hearing things. How could those half-completed undying ghost soldiers be screaming? Since they could resurrect after death, those ghosts should not have made a sound when they were killed. Myriad Saint Dragon King shook his head and silently chanted a calming incantation, trying to suppress the hallucinations in his ears. However, not only did the hallucinations not disappear, they became even more intense. Aha! More and more ghosts were screaming in pain. It's not a hallucination, those half-completed undying ghost soldiers were really screaming in pain. Myriad Saint Dragon King, who had just torn apart half of the seal of heaven and earth, was shocked. He turned his head and saw an unbelievable scene. When Ning Fan used a strange sword technique, the half-completed undying ghost soldiers who were said to be immortal for a limited time were destroyed forever. They could no longer be resurrected. What's going on? What kind of sword technique is that? It can actually destroy undying living beings? Myriad Saint Dragon King felt that his outlook on life had received a huge impact. Suddenly, he thought of something and the 8 giant snake heads sucked in a cold breath. He remembered that the information about Ning Fan mentioned something about him being the successor of the ancient chaos. The successor of the ancient chaos. Could it be the successor of the ancient chaos that I thought he was? The ferocious star who killed undying living beings like cutting vegetables in the ancient times. The monstrous great emperor who was chosen by several immortal sovereigns of the true world when he was only at the second step of the immortal world, the ancient chaos great emperor. Legend has it that the ancient chaos great emperor could easily kill undying living beings. I didn't believe it at first. I didn't expect it to be true. This young man is actually not afraid of undying living beings. He actually has a sword technique that can harm undying living beings, Under the powerful attacks of Ning Fan's 5 yin-yang swords and life-severing sword, large numbers of half-completed undying ghost soldiers were destroyed forever. The Tao Destruction Lightning Infant was stunned. The undying living beings that even she found difficult to deal with were actually destroyed by Ning Fan with ease. For the first time, she felt a trace of admiration towards her master, Ning Fan, from the bottom of her heart. He's too cool, is this my master? He is like a heavenly god of golden flames who wields a divine sword to kill undying living beings who go against the heavens samsara. He's too cool. The thunder infant of Tao Annihilation shamefully blushed. A huge golden infant's pretty face was as red as it could get. Impossible. How could the undying ghost soldiers of the ghost flower of the netherworld be destroyed so easily? Wasn't the achievement of the ancient chaos great emperor in killing undying living beings fabricated by the later generations? Could it be true? Madame Gui Hua and Great Emperor Maha were drenched in cold sweat. Even the undying living beings could not stop Ning Fan. Once Ning Fan kills all of them, his next target would be myriad Saint Dragon King and them, the traitors. Fellow Taoist Gui Hua, we shouldn't stay here for long. I have a one-time devil cavity that was given to me by the Devil Conferral Summit. I will bring you out of this place. Great Emperor Maha suddenly became forthright and wanted to escape with Madame Gui Hua. The devil cavity was a unique technique of the ancient devils. He had a one-time devil cavity. Even if Ning Fan sealed the heaven and earth, he would still be able to escape from this place. Of course, that method of escape could only be used once. Moreover, the primordial spirit of an immortal emperor must be offered to the devil cavity as a sacrificial offering. Otherwise, the devil cavity would collapse halfway, Great Emperor Maha sneered. That was why he wanted to escape with Gui Hua. Wasn't Gui Hua a ready-made sacrificial offering for an immortal emperor? What? Fellow Taoist actually has a one-time devil cavity that defies the heavens? However, we are under the restriction of the great divine priest of the foreign races. If we abandon the troops of the foreign races and escape on our own, we will be killed by the restriction. Madame Gui Hua was pleasantly surprised at first, but then, she said worriedly. Don't be afraid. I have a secret medicine that can suppress the enslavement restriction of the Z-Way Immortal Cultivator. Take it. Great Emperor Maha handed Madame Gui Hua an unknown pill without hesitation. It was true that he had a secret medicine. However, the medicine that he gave to Madame Gui Hua was fake. It was just a sacrificial offering. How could it be worthy of using the precious immemorial devil medicine? He just needed to deceive her. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving me from the abyss of suffering. From now on, I am yours. I am willing to serve you every day. At the moment of life and death, Madame Gui Hua did not suspect anything. After taking the pill, she winked at Great Emperor Maha. However, she had forgotten that she had used the power of the Netherworld Blood Pact. Her appearance had become extremely ugly. Her winking nearly made Great Emperor Maha vomit on the spot. Let's escape now. Devil cavity, open. Great Emperor Maha activated the one-time devil cavity and tore open a pitch-black passage between heaven and earth. He brought Madame Gui Hua and was about to enter it in a flash. However, at this moment, a sharp sword light that could pierce through 1,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, came slashing at them, shattering the one-time devil cavity. Great Emperor Maha and Madame Gui Hua let out a muffled groan. They were blasted out by the hurricane caused by the collapse of the devil cavity. Their expressions instantly turned extremely ugly. Ning Fan had already killed most of the high-level ghosts and got rid of the entanglement of the ghosts. Now, he was right in front of the two of them. Ning Fan. If you dare to stop me from escaping, I will fight you to the death. Great Emperor Maha was infuriated. What nonsense are you talking about? You are the traitors of the eastern sky. How can I let you escape? Die. Chi Ning Fan's golden flame true body held the fate-severing sword. What kind of ability did Great Emperor Maha have? It was said that he had once fought with Luo Ho before he became an emperor. However, he was actually forced to retreat by 3 punches. With his current cultivation base, it would be difficult for him to withstand a single sword strike from the fate-severing sword. Ah! Great Emperor Maha let out a miserable shriek. He was killed by Ning Fan's sword. It was a strange death. Great Emperor Maha did not have anything like a primordial spirit in his body. His physical body was everything he had. As expected, this Great Emperor Maha is a corpse devil. Ning Fan recalled the information he obtained after he killed the Primal Core Realm Great Emperor and smiled coldly. Be it the Primal Core Realm Great Emperor or Great Emperor Maha, none of them were native cultivators of the eastern sky. Therefore, they did not feel guilty at all when they betrayed the eastern sky. One of them was a pill devil while the other was a corpse devil. Both of them were devil creatures that had escaped to the eastern sky from the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. The living beings of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region could not leave the sacred region. However, strange living beings like pill devils and corpse devils could. It was precisely because there were many pill devils and corpse devils who had escaped from the extreme pill sacred region and stayed in the eastern sky forever. That was why the extreme pill sacred region tightened its control and no longer allowed any non-human living beings to escape from the sacred region. I'm getting sidetracked. Ning Fan was not concerned about Great Emperor Maha's background at all. Compared to Great Emperor Maha, he was more concerned about Lady Ghost Flower. The ugly woman in front of him was quite capable. She could summon a thorny gigantic flower and undead creatures. Interesting. If it was in the past, Ning Fan would not mind sparing Lady Ghost Flower's life and keeping her by his side as a cauldron or a servant. Unfortunately, she was a traitor. If she was a traitor, how could he forgive her? Because of her betrayal, not only did countless cultivators of the eastern sky die because of her, but those people were also Ning Fan's comrades. They were the people who protected the eastern sky selflessly. Even though their corpses were not cold yet, this woman must pay the price. Don't kill me. I can be your pillow. Lady Ghost Flower, whose face was so ugly that it was distorted, immediately begged when she saw Ning Fan's cold eyes looking at her. Even though she was begging on the surface, she had already made a ruthless decision. Without any warning, the space behind Ning Fan was suddenly torn apart. An innate flower hoe which was filled with ghostly chi flew out from it and struck at Ning Fan's head. It was a sneak attack. Moreover, it was the kind of sneak attack that was extremely difficult to dodge. The timing was just too good. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not need to dodge the attack of a mere low-grade innate magic treasure. He did not even try to dodge it. Instead, he allowed the hoe to hit the top of his head. Even the golden flames on the surface of his body did not break. She's indeed a cruel and merciless woman. Even when she's about to die, she still dares to make a false accusation. Not bad, Ning Fan sneered. A ray of fate-severing sword light slashed out, shredding Lady Ghost Flower's physical body into pieces and capturing her primordial spirit along the way. He did not immediately throw her into the divine refining cauldron to kill her. He was still very interested in the method that Lady Ghost Flower used to summon the giant thorny flower and the undying being. Just as he was about to search her soul, her primordial spirit withered rapidly after leaving her physical body. This scene was like a fresh flower that was pulled out from the soil. It died extremely quickly. Seeing such a strange scene, Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He seized the time to search Lady Ghost Flower's soul. In just 10 breaths of time, Lady Ghost Flower's primordial spirit completely withered and died. The information that Ning Fan obtained from searching her soul within such a short period of time was very limited. After Lady Ghost Flower's primordial spirit withered, a seed which was shrouded in ghostly chi fell out from her primordial spirit. Almost at the same time when Lady Ghost Flower died, the ghost flowers of the netherworld that she summoned all turned into shadows and disappeared. As soon as the ghost flowers of the netherworld disappeared, the half-completed undying beings also lost their source of power and disappeared. This was the reason why Ning Fan did not go after Myriad Saint Dragon King but went to kill the traitorous Emperor of the Eastern Heaven first. Those undying beings were too annoying. They were even harder to deal with than Myriad Saint Dragon King. Without those undying beings, Myriad Saint Dragon King was the only high-level combat power of the enemy. Ning Fan and the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant were now free to focus on dealing with Myriad Saint Dragon King. Myriad Saint Dragon King was in despair. He was still a little bit away from completely breaking the seal of Ning Fan's great force. This seal was set up by Ning Fan with 13,500 tribulations worth of magic power. It was too difficult to break. It was just like a first-level quasi-sacred realm expert who was blocking his path of retreat. If the seal cannot be broken, he would not be able to escape. If he cannot escape, he would have to bear the wrath of Ning Fan and the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant. Ning Fan was not Daoist Xianxia. At this moment, there was no need for him to fight Myriad Saint Dragon King alone. Why should he talk about morality with Myriad Saint Dragon King? Of course, he would choose to bully Myriad Saint Dragon King with numbers. In that case, how would Myriad Saint Dragon King have any chance of winning? Even if he used all his trump cards, he was still killed by Ning Fan and the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant in the end. Of course, Ning Fan could also do it alone. However, it would take too much time. Myriad Saint Dragon King's 8 heads were indeed worthy of praise. It was too difficult to kill him. According to Ning Fan's estimation, without the help of the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant, he would need at least a few days to exhaust all the power of the 8 heads of Myriad Saint Dragon King and kill him. With the help of the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant, he only used 2 hours to kill Myriad Saint Dragon King. Of course, all the low-grade foreign races that came to attack the Myriad Saint Pass this time were killed because Ning Fan had sealed the area in advance. Even though Daoist Xianxia had escaped, the entire Myriad Saint Pass was still filled with cheers. Countless cultivators of the Eastern Heaven who were fanatical about Ning Fan had almost regarded the powerful Ning Fan as a god in their hearts after what happened today. Ning Fan had defeated the army of 2 half-step sovereigns and more than 10 immortal emperors all by himself. There was absolutely no one below the quasi-sage realm in the Eastern Heaven who could surpass Ning Fan's achievement. Even the senior figures of the Eastern Heaven such as the Void Space Emperor and the Divine Space Emperor began to treat Ning Fan as a senior from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone was cheering. Only LV Feng and Yun Lei were not cheering. Instead, they were blaming themselves. When Ning Fan faced the army of foreign races alone, it was not that they did not have the courage to fight alongside him. It was just that they knew very well that even if the 2 of them ran out of the formation of the Myriad Saint Pass, they would not be able to provide any help to Ning Fan. They were just too weak. The gap between them and Ning Fan was no longer just 1 or 2 cultivation realms. Instead, it was the difference between the 2 dimensions. The weak did not have the qualifications to be friends with the strong. Even if the weak want to fight alongside the strong, they would only become the strong's burden. That night, the shocking achievement of the Myriad Saint Pass had once again shaken the entire Border River Alliance. At night, the Void Space Emperor and the others who had recovered their physical strength led the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven to launch a surprise attack on the Vermilion Bird Pass, which was the last impregnable pass of the 9th path. LV Feng and Yun Lei did not participate in the battle. The troops of the foreign races that were left on the surface of the 9th path had already been slaughtered by Ning Fan alone. There were not many foreign races guarding the Vermilion Bird Pass and none of them were immortal emperors. With the help of the Void Space Emperor and the others, it would be enough to easily crush the Vermilion Bird Pass. They were disdainful to covet such a free contribution. They hoped to be like Ning Fan and fight against the foreign races with their swords and spears. However, they did not have the strength to do so. The few cultivators who stayed behind in the Myriad Saint Pass held a grand banquet to thank the hero of the 9th path, Ning Fan. Logically speaking, as Ning Fan's friends, it was impossible for LV Feng and Yun Lei to be absent from such a banquet. However, they were still absent. Because of shame. While he was drunk, Ning Fan's eyes were as calm as still water. His gaze fell on the 2 empty seats at the side. He seemed to have understood something and smiled bitterly. Given his intelligence, how could he not know that his 2 fair-weather friends were a little stubborn this time? Under Ning Fan's suggestion, the banquet did not last for too long. Everyone knew that Ning Fan had just gone through a great battle during the day. Now, he needed to rest. Naturally, he would not celebrate through the night. After Ning Fan left the banquet, he did not really go to rest as everyone had guessed. Instead, he carried a few wine jars and went straight to LV Feng and Yunlei. It did not matter whether Ning Fan's friends were strong or weak. What was important was that they were sincere. That was enough. If LV Feng and Yunlei had enough strength to help Ning Fan, even if it was just 0.001%, they would still choose to join the battle. If they could save Ning Fan's life by sacrificing themselves, they would certainly be willing to die for him. However, the cruel reality was that even if they sacrificed their lives and gave their all, they could not even touch the corner of Ning Fan's clothes. As for Ning Fan, he did not need their help at all. Cheers. It was already late at night. LV Feng and Yunlei avoided the lively banquet. They stayed alone and drank wine to drown their sorrows. The scenes where they interacted with Ning Fan in the past seemed to have drifted far away. They could not see them clearly anymore. In the past, I only knew that marriage requires a match between two families. However, I never thought that making friends might be like this. Sigh. I don't even have the value to share life and death with my friends. I'm ashamed to call myself a friend. The monarchs of the mortal world are at the peak. Therefore, they can only be alone. If a cultivator ascends to the peak, he can only be alone. It's not that he doesn't want to make friends. It's just that there is no one else who is worthy to share wine with him and entrust life and death to him. While the two of them were sighing, they suddenly saw a young man in white robes walking towards them with a smile on his face. Their expressions instantly became a little awkward. Then, the shame on their faces became even stronger. Ning Fan sat down as if he did not see the shame on their faces. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said arrogantly, "I'm very strong. Damn it. This brat is so arrogant today. I know you're strong, but don't you feel embarrassed when you keep boasting about yourself?" LV Feng and Yunlei, who were feeling ashamed and blamed themselves, suddenly felt powerless to complain. "You're also very weak," Ning Fan said another sentence without any rhyme or reason. LV Feng and Yunlei, who thought that Ning Fan was boasting, suddenly felt the loneliness and silence in Ning Fan's words. They did not know why, but their hearts suddenly calmed down. It was as if they were infected by Ning Fan's loneliness. Because I was weak, I failed to protect my sworn brother well. In the end, he lost his chance to walk on the path of immortality and became silent in the cycle of reincarnation in the Rain World. Rain World? This brat is actually someone who ascended from the mortal world? Why haven't I heard about it before? Wait. This brat has made so many enemies in the four heavens. If this matter is leaked, how many people would come to the mortal world to take revenge on his family? How could he simply tell others about this? Why did he tell them? Brother Ning, stop. Stop. What you said is a big secret. You can't just tell others. It's not that we're worried that we won't keep it a secret. It's just that once we die in the hands of our enemies and our souls are searched, it's inevitable that. LV Feng and Yunlei became anxious. Just as they were about to stop Ning Fan from continuing, Ning Fan shook his head and said, "Don't interrupt me. Listen to me. Because I was weak, I lost my sworn brother. Also, because I was weak, I couldn't help my father recover his memories. I couldn't stay by my mother's side and help her get rid of the pain of petrification. In my previous life, because I was weak, I couldn't change the fate of the ancient heavenly court. In this life, I don't have the power to change the fate of my master, ancient chaos. I couldn't stop the fall of the seventh slaying emperor. Even a woman who was very important to me has turned into a soul grass because of my weakness. It's not time for us to meet again. I've never had a fixed goal for cultivation. I don't have any vision or expectations about the end of cultivation. I don't seek immortality or eternity. I want to protect something, but I keep losing it. I'm very hesitant. In the water of the Realm River, I saw the current me who is a monster that I can't defeat no matter what. I'm very hesitant. I don't know if I can really protect the Realm River and the Eastern Heaven with my current self. However, I can't retreat. I can't do it no matter what. It's very tiring. However, I've been walking on this path since I was very young. When I was young, I carried the responsibility of being my elder brother. Later on, I carried the responsibility of being the city lord of 7 Apricot City and the successor of the Black Devil clan. Then, I carried the responsibility of your country and the responsibility of the rain world. In the end, I carried the responsibility of protecting the eastern heaven. In the future, this responsibility might continue to grow along with my strength. I'm very tired. LV Feng and Yunlei suddenly felt that the shame they felt just now was a little ridiculous. What bullshit shame? You're just feeling inferior because you were shocked by Ning Fan's strength, aren't you? They had never seen Ning Fan like this before. The feeling that Ning Fan gave people was that he was always sharp and his body was full of thorns. Whoever tries to hurt him would be stabbed instead. However, it turned out that the thorns on his body were just a shell. Underneath the shell was endless loneliness and exhaustion, responsibility. Do cultivators need to carry this kind of burden? Would a person like Ning Fan really care about the rise and fall of the world? What he cared about was never the lives of the common people. It was just the few figures behind him, so you don't have to worry. I won't let others kill you and search your memories. I won't lose things again and again. Even if the heavens will stop me from keeping the things I want, I will still keep them. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly became arrogant and domineering. He picked up the wine jar and drained it in one gulp. Then, he said to LV Feng and Yunlei, I want to rest for a while tonight. Do you want to drink with me? Of course. LV Feng and Yunlei thought it through. Their cultivation bases might not be able to help Ning Fan, but at least they could slightly melt the loneliness in Ning Fan's heart with wine. Where did the world come from? Why did wars happen? Why could a rod and a hole create life? Were women more beautiful with big breasts or long legs? That night, Ning Fan accompanied the two drunkards to discuss strange topics for the entire night with a bitter smile. Finally, he managed to send them away. After instructing a few low-grade cultivators to throw LV Feng and Yunlei back to their rooms, Ning Fan returned to his own room and entered the profounding world for seclusion. He ascended the mountain as an immortal and descended the mountain as a human. Drinking and talking with true friends indeed made Ning Fan feel a lot more relaxed. Even the enormous pressure that Shuai Wu brought him during this period of time had been reduced by a lot. So what if the enemy is strong? Why do they have to give me so much pressure? Whether the pressure is great or not, the things that I have to do will not change because of it. He was here to guard the border river. That was all. If the enemy is so strong that he could not defeat them with force, then he would turn this situation around with schemes and tricks. Ning Fan exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. When he released all the pressure that Shuai Wu brought him, his state of mind received a great improvement. From today onwards, as long as the enemy has yet to attain the sage realm, it would be very difficult for them to bring him any psychological pressure. Ning Fan could still face such powerful enemies calmly. This improvement of his state of mind was also a gain. After the battle with Daoist Xianwei, Ning Fan had accumulated a lot of green wave fire poison in his body. He was just temporarily suppressing the poison power. If he does not remove it completely, he could forget about meditating and cultivating. Just the slightest circulation of his qi would trigger a backlash from the poison power. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for Ning Fan to remove the poison power from Daoist Xuanwei's body given his current cultivation base. He was almost considering if he should buy another high-grade antidote pill from the heaven-reaching sect on credit. Fortunately, he did not need to buy any antidote pills this time. Coincidentally, there were some extremely high-grade antidote pills among his spoils of war. After killing Great Emperor Mo He, Ning Fan seized his storage pouch. There were 4 sealed jade boxes inside which contained 4 strange pills. They were pills that Ning Fan had never seen before. They were definitely not something that could be concocted using any of the pill refinement techniques that he was familiar with. When Ning Fan used the all living things communication technique, he immediately knew the type of the pills. It turned out that these 4 pills were the famous immemorial devil medicines. Only a pure-blooded ancient demon alchemist could refine such a pill. When consumed by an ancient demon, the effect of the pill's potency would multiply. Anyone who wasn't an ancient devil could only obtain the basic medicinal effects of the pill. If an enemy of an ancient devil, a Buddhist cultivator, consumed the pill, it would be asking for trouble. There would be no benefit and it would be equivalent to consuming poison. Immemorial potions didn't have complicated names because ancient demons didn't like fancy things. They liked to be straightforward. Usually, the function and grade of the potion would be the name of the immemorial potion. Among the 4 primordial potions, there were 2 9 revolutions Emperor-grade detoxification pill, 1 9 revolutions Emperor-grade slave-breaking pill, and 1 9 revolutions Emperor-grade body-tempering pill. Among them, the detoxification pill could cure all kinds of poisons, the slave-breaking pill could break all kinds of enslavement restrictions, and the body-tempering pill could strengthen one's physical body. Since the ancient devils consumed the immemorial devil medicines, the potency of the medicine would be multiplied. Ning Fan only needed to consume 1 9 revolutions Emperor-grade detoxification pill to neutralize the green wave fire poison in his body. He even devoured part of the poison's power, improving the poison power in his body slightly. He didn't need the slave-breaking pill, but he did consume the body-tempering pill. His physical body improved a little, but it was better than nothing. After all, the foundation of his divine spirit body was so high. It was extremely difficult to improve it greatly. After the detoxification, it was time to heal his injuries. After that, Ning Fan began to organize the other spoils of war. Apart from Madame Gui Hua's dark earth flower hoe, all of the innate magical treasures that he obtained were incinerated. There were 2 reasons why he didn't incinerate this low-grade innate magical treasure. Firstly, even though the offensive power of the dark earth flower hoe wasn't strong, it could increase the growth rate of the plants in the herb garden if it was used to plow the soil regularly. One should know that in the Divine Farmer 100 Herbs garden, there were not only divine trees like the 7 treasures wondrous tree and the heaven and earth peach tree but also the sword ancestor soul grass. This little hoe seemed to be able to help the growth of the sword ancestor soul grass. In that case, it was worth keeping. Secondly, the name of the dark earth flower hoe contained the word nether. This word vaguely gave Ning Fan a familiar feeling. Ning Fan already knew the name of the thorny gigantic flower from before. It was called the ghost flower of the netherworld. It also contained the word nether. Be it the ghost flower of the netherworld or the dark earth flower hoe, both of them had an extremely faint chi which Ning Fan found familiar. He tried to recall and found the source of the sense of familiarity. In order to save the sword ancestor, he had barged into the head of the Nether Lord and entered the Nether world. In that place, he had fought side by side with Sage Kaiwei. He had borrowed the power of the underworld divine tree to fight against countless ancient heroic spirits. Ning Fan did not know what kind of tree the underworld divine tree was, what kind of place was the Nether world and who the Nether Lord was. He only knew that anything that was related to the word nether was not something simple. Especially the ghost flower of the netherworld and the dark earth flower hoe. Both of them had an extremely faint chi of the Nether Lord. There's no mistaking it. The chi on them was very similar to the head of the Nether Lord that day. It was very similar. Could it be that this little hoe had been used by the Nether Lord before? Speaking of which, what was the cultivation level of the Nether Lord who had died many years ago? Judging from Sage Kaiwei's tone, the Nether Lord seemed to be an extremely terrifying being when he was alive. Ning Fan shook his head and suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. He summoned the 100 Herb Garden of Divine Farmer and used the dark earth flower hoe to loosen the soil of the entire 100 Herb Garden. However, after he did that, the plants in the 100 Herb Garden became even more energetic and full of vitality. It was obvious that the dark earth flower hoe was still a very useful tool. It was just that it was not very suitable for combat. The ability of the dark earth flower hoe could aid the growth of plants. However, that kind of auxiliary effect could only be used once every half a year. In that case, Ning Fan did not need to stay at the 100 Herb Garden to plow the soil every day. He only needed to plow the soil regularly when he was free. In this battle, Ning Fan had killed quite a number of immortal emperors. Naturally, he obtained a lot of 10,000 spirit blood from them. After consuming all of them, Ning Fan's divine lattice became slightly stronger. Divine beings who possess divine lattice would not directly strengthen their physical bodies after consuming the 10,000 spirit blood. Instead, it would increase the strength of their entire physical body by strengthening their divine lattice. After consuming the 10,000 spirit blood, Ning Fan sorted out the few useful abilities that he had obtained from killing the immortal emperors in this battle. All of them were the ability to seize the Tao from the void by killing others. As for those that he could use to cultivate, he fused them into the cross-shaped light ring after cultivating them slightly. Among them, there was only one kind of ability that he could not cultivate even though he had obtained the cultivation method. Treasure Fallen Divine Light. Once this technique is activated, all treasures in the world will fall. It was the innate ability of the money demon. It must be used in conjunction with the money demon blood in his body. Otherwise, he would not be able to activate this ability. The demon blood of the money demon? Ning Fan felt a headache. He did not seem to have this kind of demon blood. In other words, he could not use this kind of powerful ability. Once the divine light is activated, magic treasures will fall. Legend has it that there was a magic treasure in the ancient times called the Treasure Fallen Coin. It had a similar ability. Now, it seemed like it was related to this Treasure Fallen Divine Light. If I can cultivate the demon blood of the money demon, I will be able to cultivate the Treasure Fallen Divine Light. The reason why that immortal emperor of the foreign race could not use the Treasure Fallen Divine Light to fall my mid-grade innate magic treasure was not because this ability was not strong enough but because his cultivation base was not high enough. If Daoist Xianxia used the Treasure Fallen Divine Light, my mid-grade innate magic treasure would probably be completely sealed and become unusable. If I can cultivate this technique and refine it into an ink seal, assimilating it into the cross-shaped halos. When the cross-shaped halos are activated, all the magic treasures of the enemies within the area will lose their effectiveness. Ning Fan shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. If the conditions are sufficient, it would not be difficult for him, the descendant of ancient chaos, to cultivate another money demon blood. What was difficult was to gather the conditions to cultivate the demon blood. First of all, Ning Fan was not a member of the money demon race. Thus, he needed some things to help him awaken the demon blood in his body. For example, he could directly devour some of the money demon race's bloodline or borrow the help of some magic treasures or inheritance tools that contained the money demon race's bloodline. Secondly, he still needed the follow-up cultivation methods of the money demon race. He was not sure if the ancient country trading formation would sell them. Ning Fan used the ancient country trading formation but the result was disappointing. It turned out that the money demon race was originally a great race in the true world. However, it had already been extinct for countless years. Not only Ning Fan wanted the items related to the money demon race, but many old monsters in the true world also wanted them. Once the demand for them was high, the price would naturally be exorbitant. With Ning Fan's bronze VIP privilege, he still needed to raise his status by 2 to 3 more levels before he could have the authority to bid for such items. His authority is actually not enough? Ning Fan was extremely surprised. His bronze VIP privilege was already enough to buy the third-step detoxification pill. Yet, he still needed to raise his status by 2 to 3 more levels before he could participate in the bidding. Moreover, he could not even buy it directly. Are the items related to the money demon actually so precious? Are they a few levels more precious than the third-step detoxification pill? Ning Fan felt that the Treasure Fallen Divine Light that he had mastered was getting a little hot in his hands. Since he could not buy the items related to the money demon race, he would not be able to cultivate the Treasure Fallen Divine Light. Since I can't cultivate it, why don't I sell it? I wonder if the heaven-reaching sect would buy this kind of divine ability. After all, divine abilities were not like magic treasures which were unique. As long as the heaven-reaching sect had the cultivation records of the Treasure Fallen Divine Light, they would not spend money to buy Ning Fan's divine ability. However, Ning Fan did not expect the result this time. The heaven-reaching sect actually did not have the cultivation method of the Treasure Fallen Divine Light. When Ning Fan tentatively asked if the heaven-reaching sect was interested in purchasing any abilities similar to the Treasure Falling Divine Light, the old man who received him became excited all of a sudden. Fellow Daoist actually has the Treasure Fallen Divine Light? That is a heaven-opening grade divine ability. Fellow Daoist actually has it. This is impossible. How is this possible? Heaven-opening grade divine ability? Ning Fan was surprised. If it was a divine ability of that level, even if that immortal emperor of the foreign race did not have sufficient cultivation base, it should still be enough to easily seal his mid-grade innate magic treasure. Could it be that the Treasure Fallen Divine Light that he obtained was not the real one? Sure enough, when Ning Fan told the old man about the description of the Treasure Fallen Divine Light, the latter really became silent for a long time. It was as if someone had poured cold water on his head and he could not recover from it for a long time. After a long time, he said to Ning Fan speechlessly, "If it wasn't because I already have a good relationship with fellow Taoist, I would definitely think that fellow Taoist is purposely making fun of me. Forget it." Even though the divine ability in fellow Taoist's hand is not the real treasure fallen divine light, it can also be considered as a type of pseudo-divine light. It's already very extraordinary to be able to drop a low-grade innate magic treasure. To be honest, my sect has already mastered more than 100 types of similar pseudo-divine light. The price varies according to the degree of imitation. As long as the pseudo-divine light in fellow Taoist's hand is not one of them, my sect will be very willing to buy another type of pseudo-divine light. However, the price will definitely not be too high. Ning Fan nodded his head and sent the content of the treasure fallen divine light to the old man through the ancient country's trading formation. Ning Fan trusted the heaven-reaching sect very much. He was not worried that the old man would take his divine ability without paying for it. He was just worried that the old man might already have this type of pseudo-divine light and was unwilling to buy it. Or perhaps, the old man might be willing to buy his divine ability but the price would not be too high. The price that the heaven-reaching sect received from them had always been very low. That was why Ning Fan had never been willing to sell cultivation resources to them. This time, he was just trying to make use of the waste. That was why he was looking for trouble to sell the treasure fallen divine light. When Ning Fan found out that the treasure fallen divine light in his hand was just a type of pseudo-divine light, he no longer had any extravagant hope of earning money from this technique. Unfortunately, life was always full of comedy and uncertainty. Even though his treasure fallen divine light was a type of pseudo-divine light, after the appraisal of the old man from the heaven-reaching sect, he concluded that Ning Fan's divine light was the most similar to the pseudo-divine light among all the pseudo-divine lights that the heaven-reaching sect possessed. This technique did not seem to be an imitation at all. If one had to describe it, it was more like what the Money Demon clan used to build their foundation before they cultivated the real treasure fallen divine light. The value of this technique was not comparable to the other pseudo-divine lights at all. Fellow Taoist, the value of this technique is too great, and I do not have the authority to judge its true value. I need to consult the higher-ups of the church. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. This old man will go and ask the elder pavilion. We will definitely set a price that will satisfy fellow Taoist. The trading formation of the ancient country fell silent for a while. It seemed that the elder of the sky-reaching church on the opposite side had gone to ask for instructions from the higher-ups. Ning Fan could not help but burst into laughter. Originally, he had lost hope in the pseudo-treasure god light, but he didn't expect that there would be a sudden turn of events, and he was told that this technique might sell for a high price. How interesting. In this way, he should be able to pay off part of the money he owed the sky-reaching church. Not long after, there was a response from the other side of the array. However, this time, the person who received Ning Fan was no longer the old man from the heaven-reaching cult. Instead, it was a middle-aged man who spoke with a dignified tone. Since they were separated by the ancient country's trading formation, Ning Fan naturally could not sense the true cultivation base of this middle-aged man. However, just by listening to his voice, Ning Fan felt as if he was talking to Sage Kaiwei in the past. It was extremely pressurizing and he was instantly shocked. One had to know that Kaiwei Saint was the desolate saint of the three saints of primordial nirvana desolate. Could it be that the mysterious middle-aged man who received him is also a desolate saint? That middle-aged man did not talk nonsense with Ning Fan. He seemed to be very busy and had a lot of things to deal with. However, because of this technique, he still spared some time to deal with the transaction with Ning Fan. The heaven-reaching church would never bully their customers because of their size, let alone do anything that goes against their integrity. Ning Fan had already sent the complete technique to the heaven-reaching church. Now, it was the heaven-reaching church's turn to pay Ning Fan. What Ning Fan did not expect was that the treasure god light that he had inadvertently obtained was actually sold at a high price of 30,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins. An ordinary innate magic treasure would only cost around 100 gold coins. However, the treasure god light that he had obtained by chance was actually so valuable. What exactly was the background of the Money Demon clan that had disappeared in the history of the true world? It was not even a genuine technique, but this technique could still be sold at 30,000 gold coins. In this way, not only did Ning Fan pay off his debt of a few hundred gold coins, but he also received 29,000 gold coins as pocket money. Moreover, under the suggestion of the middle-aged man who seemed to be a desolate saint, Ning Fan's VIP privilege was directly raised to a silver-grade VIP. Other than enjoying more discounts in the heaven-reaching church, the variety of goods that he could purchase had also increased. Fellow Taoist, do you have any other items that you want to sell to my church? If you do, you can take them out in the future. As long as the items are good enough, my church will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Before the middle-aged man left, it seemed like he still wanted to buy some other items from Ning Fan. He faintly felt that it was not a coincidence that Ning Fan was able to take out such a precious technique. This person should have more precious treasures that he could sell. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not plan to sell any other items. Of course, he still had other items that could interest the heaven-reaching church. However, the nature of those items was different from the treasure God light. Either Ning Fan would not be able to use them after selling them, or the implications were too great and he could not show them to others. All in all, this transaction was successfully completed. Ning Fan did not suffer any loss. He had just made a copy of the treasure God light and sold it to the heaven-reaching church. Even the elderly man of the heaven-reaching church had been promoted because of this transaction. Of course, he would still be the one who would serve Ning Fan in the future. After everything was done, Ning Fan was in a good mood. He began to check the last spoil of war. It was a seed that emitted ghastly ghost chi. It fell from Madame Ghost Flower's primordial spirit after she had withered and died. By using the ancient communication ability, Ning Fan easily found out the origin of this seed. Blood-packed flower. It was the contract to summon the ghost flower of the netherworld. According to Madame Ghost Flower's memory, she accidentally obtained this flower seed before she became an immortal emperor. She relied on this seed to advance to the immortal emperor realm step by step. As long as he made a contract with this seed, he would become the only contractor of the ghost flower of the netherworld in this illusory world. There was only one ghost flower of the netherworld in the endless cycle of reincarnation. No one knew where this flower came from or where it was now. The only thing that was known was that the contractor could summon the ghost flower of the netherworld to help him in battle. The higher the level of the contract, the more powerful the summoned ghost flower would be. However, making a contract would have a huge side effect on the contractor. The ghost flower of the netherworld would produce poison in the contractor's body from time to time. This poison could only be released through copulation between a large number of men and women. When the poison was severe, the contractor could not only have sex with one person but also several people at the same time. This was the reason why Madame Ghost Flower was so promiscuous. She needed to release the poison through copulation. That day, she was in a hurry to have sex with Ning Fan because the poison in her body had accumulated too much. She needed a man who was strong enough to help her detoxify the poison. She fell in love with Ning Fan. Unfortunately, Ning Fan felt that this woman was too shrewd and seemed to have ulterior motives. Thus, he rejected her. To most cultivators, it was a burden to have sex with someone frequently. Not everyone had a large number of wives and concubines to detoxify the poison. Some people even had special cultivation methods that prevented them from having sex too much. These people were obviously not suitable to be the contractor of the ghost flower of the netherworld. On the contrary, Ning Fan was very suitable. He smiled faintly. This ghost flower of the netherworld was like a tailor-made item for him. If the side effect of making a contract was just releasing poison, Ning Fan did not mind making a contract with the ghost flower of the netherworld. According to Madame Ghost Flower's memory, he dripped a drop of his blood on the blood-packed flower. All of a sudden, circles of blood marks appeared on the flower. Then, a cold and despairing voice of a woman reached Ning Fan's ears through the flower. "Swear on your great heart devil that if you meet me and save me, the contract will be established. Swear on your great heart devil that if you meet me and save me, the contract will be established." Could the one who spoke be the true form of the ghost flower of the netherworld? If I meet her and save her. Is this the price of making a contract? It doesn't seem to be very big. All right. I promise that if I meet you, I will do my best to save you. However, I can't guarantee whether I can save you or not. Ning Fan did not make any promises casually. Even though he was not sure if he could meet the true form of the ghost flower of the netherworld in his lifetime, what if he did? The other party seemed to be very famous. Even she needed to be saved. What kind of predicament would she be facing? Even if Ning Fan met her, he did not have the confidence to really save the ghost flower of the netherworld. Based on his personality, he would never make promises recklessly. Once he made a promise, he would do his best to fulfill it. He did not know if his ambiguous words could make a contract. If he could, it would be a happy ending for both parties. If he could not, he would also not make promises that he could not fulfill just to force a contract. The voice of the ghost flower of the netherworld was obviously hesitant. Since ancient times, countless people had made contracts with her. Countless people had given her hope and obtained her power. However, all of them had lied to her. Ning Fan was the first person who did not give her hope for the sake of power. He only said that if he meets her, he would do his best. I will do my best. Are you really willing to do your best? Contractor, the ghost flower of the netherworld let out a bitter smile. She did not believe that Ning Fan was really willing to do his best. She had been lied to too many times. She could not trust anyone anymore. However, she had a reason that she had to leave this prison. She must leave this place. She must. Contractor, I hope that when you meet me, you will really be willing to do your best. Now, you can obtain my power. Of course, as a reward for making the contract, I will give you a gift. This person was originally one of the strong enemies that you killed that day. Now, he is your undying ghost pawn. If you still want to create other undying ghost pawns in the future, you will have to work hard on your own. Most of my power has been sealed. I can't help you much. Goodbye, contractor. I will wait for you to come. I will wait for you to come. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly resounded in the profounding world. Ning Fan felt a massive summoning force surging into his body. With a thought, countless thorny gigantic flowers appeared beneath his feet. All of them were the ghost flowers of the netherworld. The countless ghost flowers swallowed and spat out Een souls. When those Een souls gathered, they actually formed a gigantic white-scaled snake with 8 heads and the chi of a half-saint realm expert. Is this my undying ghost pawn? Ning Fan was stunned. This gigantic 8-headed snake seems to be the myriad saint dragon king that I killed that day. Is it really undying? Myriad saint greets my master. Boom. The 8 heads of the gigantic 8-headed snake prostrated on the ground, showing their submission. He had retained all the memories related to the battle. However, he had lost all the memories related to his identity as the myriad saint dragon king. All that was left in his heart was absolute loyalty to Ning Fan. This was the power of an undying ghost pawn. If Ning Fan was also killed that day and turned into an undying ghost pawn, he would end up like the current myriad saint dragon king. Interesting. The 8 heads of the myriad saint dragon king are already hard to kill in the first place. If he turns into an undying creature, I'm afraid even a true half-saint realm expert would find it difficult to deal with. Ning Fan smiled. After signing the contract, he seemed to have gained another powerful helper. Moreover, it was the kind of undying existence that he did not need to worry about his subordinates getting hurt. Do I want to test the degree of undying of this undying ghost pawn? Ning Fan's lips curled into a smile. He summoned the ocean-defying sword and covered it with the Life Slayer sword. The 8 heads of the myriad saint dragon king immediately shuddered. He did not have the memories of his previous life. However, Ning Fan's sword light actually made him, an undying creature, feel a fatal threat. He was still afraid of Ning Fan after all. Thus, he did not dare to disobey Ning Fan's orders at all. The undying ghost pawn also had its own pride. However, he did not dare to vent his pride on Ning Fan at all. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan had beaten myriad saint dragon king to the ground. Ning Fan was very satisfied with the result of the test. If he does not use the life-slaying sword, he would not be able to cause any effective damage to myriad saint dragon king. If he uses the life-slaying sword, myriad saint dragon king would at least be able to withstand a few hundred attacks from Ning Fan before getting injured. His endurance was much higher than those half-completed undying ghost soldiers. In other words, even if Ning Fan's enemies happened to have some methods that could restrain undying beings, they would not be able to kill myriad saint dragon king with a single strike. Moreover, if the enemies did not have similar methods, It would be difficult for even a first-level quasi-sage to kill Myriad Saint Dragon King. You're not bad. Ning Fan was in a good mood now that he had another powerful fighter. He praised Myriad Saint Dragon King. Thank you for your compliment, Master. Myriad Saint Dragon King answered weakly. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. The wounds on his body were all caused by Ning Fan's life-slaying sword. They could not heal on their own with the recovery power of an undying being. He was lying on the ground. He did not even have the strength to move after being beaten by Ning Fan. His 8 snake heads were filled with fear, not daring to look Ning Fan in the eye. He felt very frustrated. His sense of glory as an undying ghost soldier was shattered by Ning Fan's. Ning Fan naturally would not comfort Myriad Saint Dragon King. He removed the remaining life-slaying sword chi from the Dragon King's body. The Dragon King's injuries were instantly healed. The recovery power of an undying being was truly heaven-defying. When Ning Fan performed a hand seal and removed the summoning of the Netherworld ghost flowers, Myriad Saint Dragon King, who was an undying ghost soldier, disappeared along with the summoned Netherworld ghost flowers. Undying ghost soldiers could not move freely in the Yang world. They could only stay in the Netherworld. In order to summon Myriad Saint Dragon King to participate in the battle, one must first summon the Netherworld ghost flowers to turn the battlefield into the Netherworld. This was probably the only trouble in using Myriad Saint Dragon King. As for the Netherworld ghost flower, its function was not only to change the battlefield's environment but also to absorb the souls of the dead to create undying ghost soldiers. When Ning Fan made the contract with the Netherworld ghost flower's true body, 3 different summoning methods of the Netherworld ghost flower appeared in his mind. Beginner summon. The contractor does not need to pay any price to summon a small number of ghost flowers of the underworld, change the battlefield environment, and release an immortal ghost soldier to participate in the battle. Beginner summon cannot release more than 2 immortal ghost soldiers. Intermediate summoning. The contractor needs to pay a certain amount of blood essence to engrave a blood array. It can summon a medium-sized Netherworld ghost flower and release up to 10 undying ghost soldiers to participate in battle. Advanced summoning. The contractor needs to offer millions of souls as sacrifices to summon a large number of ghost flowers of the underworld. If the contractor is willing to give up an additional 10 million years of lifespan, he can summon all the previous sacrifices and turn them into semi-finished immortal ghost soldiers to temporarily participate in the battle. The semi-finished ghost soldiers exist for 2 hours. Advanced summoning could be used to create undying ghostly soldiers. The basic success rate was 50%, but there was a deviation based on the strength of the target. He could only create 1 undying ghostly soldier in 24 hours. Under advanced summoning, the contractor can use an unlimited number of immortal ghost soldiers. Giving up 10 million years of lifespan. Back then, in order to release a large number of semi-finished undying ghost soldiers, Madame Ghost Flower had instantly turned old and ugly. This was probably the reason. Ning Fan did not want to learn from Madame Ghost Flower and carelessly give up his lifespan. Even if he wants to perform advanced summoning, he would certainly not summon a large number of semi-finished ghost soldiers. In the following days, Ning Fan spent a lot of time practicing the summoning of the Netherworld ghost flower until he was very familiar with it. Only then did he end his seclusion. Now, with his help, the 9th path had been completely reclaimed. He did not plan to stay here any longer. Among the 12 waterways, there was only the 6th path that had yet to be completely conquered. That place needed him. He bid farewell to the Eastern Heaven cultivators of the 9th path and rushed to the 6th path through the night. The 6th path was the waterway that connected to the Northern Heaven. The foreign races had deployed a large number of troops here. According to the information Ning Fan obtained, there were 3 half-step saints of the foreign races, 22 immortal emperors of the foreign races and more than 200 immortal kings and immortal venerables on the surface of the 6th path. Under the obstruction of such a large number of troops, it was naturally difficult to conquer the 6th path. Even if Old Devil Bai and Emperor Tsung were here, they could only barely defend themselves. What made the Eastern Heaven cultivators of the 6th path happy was that Old Devil Bai, the strongest devil of the previous generation in the Eastern Heaven, had displayed his invincible might some time ago. Under the situation where he was besieged by 3 half-step saints, he actually managed to severely injure one of the enemy's half-step saints. According to the onlookers, that half-step saint's injuries were extremely severe. His cultivation base had almost fallen. Without several 100,000 years of recuperation, it was impossible for him to participate in the battle again. Even if his recuperation is over, his foundation would certainly be damaged and it would be hard for his cultivation base to advance any further. In other words, within a short period of time, there were only 2 half-step saints left in the great army of the Sixth Path who could still participate in the battle. This was an opportunity for the Border River Alliance to launch a counterattack against the foreign races. This was a piece of good news. It made many Eastern Heaven cultivators see the hope of completely defeating the foreign races. Unfortunately, these Eastern Heaven cultivators did not feel happy for too long before they received another piece of bad news. A 4th half-step saint of the foreign races had appeared. Moreover, he carried some kind of secret medicine which easily healed all the injuries of the previous half-step saint. All of a sudden, the number of half-step saints of the Sixth Path increased to 4. To the Border River Alliance, it could be said to be a huge blow. Several days later, the Sixth Path, the Black Tortoise Pass. The Black Tortoise Pass was the last impregnable pass of the Sixth Path. It was also the last pass that the foreign races possessed above the water. At this moment, the foreign races in the Black Tortoise Pass were holding a banquet to welcome the sudden arrival of the 4th half-step saint. This half-step saint who had rushed to the Sixth Path was none other than Taoist Xianxia, who had fled in panic from the Ninth Path that day. It was he who had used an immemorial magic medicine close to the 10th revolution to revive the half-step saint who had been seriously injured by Old Devil White. Ha ha ha. If it weren't for Elder Brother's generous gift of medicine, I, Shui Bun, wouldn't have been able to recover without several 100,000 years. Come, I, Shui Bun, toast to Elder Brother. A Water Buffalo Clan half-step saint with a bull's head and a human body said gratefully. His name was Water Buffalo Deity, and he was the beloved general of the foreign race's great divine priest. Hee, my worthy younger brother, and I hit it off at first sight. These medicinal pills are not enough to express my gratitude. Taoist Xianxia drank a cup of wine and suddenly thought of something from the past and let out a long sigh. Elder brother, why are you sighing? Water Buffalo Deity was startled and asked. The other 2 half-step saints of the foreign race beside him also wore puzzled looks. One of them was a mortal crane of the Black Crane clan. He looked like an ordinary old man of the human race. However, there was a pair of black crane wings on his back. The other one was a merman named Ah Hui Nan of the Merman clan. His lower body was that of a fish's tail while his upper body was covered with armor. He looked extremely handsome and feminine. He did not look like a man but a woman. I just thought of a despicable brat. I can't wait to tear him into pieces but I can't defeat him. That's why I'm sighing. Taoist Xianxia explained. Oh? What kind of brat is he? Even an ancient half-step saint like Elder Brother can't defeat him? Water Buffalo Deity was quite surprised. You guys must have heard of this person's name before. His name is Ning Fan. Some time ago, I suffered a great loss because of him in the Ninth Path. What? Elder Brother's greatest enemy is actually that Yama brat? Humph. Don't worry, Elder Brother. I have received reliable news that that brat will come to the Sixth Path in a few days. At that time, we will attack together. Do you think 4 half-step saints can't defeat that Yama brat? Water Buffalo Deity said confidently. That's right. This Yama brat is the number 1 enemy on the Z-Way Galaxy's must-kill list. When he comes to the Sixth Path, we will kill him together and split the credit equally. When immortal he thought of the reward for killing Ning Fan, he let out a greedy smile. Humph. The white-robed Yama really deserves to be killed. If it wasn't for him, how could Aphrodite possibly be put on death row by the great divine priest after returning to the Sixth Path? He bewitched Aphrodite and caused her to betray her faith. He deserves to be killed. If he dares to come to the Sixth Path, I am willing to join hands with Taoist Xianxia to kill this bastard. Ahui murmured with hatred. His hatred for Ning Fan was much deeper than any other member of the foreign races. As soon as Taoist Xianxia heard that the 3 half-step saints of the foreign races were willing to help him, he smiled with satisfaction. Then, he thought of Ning Fan's various techniques and said with fear. That Yama brat deserves to be killed. However, his techniques are really powerful. I have no idea how he managed to subdue a Tao Destruction lightning infant and make it fight for him willingly. Only quasi-saints can suppress this lightning infant. What? Subdue the Tao Destruction lightning infant? I thought that rumor was fake. Could it be that it's actually true? That Yama brat really captured a Tao Destruction lightning infant? How arrogant is the Tao Destruction lightning infant? Even if it's captured alive, it's impossible for it to submit to any living being other than the Dao Hun clan. Fellow Daoist, are you kidding me? The expressions of Water Buffalo God and the others changed. They could not believe the information that Daoist Xianwei gave them. The scariness of a Tao Destruction lightning infant was not just a rumor. It was already very strange for it to be captured. If someone told them that the Tao Destruction lightning infant actually took the initiative to submit to Ning Fan, they would definitely not believe it. In ancient times, there was once a saint of the Ziwei immortal cultivators who captured a Tao Destruction lightning infant. However, even that saint could not make it submit to him. How could Ning Fan do something that even a saint could not? This is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I can show you the recording of that battle. Daoist Xianwei took out the recording jade slip and showed it to Water Buffalo God and the others. After Water Buffalo God and the others saw the contents of the jade slip, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally believed it. This brat can actually make the Tao Destruction lightning infant recognize him as its master. If he attacks the sixth path, how are we going to defend against him? Water Buffalo God and the others said with an unpleasant expression. I have a plan that can destroy the Tao Destruction lightning infant. However, I need your great divine priest to invite someone to help us. Daoist Xianwei said mysteriously. Invite someone? Fellow Daoist, please don't joke around. Our Ziwei immortal cultivators have been sealed by immortal sovereign Zido. Within a certain period of time, the number of experts that can come out of the water is extremely limited. Now that the quota has been used up, the great divine priest can't send more experts to help us. If it wasn't because of this, there are so many half-step saints and half-step saints in our Ziwei immortal cultivators. Besides, we also have Lord Blood God. Why would we be afraid of that Yama brat? Psi at the end of the day, the thing that restricts the development of our Ziwei immortal cultivators is still that immortal sovereign seal. However, it doesn't matter. In a few more months, that immortal sovereign seal will. Hee. Water Buffalo God and the others didn't know what to think. Each and every one of them was filled with longing for the future of the Ziwei immortal cultivators. When Daoist Xianwei saw that Water Buffalo God and the others misunderstood his meaning, he explained, the person that I want to ask for help is not a living person, but an ancestor spirit. Ancestor spirit? When Water Buffalo God and the others heard this, they were all stunned. Then, they sternly refused. No. The dead are already gone. How can we, the descendants, be willing to summon the ancestor's ancestor spirit to participate in the battle? Moreover, time is short. We simply can't gather the materials needed for the summoning. You don't need to worry about the materials. This old man just happens to have some of the materials needed for the summoning ceremony. As long as everyone agrees to this matter, wouldn't it be easy for us to kill that Yama brat? Ancestor spirit? What's that? Suddenly, a light voice came out of nowhere and reverberated above the entire Black Tortoise Mountain Pass. Whether it was Daoist Xianwei or Water Buffalo God and the other experts from the different clans, their expressions changed greatly when they heard this voice. Judging from the aura, the person who spoke was not an expert from the different clans but an Eastern Sky cultivator. Could it be that there was an Eastern Sky expert who didn't know life from death and invaded the inner part of the Black Tortoise Mountain Pass? Daoist Xianwei was the most shocked, because he recognized the owner of this voice. They had just fought on the 9th Road not long ago. How dare you? How dare you invade the Black Tortoise Pass? You're courting death. The Water Buffalo God slammed the table and stood up. In his anger, he let out an earth-shattering roar. The roar shook the space above Black Tortoise Pass, and a white-robed young man fell out. He looked at Black Tortoise Pass below with an indifferent expression. This person was none other than Ning Fan, who was rushing to reinforce the 6th group. Whether it was the 3rd route or the 6th route, Ji Hao had been fighting against the non-humankind army all by himself. He had grown fond of fighting against tens of thousands of non-humankind beings. Therefore, this time, after he arrived at the sixth path, he didn't report to Emperor Song. Instead, he killed his way to the Black Tortoise Gate. He wanted to wipe out all the foreign races in the sixth path. Now that he had the Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant and the Undying Saint, it was enough for him to destroy the Black Tortoise Pass. Damn it. It was actually the white-robed king of hell. He actually killed his way to my Black Tortoise Pass alone. Is he crazy? How dare he attack the Black Tortoise Pass alone? He's really not playing by the rules. He really doesn't put us in his eyes at all. The Water Buffalo God and the others were shocked and enraged. However, their anger was just an act. They were actually shocked. How could they still remain calm, in the face of Ning Fan, who was infamous for his ferocity? They could not remain calm, even though the three of them were cursing Ning Fan's arrogance. Their hearts were beating wildly as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Countless bloody battles had proven Ning Fan's strength. This young man alone might be more difficult and dangerous to deal with than the entire allied army of the Border River Alliance combined. Damn it. Why did he choose this time to attack the Black Tortoise Pass? I haven't even started setting up the formation yet. I haven't summoned the ancestral spirits of the foreign races to deal with him yet. Daoist Xuanwei's expression was extremely unpleasant. He had used an immemorial devil medicine that was close to the 10th revolution to win the favor of the half-step saint of the sixth path. He had spent a lot of effort to gather the materials needed to summon the ancestral spirits of the foreign races to set up a formation. Just as he spoke, he planned to persuade these stubborn foreign races to listen to his method of summoning the ancestral spirits of their ancestors to deal with Ning Fan's Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant. What a perfect plan. However, why did Ning Fan already come knocking on their door when his plan had just started halfway? According to the nature of the allied army of the Border River Alliance, shouldn't they be defending their turtle shell and wait for the foreign races to attack before launching a counterattack? Even though I don't know what the ancestral spirits in your plan are, it seems like my appearance has completely disrupted your plan. What a pity. You guys don't seem to have the chance to summon those ancestral spirits anymore. Ning Fan sneered. He formed hand seals with all 10 of his fingers. Countless netherworld ghost flowers were summoned out of thin air with the Black Tortoise Gate as the center. They began to grow crazily and thorns grew everywhere. The 8-headed Wanxing Dragon King entered the battlefield as an undying ghostly soldier. Ning Fan also summoned the Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant. He rode on the ancestral lightning sparrow and combined the lightning power of both of them. It was much more terrifying than any half-step Saint Realm expert. Kill. As soon as Ning Fan gave the order, myriad Saint Dragon King and the Undying Lightning Infant immediately charged towards the army of foreign races who were drinking and having fun below. It was a perfect surprise attack. The enemy's army did not even have time to hold their weapons properly. They did not even have the time to get into formation. The Black Tortoise Pass was the first impregnable pass of the sixth path. Its formation was originally extremely strong, but it only had destructive power against the foreign races. Even if the foreign races defend the pass, they would not have the geographical advantage. Ning Fan's surprise attack came too suddenly. Other than a few foreign races who were in charge of patrolling, most of the foreign races were participating in the banquet. They did not carry any weapons, nor were they in a military formation. Moreover, many of them were drunk and had yet to wake up. That was the second disadvantage. Under the astonished and terrified gazes of all the experts of the foreign races, Ning Fan's group invaded the Black Tortoise Pass and began to wreak havoc. Daoist Xianwei wanted to do something. However, before he could do anything, the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant had already ridden the ancestral lightning sparrow and dashed towards him with a cold smile. We meet again, little devil scorpion. This time, I must keep you here. I will never let you escape again. Laying waved his chubby little hand, and a large number of lightning pillars struck towards Daoist Xianwei. Even though Daoist Xianwei had just barely activated the second stage of his primordial true body, he was still charred on the inside and tender on the outside. It was a horrible sight to behold. Why? Why does the arrogant Lightning Infant clan have to submit to a lowly cultivator in the last cultivation era? Daoist Xianwei roared unwillingly as he could not defeat the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant. How dare you say that my master is lowly? I won't allow you to insult my master. The Tao Destruction Lightning Infant was instantly enraged. It was as if the god that it worshipped and loved the most was being desecrated by someone else. All of a sudden, the destructive power of the lightning pillars that struck at Daoist Xianwei became even more violent, leaving him with no chance to fight back. In fact, the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant that Ning Fan had captured was not strong enough to defeat a being at the same level as Daoist Xianwei. However, she was not fighting alone. She was also riding the ancestral lightning sparrow. The ancestral lightning sparrow was not strong on its own. However, if the lightning power of the lightning sparrow clan fuses with the lightning power of the lightning infant clan, it would greatly increase the lightning power of the lightning infant clan. What Ning Fan did not know about was the result of Black Devil's meticulous guidance. It was based on his understanding of the Dao Hun clan as a member of the Nine Raccoon clan. Lei Ying suppressed Daoist Xianwei, while Undying Myriad Saints single-handedly suppressed Water Buffalo Deity, Immortal Crane, and a Hui Nan, 3 half-saints. Based on Dragon King Wanxing's original strength, there was no way he could take on all 3 of them at once. But who asked Dragon King Wanxing to become an undying being? A half-sage who could resurrect infinitely was enough to make a true quasi-sage fight a bitter battle. So, it wasn't strange for him to suppress 3 half-sages. If he really had to say it, the combined power of the Water Buffalo Deity and the other 2 semi-saints was not as powerful as Daoist Xianwei alone. Wanxing, you betrayed us. You actually surrendered to Zido Immortal Show. Have you forgotten the blood feud between your ancestors? When Water Buffalo and the others saw that even the combined strength of 3 half-sages was not a match for Myriad Saint Dragon King, they turned pale with fright. Other than shock, there was also rage. Rage at the betrayal of Dragon King Wanxing. If he was the real Myriad Saint Dragon King, he would never surrender to Ning Fan even if he wanted to drag out an ignoble existence. Unfortunately, the current Myriad Saint Dragon King was just an undying ghost pawn created by the ghost flower of the netherworld using Myriad Saint Dragon King's death. Even though he possessed the cultivation base and battle memories of Myriad Saint Dragon King, he could not be considered as the real Myriad Saint Dragon King. Naturally, he could not understand what Water Buffalo and the others meant by betrayal. Betrayal? When had he ever betrayed his master? Since the day he was born, he only had one master and that was Ning Fan. In this lifetime, he would never betray his master. This was the belief of an undying ghost pawn. Million Snakes Formation. Dragon King Wanxing's 8 snake heads spat out 1 million white shadows. Each of the white shadows was a venomous little snake that attacked at an unimaginably fast speed. The sea of 1 million snakes drowned the 3 half-sages. When Dragon King Wanxing was still alive, any one of them could easily kill all of his 1 million little snakes. However, the current Myriad Saint Dragon King possessed the characteristics of an undying being. The little snakes that he summoned also possessed a certain degree of undying power which made them hard to kill. As a result, the Water Buffalo and the others who were drowned by the sea of snakes immediately complained incessantly. They could not stop the attacks of Dragon King Wanxing's snake formation at all. Even the 4 half-sages were being suppressed. Ning Fan's opponents were the low-grade foreign races, the 200 over immortal venerables and immortal kings as well as the 22 immortal emperors. Ning Fan had activated the flame lightning fire to its maximum. Half of the entire Black Tortoise Mountain Pass was engulfed by the sea of flames. The low-grade foreign races who came into contact with the flame lightning fire were immediately burned to ashes. In just a few breaths, more than 100,000 foreign races had already been incinerated by the flame lightning fire. Thistles and thorns were growing everywhere. The sea of flames was wreaking havoc. Battle cries and screams shook the heavens. This was the current hellish scene in the Black Tortoise Mountain Pass. Damn it! Quickly extinguish the flames of this devil king. A few great emperors of the foreign races who were experts in water element magic took action at the same time. They summoned clouds and rain and attracted waves to extinguish Ning Fan's flames. However, was this an ordinary flame? It was a dignified mid-grade innate flame. Besides, it was cast by Ning Fan's 13,500 tribulations magic power. How could an ordinary immortal emperor extinguish it? The sea of flames evaporated the rainwater and waves into steam. More flames rose into the sky, burning the enormous physical bodies of the immortal emperors of the foreign races who were trying to extinguish the flames. The few immortal emperors expended a large amount of magic power to forcefully disperse the small amount of flames that burned their bodies. Before they could heave a sigh of relief, Ning Fan had already launched more attacks at them. Among the 22 immortal emperors of the foreign races, some of them were continuously injured. They were knocked down from the sky by the Tree of Seven Treasures and were severely injured while coughing out blood. Their heads were cut off by the Sword of Fate severing and their blood splattered across the sky. They were smashed by the sun, moon, and stars' steel. They were pierced by the sea-defying sword and thousands of heaven-hooking jades exploded into pieces. Ordinary immortal emperors would usually be severely injured by Ning Fan in just a single move. Those immortal kings and immortal venerables were even more miserable. Even if they formed groups of 3 to 5, several of them would still be killed by Ning Fan in just a single move. They were no match for Ning Fan at all. As for the low-grade foreign races whose cultivation bases were lower, they had long been tortured by Ning Fan's sea of flames. They could not find a chance to attack Ning Fan at all. The low-grade foreign races were constantly engulfed by the sea of flames. 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, the number of low-grade foreign races Ning Fan killed increased. When the number of people he killed exceeded 1 million, the ghost flowers of the netherworld that were growing in small numbers in this place suddenly began to multiply, automatically meeting the conditions for a high-grade summoning. Under such conditions, Ning Fan had a certain chance of turning someone he killed in this battle into an undying ghost soldier similar to Myriad Saint Dragon King. As he slaughtered a large number of people, the killing technique also fed back the blood and flesh essence chi of the dead people to Ning Fan, causing his aura force to grow stronger and stronger. More and more immortal venerables and immortal kings died in Ning Fan's hands. Only an immortal emperor realm expert would be extremely difficult for Ning Fan to kill them. Ordinary immortal emperors of the foreign races were no match for Ning Fan, but there were 22 of them after all. If they joined forces, it would not be easy for Ning Fan to kill them. Of course, it was also not easy for these immortal emperors to injure Ning Fan. When Ning Fan activated his eternal true body and the cross-shaped halo, even a quasi-saint realm expert would find it hard to break his defense. Even if he withstood a few of the attacks of mere immortal emperors at the same time, he would not be injured. Of course, if Ning Fan did not dodge their attacks, he would still be severely injured if he was hit by the attacks of 22 immortal emperors at the same time. Even a true quasi-saint realm expert would not be able to stand still and let a group of immortal emperors attack him together. Ning Fan's speed was extremely fast. It was difficult for the attacks of the enemies to capture his figure. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven for the attacks of 22 immortal emperors to injure Ning Fan at the same time. Moreover, Ning Fan possessed the power of yin-yang poison. Poison could kill people without them noticing. If it is used well, it would be much more mysterious and difficult to guard against than any other ability. One of the immortal emperors from the Ice Leech clan found the opportunity when the golden flames on Ning Fan's body flickered unsteadily with the help of more than 10 immortal emperors. Then, he bit Ning Fan's true body with his enormous mouth, causing blood to splash everywhere. Then, he sucked Ning Fan's blood. That immortal emperor of the Ice Leech clan was extremely pleased with himself for succeeding in his attack. However, he did not know that everything was within Ning Fan's calculations. Ning Fan had purposely shown an opening and got bitten by the enemy. It was just some blood. Ning Fan was willing to give it up. That immortal emperor of the Ice Leech clan who had sucked Ning Fan's blood did not feel pleased for long. His face suddenly darkened as the deadly poison attacked his heart. There was a deadly poison in Ning Fan's blood that he had sucked. It was a deadly poison with the Fire Toad Saint poison as the main poison and the Green Wave Fire poison as the supplementary poison. It was definitely not something a sixth tribulation immortal emperor like him could withstand. In just 3 breaths, the huge face of that immortal emperor of the Ice Leech clan was covered with fiery spots. It was the proof that he had been poisoned by the fire poison. In just 10 breaths, his internal organs had already been burnt through by the fire poison. In the 24th breath, his physical body spontaneously combusted without any fire. That fire was poisonous fire. It burnt his enormous physical body into ashes. Even his demon soul was on the verge of death from the poison. Then, he was captured by Ning Fan and thrown into the divine refining cauldron. all the immortal emperors of the foreign races were shocked. None of them expected that Ning Fan would have such a terrifying poison in his body. Daoist Xianwei, who was struggling to withstand Lei Ying's attacks, wore an unpleasant expression. How could he not see the traces of his green wave fire poison in Ning Fan's poison power? He did not expect that Ning Fan had actually given this young man a benefit when he did not die from his poison the last time. His poison power now contained a trace of the green wave fire poison's characteristics. If there was one, there would be two. If Ning Fan could kill an immortal emperor, he could kill more immortal emperors. The death of the immortal emperor of the Ice Leech clan made the other immortal emperors wary of Ning Fan's poison power. Unfortunately, there are some things that you can't guard against even if you want to. Ning Fan had secretly learned too many methods of using poison from Daoist Xianwei. He had all kinds of methods, making it hard for others to guard against him. When Ning Fan used his dark illusion technique to pull the group of immortal emperors into his world of darkness, two of them were directly poisoned to death by the light that suddenly appeared in the darkness due to their carelessness. When Ning Fan charged at them with brute force, another immortal emperor was directly poisoned by the poison power and died with a blood-curdling scream. Wind, thunder, rain, lightning, light and darkness. Even Ning Fan's gaze and Dao sense actually contained poison power, making it hard for others to guard against them. As the number of immortal emperors of the foreign races continued to decrease, Ning Fan's advantage grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, even if he did not use any sneak attacks, he was still strong enough to crush the remaining immortal emperors head-on. When the number of immortal emperors of the foreign races was reduced to 12, Ning Fan actually did not dodge or evade. Instead, he withstood the attacks of the 12 immortal emperors and forcefully rushed to one of them. Then, he swung his sword against the sea and killed that immortal emperor. Capture the demon soul and refine it to death. Rumble a thunderbolt that was condensed from Golden Emperor Qi suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the battlefield. It actually formed an immortal Emperor Dao fruit that emitted a bright golden light. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise and he kept the immortal Emperor Dao fruit. Ever since the Realm River meeting, he had slaughtered a lot of enemies on the Realm River. Many Dao fruits would appear in each of his battles. However, he had never seen such a high-grade Dao fruit. To the current Ning Fan, the medicinal effect of an ordinary Dao fruit was too low. However, if it was an immortal Emperor Dao fruit, it was still not something that could be underestimated. This was just a small interlude on the battlefield. Ning Fan conveniently kept the immortal Emperor Dao fruit and continued to immerse himself in the battle of crushing the immortal emperors of the foreign races. 9 enemies, 7 enemies, 4 enemies, 2 enemies, the number of immortal emperors of the enemy became fewer and fewer. Even the last 2 immortal emperors were killed by Ning Fan's sea-defying sword in the end. Their demon souls were refined into the 10,000 spirit blood. 22 immortal emperors of the enemy army were slaughtered by Ning Fan alone. More than 200 immortal venerables and immortal kings were slaughtered by him alone. Millions of low-grade foreign races were all burned to ashes by Ning Fan. His golden flame true body was stained with blood. Some of it was his blood while some of it was the blood of the enemies. There was even some golden-colored sovereign blood that represented the foundation of immortal emperors. He seemed to have become a devil god bathed in blood. He walked in the sea of fire and blood. The more he killed, the stronger his aura force became. After killing 22 immortal emperors in a row, his magic power temporarily rose from 13,500 tribulation to 16,000 tribulation. This was the limit of the killing technique that Ning Fan could endure with his current cultivation base. Of course, if he was willing to, he could increase the upper limit of his magic power even more at the cost of suffering some injuries. However, it seemed like there was no need for him to risk his life to such an extent in today's battle. Now, there were only Daoist Xianwei, Water Buffalo God, Immortal Crane and a Huinan left as the enemies. With just the Dao Annihilation Thunder Nascent Soul and the Undying Myriad Saints, they were already able to suppress the 4 half-step saints of the enemy army. Now that Ning Fan had also joined the battle, the half-step saints of the enemy army no longer had the slightest chance of winning. Ning Fan sealed off the great momentum of heaven and earth. It was a seal that he cast using the power of his 16,000 tribulation and the power of the Lord of Wood, turning the surrounding battlefield into his Lord domain. This was the ability that Ning Fan had awakened after consuming his Wood Lord Void when he was condensing his divine lattice. As Ning Fan became more and more familiar with the power of his Wood divine lattice, today was the first battle where he truly used the power of his domain. It was extremely difficult for a cultivator to escape from the domain. Even if an ancient devil opened his devil cavity, he would not be able to escape from the domain unless he destroyed the domain in advance. This was not the Lord Void that the cultivators of the later generations used. His path to becoming the Lord had long deviated from the path of a normal cultivator. This was a domain that could only be used by the orthodox wood gods of the primeval era. It was created by the ancestors of the Paragon Void, and the Paragon Void was created by their descendants in imitation of this domain. The Palm Void needed to pull the enemy into its own void world to be effective. On the other hand, the domain of a sovereign was different. The place where Ning Fan stood was his domain. He was the absolute king of this place. There was no need to create a Palm Void, and there was no need to drag the enemy to another plane. He could become the emperor of the Wood Palm Void at any place, in any plane. Unfortunately, the time Ning Fan spent cultivating the divine spark of wood was too short. Even if he unleashes his domain, it would only have the effect of trapping his enemies. He had yet to develop more abilities. What gave him a headache was that even with his magic power of 13,500 tribulation stage, it was still very difficult for him to unleash his domain. The amount of magic power required to unleash this domain was a few times more than the amount of magic power he would need to unleash the void domain of the Palm Realm. It was only after his magic power had skyrocketed to 16,000 tribulation stage that he successfully unleashed his domain for the first time. After cultivating the divine spark, Ning Fan obtained a lot of memories about the bloodline of divine spirits. According to what he knew, the true divine domain did not only include the abilities of the Palm Void but also the abilities of the saint rings of the three saints of the primordial Nirvana Desolate era. Even the cross-shaped halos that he developed previously was, strictly speaking, a kind of mutated divine domain. It possessed part of the abilities of a divine domain. The divine spark was the origin of a divine spirit while the domain was the main means of killing their enemies. The funny thing was that Taoist Xianxia and the others who had already fallen into Ning Fan's domain still did not know how difficult it was to deal with a Palm Void domain. Seeing that Ning Fan had joined the battle, Taoist Xianxia wanted to run away again out of fear. He desperately blocked an attack from Lei Ying. While borrowing the force of the attack to retreat, he tried to open the devil cavity to escape. Unfortunately, the devil cavity did not go smoothly this time. It failed halfway through opening it. Without Ning Fan's permission, how could he open the devil cavity in Ning Fan's domain? What's going on? This young man did not pull me into his Palm Void domain. He just sealed the great force of heaven and earth and used the power of his Palm Void domain to reinforce the seal. Why can't I open the devil cavity? Taoist Xianxia refused to believe it. He tried more than 10 times in a row but he still failed to open the devil cavity. Instead, he wasted a lot of his ancient devil essence chi in vain because of his continuous attempts. Even Taoist Xianxia could not escape from Ning Fan's domain, let alone the water buffalo deity and the others. Following the principle of easy first and difficult, Ning Fan decided to start with the weaker water buffalo deity and the others. His eyes first locked onto the weakest water buffalo deity among the three of them. It was exactly because the water buffalo deity was the weakest among the three half-step saints of the foreign races that he was severely injured by Old Devil by that day. Even though his injuries had already been healed by Taoist Xianxia, his primordial qi was still greatly damaged. Currently, his combat power had only recovered to 90% of what it used to be. He still needed a lot of time to recuperate before he could return to his peak state. Unfortunately, he was destined not to have the chance to recuperate. Myriad Saint Dragon King had tacitly restrained Immortal Crane and a Hui Nan, giving Ning Fan the chance to face the water buffalo deity alone. The water buffalo deity was not as strong as Wan Xingzi in the past. Even someone as strong as Wan Xingzi was suppressed by Ning Fan. Thus, the water buffalo deity who only had 90% of his strength was definitely not a match for Ning Fan. In just one round, Ning Fan had killed the water buffalo deity and refined its demon soul. Then, he hung the head of the water buffalo deity which still had a resentful expression on its face on the waist of his true body. Then, he swaggered towards the other half-sage saint, a Hui Nan. Ning Fan was deliberately showing off his strength, having the head of a half-step saint hanging on one's waist was enough to frighten the enemy and make them tremble in fear. Thus, they would not be able to display their full strength. The current situation was exactly what Huinan was experiencing. Originally, he resented Ning Fan because Ning Fan had snatched his fiancée, his beautiful and kind Afro. Indeed, he was the one who took the initiative to offer Afro to the blood god as a sacrificial offering. Indeed, he had wronged Afro and it was reasonable for her to be heartless towards him. However, even if Afro did not love him, she should not fall in love with a descendant of Zido. As a noble merman and a noble Ziwei immortal cultivator, how could Afro betray her faith and fall in love with a Zido immortal cultivator? Huinan belonged to the combat faction of the Ziwei immortal cultivators. He could not tolerate Afro's betrayal. He could not forgive Ning Fan who tempted Afro to walk on the path of evil, therefore, he originally came to kill Ning Fan with a heart full of anger. However, after witnessing Ning Fan kill the water buffalo deity in 100 rounds, Huinan became afraid. He no longer had the courage to fight Ning Fan. The head of the water buffalo deity hanging on Ning Fan's waist was like the scariest thing in the world. Huinan did not dare to look at it directly. He was already scared before the battle began. Even if Huinan's strength was stronger than the water buffalo deity, he was not much stronger than the water buffalo deity if he really fought Ning Fan. He was killed by Ning Fan in just 170 rounds. His head was also hanging on Ning Fan's waist. Since Huinan was a merman, Ning Fan could not help but recall the scenes that happened between him and Afro. He did not know if this Huinan was related to Afro or not. For some reason, his heart softened and he decided to temporarily imprison Huinan's demon soul. He owed Afro a favor. If Huinan was Afro's closest relative, his benefactor would inevitably be sad if he destroyed his demon soul. Out of righteousness, he would not let Huinan escape. Out of kindness, he decided to temporarily spare Huinan's life. He would only imprison him forever and stop him from attacking the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven. Unfortunately, Huinan insisted on courting death. As soon as he saw Ning Fan capturing his demon soul, he thought that he would not be able to keep his life like the water buffalo deity. Either way, he would definitely die. He did not just scold Ning Fan. He also called him a slut and a traitor, insulting Afro who was sent to the death prison. From Huinan's words, Ning Fan learned a shocking piece of news. After Afro left that day, she really came to the sixth path and was sent to the death prison because she refused a certain order from the great divine priest. The death prison, Ning Fan sighed. After all, he and Afro were two different people. Naturally, he would not go to the hinterland of the foreign races to save her after hearing that she was sent to the death prison. He did not have that ability. Also, he did not have the obligation to do so. Aphrodite was his benefactor, but also his enemy. What was funny was that Ning Fan even obtained some information from Huinan's words. This Huinan was not someone important to Afro. This person had an engagement with Afro when they were young. However, in order to get a reward from the great divine priest of the foreign races, he actually betrayed Afro and nominated her as the sacrificial offering for the blood god Gung Wu. This person pushed Afro to the path of death. To Afro, even though he was from the same race as the merfolk, he was also her enemy. If that's the case, there's no need for me to be soft-hearted and keep you alive. Ning Fan casually refined Huinan to death. Then, he joined forces with myriad Saint Dragon King and killed Immortal Crane after hundreds of rounds. Then, with 3 heads hanging on his waist, he joined forces with the Dao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul and attacked Daoist Xianwei together. Daoist Xianwei was so angry that his 3-corpse god jumped up in anger. Ning Fan was too despicable. He could not even defeat a single Dao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul. Now, he actually wanted to fight 3 against 1. Little Ning Fan. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. What kind of hero is bullying someone with numbers? Daoist Xianwei cursed angrily. I want to bully someone with numbers. What can you do to me? Ning Fan sneered. He was not a fool. Why would he talk about the morality of the Jianghu with Daoist Xianwei? This Daoist Xianwei was an ancient half-step saint. It would not be easy to kill him even if it was 3 against 1. Half-saints were difficult to kill because they possessed profound abilities. Even if they couldn't defeat their enemies, they had the means to escape from the battlefield. However, if a half-step sage's path of retreat was blocked, then the half-step sage would still die. The death of the water buffalo deity and the others was proof of this. It was Ning Fan's first time using the wood palm domain. Layers of invisible walls formed by the wood palm domain sealed all the paths of retreat within the domain. Not Daoist Xianwei could escape. The transformation of Daoist Xuanwei's second stage true body could increase his magic power to 14,000 to 5,000 tribulation stage. Unfortunately, the current Ning Fan had increased his magic power to 16,000 tribulation stage by borrowing the power of the killing technique. In the previous battle, Ning Fan activated his killing technique too late. He would not make such a mistake in this battle. Even though Daoist Xuanwei's green wave fire poison was powerful, it could not withstand Ning Fan's advantage in numbers. A single Dao extermination lightning nascent soul was already enough to make him struggle bitterly. In addition to the joint attacks from Ning Fan and myriad Saint Dragon King, he soon suffered severe injuries. However, he was an ancient half-step saint after all. Even though he was in a desperate situation, he still lived up to his name as an ancient devil. He gritted his teeth and fought Ning Fan to the death without any intention of surrendering. A day later, Daoist Xianwei was severely injured and on the verge of death, but he was still fighting with all his might. 2 days had passed. Daoist Xuanwei's flesh and blood were all dried up. Only a gigantic skeleton was left to fight against Ning Fan. His primordial spirit was attached to the skeleton, but it still did not diminish his battle intent. On the 3rd day, Daoist Xianwei finally lost his strength. Even his skeleton was crushed by Ning Fan and the others. His primordial spirit was finally captured by Ning Fan. He didn't beg for mercy at all. He only cursed loudly, but he was regretting it in his heart. Initially, he thought that the mission of retrieving the immemorial lightning cauldron would be easy to complete. However, he did not expect that it would end up in Ning Fan's hands. Humph. Winner takes all. Just kill me. However, I, a warrior at the peak of the conferred demon realm, will definitely return. Take back your primeval thunder cauldron. Daoist Xianwei sneered. Ning Fan began to admire Daoist Xianwei a little. He had always admired those who would die unyieldingly. Even if that person was an enemy, he would still be able to obtain his respect. No wonder he was an ancient devil. This was an ancient devil. If he succumbed to the enemy, how could he be called an ancient devil? Of course, this little bit of respect was not the reason why Ning Fan spared Daoist Xianwei. If he spared this person's life, it would be the same as releasing the tiger back to the mountain. It was impossible for him to make the enemy bow down to him and submit to him wholeheartedly with just a shake of his body. That was a plot that only appeared in the mortal world. He searched Daoist Xuanwei's memories. Spirit refinement had refined Daoist Xuanwei's primordial spirit into a huge pile of myriad spirit blood. After eliminating Daoist Xianwei, Ning Fan did not immediately clean up the corpses and spoils of war on the battlefield. He extinguished the sea of fire on the ruins of the Black Tortoise Keep and sat cross-legged in the midst of the ghost flowers of the underworld. He muttered an incantation and began to cast the spell. Today, he had killed more than 5 million underworld ghost flowers. Because of that, the underworld ghost flowers summoning had been upgraded from a basic summon to an advanced summon. Under the condition of advanced summoning, he could choose one of the people he killed today and turn it into an undying ghost soldier. The basic success rate of creating an undying ghost pawn was 50%. If the strength of the maker was lower than Ning Fan, the success rate would increase to a certain extent. If the maker was stronger than Ning Fan, the success rate would decrease. Because Madame Gui Hua's strength was far weaker than Ning Fan's, her success rate of making Ning Fan's undying ghost soldier was barely 30%. Ning Fan was thinking about who he should use to make the undying ghost soldier. His strength was far beyond Immortal Emperor Doomsday. If he uses the immortal emperors of the foreign races to make the undying ghost soldier, the success rate would be very high. It would be at least 70 to 80%. However, what use would Ning Fan have for an Immortal Emperor realm undying ghost soldier? It was just like chicken ribs. If he wants to make it, he should make an undying ghost soldier that could be put to use. There were 4 people that he could consider: Xianwei, Immortal Crane, a Huinan and Water Buffalo God. Among them, Water Buffalo God's strength was the lowest. If Ning Fan makes the undying ghost soldier of Water Buffalo God, the success rate would be around 65%. A Huinan had 60%. Immortal Crane had 55%. Daoist Xianwei had 30%. Using the connection between him and the ghost flowers of the underworld, Ning Fan could easily sense the success rate of each of them in making the undying ghost soldier. The undying ghost soldier that Ning Fan wanted the most was, of course, Daoist Xianwei. Unfortunately, Daoist Xuanwei's strength far surpassed his. In the previous battles, the reason why Ning Fan could fight evenly with Daoist Xianwei was because he had many tricks up his sleeves. If Daoist Xianwei did not have so many concerns during the first battle and fought to the death like he did during the second battle, not retreating even if he was reduced to a skeleton, Ning Fan would certainly not be his match. It was only natural that the success rate would be much lower than 50%. A success rate of 30% is too low. However, if I succeed, I will also gain great benefits. Even if a half-step sage like Myriad Saint Dragon King turns into an undying ghost soldier, he would at most have the qualifications to fight a first-level half-step sage. It would be impossible for him to defeat a first-level half-step sage. However, if a half-step sage like Xianwei turns into an undying ghost soldier, he would definitely be able to crush most of the first-level half-step sage realm cultivators of the lawless era. Ning Fan pondered for a long time. Eventually, he decided to take a gamble and choose Xianwei to make the undying ghost soldier. As he activated his ability, countless specks of light suddenly appeared in the bushes of the ghost flowers of the underworld. They were like countless fireflies dancing in the air. It was extremely beautiful. Those specks of light were none other than the remnant souls of the people that Ning Fan had killed today, which were devoured by the ghost flowers of the underworld. The ghost flowers of the underworld possessed a power similar to the Fuli spirit wheel. It could ignore the laws of cultivation and allow the souls of immortal cultivators at the second step and above to not disperse after they die. However, the purpose of storing souls was different from the Fuli spirit wheel. The ghost flowers stored souls to create undying ghost soldiers, while the Fuli spirit wheel was used to create Fuli from the dead. Ning Fan was clearly making the undying ghost soldiers of the underworld ghost flowers, but at this moment, he had a new understanding of his Fuli spirit wheel. Using the Fuli spirit wheel to create Fuli was the same as creating the undying ghost soldiers. There seemed to be a lot of similarities between them. The fluorescent light that filled the sky began to condense and change. Daoist Xianwei had obviously been killed by Ning Fan. However, at this moment, his second stage true form of the 10-tailed scorpion giant slowly appeared in the fluorescent light. The undying ghost soldier was born for battle. Therefore, it was created in his strongest form. Creating the undying ghost soldier would consume a lot of mental energy. Fortunately, Ning Fan still had spirit recovering rice with him. After eating some, his mental energy would be replenished. Ning Fan noticed that there was not much spirit recovering rice left in his pocket. In the past, he had obtained a mountain of spirit recovering rice from the dark races. Unfortunately, ever since the battle with the dark races began, he had been consuming a large amount of spirit recovering rice. No matter how much spirit recovering rice he had, it would be finished one day. The remaining spirit recovering rice is probably enough for me to carry out another 4 to 5 battles at the half-step Saint realm. When the spirit recovering rice is used up, I won't be able to activate the cross-shaped light ring indefinitely. My combat power will be greatly reduced. If I can create enough undying ghost soldiers before the spirit recovering rice is used up, I will still be able to suppress those half-step saints of the declining cultivation realm, even if I can't use the cross-shaped light ring for a long time in the future. Ning Fan's expectation towards creating the mysterious tail ghost soldier had increased. However, reality was full of drama. The more you look forward to something, the less you will get. On the contrary, you will often get unexpected gains. Ning Fan failed to create the mysterious tail ghost soldier. The success rate of 30% was too low. Even if his luck was far greater than the Doomsday Immortal King, it could only increase the success rate from 30% to 40%. 40% was still very low. Moreover, it was Ning Fan's first time creating an undying ghost soldier. He was not very familiar with the method of condensing the soul. During the process, he made more than 10 unavoidable mistakes. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for him to succeed. What a pity. If I could have a strong ally like Taoist Xianxia, I would have a chance of winning even if I have to fight against a first-level quasi-saint. Ning Fan was greatly disappointed. However, his disappointment was quickly wiped away. His mind became calm and tranquil again. The chance to create ghost soldiers was only once in each battle. After using it once, the ghost flower of the netherworld would need to rest for a few days before it could produce the undying ghost soldier again. Ning Fan began to clean up the battlefield. With his current cultivation base, he cleaned up the ruins of the battlefield very quickly. There were a lot of low-grade Dao fruits and some Dao fruits of immortal venerables and immortal kings. As for the Dao fruit of immortal emperors, there was only one Dao fruit of immortal emperors. From the 22 immortal emperors of the foreign races, Ning Fan obtained 6 innate magic treasures. 2 of them were severely damaged while the other 3 were not very useful. Only the last one made Ning Fan's eyes light up. The Laying Temple bamboo fence was a connate magic treasure in the form of a bamboo fence. It was made from the famous Laying bamboo. According to the bamboo fence, it was made by a monk who guarded the vegetable garden of the Laying Temple. The area surrounded by this bamboo fence would automatically form an immortal emperor-grade defensive formation. The plants inside the formation would grow faster. Hee. This magic treasure is suitable to be used as the bamboo fence of Shen Nong's 100 Herbs Garden. However, Ning Fan seemed to have heard the name of the Thunder Tune Temple somewhere before. It seems to be an extremely famous temple in the ancient times. Ning Fan shook his head and suppressed his distracting thoughts. Then, he began to check the spoils of war that the 4 half-step saints brought to him. Heavenly Bull Eye. This was the innate Dharma eye that the water bull god cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. It could see through most of the illusory techniques of the Age of Chaos and increase the success rate of illusory techniques. The water bull god's specialty was illusory techniques. Ning Fan already knew about it when he fought against it. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's attainment in illusory techniques was much higher than the water bull god's. Thus, the water bull god's illusory techniques could not be used at all. Then, how should I use this eye? Ning Fan pondered for a while and crushed both of the water bull god's eyes. Then, he absorbed all the illusory power that was contained within the eyes into his left demon eye. Fu Liyin Yang seemed to have improved a lot. The defensive power and offensive power of its illusory techniques had significantly improved. Not bad. Merman Divine Pearl. This was a special pearl that only the male merman could claim to have. Female mermen could shed tears and turn into pearls. Male mermen, on the other hand, would never shed a single tear for the rest of their lives. Even though they were deprived of the right to shed tears, the male mermen could collect the tears that could not flow out from their lacrimal glands into their dantian and condense them into divine pearls. Most of the male mermen had their own merman divine pearls. However, the power of the divine pearls varied. To the male mermen, the more emotions they had, the more developed their lacrimal glands were, and the longer they lived, the more powerful their divine pearls would be. A Huinan was a half-sage merman who had lived for 80 million years. Her divine pearl was extremely powerful. Its power was already close to that of a mid-grade innate magic treasure. Of course, if this was all it had, Ning Fan would not pay much attention to this divine pearl. The divine pearl could be used as a magic treasure. At the same time, it could also be used as a tonic and a supplementary item for cultivation. Its usage was similar to the tears of the female merman. This was the pearl that was condensed from a Huinan's tears for 80 million years. If he uses it all at once, it could increase Ning Fan's absorption speed of water elemental force by 1,000 times within a few months. If he uses this divine pearl, Ning Fan was confident that he could cultivate the heavenly Goyu to a higher level within a few months. Myriad Worlds Red Dot. A drop of poison that a mortal one cultivated with his entire life's effort was enough to kill any immortal emperor with a single blow. Its power was slightly weaker than Daoist Xuanwei's green wave fire poison, but it was not much weaker. The Crane Crown Red was a deadly poison in the mortal world. This Myriad Worlds Red Dot was the Crane Crown poison that Immortal Wing had cultivated since he was young. As soon as this poison was released, only a red dot could be seen flashing across heaven and earth. Immortal emperors would be poisoned to death. It was extremely powerful. It was precisely because Immortal Weng's poison technique was so powerful that Ning Fan had to spend hundreds of rounds to kill him even if he joined forces with Myriad Saint Dragon King. The world is dark. This was the strange name that Immortal Weng gave to his pair of crane wings. Most people cultivated their wings to increase their speed. Immortal Weng's wings could not only increase their speed but also extinguish all the light in heaven and earth, plunging the world into darkness. This pair of wings actually possesses a trace of the power of a dark sovereign? Ning Fan was surprised. He extracted the power from Immortal Weng's wings and devoured it with the Dark Yin Yang technique. The Dark Yin Yang technique also improved slightly. The three immortals' ancestral spirit formation and the materials needed to set it up. It was something that Ning Fan found in Daoist Xuanwei's storage pouch. It was a special formation that could summon the ancestral true spirits of the various clans in the Ziwei galaxy to the Age of Chaos. Of course, the summoned ancestors would not have the same strength as when they were at their peak. However, even if they only had a trace of their strength left, it would be enough to suppress a half-saint realm expert in the Age of Chaos. If they are ancestors with special abilities, they could even suppress the lightning of the Dao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul. Ning Fan nodded his head. No wonder Daoist Xianwei wanted to summon the ancestral spirits to deal with me. This formation is indeed quite powerful. If I didn't sneak attack the Black Tortoise Pass and expose Daoist Xuanwei's scheme, unfortunately, there are no ifs. Ning Fan smiled faintly and placed the item at his side. He would not foolishly use these formation materials to summon the ancestors of the various clans in the Ziwei galaxy. The summoned ancestors had their own consciousness. They would not obey his orders. Instead, they might attack him as soon as they appeared because of his identity as Zidou's descendant. There were a number of immemorial devil medicines. Ning Fan had obtained quite a few immemorial devil medicines that could strengthen the physical body. Other than that, there were also a large number of immemorial devil medicines that could heal injuries. It was the poison sac of the Green Wave Fire Poison. It was the item that made Daoist Xianwei famous. It was the poison power that was stored in his body. Previously, Ning Fan's poison power only contained a trace of the Green Wave Fire Poison. If he directly devours the poison sac of Daoist Xianwei, his poison power would increase tremendously. The Lost Ancient Devil Scroll. This was the thing that Ning Fan valued the most in Daoist Xuanwei's body. It was not just because there were tens of lost grade ancient devil abilities recorded in it. It was not just because it mentioned the ancient theory of compatibility between abilities. What's more, among these divine abilities was one of the most famous secret arts of the ancient demon clan, the ancient demon devil art. In the past, the Blackwing Great Devil who suddenly descended upon the divine tomb had used the devil cavity to travel across the starry sky and arrive at the eastern heaven. This time, Daoist Xianwei had also used the devil cavity to travel from the northern heaven to the eastern heaven. The devil cavity was really heaven-defying. If Ning Fan learns the devil cavity, he wouldn't need to travel through the realm river anymore. He could directly travel across the starry sky through the passage of the devil cavity. This technique was worth learning. The devil cavity is divided into 3 grades: low grade, mid grade, and high grade. The low grade devil cavity can allow the user to travel across all medium-sized worlds. The mid-grade devil cavity can allow the user to travel across all boundless worlds. The high-grade devil cavity can allow the user to travel across samsara. Travel across samsara. What is that? It sounds really powerful. The low-grade devil cavity requires the cultivator to be an ancient devil who possesses at least 1 drop of ancestral blood. At the same time, the cultivator must cultivate the power of space to the critical point of the sovereign realm. The critical point of the sovereign realm? This requirement is a little too high, isn't it? Even if it is not the true sovereign realm, it is still not something that any ancient devil can cultivate. Ning Fan sighed softly. His understanding of the power of space did not seem to be very profound. The Void Emperor of the Godly Void Pavilion had an extremely high understanding of the power of space. His master, Xiang Bozi, had an even higher understanding of the power of space. However, even the two of them had not cultivated the power of space to the critical point of the sovereign realm. How could it be so easy to cultivate the power of space? Space and time were the 2 most difficult sovereign realms to cultivate since ancient times. Naturally, Ning Fan did not have the ability to do so. He helplessly realized that he had yet to meet the requirements to cultivate the low-grade devil cavity. Wait. Something doesn't seem right. Be it the Blackwing Great Devil in the past or Taoist Xianwei this time, both of them could use the devil cavity. Could it be that both of them have an extremely profound understanding of the power of space? The Blackwing Great Devil seemed to be a great cultivator from the ancient times. Ming Fan would not find it strange even if he had cultivated the power of space to such a high level. However, Taoist Xianwei was just a half-step Saint Realm cultivator. How could he possibly have such a high innate talent in the power of space? If Taoist Xianwei really had such a high innate talent in the power of space, how could he possibly be trapped by the domain of the sovereign realm and not be able to escape by tearing the space apart, the critical point of the sovereign realm? That was an expert who was just a step away from attaining the sovereign realm. However, Taoist Xianwei did not seem to have a profound understanding of the power of space at all. Could it be that cultivating the power of space to the critical point of the sovereign realm is just a sufficient but not a necessary condition to cultivate the devil cavity? Or perhaps, Taoist Xianwei's devil cavity was not the original devil cavity at all. It was just a weakened version which could not even be considered as a low-grade devil cavity. Ming Fan felt that he had grasped the truth. The true devil cavity had already reached the critical point of the sovereign realm. It was impossible for him to seal it. The true devil cavity was also not something that the current Ming Fan could cultivate. He could roughly guess that what Taoist Xianwei cultivated was a weakened version of the devil cavity. Unfortunately, he could not find the cultivation method of the weakened version from Taoist Xianwei. Even if it was a weakened version of the devil cavity, it would still be good. Ming Fan could not meet the requirements to cultivate the original devil cavity at all. He really wanted to learn a weakened version of the devil cavity and directly travel to the northern heaven to have a look. Asterisk ding 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 asterisk. Just as Ming Fan was sighing, Emperor Tsung's call suddenly rang. The Boundary Steel Pass was the second impregnable pass of the sixth waterway. Its scale was magnificent, second only to the main pass, the Black Tortoise Pass. It was famous because there was an ancient tablet written by a quasi-saint guarding this pass. Almost more than 40% of the Realm River Alliance's forces were gathered here. Emperor Tsong and the only 9 tribulations immortal emperor in the Alliance, Old Demon White, were also there. At this moment, Emperor Tsong and more than 10,000 old monsters were holding a small meeting inside the Boundary Steel Pass. All the 10,000 old monsters had gloomy expressions. Even Old Devil White, who had just defeated the foreign races in the Boundary River, had an ugly expression on his face. The content of the meeting was to discuss how to deal with the 4 half-saints of the Sixth Path. A few days ago, an Eastern Sky Quasi-Emperor had risked his life to go to Black Tortoise Mountain Pass to gather information on the 4th Semi-Sage. As a result, he had been discovered by that Semi-Sage, and had been killed on the spot in Black Tortoise Mountain Pass. His flesh and blood had been divided up and eaten by the strange races. Fortunately, that Eastern Sky Quasi-Emperor's sacrifice hadn't been in vain. He just so happened to have a type of divine ability. Once he died, he could transmit the fragments of the battle back to the array formation he had arranged before his death. Therefore, Emperor Tsong and the others saw the scene of Taoist Xianwei killing the Eastern Sky Quasi-Emperor. Whether it was Emperor Tsong or Old Devil Bai, neither of them were cultivators who had lived since the ancient times. Just by looking at some of the battle footage, it was impossible for them to determine Taoist Xianwei's identity and origin. They could only roughly tell that this person had the strength of a semi-sage or above. But Great Emperor Chonghe recognized Taoist Xianwei. The waterways that Emperor Chonghe had been on had already been conquered, so he was transferred to the 6th route. Having an old man at home is like having a treasure. No matter what, Great Emperor Chonghe was also an old man of the same generation as ancient Chaos Heavenly Emperor. Even if he deliberately hid his strength and didn't reveal much of it to the outside world, he was still able to gain the respect of the majority of Eastern Sky's old monsters. Emperor Chonghe's face turned pale when he saw that this half-saint was Taoist Xianwei, the general of the Demon Conferral Summit. When the crowd asked for the reason, Great Emperor Chonghe told them about Taoist Xianwei's background. When they found out that Taoist Xianwei had even poisoned a quasi-saint to death, how could they remain calm and composed? Was there anyone in the Boundary Steel who could rival Taoist Xianwei? What should we do? Even if the enemy has an ordinary half-saint, it would still be difficult for us to deal with them. I didn't expect that the fourth half-saint is actually not an ordinary person, but the renowned Taoist Xianxia. Although I'm conceited, I know that I'm not a match for that Taoist Xianxia. Legend has it that Taoist Xuanwei's strongest ability is the art of poison. Everyone might not know this, but this old man's weakness is also the art of poison. If the enemy is an ordinary poison cultivator, this old man can still rely on his strength to crush and defeat him. However, if it's a poison cultivator of the mysterious tail level. Old Devil Bai let out a long sigh. If they were to fight against the foreign races in the future, as the strongest expert in the Boundary Steel Pass, he would definitely have to fight against Taoist Xianxia. He wasn't even a match for Taoist Xianxia in a one-on-one fight. It would be extremely difficult for the others to deal with the remaining 3 half-saints of the alien race. Fellow Taoist 8 Scenery and fellow Taoist Rahu have received the news and are rushing over from the third route. Fellow Taoist 8 Scenery is a veteran 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperor. Fellow Taoist Rahu has just become a sovereign recently. Although his realm has just stabilized, according to fellow Taoist 8 Scenery, his combat strength has already surpassed the majority of 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperors. He's even stronger than Sun Luo, who opened the incipient Saint Ring back then. If these 2 fellow Taoists come to help, I'm sure we'll be able to relax a lot, Emperor Jinheng of the Taurus Palace said. It's indeed a good thing to have these 2 coming to help. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Someone sighed. Fellow Taoist Void and fellow Taoist Shen Kong have also received the news and are rushing over here. Emperor Shen Su and Emperor Shen Su are experts in joint attacks. Even if they can't match a half-saint, they can still restrain one of them for a short period of time and share some of the pressure for fellow Taoist White, said the veteran Immortal Emperor Yellow Turban of the Eastern Sky. Sigh. That's all in the past. The current Emperor Shen Su has suffered severe injuries and his cultivation base has fallen. He only has a 7th Tribulation Realm cultivation base now. The destructive power of his joint attack with Emperor Void has also been greatly reduced. Now, it's a little difficult for the 2 of them to stop a half-saint. However, if they can come, it will indeed greatly improve the overall strength of our boundary steel. Another person shook his head and said. As expected, fellow Taoist Ning is the only one we can rely on. Someone sighed with emotion. Currently, Ning Fan's strength was publicly recognized as the strongest person in the Realm River Alliance. However, one should know that the Battle of the Realm River had just begun less than 10 years ago. What was Ning Fan's situation like 10 years ago? At that time, the Eastern Sky was not facing a crisis. At that time, the cultivators of the Eastern Sky were not united yet. At that time, Ning Fan was still being chased by the Dark Race. Among the old monsters present, there were many who had tried to curry favor with the Dark Race and secretly targeted Ning Fan. Even those who remained neutral usually did not have a good impression of Ning Fan. However, 10 years later, when the crisis of the Eastern Sky arrived, Ning Fan actually became everyone's hope. He became the strongest barrier of the Realm River Alliance. With his outstanding achievements, countless cultivators in the Alliance admired and worshipped him. His reputation was extremely high and it was even higher than Emperor Tsung, who was the leader of the Alliance. How could they not sigh with emotion? When will fellow Taoist Ning come? If he comes, a mere Taoist Xianxia is nothing. I just received another news from the 9th Path. This Taoist Xianxia seems to have appeared in the battlefield of the 9th Path and was even defeated by fellow Taoist Ning. At that time, fellow Taoist Ning's Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul directly crushed Taoist Xianxia. What? Fellow Taoist Ning's Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul actually crushed Taoist Xianxia? That's impossible, right? That Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul seems to only have a cultivation base of around the half-saint realm. Even though it's considered powerful, it's still not enough to crush a half-saint realm expert of the ancient era. I heard that the Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul was riding an ancestral lightning sparrow. The lightning power between the 2 of them fused together. Therefore, the Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul could display its strength several times. It's really unheard of to fight for a sparrow and improve one's strength. This old man has heard of it. In the ancient era, many cultivators brought their mounts to battle. It seems to be a very common thing. To us cultivators of the cultivation ending era, riding a mount may only be a means of transportation. However, some ancient factions seem to know some secret techniques that can be used with a mount to increase one's strength. This principle is similar to how a general in the mortal world can borrow the horsepower of a warhorse to greatly increase his strength. The quality of a warhorse can sometimes become the deciding factor in a life-and-death battle between mortals. That Daoist Xian Wei was defeated by fellow Daoist Ning once in the 9th path. Now that he's in the 6th path, it's highly possible that he has already thought of a way to restrain the Dao extermination lightning nascent soul. We must be careful. If the opponent really has some kind of arrangement, it's hard to say whether fellow Daoist Ning can defeat Daoist Xian Wei again this time. Sigh, when will the chaos of the Boundary River be pacified? Every day, I see my close friends and disciples dying one by one, yet I'm powerless to stop it. This old man feels a little sad. Fellow Daoist Lin is also someone who is used to seeing slaughter. It's really surprising that you're so sentimental. Sigh, this old man's state of mind is indeed lacking. However, if there's peace, who would be willing to be mired in the swamp of war? I still prefer the Boundary River that used to be calm and tranquil. When fellow Daoist Ning arrives, he might have a way to completely reclaim the 6th path. When will fellow Daoist Ning arrive? I heard that he had already set off from the 9th path 10 days ago. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Why don't you contact fellow Daoist Ning and see where he is now? Maybe he encountered some trouble on the way and was delayed. If there's really trouble, we can also send people to rescue him. Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk given fellow Daoist Ning's strength, why would he need our help? I'm just doing it out of concern. As soon as Ning Fan was mentioned, the pressure on the group of old monsters of the eastern sky suddenly lessened. The dark cloud that shrouded their hearts slightly dispersed. They deeply believed that as long as Ning Fan comes to their rescue, they would have a way to deal with the foreign race's half-step saints no matter how many of them there are. Emperor Tsung listened to the advice of some old monsters and began to contact Ning Fan. He was also a little worried that Ning Fan might encounter some trouble on the way. After all, he already knew that Ning Fan could travel freely in the Boundary River without the help of a battle boat. Based on his speed, he should have reached the 6th path a few days ago. However, he had yet to arrive even after such a long time. Ding ding ding. It was Emperor Tsung's voice transmitting Jade Talisman. He was trying to get in touch with Ning Fan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was the sound of successfully contacting Ning Fan. However, due to the interference of the magnetic force of the Realm River, the effect of the voice transmission was not very ideal. Sometimes, it would be accompanied by a buzzing noise. This was very annoying, but with Grey Deity's cultivation, he had no way to change it. Alliance Master, are you looking for me? Ning Fan's voice resounded from the other end of the Jade Talisman. Ning Fan roughly knew that the Heaven Emperor was looking for him for official business. In private, he would directly address Song Di as Dao Brother, but when it came to official matters, he would address Song Di as Alliance Leader to show respect. Yes. You've already left the 9th path for 10 days, but you still haven't reached the Boundary Steel. The other fellow Daoists and I are worried that you might have run into some trouble on the way. Upon hearing what he said, Ning Fan's laughter seemed to resound from the other end of the Jade Talisman. It was the laughter of someone who was in a good mood. It wasn't just because he had just experienced a great victory and crushed the Black Tortoise Pass with his own strength. Moreover, because Emperor Tsong and the others cared for him from the bottom of their hearts, he felt warmth. Among the first 10 Eastern Sky cultivators, 9 of them were hostile towards Ning Fan because Ning Fan's reputation was just too bad. Today, however, it was different. Ning Fan and countless old monsters of the Eastern Sky had become comrades and comrades in arms. It was a relationship where they shed their blood together. It was a relationship where men entrusted their lives to each other. They were men who guarded the Eastern Sky together. Ning Fan was not sure about those cultivators of the Eastern Sky who did not participate in the battle. At least, he could no longer find anyone who was hostile towards him among the allied forces of the Realm River Alliance. On the battlefield, they were comrades who entrusted their lives to Ning Fan. If the battle ends and they return to the Eastern Sky, they would not become enemies again. Instead, they would retain their comrades-in-arms relationship. You seem to be in a good mood? You don't seem to have run into any trouble, right? That's good. Knowing that Ning Fan was safe and sound, Song Di heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. All the old monsters at the scene were infected by Ning Fan's laughter from the jade talisman. The pressure they felt was instantly reduced. It was as if they no longer had to worry about their current predicament as long as they heard Ning Fan's voice. Since you didn't meet with any trouble on the way, hurry up and come to the Boundary Steel Pass. We're still waiting for you to come up with a plan to teach the foreign races a lesson. Emperor Tsong said. This might not work. I can't send my clone to the Boundary Steel Pass right now. I have to stay at the Mystic Martial Pass for now. Before Ning Fan could finish his words, all the old monsters present had already sucked in a cold breath. What did they hear? Ning Fan said that he was currently at the Black Tortoise Gate. What kind of joke was this? Did he not want to live anymore? He actually snuck into the Black Tortoise Pass alone? Sneaked into the territory of the non-humankind? What? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were hiding in the Black Tortoise Gate? You want to cooperate with us and break through the Black Tortoise Gate in one fell swoop? I don't know how you managed to sneak into the Black Martial Gate. Quickly cut off the communication. Don't let the half-saint of the Black Martial Gate detect you. Once they find out that you're in the Black Tortoise Gate, you'll be in great danger. However, this is also an opportunity, an excellent opportunity for us to coordinate with each other from the inside and outside. Emperor Tsong's powerful imagination had already conjured up a scene in his mind. The reason why Ning Fan had yet to arrive at the Boundary Steel Pass was because he had secretly sneaked into the inner part of the Black Tortoise Gate. To ordinary people, wanting to sneak into the Black Tortoise Gate without being detected by the 4 half-saint experts of the non-humankind was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, to Ning Fan, it was not an impossible task. Ning Fan definitely wanted to cooperate with them and take back the Black Tortoise Gate in one fell swoop. That was why he deliberately sneaked into the Black Tortoise Gate. No wonder he had yet to arrive. It turned out that he was actually planning such a dangerous thing. A moment of carelessness and he would be attacked by all the experts of the Black Tortoise Gate together and die without a burial place. Emperor Tsong thought of this possibility in his mind. In an instant, he actually felt a little touched. The eyes of the handsome young man were filled with tears. He was touched that Ning Fan did not hesitate to take the risk in order to protect the Eastern Heaven. This action was too similar to that half-saint emperor who sacrificed himself for the greater good. In the ancient times, there were many people who lamented and sang sorrowful songs. The ancients did not deceive me. They did not deceive me. How intelligent were the other old monsters of the Eastern Heaven? In an instant, they also imagined Ning Fan's various plans of sneaking into the Black Tortoise Gate and attempting to break through the gate by coordinating with each other from the inside and outside. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's position in everyone's hearts became even more majestic. His selfless character and persistence towards the greater good had touched the hearts of the iron-blooded men one after another. In the cold and selfish cultivation world, how many people would dare to sacrifice their bodies and sneak into the enemy's hinterland for the rise and fall of the world? How courageous, how hot-blooded, that was what a man should be like, from the beginning to the end. Not a single one of them thought that Ning Fan sneaked into the Black Tortoise Gate to fight against 10,000 enemies and attack the Black Tortoise Gate head-on. What was even more unexpected was that Ning Fan had already flattened the entire Black Tortoise Gate and annihilated all the foreign races in this place. None of the 4 half-saint realm enemies managed to escape. It's not what you think it is. On the other side of the jade talisman, Ning Fan felt that Emperor Tsong and the others had misunderstood something. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is what happened. 3 days ago, I arrived at the 6th water path. Then, I seized the opportunity and broke through the Black Tortoise Gate. Because it's very difficult for me to repair the formation of the Black Tortoise Gate in a short period of time with my strength alone, I was afraid that the enemy would come back and occupy this gate again. Therefore, I temporarily can't leave and I have to guard this place. Silence. It was as silent as death, be it Emperor Tsong or Old Devil Bai, all of them were dumbfounded. They were shocked by the shocking content that Ning Fan said in a calm tone. Alliance Lord, quickly move the main forces of the Boundary Steel to the Black Tortoise Gate. Only by rebuilding the Black Tortoise Gate and repairing the formation can this gate be considered to have completely returned to the hands of the Eastern Sky cultivators. Ning Fan suggested. Silence. It was still as silent as death. Emperor Tsong was the first to recover from his shock. His expression was extremely interesting. He said to Ning Fan with a very serious tone. Be more serious. The matter of the Black Tortoise Gate is related to the situation of the sixth water path and the success or failure of the Boundary River. You can't joke around. He felt that Ning Fan was just joking when he said that he would take back the Black Tortoise Gate. The other old monsters of the eastern sky also felt that Ning Fan was joking. None of them thought that Ning Fan could crush the enemy's 4 half-saint realm experts, 22 immortal emperors and more than 200 immortal venerables and immortal kings on his own and flatten the Black Tortoise Gate. It was too fantastical, even a quasi-saint realm expert might not be able to do it. Wasn't there a famous Taoist Xianxia among the 4 half-saint realm experts of the enemy? He had even poisoned a quasi-saint realm expert to death. How powerful was he? Moreover, this person might have already found a way to deal with the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul. How could he let Ning Fan break through the gate so easily? I'm very serious. Ning Fan's slightly helpless voice resounded from the other end of the jade talisman. He knew that the things he had done would make countless people suffer a great blow. But what can he do about it? I'm strong. It's all my fault. You should know that there are many existences in the foreign races who are much stronger than me. There's also the blood god Gung Wu. If you know that the foreign races have the blood god Gung Wu, I'm afraid you will directly feel despair about the future of the eastern sky. Sure enough, the matter about the blood god Gung Wu should not be talked about recklessly. It would really shake the morale of the army. However, it was also undeniable that this would cause Emperor Tsong and the others to misjudge the strategy of pacifying the Boundary River. Did you really take back the Black Tortoise Gate all by yourself? This question was not asked by Emperor Tsong but by Old Devil White, who had the reputation of the Azure Sky White Jade Building. Unlike the others, Old Devil White did not doubt the authenticity of Ning Fan's words at all. His personality was similar to Ning Fan's. If he had sufficient strength, he would also dare to attack the enemy alone and flatten the Black Tortoise Gate. The problem was that he did not have that strength. Previously, when he was besieged by 3 half-saint realm experts, he was actually at a disadvantage. Out of desperation, he took the risk and revealed a flaw. Fortunately, the water buffalo god fell for it. That was how he managed to severely injure the unlucky water buffalo god. The cultivators of the eastern sky admired him even more because of this battle achievement. Because of this, the enemies were also more vigilant against him. Only Old Devil White himself knew that the same battle achievement could not be replicated for the second time. If he is besieged by the water buffalo god and the other 2 half-saint realm experts again, they will definitely not fall for it again. As for him, he would also be defeated by the 3 half-saint realm experts due to his lack of strength. He did not have the strength to fight against the 3 half-saint realm experts. He also did not have the strength to defeat the 4 half-saint realm experts including Taoist Xianxia. If there are another 22 immortal emperors, 200 immortal venerables and immortal kings besieging him, Old Devil White broke out in cold sweat just thinking about it. Could Ning Fan really do it? If that's the case, Ning Fan was not just a little bit stronger than him. He had always thought that even though Ning Fan was stronger than him, his strength was limited, yes. Ning Fan had no choice but to answer again. We need to prove it. This is a serious matter. We mustn't play around with it. Old Devil White's voice trembled a little. That's easy. I will send part of the recording of this battle to them. Ning Fan had no choice but to send part of the recording of this battle to them. However, some of the information related to the ghost flower of the netherworld were hidden, making the recording obviously look like it had been edited and was not complete. Even so, it was enough for Emperor Tsong and the others to confirm the authenticity of Ning Fan's words. Through the recording, Ning Fan's invincible figure of crushing the foreign races was deeply imprinted in the eyes of each and every eastern sky cultivator. It cannot be faked. Ning Fan really destroyed the Black Tortoise Pass with just his strength alone. After a moment of dead silence, the group of old monsters suddenly began to cheer to vent the ecstasy in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they were still worrying about attacking the Black Tortoise Pass. At the next moment, they directly received the news that the Black Tortoise Pass had already been destroyed. How could they not be happy? Ning Fan was definitely the biggest contributor to the Boundary River meeting. Ning Fan was indeed the hope of the eastern sky. He was too reliable. The report of the battle in the Black Tortoise Pass quickly spread across the Boundary Steel Pass. Very soon, the pass fell into a sea of cheers. Emperor Song and the others were overjoyed. However, they also knew that the most important thing at this moment was not to celebrate but to mobilize troops to enter the Black Tortoise Pass. They had to repair the formation of the Black Tortoise Pass and link all the formations of the passes into one. In this way, it would be unprecedentedly difficult for the immortal emperors of the foreign races to come out of the water. In this way, the plan to repair the immortal sovereign's seal and completely seal the foreign races could also be carried out. The chaos of the Boundary River would be settled soon. Great joy. Great joy. Of course, there were also some people who were not so happy. Old Devil White seemed to have been petrified. He stood on the same spot as if he had suffered a heavy blow. It was not that he was not happy about this victory. It was just that the blow he received was too deep and too heavy. The former number one devil of the eastern sky was not only surpassed by the later generations, but also surpassed by a few streets. That kind of feeling was really unpleasant. Brother White, are you all right? Emperor Jinheng saw the abnormality of Old Devil White and asked with a sigh. I'm fine. Let me take a break. Just let me take a break. I'm old. I'm really old. The younger generation will surpass us in time. There is no ship that can accommodate this old man in the torrent of the new era. The new waves of the Yangtze River push the old waves. I really can't not admit that I'm old. This era is no longer the era of me, Bai Yulo, nor is it the Sunluo era that has passed. It doesn't belong to Emperor Song, the Taurus Palace or the Godly Void Pavilion. This era is called Ning Fan. It's called Ning Fan. Old Devil White said with a heavy blow. After the blow, he also felt gratified and relieved. His state of mind had improved. It turned out that his state of mind had always been restrained by the false title of the number one devil of the eastern sky. When Ning Fan completely shattered this false title, Old Devil White finally felt how broad the path of cultivation was in front of him and how limited his vision was all along. His path to the quasi-saint realm seemed to be a little clearer now. Emperor Song led his army to the Black Tortoise Pass and rebuilt it. The formations on the surface of the entire eastern boundary river were finally connected as one. Even on days when the sun was not shining brightly, the surface of the water was still sparkling. That light was not the reflection of sunlight but the hidden formation light. Under the suppression of such formation light, it would be unprecedentedly difficult for the experts of the foreign races above the immortal emperor realm to get out of the water in the future. However, in Ning Fan's opinion, that great divine priest of the foreign races most likely still had a way to deal with this situation. The sparkling light on the surface of the water was weakening day by day at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the sign that the power of the immortal sovereign's seal was gradually dissipating. It was time to repair the immortal sovereign's seal. However, Emperor Song and the others could not move immediately. The formations on the surface of the eastern boundary river had just been connected as one. There were still many arrangements to be made on the surface of the water to increase the success rate of repairing the immortal sovereign's seal. These arrangements could be completed by Emperor Song and the others. Naturally, there was no need for a great deity like Ning Fan to do it. Experts would always receive preferential treatment no matter where they go. These arrangements would take a lot of time. Ning Fan could only wait. Of course, he was not just waiting idly. This period of time was just right for him to absorb the many benefits he had obtained from the previous battles. Killing on the battlefield was the fastest way to improve one's strength. The larger the scale of the battle, the greater the benefits a cultivator could obtain. They could obtain cultivation resources that were tens of times more than what they would obtain during normal cultivation. However, in the crossroads between life and death, one's cultivation realm would be solidified and their comprehension would be increased. Ning Fan was currently in such a situation. After coming to the Boundary River for tens of years, he had obtained countless cultivation resources and his strength had entered a period of rapid improvement. Sometimes, it was not necessarily a good thing for one's strength to rise too quickly. It would cause one's foundation to be unstable and one's cultivation realm to be superficial. Fortunately, Ning Fan had experienced a lot of battles during this period of time. His superficial cultivation realm had long been solidified through countless bloody battles. His chi was now as vast as the mountains and seas. When he sat in meditation with his legs crossed, a massive aura force that could engulf the sun and moon gradually appeared between each breath. Engulfing the sun and moon was the breathing aura force that only a true quasi-saint realm expert could possess. Ning Fan was just an immortal king realm cultivator, but he was actually able to do it. Countless cultivators of the Alliance were impressed by him and he gained more admirers. The myriad world's red dot and the poison sac of the green wave fire poison. Ning Fan had spent several months devouring and refining these two items. The power of his poison yin yang had nearly doubled, allowing him to advance further on the path of minor completion of the sovereign realm. However, there was still a long way to go before he could truly attain the middle level of the sovereign realm. He would need to devour at least another 6 to 7 types of the most poisonous items in the world before he could attain the middle level of the sovereign realm. The benefits of increasing the power of yin-yang poison were very obvious. The power of Ning Fan's poison attacks had become stronger and his poison resistance had also become higher. If he were to fight Daoist Xianwei again right now, he would at most suffer minor injuries even if he forgoes his defense and forcefully withstands Daoist Xianwei's poison attacks. However, if he puts up his defense, Daoist Xianwei's poison attacks would not be able to hurt him at all. Ning Fan did not know how strong his current poison resistance was. Based on his estimation, it should at least be a lot stronger than Daoist Xianwei's myriad poison primordial body. The immemorial devil herbs that he obtained from Daoist Xianwei included many body refinement pills. All of them made Ning Fan's physical body slightly stronger. After doing all these, Ning Fan began to use the power of the divine pearl to continue cultivating the Xianxia heavenly hook jade. The tear of the mermaid when Aphrodite was in love could increase his absorption speed of water elemental power by hundreds of times. However, a drop of tear could only be used for a day. The divine pearl was different. According to Ning Fan's estimation, it could be used for at least a few months, allowing him to absorb water elemental power 1,000 times faster than normal. Of course, this was just Ning Fan's initial estimation. He would only know the exact effect after using it. Ning Fan began to cultivate the 4th volume of the Heavenly Hook Jade. The limit of the 3rd volume was to cultivate the Heavenly Hook Jade to 1,000 pieces. The 4th volume could allow him to cultivate 10,000 pieces. The Heavenly Hook Sacred Scroll was the ultimate art of the ancestor of the Heavenly Hook Fish clan, Ancestor Xianxia. It was said that there were 12 complete volumes of the Heavenly Hook Sacred Scroll. However, Ning Fan only obtained the first 6 volumes of this cultivation method from the Heavenly Hook Fish clan. The remaining volumes must have been lost in the river of time. After 8 months, Ning Fan finally used up all the power of the divine pearl. During these 8 months, the number of Heavenly Hook Jade he had increased from 1,000 pieces to 2,500 pieces. Ning Fan had to admit that the Heavenly Hook Jade was getting harder to cultivate in the later stages. Ning Fan was already very satisfied with his current progress. The explosive power of the ocean-defying sword had greatly improved. Without the help of the divine pearl, Ning Fan would need at least 1 to 200 years to cultivate another 1,500 pieces of Heavenly Hook Jade. If he wants to completely cultivate the remaining contents of the 4th volume, he would need at least 1,000 years. The 5th volume could cultivate 100,000 pieces of Heavenly Hook Jade. The 6th volume could allow him to cultivate 1 million pieces of Heavenly Hook Jade. According to the introduction of the Heavenly Hook Sacred Scroll, among the cultivation methods that Ning Fan had yet to obtain, the 7th volume could allow him to cultivate 10 million pieces of Heavenly Hook Jade. The 8th volume would exceed 100 million, the 9th volume would exceed 1 billion, the 10th volume would exceed 10 billion, the 11th volume would exceed 10 billion and the 12th volume would require 100 billion. Even if Ning Fan could maintain the cultivation speed of the 4th volume, he would need at least 10,000 years to cultivate the 5th volume under normal conditions. The 6th volume would require more than 100,000 years, the 7th volume would require 1 million years, the 8th volume would require 10 million years, the 9th volume would require 100 million years, the 10th volume would require 1 billion years, the 11th volume would require 10 billion years and the 12th volume would require 100 billion years. Ning Fan was rather doubtful whether Ancestor Xianxia, who created the Heavenly Hook Sacred Scroll, had really cultivated this ability to the highest level. One should know that it had only been 1 billion years since the era of immortal sovereign Zido. Perhaps that Ancestor Xianxia has a Water Dao supreme treasure that can greatly speed up the cultivation of the Heavenly Hook Jade. Ning Fan guessed inwardly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. On this day, in the Black Tortoise Pass, a few figures suddenly appeared. With a secret technique, they silently dived to the bottom of the Realm River. These people were none other than Ming Fan and his group, who were trying to enter the bottom of the sixth path to repair the immortal sovereign realm's seal. Ming Fan, Old Devil Bai, Emperor Tsang, Emperor Su Kong, Emperor Shen Kong, 8 scenery emperors, Emperor Jin Heng and Luo Ho. This time, only these 8 people would be participating in the operation. The weakest among them was close to the 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperor realm. Those whose strength was lower than this standard would not be of much help to repairing the seal even if they participate in the operation. Instead, they might expose their whereabouts due to the large number of participants and be attacked by the foreign races. Since they were going to the hinterland of the foreign races, Ming Fan had to inform Emperor Tsang and the others about the true strength of the foreign races, a strength that even the Taurus Palace did not know about. That was the existence of the blood god Dark Crow. When Emperor Tsang and the others found out that there was actually a blood god Dark Crow at the bottom of the water of the foreign races, all of them sucked in a cold breath. They became even more cautious about the operation this time. This was the result that Ming Fan wanted. He did not want Emperor Tsang and the others to misjudge the strength of the foreign races and make a mistake in their plan. According to the ancient records of my Taurus Palace, there are a total of 12 immortal sovereign realm seals at the bottom of the world river. They are located in the 12 water paths. However, 11 of them are just illusions. Only the seal on the 6th path is real. Therefore, if we want to repair the immortal sovereign realm seals that are getting weaker day by day, the first thing we have to do is to repair the real seal on the 6th path. Everyone, please take a look at this map of mine. The real seal on the 6th path has a total of 3 sealed towers. We don't need to visit all of the sealed towers. We just need to go to any one of them and we will be able to repair the immortal sovereign realm seals. Among the 3 sealed towers, one of them is located in the divine palace of the foreign races. It is the place where the great divine priest of the foreign races personally guards. It is also the place where the foreign races gather their troops. The sealed tower here is naturally not something that we can covet. As for the 2nd sealed tower, it is located in the territory of the Divine Lotus clan. According to the records of my Taurus Palace, the Divine Lotus clan is a super clan in the East World River. There are more than 3 quasi-saints guarding the sealed tower in the clan all year round. 3 quasi-saints aren't people we can fight against. That's why this tower isn't our target. Our target is the last sealed tower. The 3rd sealed tower is located in the territory of the Heavenly Shadow clan. The Heavenly Shadow clan used to be a super clan in the East Border River. However, something happened to this clan in antiquity times. The entire clan was destroyed. Even the 3 sage-to-be who guarded the sealed tower and the sealed tower itself were destroyed. Now, only a few immortal sovereigns of the Heavenly Shadow clan are active in the various water paths. They are no longer as prosperous as they used to be. However, the original territory of the Heavenly Shadow clan is now a wasteland that no one cares about. It is said that there is a huge amount of karma left in this place. Therefore, ordinary cultivators don't dare to stay here for a long time. Since the sealed tower has been destroyed, there is no need to send people to guard it. Therefore, the great divine priests of the foreign clans don't have many soldiers stationed here. Occasionally, there will be a few immortal sovereigns of the foreign clans who come here to cultivate their karma. Although the 3rd sealed tower has been destroyed, the Taurus Palace has the pagoda repair technique that the immortal sovereign gave us. It can be repaired. The sealed tower is the medium that connects the seals of the East World River. We need the power of the sealed tower to repair the seals of the immortal sovereign in the East World River. Now, I will explain the details of the plan. First, we need to sneak into the remains of the Heavenly Shadow clan and eliminate the few immortal sovereigns who are cultivating there. We don't want them to disturb us. Second, we need to repair the sealed tower. Third, which is also the most dangerous step, we need to repair the immortal sovereign's seals after we repair the sealed tower. This is extremely dangerous. As long as the sealed tower reappears in the East World River, the foreign clans will definitely sense it and send an army to eliminate us. This place is under the water of the foreign clans. They have as many immortal sovereigns, half-saints and half-saints as they want. Killing us will be as easy as flipping their palms. It's hard to say whether we can withstand the attacks of the foreign clans and repair the immortal sovereign's seals. Even if we succeed, we will certainly be besieged by the half-saints of the foreign clans. It's also hard to say how many of us can return from the East World River alive. Then, this old man will ask you one last time. Have you really decided to take the risk of dying in this operation? It's still not too late to back out now. The water of the East World River was cold. The moment Ning Fan jumped into the river, he recalled the last question of the Golden Hang Emperor before the operation. It's still not too late to back out now. However, even though Emperor Tsong and the others struggled silently, none of them chose to back out in the end. All of them were prepared to die before they joined this operation. It did not mean that these people's consciousness was really high or that they really cared about the rise and fall of the world and the welfare of the common people. Most people were selfish. Those who selflessly returned the favor to the world were the minority after all. However, no matter how selfish or cold-blooded a person was, he or she would more or less have some restraints and reluctance in this world. After all, the truly cold-blooded and heartless devils were only the minority in the cultivation world. Besides, it was impossible for such people to participate in the meeting of the East World River. If they do not participate in the operation to repair the immortal sovereign's seals, they would certainly be safe for the time being. However, it was also possible that the repair of the immortal sovereign's seals would fail due to the lack of their own strength. In that case, the power of the seals would eventually be exhausted one day. In that case, the iron hooves of the foreign clans would once again invade the eastern sky in the near future. Moreover, the scale of the invasion this time would certainly be much larger than the last time. After all, during the previous invasion of the foreign clans, the remaining power of the immortal sovereign's seals still remained, which limited the scale of the invading army. The enemies did not even have any half-saints. However, it was different this time. There were too many experts of the foreign clans coming out of the water. How many immortal sovereigns had Ning Fan killed on the surface of the water before the full-scale war began? There should be more than dozens of them. How many half-saints were there? The scale of the chaos in the East World River this time was just too huge. This was the evidence that the power of the immortal sovereign's seals was almost exhausted. If they let the power of the immortal sovereign's seals continue to be exhausted, the half-saints of the foreign clans would also come out of the water. Even that blood god Jiao Wu that Ning Fan mentioned might come out of the water and invade the eastern sky. No one was born to be selfless. At least, Ning Fan was not. Even if he was putting himself in danger now, he was not doing it for the sake of the world. Instead, he was doing it for those few people. World Technique, Space Isolation. Emperor Jin Heng activated a secret technique which was said to be obtained from the Beast clan of the Northern Heaven Realm. As soon as this technique was activated, an invisible spatial barrier appeared around Ning Fan and his group, concealing their traces. They were obviously not hiding themselves. However, the low-grade foreign clans that were patrolling in the surroundings could not see them at all, even though they were very close to them. Occasionally, a big fish would pass by and hit them, but it would magically pass through the space barrier from one end to the other without hitting them. It was Ning Fan's first time seeing such a miraculous spatial secret technique. He could not help but think highly of Emperor Jin Heng's strength. With the help of Emperor Jin Heng, Ning Fan and his group did not need to hide themselves anymore. They quietly sneaked into the territory of the Heavenly Shadow Clan. As far as their eyes could see, there were countless collapsed sea peaks, decayed coral rocks and a rocky ground that was riddled with holes. This was the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow Clan. Due to the mysterious destruction of the clan in the past, this place was still covered with a layer of strange red mist that could not be extinguished by water and fire. Having mist underwater was supposed to be a marvelous sight. Besides, this red mist was extremely beautiful. It covered the ruins like a fairyland. However, Ning Fan and his group did not have the mood to appreciate the beautiful red mist. It was because this red mist was nothing else but karma that was so massive that it had materialized. To ordinary cultivators, it was an extremely ominous thing that they should not touch. Every evil deed in this world would produce karma. Among them, the karma generated by killing people was the most. However, karma would dissipate. It was extremely rare to see a place like the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow Clan where people had died countless years ago but still retained a massive amount of karma. The karma in this place gave Ning Fan an ominous feeling. His body instinctively did not want to enter this place. However, he knew that he had no choice but to go there. Even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he still had to enter it. The magnetic force at the bottom of the world river is too strong. Ordinary spirit sense can't spread too far, especially in a place like this where karma is everywhere. You can't use your spirit sense recklessly. I heard that fellow Taoist Ning has an ancient treasure-searching compass. Can you use it to check if there are any immortal emperors of the enemy forces in this place? Emperor Jinheng asked. Ning Fan nodded and activated the treasure-searching compass. He set the compass to search for the immortal emperors of the enemy forces. Not long after, 3 light spots appeared on the compass. 3 people, huh? Sure enough, there are immortal emperors of the foreign races cultivating their karma here. These people will disturb our actions and expose our whereabouts. We must eliminate them secretly. However, we can't kill them directly. When an immortal emperor dies, his life plate will certainly shatter. This will attract the attention of the foreign races. Fellow Taoist Void, when the time comes, please use your Great Kiliacosm treasure to pull these immortal emperors of the foreign races into your Great Kiliacosm. Then, we will deal with them, Emperor Jinheng said. Great Kiliacosm treasure, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. They looked at the Void Emperor. Obviously, they did not know that he actually had such a supreme treasure. Even the junior brother of the Void Emperor, Shen Space Emperor, did not know that his senior brother had such a treasure. However, Emperor Jinheng actually knew about it. From this, it could be seen that this person's ability to gather information was extremely strange. He was almost omniscient, the Void Emperor frowned. If it was in the past, he would most likely kill the person who revealed his trump card to keep it a secret. However, now was the time when they were facing a common enemy. He knew what was important and what was not. He nodded and agreed to use the Great Kiliacosm treasure. However, he smiled bitterly. Everyone, please don't overestimate my Great Kiliacosm treasure. The world it contains is just a severely damaged Great Kiliacosm, #KNBNTBRDX9YVLXPKDB. The illusory world that Ning Fan was in was just a complete great thousand worlds. After learning that the world of the Void Emperor's Great Kiliacosm was not in perfect condition but a damaged one, everyone's expression relaxed. However, they were still somewhat surprised. The weight of time and space contained in a complete Great Kiliacosm could directly crush an ancient Great Cultivator to death. Even if it was just a damaged Great Kiliacosm, it was enough to imprison some immortal emperors who were not considered strong. It was very suitable to imprison the immortal emperors of the alien race who were cultivating in this place. Brother Bai, you can use the clear heaven white jade building to cover our heads. This treasure has a miraculous effect in restraining karma. Emperor Jinheng said. Old Devil Bai nodded. He raised the small white jade building in his hand and released a cloud of light to cover everyone. As soon as the building's ability was activated, the surrounding karma was immediately suppressed. Seeing that, Emperor Jinheng gave them a few more instructions. Then, he led the team into the depths of the ruins. Emperor Jinheng's cultivation base was not the highest among them. However, as the tourist palace was located in an ancient town and guarded the Boundary River, he knew many secrets about the Boundary River the best. Thus, he was the one who gave the orders for this trip. According to Ning Fan's treasure-searching compass, there was an immortal emperor of the alien race in each of the northwestern, northeastern and southeastern corners of the ruins. They were in seclusion there. Because the spatial barrier of the Realm Beast clan was extremely good at concealing itself, everyone hid within the barrier and quietly approached one of the immortal emperors of the alien race. Surprisingly, no one noticed them at all. It was a sixth tribulation immortal emperor of the dragon crab race. His huge body was lying on top of a collapsed building, carefully absorbing the karma of this place. The dragon crab race had an extremely high resistance to karma. That was why he dared to absorb the karma that ordinary cultivators would avoid like snakes and scorpions. Of course, he did not dare to absorb too much each time. At this moment, this immortal emperor of the dragon crab race was carefully pulling the surrounding karma into an extremely thin red line and chewing it into his stomach. All of a sudden, a faint spatial fluctuation appeared around them. The fluctuation was extremely weak, so weak that only the nearby dragon crab race immortal emperors could sense it. Those who were too far away could not sense it. The moment the spatial fluctuation appeared, the dragon crab race immortal emperor felt the world spin. In the next moment, he was forcefully pulled into the Void Emperor's realm treasure. This was a dilapidated world that was suffused with gray aura, and it had been abandoned for countless years. Even then, it still caused the expression of the dragon crab race's immortal emperor to change violently, and he spoke with shock and fury. "Which clan are you from, fellow Taoist? How dare you imprison me with the legendary Great Kiliacosm realm treasure? My name is Xianxia, and I am a subordinate of the divine priest. Is there any misunderstanding here?" He spoke in the language of the outsiders. Of course, no one on the scene could understand it. Ning Fan was the only one who understood the language of the foreign races. Misunderstanding? Haha, there's no misunderstanding. You're the one I'm trying to capture. Stay here. As soon as he said that, the figures of Ning Fan and his group quietly appeared in this desolate world. Hiss. White-robed Yama. And he actually brought so many Eastern Heaven immortal emperors. My life is over. The face of the dragon crab race's immortal emperor instantly turned pale with fright. Just Ning Fan alone was enough to make him realize that he was doomed. Besides, there were actually so many Eastern Heaven immortal emperors following behind Ning Fan. How could he possibly survive today? He could not escape even if he wanted to. After being imprisoned in this world, he would not be able to find a spatial crack to escape from this place without a few days of time. Then, here came the question. Would Ning Fan and his group give him a few days to slowly find the exit and escape? Rumble in just one exchange, the dragon crab race's immortal emperor was subdued by Ning Fan and his group. After knocking him unconscious, he was temporarily sealed in this world. They did not kill him. If they did, the foreign races would immediately notice that something had changed in this place. There are two more. The group exited the world and hid under the spatial barrier again. They approached the place where another immortal emperor of the foreign races was in seclusion and captured him in the same way. Not long after that, the last immortal emperor of the foreign races who was in seclusion was also captured. We can begin to repair the sealed tower now. But before that, we need to set up some concealment formations on this ruin. If the experts of the foreign races who are passing by sense the fluctuations here, it will not be good. There is a concealment formation in my Taurus Palace called the Four Corners Formation. It requires 4 fellow Taoists to occupy a corner each and control it at the same time. They cannot leave their positions without permission. Once this formation is activated, it can deceive even a first-level quasi-saint. If fellow Taoist Ning Severing Fate Sword is guarding the eye of the formation, it can even deceive a second-level quasi-saint. Fellow Taoist Ning, can you lend me your sword? Emperor Jinheng asked. Of course. Ning Fan nodded and summoned the Severing Fate Sword, temporarily lending it to Emperor Jinheng. After observing the ruins for a long time, Emperor Jinheng roughly figured out the general layout of this place. He chose the location of the main formation eye and inserted the Severing Fate Sword into it. Then, he asked Su Kong, Shen Kong, Ba Jing and Luo Ho to each guard a corner of the ruin. With the combined strength of the 4 of them, they activated the formation marks of the Four Corners Formation. All of a sudden, the heavenly secrets of the entire ruin were cut off. Not a single trace of magic power could leak out from it. As a result, even if Ning Fan's group were to create a huge disturbance inside, it would not be easy for others to detect them. The Four Corners Formation cannot be separated from people. Fellow Taoist Su Kong and the others must guard the formation. They can't participate in the repair of the sealed tower. Therefore, only the 4 of us are the ones who are actually repairing the tower. Fellow Taoist Ning, please use the treasure-searching compass to locate the exact location of the sealed tower. The sealed tower has its own concealment function. Even if the sealed tower has been damaged for many years, no one will be able to detect its location easily. Even with the help of the treasure-searching compass, Ning Fan still spent a long time to barely find the approximate location of the sealed tower. Emperor Jinheng led Ning Fan, Bai Yulo and Emperor Tsong to the approximate location of the sealed tower. Then, they sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to chant scriptures. The scripture was called the Great Purple Battle Devil Sealing Scripture. It could be used to communicate with the sealed tower and summon it out of its concealed state. One day passed. 2 days passed. On the third day, a purple light suddenly shone brightly above a certain ruin. A demon tower with a bull horn that was made from purple jade appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was one of the 3 sealed towers in the 6th path. It was severely damaged. The cracks on the tower's body were repaired, but the corrosion was severe. There were also countless seaweed and shells living on it. Not a single bit of sealing power was left in the tower. This was an abandoned tower. Countless years ago, it was destroyed together with the Heaven Shadow clan. The surface of the tower was densely packed with damaged runes. Those runes were written in at least hundreds of languages. All of them were the languages of the ancient cultivators. Even with Ning Fan's experience, he could only recognize a few of them. Ancient divine language, ancient demon language, ancient devil language, ancient barbaric language, these words were repeated over and over again. All of them contained the same content. Purple star on the left, star duel on the right. Open your eyes, it is a dream. Close your eyes, it is emptiness. This was not the first time Ning Fan had seen this incantation engraved on the sealed tower. This incantation was engraved on the 9 heavenly desolation stone gates that were connected to the true world. In the past, Ning Fan had also heard this incantation from Daoist Musang on the Wood Island. Immortal Sovereign Zido seemed to like carving this incantation everywhere. Legend has it that this incantation contained a divine ability that the Immortal Sovereign had left behind. Unfortunately, even though Ning Fan had studied this incantation for many years, he still could not understand the key point of this incantation. He no longer looked at the incantation. Instead, he followed Emperor Jin Heng and began to repair the sealed tower. Repairing the tower was just the first step in repairing the Immortal Sovereign's seal. The immortal materials used to repair the tower were all provided by Emperor Jin Heng. They were taken from the storehouse of the Taurus Palace. Many of them were passed down from ancient times. Under the leadership of Emperor Jin Heng, the work of repairing the tower went smoothly. 10 days later, the sealed tower was fully repaired. A brand new tower with ox horns appeared before everyone's eyes. This tower emitted a strong will. Except for Ning Fan, who had the yin-yang battle power which gave him a high resistance against willpower, the rest of them were pressured by that will to the point that they could not breathe. This is the Immortal Sovereign's will. I didn't expect that after so many years, this tower actually still retains such a level of Immortal Sovereign's will. If this tower is in its peak condition, I'm afraid we won't even be able to get within 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, of this tower. Emperor Tsong and the others sighed with emotion. The sealed tower had also been repaired. The next step was the most crucial one. They needed to send someone into the tower and use the power of the sealed tower to add the repair materials to the Immortal Sovereign's seal in the entire world river. Only one person could enter the sealed tower at a time. There was no exception. Therefore, they did not need everyone to enter the tower. As long as they can complete this task, no matter how powerful the foreign races were, they would not be able to cause trouble on a large scale again. However, the person who is sent into the tower would have to bear a huge risk. If they are not careful, their reincarnation cycle would be directly destroyed by the sealing power of the tower. The person who died in this way would be forgotten by all the living beings in the reincarnation cycle. Forgotten, this is really the style of Immortal Sovereign Zido. Speaking of which, Immortal Sovereign Zido's reincarnation power originally contained the power to erase memories. Then, among the 4 of them, who should be sent to take the risk to repair the sealed tower? I'll go. I know the most about repairing seals. Emperor Jin Heng's expression showed that he was struggling. In the end, he sighed and said, I am the leader of the alliance. Since this matter is dangerous, I naturally should be the one to do it. Emperor Tsong smiled bitterly and shook his head. Humph. My cultivation base is the highest. Of course, I should be the one to go. If you all repair the tower, the failure rate is too high. Old Devil Bai said awkwardly. These 3 people were actually fighting to enter the sealed tower, as if they were not afraid of the dangers of the sealed tower at all. Of course, they were not really fearless. It was just that there were things that real men should do and things that they should not do. However, there were some beliefs that must be carried out. Even though there were millions of people, they still had to go. In the beginning, every young man's heart was filled with hot-bloodedness. However, that hot-bloodedness was eventually extinguished by the passage of time. Emperor Song and the others were no longer hot-blooded and impulsive young men. At this moment, they were actually fighting to take the risk. It made Ning Fan's heart tremble. All of a sudden, he recalled all kinds of hot-blooded and impulsive scenes when he was young. Hot-blooded people who took risks were stupid. Only those who were wise enough to protect themselves were wise. The former could easily die in the long river of cultivation without causing much of a splash. The latter, on the other hand, could usually survive until the end. Compared to those shrewd and sophisticated faces, Ning Fan felt that Emperor Song and the others who were fighting to take the risk were more adorable. "I think it's better for me to go." Ning Fan finally spoke. He was not as noble as Emperor Song and the others. His motive was very simple. He wanted to cultivate the immortal sovereign's seal so that he would have a higher success rate compared to the others. Among the immortal emperors present, the one who understood immortal sovereign Zido's power the most was Ning Fan, who used to be his disciple. He was familiar with immortal sovereign Zido's will pressure. He was familiar with immortal sovereign Zido's reincarnation wind mist. Emperor Song and the others might face a life-or-death situation when they tried to repair the seal. As for him, he was not facing such a huge risk. Even if he could not succeed in repairing the seal, he was confident that he could protect himself. However, the others did not know that Ning Fan had the confidence to protect himself. When Emperor Song and the others saw that Ning Fan was actually fighting for his life like them, all of them were moved. They were filled with emotions and had a higher opinion of Ning Fan's character. The four of them competed for a while. In the end, Ning Fan won the chance to enter the sealed tower. This made Emperor Song and the others feel even more ashamed. Ning Fan contributed the most in recovering the pass on the surface of the water. However, he actually took the biggest risk in repairing the immortal sovereign's seal underwater. They really felt a little apologetic. Unfortunately, the moment Ning Fan stepped into the demon tower, no one else could enter it unless Ning Fan came out. As a result, it was too late for Emperor Song and the others to enter the tower to exchange for Ning Fan. The inside of the tower was filled with the suffocating pressure of the immortal sovereign's will. At the top of the tower, countless skeletons were displayed. They were the victims who had tried to enter this place to repair or destroy the immortal sovereign's seal for various purposes. Repairing the immortal sovereign's seal was really very dangerous. These skeletons were the proof. Among them were the skeletons of cultivators, beasts of different races, immortal emperors and quasi-saints. There were at least 1,000 immortal emperors and dozens of quasi-saints who died at the top of the tower. Those who died here would lose their names and be erased from all historical records. No one knew who these people were. Even their relatives and disciples had long forgotten about their existence. If they died here, no one would remember them. If they died here, everything related to these people would be erased by the cycle of reincarnation. Therefore, after these people died, even their magic treasures and storage pouches could not be preserved. Logically speaking, Ning Fan would not be able to deduce the origins of these people from the ancient books, legends, and traces left behind at the scene. However, he was a cultivator who could communicate with all living things. He could directly talk to these skeletons and ask them about their identities. Ning Fan asked, "Who are you?" The first skeleton answered, "Immortal cultivator Zido, immortal slackening sect, immortal Huan from the ancient times." Shocking. The first skeleton that Ning Fan casually asked was actually an ancient great cultivator. "Who are you?" The second skeleton answered, "Immortal cultivator Zido, blazing origin sect, Lu Yunzhou, the fourth disciple of great Saint Lu Yuan." Someone from the blazing origin sect actually died here. What a coincidence, a disciple of the blazing origin sect and a disciple of great Saint Lu Yuan. Ning Fan remembered that great Saint Lu Yuan seemed to be the master of great Emperor Ancient Chaos. In other words, the owner of this skeleton was originally the senior brother of great Emperor Ancient Chaos, with the character of great Emperor Ancient Chaos. If he knew that there was a skeleton of a cultivator from the blazing origin sect in this place, he would definitely bring it away after his rebirth. There was only one reason why he did not come to look for this set of remains. It was because this set of remains had been forgotten by the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. This was the terrifying aspect of immortal sovereign Zido. He was able to make the people closest to him forget about him. Ning Fan sighed and continued asking. He realized that the origins of these skeletons were really from all kinds of people. There was the descendant of Ziwei. There was the descendant of Big Dipper. There was the intruder who followed immortal Emperor Zhongqing to invade the illusory world in the past. There was the spy of a certain sect in the illusory world. There was also the thief who came here to search for treasures. Eh? Search for treasures? What treasures? Is there any treasure here? Ning Fan was surprised that there was actually someone who came here with a third purpose other than repairing and destroying the seal. Very soon, Ning Fan discovered that there seemed to be more than one thief who came here to search for treasures. This sealed tower is completely empty. Could it be that there is really some treasure here? Ning Fan suppressed these greedy thoughts. Whether or not there was a treasure was not the main problem. Let's repair the seal first. The reason why he spent time talking to the skeletons was just to gather some information and understand the cause of death of these people. Unfortunately, he could not find out anything. Until now, he had not encountered any danger on his way to the top of the tower. In other words, danger would only appear after he starts repairing the immortal sovereign seal. Considering that many immortal sovereigns of Zido who tried to repair the seal had died in this place, it also meant that the risk was not controlled by immortal sovereign Zido's will. That was why he would indiscriminately kill the people who tried to touch the seal, regardless of whether they had good or bad intentions. Ning Fan pondered for a long time. Finally, he patted his storage pouch and took out a golden bamboo tube with a picture of a golden bowl on it. There was some golden powder sealed inside the bamboo tube. It was made by grinding the horns of an ancient heavenly bull. It could be used to carve formation marks on the top of the tower. Through the formation marks, hundreds and thousands of repair materials could be refined into the immortal sovereign seal. Carving the formation was not a problem for Ning Fan. In just a few hours, he finished carving the formation. Next, he only needed to follow the method taught by Emperor Jin Heng and place different types of repair materials into the respective positions of the formation eyes. There was an incense table beside the formation. After arranging the repair materials, Ning Fan took out a curved blade of the Taurus Palace which was made from the rib of a heavenly bull. He lit up a few pieces of talisman paper and began to cast the formation. Again, and again, Ning Fan waved the curved blade of the Taurus Palace like a Taoist wielding a peach-wood sword while chanting the incantation taught by Emperor Jin Heng. Gradually, the formation marks on the top of the tower began to light up. Pieces of repair materials were absorbed into the formation, turning into a massive amount of repair power that merged into the immortal sovereign seal in the entire Eastern Realm River. After a long time, the immortal sovereign seal which had been drained for many years finally received new power for the first time. All of a sudden, the power of the seal in the entire Realm River showed signs of strengthening. Countless members of the foreign races trembled in fear. The fear of immortal sovereign Zido was awakened from the depths of their bloodline. Immortal sovereign Zido was definitely not a benevolent sovereign. He had never been one. His achievement was to create the Zido Immortal Domain, which was a world where all living beings were equal. However, before he created the world, he had razed the Ziwei Immortal Domain and the Big Dipper Immortal Domain to the ground. This was the reason why the immortal cultivators of Ziwei hated the descendants of Zido. It was also the reason why they were afraid of immortal sovereign Zido. In the divine palace of the Sixth Path, the Grand Divine Sea of the foreign races was discussing something with the quasi-saints of the foreign races. All of a sudden, they sensed that the seal of the Realm River showed signs of strengthening. Their expressions immediately changed. Damn it! Why did the seal of the immortal sovereign seal suddenly strengthen? Could it be that the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven have infiltrated the Sixth Path sealed tower? We endured humiliation and made a deal with the demon Conferral Summit. We sacrificed our clansmen time and time again to worship blood god Gungwu. All we wanted was to break the seal of the Eastern Realm River and let all the immortal cultivators of Ziwei return to the mainland to kill all the descendants of Zido. We suffered untold hardships to make the seal dry up to today's situation. How can we allow outsiders to repair the seal? Kill them. All the Zido immortal cultivators deserve to be killed. Which sealed tower has been invaded? Quickly send reinforcements. The Divine Palace's sealed tower is fine, but the sealed tower of the Sky Shadow clan has been destroyed long ago. It seems that the sealed tower of the Sacred Lotus clan has a problem. Grand Divine Sea, please give the order to quickly support the Sacred Lotus clan. We must not let the ants of the Eastern Heavens successfully repair the immortal sovereign seal of the Eastern Realm River. Immediately, several quasi-saints of the foreign races wanted to help the Sacred Lotus clan, but they were stopped by the Grand Divine Sea with a gloomy face. Wrong, it's not the Sacred Lotus clan. Those Eastern Heaven cultivators don't have the ability to repair the seal under the eyes of the 3 saints of the Sacred Lotus. I'm afraid they used some unknown method to use the sealed tower of the Sky Shadow clan. The Grand Divine Sea said gloomily. What? Wasn't the sealed tower of the Sky Shadow clan destroyed long ago? Stupid. Don't forget what those sealed towers were transformed from, and don't forget that there are still people from the Taurus Palace among the Eastern Heaven cultivators. Is it strange that those Heavenly Bull disciples have a way to repair the destroyed sealed tower? Unfortunately, those ants' plan is flawed, and they don't know that the sealed tower of the Sky Shadow clan had such a big mess in the past. The Heavenly Bull that turned into this tower has already betrayed its promise to Zido Immortal Sovereign. Zido's immortal cultivators want to use this tower to repair the Immortal Sovereign seal? What a pity, what a pity. Those Eastern Heaven ants will be killed by that rebel Heavenly Bull. They simply can't repair the seal. It's not the Eastern Heaven cultivators that are making this old man upset. They don't have the ability to repair the Immortal Sovereign seal, this is certain. The real trouble is that rebel Heavenly Bull. That's an ancient great cultivator. Back then, how many quasi-saints died to destroy his tower? Even the Sky Shadow clan was exterminated because of this battle. Someone, go and inform Lord Blood God. Tell him that the great enemy who severely injured it in the past is going to wake up again. Lord Blood God will certainly be very interested and come to fight that rebel Heavenly Bull. Everything went smoothly. Ning Fan subdued the Immortal Sovereign seal in an orderly manner. Occasionally, Immortal Sovereign Zido's sealing power would overflow and attack Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan activated his primordial true body and neutralized it. He did suffer some injuries, but those injuries were definitely not fatal. Perhaps it could kill Tsongdi and the others, but it was not enough to kill Ning Fan. It was also not enough to kill ancient great cultivators. Then, here comes the question. Who killed those ancient great cultivators and the skeletons at the top of the tower? There seems to be some kind of danger hidden in the dark. It is different from the will of the Immortal Sovereign seal. It has its own independent consciousness and no one knows about it. While Ning Fan was puzzled, an unprecedented sense of danger suddenly spread throughout his body. He felt his vision turn black. Then, his primordial true body felt an intense pain as if his bones had cracked, as if he was severely injured by something. In an instant, the world turned upside down and he was swallowed into the stomach of something unknown. What was it that swallowed him? He couldn't even resist. Finally, I'm awake. The entire sealed tower suddenly emitted the chi and voice of a living person. End of chapter 1144. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.